Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, If you don't join, I'll cut you down. Sairi Itai, Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, main hall. At this moment, a large number of graduates were gathered here for the graduation ceremony. This event was not only a significant milestone in the lives of these future Soul Reapers but also marked a crucial turning point, the choice of which division to join. Though, for a Soul Reaper, one's division isn't necessarily a lifelong commitment akin to marriage, switching divisions was nearly impossible without a compelling reason. In fact, for some of the more hot-tempered captains, they believed there was only death in their squad, no divorce. As the elderly headmaster of Shino Academy continued his lengthy speech, reminding the standing graduates to carefully choose their divisions, a hulking man with a battered hori, a fierce expression, and hair spiked like a porcupine suddenly shoved the headmaster aside. Tilting his head in annoyance, he growled, "Enough with the endless droning. My patience is wearing thin." Ignoring the headmaster's increasingly sour expression, the man swept his beast-like gaze over the sea of youthful, green graduates below. What a bother. Anyway, the former 11th Division captain, Kenpachi Kaiganjo, is dead. I killed him. I am the new captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki. The scar on Zaraki's face twitched as he spoke in a calm yet terrifying tone, causing many graduates to instinctively shiver. For the average graduate of Shino Academy, achieving any seat within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards was a considerable accomplishment. Rising to the rank of vice captain or even captain was almost an unattainable dream. And yet, this fearsome man before them had killed a captain to rise to that position. Gulp. As the graduates swallowed hard, Zaraki's mouth twisted into a grin. My 11th Division has lost quite a few people. Those who love fighting, come and join my squad. However, what should have sounded like an invitation came across as a naked threat, an unspoken message lingering beneath his words: "If you don't join, I'll cut you down." The hall fell into a dead silence, as if a chill wind had swept through. The graduates stared at the massive figure of Kenpachi Zaraki on the stage, fear flashing in their eyes. Was the 11th Division missing so many members because this new captain had slaughtered his way to the top? Just as he finished speaking, a small girl with pink hair appeared from behind Kenpachi Zaraki, climbing onto his shoulder. She playfully patted the fierce-looking Kenpachi and, with a pout, scolded him. "Ken, you're going to scare everyone if you act like that." To the graduates' surprise, this demon-like man wasn't angered in the slightest by the little girl's impudence. He simply crossed his arms, looking indifferent. "Cowards who lose their taste for fighting and bloodshed after just a few words from me don't deserve a place under my command." "Oh, come on, Ken," the pink-haired girl protested, pouting cutely. "At this rate, I won't have anyone left in Squad 11 to play with." The girl turned to the graduates with a sweet smile, a pink blush rising in her cheeks, as she cheerfully announced, "Hey everyone, I'm Yachiru Kusagakure, Vice Captain of Squad 11. Come join us in Squad 11 and play with me." Under the spell of her adorable charm, many graduates couldn't help but feel their eyes light up. For the graduates of the Shino Academy, understanding the basics about the 13th Division of Imperial Guard squads was essential curriculum. However, recent news hadn't yet reached the Academy about how Kenpachi Zaraki had recently challenged and defeated the previous Squad 11 captain, Kenpachi Kaiganjo, and risen to take his place. So, most of these graduates were still quite unfamiliar with Squad 11's current captain, Kenpachi Zaraki, and his vice captain, Yachiru Kusagakure. Seeing such an adorable little girl in a division traditionally filled with muscle-bound warriors and brawlers caught many of the graduates off guard, especially those who weren't averse to a bit of fighting and bloodshed. They found themselves unexpectedly intrigued. After all, this girl looked as if she could be Captain Zaraki's daughter. Winning her affection would be like a dream come true. Marry the pink-haired Lilai, gain favor from the squad captain, one might even have a shot at becoming an officer, or maybe even the next squad captain. In the midst of the crowd, Senju Makoto noticed the glimmer of interest in the eyes of many of his classmates and shrank back slightly, trying not to draw attention to himself to avoid catching Kenpachi Zaraki or Yachiru. Kusagakishi's eye. Play with Yachiru. Kusagakishi? One wrong move and he'd probably end up getting played to pieces. Though others might not realize it, Senju Makoto had a fairly good understanding of both Kenpachi Zaraki and Yachiru. Kusagakishi. Kenpachi Zaraki, a battle-crazed beast who thrived on pure combat and slaughter. Yachiru. Kusagakishi, the mischievous little girl adopted by Zaraki, with a penchant for giving people all sorts of nicknames. But there was something mysterious about Yachiru's true identity. It seemed she shared an inseparable bond with Zaraki, and from his memories of his past life, Senju Makoto recalled many rumors suggesting that this popular little Lily might actually be Zaraki's Bankai. That, however, had little to do with Senju Makoto. He'd already chosen his squad and set his sights on his own goals. After the impulsive pitch from Squad 11's Captain Zaraki and Vice Captain Kusagakishi, the other squad representatives present finally began to take turns with their own presentations. Unlike the chaotic invitation from Zaraki, the other squad representatives focused more on practical details, outlining the responsibilities, benefits, working environment, and promotion prospects that came with joining their squads. After all, these graduates did have some freedom in choosing their squad. It was a bit like romance. When it came to squad recruitment, the captain commander's philosophy was a mutual relationship. The squad provides appealing benefits, and the graduates put their bodies on the line. Very reasonable. Of course, unlike Kenpachi Zaraki, who had personally shown up as Squad 11's captain, the other squads had sent seated officers or, at most, lieutenants. None of the other captains had bothered to appear. But that was to be expected. In the Soul Society, captains were the peak of the Shinigami hierarchy, and it was hard for ordinary graduates to attract the interest of captains with, let's say, sound judgment. Chapter 2, Need a Nanny. Of course, not every member of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards is open to graduation candidates choosing freely. Among them, some special divisions, such as the 1st Division, as the Command Division, will not typically extend invitations to graduates unless they are exceptionally talented and have been scouted ahead of time. The 2nd Division, known as the Stealth Force, is also a personal stronghold of one of the 4 noble families, the Shioing family. They have their own training system for reserve members and rarely recruit regular graduates. The 6th Division, the Noble Leadership Division, operates on the principle of nobles leading nobles. Even if they do open up to the Shino Academy graduates, only those from noble backgrounds are considered. Ordinary graduates from the Rukongai are unlikely to have a chance unless they have special connections. Apart from these, each division will recruit based on their current vacancies. Among them, the 11th Division, being a combat-heavy unit with a high casualty rate, always has significant vacancies. As for the 13th Division, which is responsible for purifying the real world, they require a large number of graduates each year to fill the vacancies of Shinigami stationed in the human world. Thus, the representatives present at this gathering are from the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th, 11th, and 13th Divisions. Alright, now that the representatives of each division have spoken, it's time for the graduates to select a division. Following that, each representative will assess your eligibility for joining their squad. If you don't meet the qualifications, you can consider applying to join the Kido Corps, the Onmitsu Kido, or become retainers to one of the noble families. With the announcement from the former headmaster of the Shinigami Academy, the graduates in the arena began to disperse, heading toward the division representatives they had in mind. Senju Makoto, who had already made his choice in his heart, took a deep breath and prepared to step forward when, suddenly, he felt someone grab his wrist. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a shiny bald head appearing right in front of him. Senju, join the 11th Division with me. Kakumatarame, dressed in the Shinigami Academy uniform, had a look of excitement on his face as he eagerly spoke to Makoto. Makoto froze. He had purposely tried to avoid Kaku, but somehow, this bald-headed guy had caught him anyway. I'm not good at fighting. I won't meet Captain Zaraki's assessment requirements, Makoto helplessly repeated to Kaku. Don't worry. Kaku patted his chest confidently and assured Makoto. Captain Zaraki is an old buddy of mine and Asukawa from the Rukongai. He'll definitely give me some face. Right. Before Kaku finished speaking, another man, someone who looked like a flashy pretty boy, stepped forward, blocking Makoto's path. He flicked his bangs and said, Senju, your attempt to sneak off like this isn't very glamorous. Just come with Kaku and me to the 11th Division. We'll do it like we used to. Kaku and I will be in the front lines fighting, and you'll be behind us healing. It'll be a perfect, glorious combination. Senju Makoto's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he couldn't help but regret the time he had used the word nurse to coax Kakumadarame and Yumekika Ayakawa into stepping forward on his behalf in order to avoid a fight. Now, with graduation fast approaching and a bright future ahead, how could Senju Makoto ever choose to nurse with a bald man and a pretty boy? Besides, the only woman in the entire 11th division who looked even remotely tough was Yachiru. Kusajishi. Even if Senju Makoto lost his mind, he would never choose to join the 11th division. Were all the other female Shinigami in Soul Society already dead? Hey! Senju Makoto forced a smile, inwardly trying to free himself from Kaku's tight grip. But to his surprise, Kaku's hold was stronger than ever, his muscular arm giving off an undeniable aura of strength as it twitched. Sensing Senju Makoto's desire to break free, both Kaku and Yumekika Ayakawa drew even closer, cornering him with a front and back maneuver, not allowing him a single chance to escape. In that moment, amidst the gradually splitting crowd in the venue, the sight of Senju Makoto trapped between two men was nothing short of awkward. For a moment, Senju Makoto felt a strange numbness from the sudden onslaught. Hey, what are you two doing? I'm not cut out for fighting. If I join the 11th division and have to fight all the time, I'll probably be dead in no time. He paused, his expression showing resignation and regret. Kaku, Ayakawa, even though I really don't want to part ways with you guys, I bet you don't want to be at my funeral anytime soon, right? Yumekika Ayakawa narrowed his eyes at these words, his face showing a non-committal expression. At the Shino Academy in Siri Itai, as reserve members of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, these students were hardly delicate flowers. The entire training process often required them to face off against hollows in combat. Senju Makoto's performance in battle could only be described as average. Whether it was flash step, hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or Kido, he wasn't particularly skilled. His only strong suit was his proficiency in healing Kido and medical techniques. Aside from that, Senju Makoto's only standout feature compared to other graduates was that he had already mastered his Zanpakuto's Shikai. However, Senju Makoto's Shikai seemed to lean entirely toward healing abilities, making it seem as though his combat skills were practically non-existent. As a result, during his years at the Shino Academy, he had mostly teamed up with Yumekika Ayakawa and Kakumadarame. It was precisely because they had spent so much time with him that Yumekika Ayakawa, who had always hidden his true Shikai abilities, had developed a hunch Senju Makoto might be like him, only ever showing half of his Shikai's power. Of course, Yumekika Ayakawa had no proof of this. His suspicion was based mainly on how calm and composed Senju Makoto remained when facing hollows. Especially during several occasions when both Yumekika and Kaku had found themselves in dire situations, battered and bloodied from battle, Senju Makoto was always the one who remained pristine, leisurely healing them. That didn't add up. With that thought in mind, Yumekika Ayakawa couldn't help but give Senju Makoto another scrutinizing look, tightening his grip as Kakumadarame pressed in from the front. There hadn't been much opportunity to test Senju Makoto's abilities at the academy, but now that he was pulling him into the 11th division, there would be plenty of chances for a closer examination. Chapter 3, What I Hope For. As for Kakumadarame, he didn't overthink it. The reason he was so intent on pulling Senju Makoto into the 11th division wasn't just because he considered him a dear friend, but also because he had grown accustomed to the constant healing Senju provided, which allowed him to fully indulge in the thrill of battle. After all, Senju Makoto's healing was truly abundant. Makoto, don't worry. I'll always protect you. As long as I draw a breath, I will stand in front of you. If the enemy wants to touch you, they'll have to step over my corpse. Kakumadarame thumped his chest, speaking with absolute certainty, his bald head gleaming as though radiating light. Yet, Senju Makoto had no idea what had given Kakumadarame such audacious courage. Was it the healing he could constantly provide in battle? Step over Kakumadarame's corpse. Truth be told, Senju Makoto honestly didn't think that would be much of a challenge. After all, despite Kakumadarame's bald, tough guy appearance, his strength still hadn't reached the level that matched his image. A seat officer. From Senju Makoto's estimation, Kakumadarame might be in the top tier among the graduating class, but within a division, he could barely be considered a seat officer. Just this? And you dare get a dedicated healer? Senju Makoto mused silently, his lips twitching slightly as he reminded, Kaku, don't set such a flag. We're friends, and I've never thought of taking your seat. At this point, Senju paused, realizing he almost let his true feelings slip. Ahem. Shifting his tone, Senju Makoto spoke sincerely, Kaku, everyone has different aspirations. I understand you long for exhilarating and fulfilling battles, and as your friend, I'll always support you. However, what I hope for is not battle, but healing. My dream is to save lives, to pull those lost in suffering out of the pain they face. But that's something I cannot achieve in the 11th division, where combat is the focus. Do you understand? At that moment, Senju Makoto spoke as if advising a patient with no cure, his tone gentle and sincere. Kakumadarame blinked, nodded, and said, "That's right, Makoto. I often feel lost because I can't find an opponent, and I'm always aching from battles. Maybe the entire 11th division is full of people with injuries you can treat, helping you realize your dream." He paused, then grabbed Senju Makoto's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. "Makoto, your muscles contain so much power, and sometimes I can feel your burning desire for battle. I'm sure you're just lacking the opportunity to unlock that potential. Come to the 11th division. It'll open a whole new world for you, believe me." Hearing this, Senju Makoto's expression froze. Although he had known Kakumadarame for several years, Senju Makoto, who sometimes found his own thoughts a little unusual, couldn't help but feel that Kaku's unique way of thinking was rather strange. Is this normal? Can anyone even come up with an answer like that? Could you be a bit more restrained with your palm? What do you mean by lack of opportunity for development? What's this new world door you speak of? Just as Senju Makoto was about to give up on trying to correct Kaku's thought process and find a way to escape this verbal trap, a shadow loomed behind him. The towering, muscular figure of Kenpachi Zaraki appeared suddenly at his back. Kenpachi Zaraki looked down from his imposing height at the three men squeezed together like a sandwich. His eyes scanned their faces, and as if recalling something, he spoke. "Oh? You're Kakumadarame? And Asukawa Yumakika?" At that moment, Kaku and Asukawa quickly released their hold on Makoto, their bodies tensing as they bent slightly at the waist, their faces full of excitement and eager response. "Kenpachi. We've come as promised. From now on, please allow us to serve as your subordinates and follow you." Kenpachi Zaraki crossed his arms, his expression indifferent, as he responded with a casual tone, "Do what you want. But if you start interfering with my enjoyment of battle, I'll cut you down, too." Kaku and Asukawa beamed with joy, as if they had been given some great reward, their voices full of excitement. "Yes." Meanwhile, Kusagishi Yachiru, perched on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, blinked her eyes, seemingly recognizing something. With a cheerful smile, she waved her hand. "Ah, it's you guys. Baldy, princess." In an instant, Kaku and Yumakika's smiles froze. A vein bulged on Kaku's forehead, but he didn't dare to snap back. He explained awkwardly, "That nickname wasn't the one from last time." Kusagishi poked her chin thoughtfully, as if deep in contemplation, murmuring, "Not Baldy? Is it Baldhead?" Kakumadarame. Just as Makoto was about to quietly slip away to avoid ruining the moment, his back retreating slightly, Kaku grabbed his arm once more, immediately shifting the conversation back to Kenpachi Zaraki. "Kenpachi, this is my friend Senju Makoto whom I met at the Shino Academy. Can you let him join the 11th division?" In an instant, Senju Makoto's expression completely froze. "What? Who would want to join the 11th division, a place where 99% of the members are either muscle-bound or, well, very close with each other? Moreover, considering the entire 11th division's collective intelligence could probably fit into the mind of the big boss Aizen So's who lurks in the Soul Society, what would happen if he unknowingly got assimilated once he joined?" Kenpachi Zaraki looked at Kaku's serious face, and finally his curiosity turned toward Senju Makoto. A boy with black hair and eyes, his build and appearance similar to the pretty boy Asukawa Yumakika, he didn't seem like someone who would enjoy combat or fighting. As for his spiritual pressure, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes betrayed some disappointment. With spiritual pressure like that, not only did he not stand out compared to Kakumadarame and Asukawa Yumakika, but even among the graduating students, he wouldn't be considered exceptional. In the battles between Soul Reapers, in a certain sense, spiritual pressure was everything. Weak spiritual pressure didn't hold much value. But considering Kakumadarame's request, Kenpachi Zaraki still asked, "Does this guy have any special combat abilities?" Kaku patted his shiny bald head, giving a vague and unclear response. "Senju doesn't have much of a combat ability for now, but his healing and medical skills are top-notch. His Zanpakuto can heal injuries." At this point, Kenpachi Zaraki lost interest entirely. Nervous, Senju Makoto couldn't help but secretly give Kakumadarame a thumbs up. "As expected of you, Kaku." Seeing that Kenpachi Zaraki seemed to have lost interest in Senju Makoto, Asukawa Yumakika, who had subconsciously aligned himself with the 11th division and understood Senju Makoto's value, quickly added in a precise, urgent tone. "Kenpachi, Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto ability is large-scale healing, and it continuously provides healing during combat. He can even keep replenishing the spiritual energy of others." Chapter 4, Zanpakuto, Endless Vitality Wide Range Healing? Spiritual energy replenishment? In that instant, a subtle shift occurred in the scarred face of Kenpachi Zaraki, and his gaze toward Makoto changed completely. There was a faint gleam in his eyes, a glimmer of interest. It was precisely because Kenpachi's brain was largely composed of muscle that he understood better than anyone the potential of such an ability for the 11th division. If Asukawa's description was correct, and Senju Makoto's healing ability was indeed as extensive as he claimed, then equipping the 11th division with Senju Makoto would essentially mean they could indulge in battle and bloodshed without limits. Perhaps, he and his subordinates could truly let loose. Kenpachi licked his lips, his beast-like gaze fixed on Senju Makoto, and he ordered, "Kid, release your Zanpakuto." At that moment, almost all the eyes in the arena were drawn to Senju Makoto. Most of them were filled with envy and jealousy, especially from the graduating students. To gain the attention and favor of a division captain was a dream come true for an average graduate. It often signified respect from the captain and promised status and power within the division. However, what was a dream come true for the average graduate was a rather ominous turn of events in Senju Makoto's eyes. He really did get targeted by Kenpachi Zaraki. "Captain Kenpachi, the arena's rules prohibit the release of Zanpakuto without reason," Senju Makoto explained. The scar on Kenpachi's face twitched, and a wild, beastly grin spread across his features. Slowly, he raised his Zanpakuto, its irregularly serrated edge gleaming menacingly. Then, thud. To the astonishment of everyone, instead of aiming the blade at Senju Makoto, Kenpachi drove the Zanpakuto directly into his own body. Blood splattered onto the floor in a crimson cascade. "There, now it's not without reason," Kenpachi said nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. He casually withdrew the Zanpakuto from his body, blood flowing freely as he tilted his head slightly and ordered, "Draw your blade and heal me. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces and let you heal yourself." For a moment, Senju Makoto's lips twitched involuntarily. This battle-hungry beast is really ruthless. There was no room left for refusal. If Senju Makoto hesitated, Kenpachi would undoubtedly strike him down without a second thought. At that moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but glance toward the corner of the arena where the vice-captain of the 4th Division, Yamada Sanosuke, stood. He was a cold and aloof male soul reaper, and also the older brother of Senju Makoto's fellow student, Yamada Hanataro. Before the graduation ceremony began, Senju Makoto had already communicated his desire to join the 4th Division through Yamada Hanataro and received approval from Yamada Sanosuke. However, at this moment, Yamada Sanosuke seemed to have not noticed Senju Makoto's gaze, appearing completely indifferent as an outsider. He didn't care in the slightest about the fact that his prospective member was being forcibly recruited by Kenpachi Zaraki. "Is this worth it? Seems like my previous performance hasn't shown enough value yet, so Yamada Sanosuke completely has no intention of stepping in?" Although his Rishi control results at the Shino Academy were quite impressive, that alone is far from enough compared to offending the captain of the 11th Division. Senju Makoto's mind raced as he understood the situation. He simply didn't have enough status to refuse Kenpachi Zaraki. Although the ideal of division selection emphasizes mutual respect and effort, it also depends on who the other party is, doesn't it? Faced with Kenpachi Zaraki's forceful demands, Senju Makoto, as a mere graduate of the Shino Academy, had no choice but to endure and comply. Any resistance would only seem laughable. The simplest way to escape Kenpachi Zaraki's attention might be to further draw the 4th Division's attention, demonstrating my worth to join them. As for feigning a mediocre healing effect, Kaku and Asukawa had experienced that countless times. It would be instantly seen through. With that thought, Senju Makoto slowly drew his Zanpakuto, reciting its release phrase. Endless vitality, all-encompassing creation. Instantly, his Zanpakuto began to change slightly in form, its blade and handle elongated, making it more conducive to slashing. At the same time, the floor around Senju Makoto suddenly sprouted a number of vibrant green saplings. Then, with a thought, a sapling near his foot rapidly extended like a vine toward Kenpachi Zaraki's abdominal wound. Endless vitality. In the next moment, delicate flowers bloomed on the vine-like sapling, absorbing the Rishi in the air. The tip of the sapling, now touching Kenpachi's wound, shimmered with a soft green glow. Kenpachi's eyes flickered as he felt a warm sensation spreading from his abdomen. The wound healed astonishingly fast, and even a faint amount of Rishi was replenished. Just as Kenpachi was lost in astonishment, a momentary flicker of uncertainty and hesitation flashed in Senju Makoto's slightly lowered eyes, before it quickly shifted into resolve. In the next instant, at the tip of the sapling that was in contact with Kenpachi's wound, a small, special Rishi particle, slightly larger than a normal Rishi particle, silently entered Kenpachi's body. As the wound continued to heal, this special Rishi fused completely with Kenpachi. No one noticed this, not even Kenpachi himself. After all, a single Rishi particle was incredibly small, smaller than the cells that make up the body. Without special instruments, it was impossible to visually detect the changes at that level. As the wound was fully healed, a faint smile crept onto Senju Makoto's face. Success. Sure enough, even a captain-level Soul Reaper hadn't detected the planting of the seed of the forest. Originally, Senju Makoto had planned to slowly mingle within the 4th Division for decades or even centuries, getting closer to captain-level Soul Reapers, and then looking for an opportunity to plant the seed of the forest. He hadn't expected Kenpachi to actively have him heal his wound just to test his abilities. Although Senju Makoto was more than 90% confident that he wouldn't be discovered, the risk was still present. If Kenpachi detected something, he could easily be sentenced to severe punishment by the Soul Society. But this opportunity was simply too rare. Healing a captain-level Soul Reaper's injury wasn't something that came by every day. Especially given that, for the past few hundred years, large-scale wars had not occurred in the Soul Society. Captain-level Shinigami rarely sustained injuries anymore. Otherwise, simply relying on the seeds of the forest embedded in the majority of Shino Academy students would no longer satisfy Senju Makoto's needs. Chapter 5, The Seed of the Forest. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot form a forest. Senju Makoto's soul body, which had crossed over into this world, could hardly be called a top-tier talent. In fact, it was quite ordinary, barely managing to pass the entrance exam for the Shino Academy. If nothing unexpected had occurred, Senju Makoto would have likely led a mundane life, becoming the most ordinary member of the 13th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and then, one day, his ordinary life as a Soul Reaper would have come to an end due to some unfortunate accident. After all, Senju Makoto knew well that for a Soul Reaper, while the ability of their Zanpakuto might determine the floor of their potential, it was the spiritual energy and spiritual pressure within them that truly decided their ceiling. Even though the Zanpakuto Senju Makoto had awakened, Shinro Bansho, was extraordinarily unique, with abilities that allowed for control over wood, similar to the Makoto techniques from his past life. His soul's spiritual energy was far too low to ever reach the level of a captain-class Soul Reaper. He couldn't even fully unleash the potential of Shinro Bansho. Thus, Senju Makoto, in his desire to grow stronger, had devised a method using his awakened Zanpakuto. He created the Seed of the Forest, a concept that allowed him to integrate with other soul bodies. The Seed of the Forest, in some ways, was like a seed planted in the earth. It could subtly absorb spiritual energy from a soul body, then, using Shinro Bansho as a conduit, send it back into Senju Makoto's own soul. Of course, the Seed of the Forest didn't pose any harm to the soul it resided in. At its core, it was a speck of spiritual energy, small enough that it couldn't forcefully take energy from its host. Instead, it passively absorbed the energy the host's soul body naturally released into the surrounding air. Moreover, because each soul body had its own unique spiritual energy and strength, the amount of spiritual energy the Seed of the Forest could absorb varied. Once the Seed of the Forest had fully merged with the soul body of Kenpachi, Senju Makoto immediately felt a noticeable difference. If the spiritual energy he had drawn from the many students of the Shino Academy before was like collecting drops of water, then now, it was as if he had turned on a faucet to full force. The amount of energy he was receiving had increased by a factor of 10. So this is the difference. Senju Makoto thought to himself. Even the accumulated natural energy leaking from hundreds of students of the Shino Academy can't compare to that of a captain-class Soul Reaper. His eyes subtly gleamed with excitement, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon Kusagakure, who was sitting on Kenpachi's shoulder, sucking on her little finger as she stared at Kenpachi's abdominal wound. Kenpachi is indeed a monster, but this little pink-haired lily, Kusagakure Yachiru, is no slouch either. Looks like I'll need to find a way to plant the seed in her sometime. Senju Makoto thought quietly to himself. However, there was a catch. The Seed of the Forest was a special spiritual particle with many restrictions. To truly merge it with a soul body, it had to be implanted through a wound. Otherwise, the soul body would easily expel it. Furthermore, the creation of the Seed of the Forest was no easy task. Senju Makoto could only produce one per day at most. As for Kenpachi Zaraki, he remained unaware that, within just a brief moment, Senju Makoto had successfully begun his plan. The seemingly gentle and sunny boy in front of them had already had 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind, yet he boldly opened his Shiakusho, Shinigami uniform, to reveal the wound beneath. However, in just a few breaths, the wound had completely healed. At that moment, not only did Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes brighten, but even the seated officers of the various squads who were watching in astonishment were taken aback. Though it was just a simple wound, one that hadn't even reached the internal organs, the speed of its recovery was nothing short of extraordinary, comparable to the intense healing of a Shinigami proficient in the Kido healing arts. More importantly, this healing ability was a product of the Zanpakuto, meaning it had the potential for mass healing, allowing it to be sustained in large-scale battles. An exceptionally rare ability. If this kid can maintain his spiritual pressure long enough to wield his Zanpakuto, he could become a strategic asset in healing, possibly changing the course of battle. I wonder how effective his healing would be for more severe injuries? For a moment, some of the seated officers' eyes flickered, clearly recognizing the potential of the Zanpakuto Shinro Bansho that the boy, Makoto Senju, wielded. Meanwhile, after a heavy slap to his now healed abdomen, Kenpachi's previously vicious and savage expression gradually shifted into an oddly out-of-place grin as he declared, "Very well, kid. I accept your request to join the squad." Beside them, the ever-excited Kaku slapped Makoto on the back with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, that's awesome, Makoto. You're now part of the 11th Division. From now on, I'll make sure to look after you." The strikingly handsome Asukawa Yumikika, with a smile that balanced charm and grace, added, "Makoto, what a splendid outcome. I look forward to the chance to converse with you more deeply in the future." However, Makoto slowly raised a hand, a hint of apology and regret on his face as he replied, "Actually, I wanted to join the 4th Division." "What did you say, kid?" Kenpachi's eyes narrowed as he focused on Makoto, a dense, oppressive spiritual pressure washing over him. Makoto felt his body momentarily sink under the weight of the pressure, as if the spirit energy emanating from Kenpachi had transformed into a wild beast, roaring at him. In comparison, Makoto felt like a delicate, tiny blade of grass, fragile, on the verge of being crushed underfoot. Yet, throughout it all, Makoto's expression remained unchanged. He simply repeated, "I'm sorry, Kenpachi. My dream is to join the 4th Division and become a healer." Several breaths passed. The spiritual pressure from Kenpachi was so intense that a number of the graduates around them had collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath, the whole arena descending into chaos. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the pressure dissipated. Kenpachi patted his vacant shoulder and, with a grin that could only be described as menacing, invited Makoto. "Kid, I underestimated you. Come join the 11th Division. I'll give you a position equivalent to that of Yachiru. If you're worried about getting injured in battle, just ride on my shoulder during missions. I'll protect you. Senju Makoto." At that moment, hearing Kenpachi's words, Senju's mind went blank for a second, and the image Kenpachi had described slowly began to form in his mind. Chapter 6, Unohana Retsu. From this moment onward, on one side of the seated Captain Kenpachi Zaraki, a small, delicate girl with pink hair, Kusagakure Yachiru, was perched. On the other side sat the black-eyed, black-haired youth, Kenpachi Zaraki. His Zanpakuto, jagged with serrated edges, was drawn, and he swung it wildly, laughing maniacally, hacking away at enemies. Blood splattered everywhere, soaking Senju Makoto in crimson. Behind Kenpachi Zaraki, hundreds of muscular men, armed with Zanpakuto, began to charge forward in a frenzy, with Senju Makoto acting as a healer, connecting himself with them through grass in a forced, almost sacrificial way. At this thought, Senju Makoto's face turned pale. The scene was too beautiful, too chaotic, he couldn't bear to imagine it any longer. "No, I can't accept this. It's impossible." Instinctively, Senju Makoto took a step back, his mind quickly running through 3 consecutive denials. It was too dangerous. Too dangerous. No matter how he considered it, being in such an environment was too risky. Even without factoring in the chance to plant the seed of the forest within the bodies of other captain-level soul reapers through the 4th Division, his safety and reputation alone were reason enough not to join the 11th Division. Absolutely not. Even if it meant death, he could never accept being surrounded by those muscle-bound men. This is a disaster. Feeling Kenpachi Zaraki's intense gaze, Senju Makoto's mind raced, trying to think of a way to escape. Kenpachi, however, only grinned more brightly, his smile twisting in a sinister way. "Senju Makoto, right? From now on, follow me. What's so great about the 4th Division? Stick with me, and I'll show you the thrill of battle, help you experience the true instincts of life." Meanwhile, Kusagakure Yachiru, seated on Kenpachi's shoulder, didn't show any sign of being jealous of the new recruit, but instead, her face lit up with the excitement of a new playmate. She eagerly began to give Senju Makoto a nickname. "That's right, Makoto-san, we'll work hard together from now on. Please take care of me, Makoto." "Makoto-san?" At the deadly level of formality attached to the nickname, Senju Makoto felt like his doom was imminent. I'm not going to be stabbed to death by the muscle-bound men of the 11th Division, am I?" Just then, a sharp, cold voice rang out from behind him. "Captain Zaraki, you can't just steal people like that. Senju Makoto is a reserved member of the 4th Division. He can't be handed over to your 11th Division." Kenpachi Zaraki turned his gaze toward the man who had spoken, an unassuming figure in standard Shinigami attire, wearing the insignia of the 4th Division on his shoulder. 4th Division Vice Captain, Yamada Sanosuke. Kenpachi Zaraki paused for a moment, then recalled who Yamada Sanosuke was. With Yamada Sanosuke's appearance, Senju Makoto couldn't help but breathe a small sigh of relief. It seemed that his act of fully healing Kenpachi Zaraki's wounds with Shinro Bansho had finally caught Yamada Sanosuke's attention. Although Yamada Sanosuke was only the vice captain of the 4th Division, much lower in rank compared to Kenpachi Zaraki, the 4th Division he represented was still far superior to Senju Makoto simply rejecting Kenpachi's invitation on his own. However, Kenpachi seemed completely indifferent to the arrival of Yamada Sanosuke. With an air of indifference, he spoke directly in a commanding tone. "This brat, the 11th Division has claimed him." "No, that won't do." In stark contrast to his younger brother Yamada Hanataro's meek personality, Yamada Sanosuke's tone was cold and biting, showing no hesitation in rejecting Kenpachi Zaraki. Kenpachi's lips curled slightly, and an invisible aura of terror began to spread around him. His voice turned brutal as he demanded, "Are you asking to be cut to pieces?" However, Yamada Sanosuke didn't flinch at Kenpachi's intimidation. Instead, he responded with sharp sarcasm. "Kenpachi, please don't try to scare me. I'm just a minor vice captain. If you leave me psychologically scarred, the 4th Division may start hesitating when treating the 11th Division's injuries. It might lead to missing body parts or accidentally adding some extra bits. That wouldn't be ideal." Kenpachi's gaze grew even more dangerous, as if a wild beast was slowly revealing its fangs. "Are you threatening me? If you want to negotiate, call out Unohana Retsu first." At that moment, a soft and gentle voice echoed from the direction of the entrance. "Kenpachi, are you looking for me?" The voice belonged to none other than Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division. Dressed in a pure white captain's hawari with the number 4 embroidered on the back, her hair was neatly tied in a braid, cascading down to her chest. Her beautiful features radiated a serene and gentle aura. Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. In an instant, the graduating students in the hall recognized the identity of the graceful female Shinigami standing at the entrance, their eyes instinctively reflecting respect and admiration. Unlike Kenpachi, who was a recently appointed Soul Reaper, Captain Unohana was a legendary figure whose name was recorded in the textbooks of the Shino Academy. She had been the captain for nearly a millennium, and the number of Shinigami she had treated was countless. For two captains of such high standing to be involved in a selection at the same time was undoubtedly exciting for the graduates present. However, as Kenpachi's terrifying spiritual pressure began to rise once again, it seemed as though a confrontation was brewing between him and Captain Unohana, and the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. This is bad. Kenpachi doesn't plan to make a move on Captain Unohana, does he? So the captain of the 11th Division really is a lunatic? This could be a major crime. At this moment, many of the graduates couldn't help but feel concern for the gentle, older sister like Unohana, who appeared so kind and approachable. After all, Kenpachi was a title meaning the strongest swordsman in the Soul Society, and it was also the title held by the captain of the 11th Division, a division specializing in combat. Shinigamis who inherit the Kenpachi title are often referred to as madmen. Among them, the newly appointed Kenpachi Zaraki, who had claimed the title by stepping over the body of the previous captain of the 11th Division, was seen as a madman among madmen by many of the graduates. As for Captain Unohana, she was the gentle and skilled healer of the 4th Division. She was clearly not someone who specialized in combat. The textbooks mostly highlighted her accomplishments in healing Shinigamis and her contributions to developing the healing arts and Kido techniques. Even though Captain Unohana had been a seasoned captain for over 1,000 years and had treated countless injured Soul Reapers, her gentle and caring nature made her loved and respected by all. But would someone like Kenpachi, recently promoted and a madman in the eyes of many, truly respect Captain Unohana? Chapter 7, The Gentle Captain. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire arena grew suffocating. The spiritual pressure leaking from Kenpachi Zaraki became increasingly violent and brutal, as if at any moment his beastly fangs would show, tearing apart the seemingly gentle and kind Captain Unohana, as though she were nothing more than a delicate morsel. Perhaps it was due to the stark contrast in appearance between the two, or perhaps it was a natural instinct to sympathize with the weaker party, or even an empathetic feeling born from their own sense of vulnerability, but many of the graduates instinctively began to worry for Captain Unohana. Despite the tense atmosphere, Captain Unohana's expression remained unchanged. Her face still wore a soft smile, her gaze was warm as she looked at Kenpachi Zaraki. Then, just as the tension seemed about to snap, free. Kenpachi Zaraki let out a cold snort, hefting his jagged Zunpakuto onto his shoulder, and spoke in a tone full of dissatisfaction. "This brat, you can leave him to the 4th Division for now." At this moment, the many graduates who witnessed this scene couldn't help but doubt their own ears. What? This madman, Kenpachi Zaraki, actually backed down? Kenpachi then tilted his head slightly, his eyes shifting as he looked towards his companions, Kaku and Iasukawa, and spoke. Take care of recruiting the newbies. Bring me back a batch that can take a beating. Got it, Kenpachi? Kaku and Yumikika, having just came to their senses, immediately responded. With that, Kenpachi Zaraki, looking somewhat fatigued, turned and walked toward the exit of the arena. He brushed past Captain Unohana without a second glance, leaving without a word. Meanwhile, Captain Unohana's smile remained as warm and gentle as ever. There was no trace of displeasure at Kenpachi's seemingly rude behavior, nor any hint of smugness. Everyone. As the graduates were still recovering from the shock, Captain Unohana raised her hand and waved, smiling softly. If you're interested in healing or the way of the soul, the 4th Division would be more than happy to welcome you. In an instant, her gentle words stood in stark contrast to Kenpachi's brutal display. Many of the graduates felt as if they were on the verge of being completely entranced by her kindness. It seemed Captain Unohana had no intention of lingering. She cast a soft glance over the crowd before gracefully turning to leave the arena, as though she were merely passing through. Captain Unohana is so gentle. Even though she's a captain, she seems so concerned about us. To serve under Captain Unohana would truly be a blessing. Though, the 4th Division is a healing division. It seems a bit dull. In the next moment, the arena was filled with murmurs. There was no denying it, the beautiful and gentle image of Captain Unohana caused her position in the hearts of many of the graduates to soar. Several of them began to reconsider their division choices. However, the nature of humanity, in a certain sense, also encompasses instincts for combat, killing, and thrill. After acquiring extraordinary power, it was rare for a Soul Reaper to want to use such power solely for healing. The 4th Division, after all, was dedicated to healing. Though every year, the 4th Division would send recruits to the Soul Reaper Academy. After the graduation ceremony, the doors of the academy were wide open, but those willing to join the 4th Division were still few and far between. Many of the graduates, still feeling uneasy after the departure of the two captains, were left wondering what could have caused Kenpachi Zakari's unusual retreat. However, Senju Makoto's expression remained unchanged throughout. Despite retaining much of his past life's memories, he was well aware of the terrifying presence of Unohana Retsu. If one were to mistake this seemingly gentle and beautiful woman for an innocent lamb, they would undoubtedly meet their end. Unohana Retsu, originally Unohana Yachiru, once known as one of the most infamous criminals in the history of the Soul Society, having mastered over 8,000 styles of swordsmanship before joining the 13th Division of Imperial Guards as the first Kenpachi. The information about Unohana Retsu flashed through Senju Makoto's mind as he subconsciously licked his lips. If he could somehow plant a seed within Unohana's body, the spiritual energy that could be drawn from it would be immense. No, that's far too dangerous. His gaze immediately shifted, becoming clear. As tempting as it was, such an idea was far too risky and uncertain. Unlike Kenpachi Zaraki, a brute beast, Unohana Retsu had spent years cultivating herself, and as the captain of the 4th Division, her understanding of spiritual bodies was unrivaled in the Soul Society. Her terrifying abilities extended beyond her knowledge and experience. She could even perceive the flaws in Sosukezen's Kyoka Suigetsu through sheer intuition. Though the seed of the forest was a mere speck of spiritual particle, smaller than dust, there was no guarantee Unohana would not detect it. Moreover, in order to plant this seed of the forest, one would first have to draw blood from Unohana Retsu. Impossible. No matter how he thought about it, such an endeavor was simply out of reach. If he could pull off such a feat, he would not only become a figure of power in the Soul Society but could walk with unmatched confidence, knowing no one would dare challenge him. However, the danger of facing such a woman was too great. If she detected any hint of hostility, his life would be forfeit. Perhaps the monsters and dangers hidden within the Soul Society were more terrifying than he had imagined. After Sosukezen's rebellion, there were rumors of a king of Quincy's who would be all-knowing and omnipotent, poised to become an even greater threat. Unfortunately, in his past life, Senju Makoto had never investigated the so-called Quincy King in detail. He had only heard whispers of such a figure. A world fraught with danger. Senju Makoto couldn't help but silently sigh. In a more peaceful world, he might have chosen to live a quiet, stable life, much like he did as a doctor in his previous life. But in this perilous world, without the means to protect oneself, one would be forced to live in the decaying Rukongai. Even setting aside the harsh environment and lack of resources, the occasional hollow attacks, the residual shockwaves from battles between powerful warriors, or worse, Sosukezen's hidden killings to collect souls within Rukongai, all of this made survival nearly impossible. Thus, Senju Makoto understood that if he wanted to survive in the Soul Society, it was far better to proactively join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and become a Soul Reaper than to live in constant fear of death. However, there was still time. At least, it was still quite early. The birth of the true hero, Ichigo Kurosaki, was many years away. At this moment, when Kenpachi Zakari had just become the captain of the 11th Division, Ichigo's great-great-grandmother had yet to be born. There was at least 100 years before that time. 100 years. If Senju Makoto worked diligently, he could spread his influence across a good portion of Siriite AI. Chapter 8, The Indiscriminate Poison Tongue Strikes 365 days a year, 5 work, 2 rest. Over 100 years. Rounding it up, that's nearly 30,000 seeds. Although each seed draws only a small amount of spiritual power, unconscious energy that drifts away from the soul, the cumulative effect, over time, is an incredibly terrifying speed of spiritual power accumulation. By then, I won't be practicing alone. The entire 13th Division will be assisting me in my training. As this thought crossed his mind, Senju Makoto's lips curved upward, and he couldn't help but show a smile. Noticing this, Yamada Sanosuke raised an eyebrow at the sight of Senju's relaxed and pleased expression and asked, "Senju, are you that happy to join the 4th Division?" Makoto blinked in surprise, then quickly responded with a firm expression. "Of course. Saving lives and healing wounds is my dream. From the moment I entered the Shino Academy, I've been hoping to join the 4th Division and become a proud and great Shinigami." Pausing, Senju glanced at Yamada's somewhat cold and cynical face and continued. "At this moment, I feel like I'm so close to my dream. How could I not be happy?" Yamada nodded before sharply retorting, "You're getting ahead of yourself with that joy?" Makoto stared blankly at him, a little stunned by the harshness of the words. Yamada, however, smiled to himself and muttered as he moved on. "Senju Makoto, are you sure you want to apply to the 4th Division?" "Yes." "Alright, then please wait a moment. After we finish recruiting the other graduates, we'll discuss it further." With that, Yamada turned back to attend to the other graduates. Taking the opportunity, Senju Makoto said his goodbyes to Kaku and Ayakawa, while also giving a stern remarks on their high-handed actions. It was precisely because Kaku and Yumekika had schemed to recruit Senju into the 11th Division that he had, by chance, ended up planting the seed of the forest inside Kenpachi Zaraki. However, Senju Makoto could not condone their actions and firmly warned them that if they tried something similar again, there would be consequences. He had already given his warning. Kaku, on the other hand, seemed quite reluctant to part with Senju Makoto, promising that if he had the time, he would visit the 4th Division often. Given Kaku's personality, Senju Makoto didn't doubt this for a second. With his love for fighting and lack of skill, he would undoubtedly end up in the 4th Division's infirmary soon after joining the battle-hungry 11th Division. As for Ayakawa Yumekika, he didn't say much. He simply expressed some regret, but the way his gaze lingered with unspoken meaning caused Makoto to subconsciously tense up. But both Kaku and Yumekika still had to recruit more graduates on behalf of Kenpachi Zaraki, so they quickly got back to work. As the rest of the graduates slowly made their decisions, the preliminary division choices dragged on for over an hour before they were finally completed. Leaving the venue, they began the internal assessment for the squads directly within the Shino Academy. However, it seemed that Yamada Sanosuke had no intention of lingering within the Shino Academy. He immediately led 18 graduates, including Makoto, out of the academy and into the heart of the Siriite AI. Siriite AI? The center of the Soul Society's ruling and military institution, surrounded by towering white walls that stretched into the sky. On the outside were the chaotic and impoverished Rukongai districts, while inside lay the magnificent Siriite AI, the sacred grounds that the Shinigami of the 13th Division were tasked with protecting. After leading the graduates into the Siriite AI, Yamada Sanosuke continued to give them a detailed tour, explaining the layout of the Siriite AI, the division headquarters, special areas, and various taboos to avoid. "Excuse me, Yamada-senpai." While Yamada spoke confidently, a hesitant voice came from among the graduates. "Are we really allowed to be briefed on all of this beforehand? Have we already passed the 4th Division's assessment?" "Of course." Yamada Sanosuke turned to look at the tall graduate with silver-gray short hair, glanced at the roster in his hand, and said, "Tatetsu-in, right?" "Yes, Yamada-senpai," Tatetsu-in quickly responded. "That's right. Starting today, you are all official members of the 4th Division," Yamada Sanosuke declared. But haven't we not even done the squad assessment yet?" Tatetsu-in asked nervously. "If our healing and medical skills aren't up to par, won't that affect the injured?" "That's not important at all." Yamada Sanosuke shook his head, chuckling. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand healing arts at all. The 4th Division is severely understaffed when it comes to corpse transport." Instantly, to Tetsuyuin's face turned pale, and the other graduates' expressions darkened as well. After all, there were 18 graduates applying to join the 4th Division, most of whom had been charmed by Captain Unohana's gentle aura, intending to become his subordinates. But corpse transport? They had been practicing sword dart and flash steps every day, not for corpse transport. What the hell? At that moment, most of the graduates' faces soured, and their gazes toward Yamada were filled with resentment. Aside from Makoto, who genuinely cherished the healing arts and medicine, the majority of Sairite AI Academy students focused their energy on the 4 basic combat techniques of the Shinigami: sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido. Healing arts, specifically the special branch of Kido related to healing, wasn't a major part of the Academy's curriculum, and therefore didn't weigh much in assessments. This led many students to possess only rudimentary healing skills, mostly limited to basic emergency blood-stopping techniques. Even those applying to the 4th Division were generally insecure about their healing abilities. After being struck down by Yamada Sanosuke's harsh words, some graduates began retreating into themselves, growing more withdrawn. Senju Makoto, too, couldn't help but internally grumble about Yamada Sanosuke's sharp tongue, which seemed unable to hold back its barrage of relentless criticism. Perhaps the constant shortage of members in the 4th Division has something to do with this sharp-tongued vice-captain. Senju Makoto thought to himself. If it were Aizen Sosuke as the vice-captain, with his seemingly flawless gentleness and charm, the 4th Division would never have this problem. Chapter 9, Genshin Flower. The graduates' grievances were far from alleviating by Yamada, who instead seemed to take some twisted pleasure in their discomfort. He continued, almost cheerfully, to explain the layout of the Sairite AI and the taboos that governed it. By the time they had spent the better part of the afternoon, nearly until dusk, Yamada finally led the group to the front gate of the 4th Division's barracks. One could not help but notice the overall design of the Sairite AI, with its whitewashed, solemn, and awe-inspiring atmosphere. However, within the 4th Division's barracks, perhaps due to the need to calm the emotions of the patients or due to Captain Unohana's personal preference, beautiful flowers and plants were cultivated in abundance. The faint fragrance of blooming flower, the vibrant greenery teeming with life, seemed to ease the tense emotions of the graduates, making them feel somewhat more at ease. Among the flowers, the emblem of the 4th Division, the gentian flower, was prominently displayed in many places. As they returned to the barracks, Yamada's usually cold demeanor softened slightly. While continuing to introduce the barracks to the graduates, he also shared the history of the 4th Division. The first captain of the 4th Division was the legendary Chikiri Shijima, who developed the healing Kaido. Following him, Captain Unohana furthered and perfected the healing techniques and medical system. Moreover, the 4th Division's flower, the gentian flower, was chosen by Chikiri Shijima himself. Its symbolism carries 3 main meanings. The first meaning is to love the sorrowful you, symbolizing the division's vow to protect the sorrow and vulnerability of every patient. The second meaning is noble and elegant, a hope that all members of the 4th Division will maintain a dignified and graceful manner, regardless of circumstance. The third meaning is strong and enduring, reminding the 4th Division that, no matter what hardships they face, they must never give up and remain steadfast in the paths they have chosen. Yamada's words, though tinged with an air of reminiscence, seemed to strike a chord with the graduates. They began to sense the deep cultural heritage and unwavering resolve unique to the 4th Division. There was even a subtle shift in their perception of Yamada Sanosuke, whose sharply critical and cynical persona now appeared to have some hidden depth. This man, on the surface, looks so harsh and cruel, yet perhaps beneath it all, he harbors a softness and determination of his own. As the graduates' gazes began to soften, they were suddenly interrupted by Yamada's voice. We've arrived. Up ahead is the 4th Division's morgue, where all the bodies are stored. It is also where your journey in the 4th Division begins. At the sight of the graduates' pale faces, Yamada's normally cold expression couldn't help but twitch into a faint smile. Don't be afraid. Those are the bodies of our fallen comrades. Take care of them well. The graduates. As Yamada's words, laced with an almost dark sense of humor, reached their ears, the graduates stared at him as if he were some kind of demon. Even Senju Makoto couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Memories of the past resurfaced on him. The experience of my first internship in my previous life, that was truly a miserable experience. I was nothing more than a mere errand runner, a tool for all the dirty and tiring work, with almost no real opportunities to diagnose or treat patients. I never imagined that after unexpectedly dying and reincarnating in this world, I'd have to start over. I had to begin again from the mortuary, overseeing the bodies. At that moment, even Senju Makoto couldn't help but gaze at Yamada Sanosuke with a touch of resentment. Staying in a place like the mortuary. Was I supposed to plant my hopes in the bodies of the dead, only to see them fade into dust along with the corpses? However, Yamada, seeing the expressions of the graduates, couldn't help but show a faint smile in his eyes. Back in my day, I was drenched in the rain. Why should you be sheltered? You all need to get wet too. As Yamada spoke, several members of the 4th Division, dressed in their black Shinigami attire, greeted him with delighted expressions as he arrived at the mortuary. Vice Captain Yamada, we've been waiting for you to return. So these are the new recruits? Wonderful. Finally we can switch shifts. One female Shinigami even appeared so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, looking at the graduates as if they were saviors. Instantly, some of the more perceptive graduates began to realize, these seniors must have been waiting for the new recruits to replace them, just like the previous batch of graduates. However, before the graduates could voice any protests or questions, the 4th Division members began to usher them into the mortuary. It seemed they couldn't wait to begin the handover process. Among them, Makoto, who appeared to be quite handsome and exuded a natural charm, was directly pulled by the female Shinigami. My name is Aoki Risa. What should I call you, Junior? Don't worry, the work in the mortuary is very laid back. It's more about giving newcomers a chance to further learn and become familiar with the healing arts, the structure of spirits, and the art of rishi manipulation. As this seemingly delicate, neighborhood girl type Aoki Risa spoke excitedly, Senju Makoto couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on his forehead. The mortuary? Isn't that essentially the morgue of a hospital? It was certainly quiet there. After all, the colleagues who had already laid down weren't going to get up and cause trouble. Or perhaps, if the mortuary were too busy, it would mean something had gone terribly wrong. But, Senju Makoto hadn't joined the 4th Division to discuss life philosophies with the senior officers. Apart from continuing his medical path that had just begun in his previous life, he also hoped to gain more opportunities to plant seeds among the Shinigami of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. If that was the case, it might be better to join the 11th Division first, and fill the entire division with his seeds before proceeding further. At that moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but recall Yamada's annoying smile from just moments ago. As expected. It's too early to be happy. Even earlier, when Yamada Sanosuke dramatically recited the flower language of the 4th Division's flower, the Gensen flower, it all seemed like nonsense. Falling in love with the sorrowful you, noble and elegant, strong and enduring. Sure, the colleagues who had laid down were indeed sorrowful, but Makoto's love hadn't reached such a point yet. And as for the talk of nobility and elegance, wasn't it a bit out of place, considering we were all stuck in the mortuary? No, it was likely that the strong and enduring part was just Yamada's way of motivating the new graduates, telling them not to quit despite the hardships. That bastard Yamada Sanosuke really is sharp-tongued, mischievous, and scheming. Just as Senju Makoto was about to be pulled into the mortuary by Aoki Risa, Yamada Sanosuke suddenly spoke up. Risa, I need to talk to Senju Makoto for a moment. Chapter 10, You got too excited too soon. As he walked away from the funeral parlor, Senju Makoto couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. He could even faintly feel the gaze of Aoki Risa behind him, one that seemed tinged with a hint of regret. Don't look at me like that. If you want someone else to take your place in the reign, aren't there plenty of other graduates to do so? Makoto grumbled inwardly, but his steps unconsciously quickened as he caught up with Yamada. Meanwhile, Yamada, who had been keeping an eye on Makoto out of the corner of his eye, spoke up. Actually, this is a place that all new recruits to the 4th Division must experience. Unlike the other divisions, whose duties inevitably involve battle and death, the 4th Division is the medical division. To prevent our members from becoming desensitized to the battlefield, we expose them to death gradually, allowing them to understand the preciousness of life. Although we are Shinigami, once we die, we can only lie in the funeral parlor. Everything we cherished, everything we hoped for, everything we longed for, will cease to exist. As if recalling something, Yamada Sanosuke spoke with a hint of wistfulness, and his normally cold expression softened with a trace of sorrow. However, by now, Makoto had already gained a preliminary understanding of Yamada's character. He didn't believe much of this philosophical remark, at most seeing it as filler. Moreover, Senju Makoto wasn't a complete novice. Yamada's explanation couldn't possibly mask his true nature, one that was both sharp-tongued and delightfully wicked. If the goal was truly to train the new recruits to face death, there were far gentler ways to ease them into the task. For instance, the recruits could have been gradually integrated into the funeral parlor, rather than subjecting them to a sudden shock like this. This guy definitely just wanted to satisfy his own twisted sense of humor. But outwardly, Makoto feigned a moment of enlightenment, as if he truly appreciated Yamada's explanation. He even went as far as to add, "You're absolutely right, Vice Captain Yamada. Only those who understand the preciousness of life can truly grasp the meaning of healing arts and medical skills." Only then can one wholeheartedly devote themselves to the study of those fields. Upon hearing Senju Makoto's words, Yamada's gaze flickered with surprise, and he instinctively stroked his chin, deep in thought. This sounds much more profound than my own explanation. Well, that's perfect. I'll steal it. Next time a new recruit joins the 4th Division, I'll use that line. As Yamada mulled this over, he led Makoto into the heart of the 4th Division headquarters, stopping in a serene courtyard-like space that exuded a quiet, understated beauty. At this point, Yamada's cold expression softened slightly, replaced with a more respectful and cautious demeanor. He knocked lightly on the wooden sliding door, speaking formally. Lady Unohana, Senju Makoto has arrived. A soft, gentle voice came from within. Let him in. Understood. Yamada replied and opened the sliding door, gesturing for Makoto to enter. It was then that Makoto realized that Yamada had specifically brought him here to meet with the 4th Division captain, Unohana Retsu. Taking a small breath, Senju Makoto's mind raced with several guesses and thoughts as he stepped into the room. The elegant figure of Unohana Retsu appeared before him. At this moment, Unohana was kneeling gracefully on a tatami mat, her posture dignified and noble. Her profile facing Makoto revealed a gentle, intellectual, and focused expression. Her long, slender fingers delicately arranged a branch of flowers in a vase, while outside the window, a cherry blossom tree was in full bloom. It was a scene as picturesque as a painting. The flowers were beautiful, the setting refined, and Unohana Retsu was the tranquil and poised center of this artistic tableau. For a brief moment, even Makoto found himself mesmerized by the sight, instinctively halting his steps as though afraid of disrupting the serene beauty before him. It was as if Unohana Retsu sensed his presence. Her movements paused, and she turned toward him with a gentle smile. Don't be nervous. Please, take a seat. Yes. At her invitation, Makoto sat on a cushion beside her. Unohana Retsu moved the vase she had been working with to one side and adjusted her posture to face Makoto. Her gaze was now focused and attentive, studying him carefully. Although Unohana had already reviewed Makoto's profile multiple times, this was their first time meeting in person. He had dark eyes and black hair, with delicate features that were characteristic of youth. His gaze, while soft, carried a warmth that naturally made others feel at ease, evoking a sense of trust. Meanwhile, Makoto glanced at Unohana from the corner of his eye. There was no denying that she was an undeniable beauty, despite the vivid memories of Unohana Retsu's violent past as the first Kinpachi, a title she had earned through countless battles. Senju Makoto couldn't help but be momentarily stunned by the softness and intellectual charm of her smile, his heart skipping a beat. If you don't mind, may I call you Makoto? She asked, still smiling. Yes, Senju Makoto replied. Facing her, as a captain, Unohana Retsu had taken the initiative to address him more casually, and Senju Makoto responded with unflinching decorum, abiding by the impeccable etiquette expected in this time. Makoto, then, she continued, her tone warm and inviting. Do you know why I've specifically requested to meet with you today? Please, Captain Unohana, enlighten me, Makoto responded, but his attention was momentarily diverted by a document placed beside Unohana Retsu. He could faintly make out his own photograph on it. However, Unohana didn't reach for the file. Instead, she spoke directly. Makoto, during your time at the Sairei AI Medical Academy, you consistently ranked first in the Rishi and medical arts evaluations each year. In the 2 years since you awakened your Zanpakuto, you've actively participated in practical training and missions, providing medical assistance. You have treated 315 students, 265 of them with minor injuries and 50 with serious wounds. At this, Makoto's eyes shifted. He hadn't realized that his every move over the past few years had been so thoroughly documented. Without a doubt, this is an exceptionally impressive record, Unohana said, her voice full of admiration. You are the most outstanding graduate when it comes to talent and dedication to healing and medical arts since the establishment of Sairei AI Shino Academy. Her words were tinged with genuine praise. I'm very pleased that you've volunteered to join the 4th Division. Suddenly, Senju Makoto felt an odd sense of unease, perhaps influenced by the earlier encounter with Yamada Sanosuke. His mind involuntarily flashed with the image of Yamada's face and the words Yamada Sanosuke had once said to him, "You're getting too ahead of yourself." For a moment, he nearly spoke aloud. The realization came swiftly, and his expression tightened. He recognized how, in Unohana Retsu's soothing voice, he had completely relaxed, almost succumbing to an instinctive, absurd reaction. Chapter 11, The Disciple. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Makoto's back. If he'd actually dared to say those words to Captain Unohana, his outcome probably wouldn't end well, would it? Captain Unohana might look like a gentle, intellectual beauty, but she was also famously calculating. Not to mention, she was now Makoto's superior. As someone who'd been raised with the values of unyielding to power, unswayed by wealth, and undeterred by poverty, Makoto allowed a hint of modesty, and perhaps a subtle pride, to surface on his face as he replied. Captain Unohana overpraises me. Compared to the others, I just happen to have a little more interest in healing and medical techniques, that's all. An interest, is it? Unohana seemed to consider his response, then smiled. What an unexpected answer. Makoto, perhaps you'll go on to achieve true success in both healing and medical arts. Yes. Makoto's eyes glimmered faintly, and he responded with resolute determination. I'll do my best, I won't disappoint Captain Unohana's expectations. Of course, inwardly, Makoto felt no particular excitement, he even let out a slight breath of relief. It seemed that Captain Unohana's decision to meet with him was purely due to his standout performance in healing and medicine at the Shino Academy, and not because she held any suspicions. Seeing her being subtly complimented by Makoto in this way, Unohana Retsu's eyes curved into a crescent, as though she found his response delightful. However, just as Makoto unconsciously began to relax, Unohana's tone shifted. Her crescent-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, So, Makoto, why are you hiding your spiritual pressure? Your true power is far greater than what you show, isn't it? In an instant, the atmosphere in the courtyard froze, and the youthful smile on Makoto's face stiffened slightly. Unohana, however, acted as if she hadn't noticed his reaction, continuing in her gentle voice. Makoto, your spiritual pressure is likely the strongest of this year's graduates, isn't it? Even Kakumatarame from the 11th Division can't compare to you. Why do you deliberately downplay your abilities? Her voice remained as tender as ever, yet it made Makoto's body instinctively tense up. The gaze from her crescent-like eyes felt as though it could pierce right through him. But the next moment, Makoto relaxed completely, scratching his head with an endearing awkwardness as he replied sheepishly. As expected. It's not for nothing that I admire Captain Unohana. She saw through me right away. At his words, Unohana covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Makoto, even if you flatter me like that, I'm going to get to the bottom of things. After all, it's a captain's duty to understand the thoughts of her subordinates. Makoto nodded and, without hesitation, said, It's because I really don't like fighting. Fighting only leads to needless loss of life. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy. With a wistful tone, he said, Even though we're Shinigami, once we die, everything we cherish, hope for, and desire will cease to exist. Unohana Retsu nodded in agreement, then remarked, Makoto, did you hear that last part from Sanosuke? Makoto, who had temporarily borrowed that line, froze slightly upon hearing her words and asked, Captain Unohana, how did you know? Because, Unohana replied with a gentle smile, Yamada learned that phrase from me. At that moment, despite Makoto's usual thick-skinned demeanor, he couldn't help but feel his cheeks warm slightly. To think that the dignified vice-captain of Squad 4 would shamelessly borrow lines to impress new recruits, where was his sense of dignity and self-respect? What happened to your pride as a vice-captain, huh? Yet, while Makoto was grumbling inwardly, on the surface, he adopted a look of sudden realization and said, I see. No wonder Vice-Captain Yamada's words resonated so deeply with me. So they actually came from Captain Unohana, no wonder they held such profound insight and distant vision. I was deeply impressed, truly moved. At that moment, Makoto appeared almost like an innocent young man meeting his idol for the first time, his gaze sincere, his tone earnest, and even his cheeks held a slight blush. His reaction was flawless, so much so that even Unohana Retsu's thoughts began to waver. Could it be? Makoto Senju was genuinely just an innocent, harmless young man? Had he hidden his spiritual pressure only to avoid battle? Just as Unohana considered observing Makoto's micro-expressions more closely, feeling the almost unguarded admiration in his gaze, she subconsciously looked away. Honestly, do young people these days have no sense of restraint? Unohana couldn't help but think to herself before confirming aloud, Makoto, so you suppressed your spiritual pressure intentionally to avoid conflict and bloodshed? Not entirely, Makoto replied, scratching his head a little sheepishly. My dream is to join 4th Division under your command, Captain Unohana. To avoid the hassle of being recruited by other squads, it didn't seem necessary to display my spiritual pressure. Unohana's smile grew a little warmer as she asked, Are you really that eager to join TH 4th Division and serve under me? Of course. Makoto nodded resolutely without a hint of hesitation. Everyone knows that your healing arts and medical skills are unmatched in the Soul Society. Pursuing the chance to study under you is a dream come true for me. Unohana murmured thoughtfully, her long, elegant fingers absently adjusting the flowers in a nearby vase, as though contemplating something. A moment later, her gaze shifted, and she asked, Makoto, in that case, how about becoming my disciple? What? For a moment, Makoto was genuinely stunned. Although he'd secretly anticipated several possible responses based on Unohana's personality, he never imagined she would consider taking him on as her disciple. After all, he was just a rather unremarkable graduate. Aside from his looks and presence, there wasn't much about him that stood out. Chapter 12, Becoming Disciple of a Master. Even though Senju Makoto's remarkable skill in healing and Kido at the Shino Academy stood out, within the 4th Division, which specialized in medical duties, it could only be considered average at best. As the captain of the 4th Division, the unchallenged Unohana Retsu undoubtedly ranked among the most formidable beings in the entire Soul Society. In fact, among the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, Unohana Retsu was the second oldest Soul Reaper, after the Captain Commander Yamamoto Genri Uzai Shigakuni. Moreover, beyond her expertise in Kido and healing, Unohana Retsu concealed the terrifying power she once wielded as the first Kinpachi. For a mere graduate of Shino Academy, being taken in as Unohana Retsu's disciple would be a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of fortune. Becoming her disciple would place Senju Makoto in a position where, though not exactly invincible, no one would dare cross him easily within the Siriite AI. Looking at Makoto's stunned expression, Unohana Retsu chuckled lightly and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Makoto snapped back to reality and immediately replied, "No, of course not." Though a hint of doubt flickered in his heart, his actions were swift and decisive. He immediately chose to latch onto this opportunity. "Senju Makoto, humbly greets you, Master." Unohana Retsu watched him bow, her expression softening slightly with evident satisfaction. In truth, Senju Makoto had underestimated himself. Perhaps because of his memories from his previous life, he subconsciously placed himself within the context of the entire Soul Society, seeing his own performance as merely average. However, Unohana Retsu's initial focus had been on Tashiro Jin, but upon discovering Senju Makoto, a Kido genius who had come from the Rukongai to Shino Academy, she had been intrigued. Being called a genius wasn't enough to earn her attention, though. Over the span of 1,000 years, geniuses had been as numerous as the stars, with many born in the flow of time. However, only a few of these geniuses remained in positions of power, let alone holding the rank of captain. But Makoto was different. His talent wasn't just in Kido or healing, it surpassed the typical talents of those skilled in combat and murder. In a mere few years at Shino Academy, Makoto had mastered all the healing and Kido techniques the academy could teach. Even his Zanpakuto had a healing ability. This had piqued Unohana Retsu's interest, and she had begun paying close attention to him long before his graduation. What satisfied her even more was that, upon interacting with him, she could feel the genuine passion he held for Kido and healing. At that moment, it was enough for her. As for the secrets Senju Makoto hid, Unohana Retsu could sense that he was holding back. But from her vantage point, they seemed like mere trifles. What mattered more was, as she looked at Makoto, a flicker of maddeningly intense battle intent appeared in her crescent-shaped eyes, and she whispered to herself, her voice low and unwavering. There can only be one Kinpachi in a single era. The battle with Zaraki. I can already vaguely see it approaching. It's truly been a long wait. 1,000 years, to be exact. However, before that, at least let me pass on the healing arts and medical skills I've mastered, and cultivate the next qualified captain for the 4th Division. The passing of life is inevitable, but at least someone must make an attempt to preserve it. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Unohana Retsu's eyes slowly closed, her gentle smile twisting ever so slightly into something more distorted and crazed. For a moment, Senju Makoto inexplicably felt a shiver run down his spine. Sensing the abnormal shift in Unohana Retsu's demeanor, Makoto's heart instinctively tightened. What's with that smile? Now that I've become her disciple, she doesn't plan on torturing me, does she? Unohana Retsu always seemed so gentle and refined, she wouldn't secretly be that twisted, would she? Considering Unohana Retsu's status as an undeniable beauty, should I resist, or pretend to resist? Makoto hesitated for a moment before attempting to quietly call out. Unohana-sensei? Suddenly interrupted, Unohana Retsu let out a soft, slightly dazed hum. In the next instant, she quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat as if the previous awkwardness had nothing to do with her. Her voice returned to its usual calm tone. Makoto, you've worked hard today. Please go rest for now. I'll have Vice Captain Yamada arrange a side room for you here in the courtyard. Understood. Still a bit shaken by the situation, Makoto obediently withdrew. As he left, Unohana Retsu watched him go, and only then did a trace of awkwardness flash across her face. But someone like Makoto, who dislikes combat, might be the best choice after all. For someone like me, no matter how much I try to hide it, deep down, I still see healing arts and medicine as tools to facilitate more bloodshed. Sigh. A barely perceptible sigh escaped her lips. At that moment, Makoto, whose mind was still in disarray, naturally had no idea what Unohana Retsu's true thoughts were. When Makoto frowned and stepped outside his room, he was surprised to find Yamada Sanosuke still waiting outside. Upon seeing Makoto, Yamada's usual cold expression remained, and his sharp tongue instinctively kicked in. All done? Let's head back to the Siriite AI? I'm sure Aoki Risa is waiting anxiously. You'll need to get used to life at the morgue. Experience the difference between life and death. And from time to time, the seated officers will teach you healing arts and medical skills. However, to Yamada's surprise, Makoto didn't display the expected gloom. Instead, a warm, almost sunny smile spread across his face as he responded gently. No, Vice Captain Yamada. Unohana-sensei asked me to stay in the courtyard and take a side room for the time being. Stay here? Yamada's voice faltered, and his eyes widened in shock as his tone suddenly rose several octaves. Unohana-sensei? A hint of helplessness appeared on Makoto's slightly naive face as he nodded lightly, almost embarrassed by the situation. In that moment, Yamada Sanosuke's cold expression visibly twitched, before he suddenly turned away and slapped his face a few times, trying to regain composure. When he turned back, his face was filled with a warm, friendly smile, and he spoke in a softened tone. Makoto-kun, I look forward to working with you in the future. Makoto, startled by Yamada's abrupt change in demeanor, nervously asked. Vice Captain Yamada. What's going on? You were just acting so cold and defiant. Chapter 13, Zanpakuto's Spirit. A moment later, as Senju Makoto watched, Yamada left the courtyard with a slightly greenish complexion. Captain Unohana. I've followed you for centuries. Why, when I was the one who first joined the 4th Division, did you choose that freshly graduated brat, Senju Makoto, as your disciple? Yamada Sanosuke hadn't been this angry initially, but after thinking about Senju Makoto's seemingly innocent face and the words of comfort he had occasionally offered, Yamada couldn't help but feel increasingly agitated. However, at least one thing was certain to Yamada: Senju Makoto was definitely not as gentle and harmless as he appeared on the surface. Behind that facade, he was nothing but a dark and scheming little brat. Watching Yamada's seemingly disheveled back as he walked away, Makoto waved him off with a gentle, reluctant smile on his face. Afterward, Senju Makoto tidied up the room and, donning the badge and the dead man's uniform that Yamada had sent, prepared a pot of tea. Sitting on the corridor, he inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea, gazing up at the night sky over Soul Society, contemplating the events of the day. Despite a few twists and turns, he had successfully joined the 4th Division. From now on, with his new position as a 4th Division member, he had the perfect excuse to approach the injured and search for opportunities to plant the seeds of the forest. Moreover, to some extent, he had distanced himself from the battles between the Shinigami, avoiding any unnecessary exposure of his secrets during combat. The only unexpected development had been being accepted as Unohana's disciple. In that case, being a disciple of Unohana undoubtedly went against his previous strategy of staying low-key, which would inevitably attract the attention of the higher-ups in the Siriite AI. Even Aizen Sosuke, whom he had always feared, might take notice. Yet, in that situation, Senju Makoto had no grounds to refuse Unohana, given the persona he had been presenting all along. But perhaps this is better. With Unohana-sensei's protection, I might be safer, and I can further deepen my understanding of the way of healing and medical techniques. Senju Makoto murmured softly, a flash of something different crossing his usually gentle and innocent eyes. One thing Senju Makoto hadn't lied to Unohana about was his genuine interest in the way of healing and medical techniques. Unlike the physical body in the real world, the form that a soul adopts after entering Soul Society was, in Senju Makoto's eyes, truly extraordinary. Although the basic element of the soul in Soul Society was spirit particles, the body that formed was, in every sense, flesh and blood, with special nodes like locks, spirit sleep, and soul knots, resembling the meridian points in traditional Eastern medicine. As for the essence of the Kaido, it was a technique for filling the soul body with rishi. The medical practices in Soul Society weren't like Western medicine as Makoto remembered, but more akin to traditional Chinese medicine, relying on various herbs and concoctions, or stimulating soul body meridian points to treat ailments. Makoto had to admit that compared to the brutal and crude battles between the Shinigami, Kaido and medical techniques seemed like a true art to him, a fresh and fascinating kind of art. After placing his Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho, on the ground between his crossed legs, Senju Makoto slowly closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, focusing on his blade. The next moment, as his vision darkened, he suddenly found himself in an impossibly bright world. The clear blue sky, as calm as a still lake, stretched infinitely above him. Below, an expansive field of lush green grass stretched as far as the eye could see, and not far from Senju Makoto, there stood a sapling and a towering tree that appeared to have just been planted. Senju Makoto scanned the area, seemingly looking for something. Then, he spoke aloud, "Stop hiding. Come out." As soon as the words left his mouth, the grass at his feet began to rapidly grow, resembling vines. They wrapped around his legs, twisted around his back, and finally settled on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the greenery flashed, and at the top of the vines, a small creature popped out, landing before Makoto. A tiny, delicate body with butterfly-like wings, smooth and fair skin concealed by a few green leaves, and large round eyes that locked onto Senju Makoto. Its face bore a bright and innocent smile, like a mythical little spirit. Teehee, however, every time Makoto saw this tiny Zanpakuto spirit, no larger than the size of his palm, he couldn't help but turn his head away, emitting an unintelligible sound. "Wa master, what do you mean by like this?" The little spirit, Shinro Bansho, crossed its tiny arms, fluttered its wings, and in an instant appeared directly in front of Senju Makoto's face, pouting as it asked. Sigh. The only response from Senju Makoto was a deep sigh. There was a time when he had dreamed of having a Zanpakuto spirit like Shode no Shirayuki sleeved white snow, Beniime, Crimson Princess, or Kaden Kikatsu, bones of heavenly blooming madness, those powerful, elegant spirits. With such a blade, during the day, he would hold his Zanpakuto, and at night, the Zanpakuto would hold him. That mutual dependence could be a source of warmth, a comfort in the otherwise cold soul society. However, despite the fact that a Zanpakuto's spirit is formed from the Shinigami's own soul, and that the blade spirit's form mirrors their inner thoughts, it seemed that his blade spirit had taken a different shape entirely. Take Hura Harakisuke and Shun Sekiraku, whose Zanpakuto spirits Beniime and Kaden Kikatsu were both powerful women, reflecting their somewhat playful, mischievous natures. Similarly, Rukiyaku Ichiki's Zanpakuto, Soda no Shirayuki, reflected her desire to one day become as cold and authoritative as her older brother. But why was it that his own spirit, mirroring his personality, had manifested as a tiny, palm-sized creature? Was it perhaps a reflection of the Thumbelina from his past life, always by his side? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Senju Makoto instinctively glanced at his right hand. While seeing his reaction, Shinro Bansho seemed to come to a realization. The tiny spirit's body suddenly surged toward his forehead, and with a sharp impact, it collided with his head. Perverted, shameless master. No inappropriate thoughts allowed. Boom. With a sharp sound, an explosive wave of energy erupted from Makoto's forehead, sending him flying backward. He rolled across the grass for more than 10 full circles before finally coming to a stop. Soon, a sharp pain coursed through his forehead, sending signals to his nerves. Ah! Ouch! Damn Shinro Bansho, what kind of Zanpakuto spirit ambushes its master without any warning? It's the master's behavior that was improper. This is the punishment you deserve. Shinro Bansho stood triumphantly atop his forehead, her face flushed. What did I do wrong? You're the one who ambushed me and sent me rolling across the grass for 10 circles. As he spoke, Senju Makoto's gaze became slightly dazed, looking up at the tiny spirit standing on his forehead, surrounded by greenery. Chapter 14, Shinro Bansho. Ah! Despicable, vile, shameless, detestable perverted master, accept divine retribution. In the next moment, a sharp and embarrassed voice echoed across the vast grassland, followed by a series of continuous explosions. Boom. 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 At that instant, countless blades of grass transformed into towering trees, shooting up into the sky, ruthlessly rushing toward the small figure of Makoto. Within this mental space, Makoto could only manipulate the small saplings planted in the grass and the towering tree that stood nearby. However, despite Makoto's spiritual energy infusing into the saplings and the large tree, they were on completely different scales. In the blink of an eye, the small saplings, instinctively fighting back, were torn apart, leaving only the towering tree to provide some assistance. Glurk. Though Makoto had experienced this scene hundreds of times in the past year, he still couldn't help but feel a shock as he watched the countless trees, resembling massive dragons, blocking out the sky and relentlessly coming for him. Under such exaggerated power, what use was martial arts, swordsmanship, or even the Kido, spiritual arts, taught at the Shino Academy? There was no significance at all. Only flash steps. Only escape. In such a scenario, only flash steps remained useful, allowing Senju Makoto to barely survive for a moment amid this overwhelming, all-encompassing attack. Bang. 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 Each massive tree, like a giant dragon tearing through the air, brushed against Makoto's side, crashing into the earth with a deafening roar. The resulting shockwaves sent earth and debris flying like bullets, scratching Makoto's handsome face. However, Makoto didn't even have a moment to catch his breath. The fury of Shinro Bansho came suddenly and unexpectedly, and it was rare for it to strike with such intensity from the start. The colossal trees, each with a diameter greater than 10 meters, fell without any gaps between them. Makoto's pupils constricted. Using the last of the towering tree's strength, he blasted a hole through the oncoming assault and fled, shouting loudly, "Hey, hey, hey! Shinro Bansho, hold on. I have something to say." "Heh. There's nothing left to hear," came the response, the voice twisted as if broken, mocking. "This despicable, vile, shameless, detestable perverted master, it's time to destroy you." With Shinro Bansho's voice fading, countless giant trees rushed towards Makoto, squeezing him in from all sides, leaving him no room to escape. Crack! The towering tree that had barely held on was instantly shattered, and with no space to dodge, Makoto was reduced to a massive jelly. In the next moment, Senju Makoto's jelly-like form seemed to be absorbed, vanishing without a trace, only to reappear, whole and unharmed, on the trunk of the very same towering tree. "Pervert master, I barely put in any effort, and you couldn't even last 5 breaths." The voice of Shinro Bansho, both pure and mocking, rang out. A voice rang out, and Senju Makoto's face involuntarily turned pale. His lips twitched, and he growled angrily. "Shinro Bansho, it seems that unless I teach you a lesson today, you really think I'm made from a pile of mud, don't you?" As Makoto's words echoed, a surge of ink-green spiritual pressure erupted from his body, and the small saplings around him suddenly stretched out and wrapped around the towering ancient tree. From a distance, the massive tree seemed to grow several sizes larger, as though it was reaching towards the heavens, threatening to pierce the sky. "Ha ha ha! You despicable, shameless, vile pervert of a master. Now this feels like a proper struggle. Come on, let me see if your power can make me submit." In response to Makoto, an infinite sea of trees, each resembling a massive dragon, gathered together and formed a giant, shadowed hand, which then slammed toward the towering tree with terrifying force. The size comparison between them was almost laughable, like a palm against a toothpick. The next day, as the morning sun slowly rose, a ray of light landed on Makoto's eyelid. His long eyelashes fluttered, and when he opened his eyes, an unmistakable weariness was visible in them. Like the after-effects of a sage's time, Senju Makoto had been killed over 10 times in the spiritual realm by Shinro Bansho the previous night, and now he deeply appreciated the beauty of life and his growing aversion to battle. But aside from that, he felt his flash steps had improved. For a Shinigami, achieving the initial release of a Zanpakuto requires listening to the spirit of the sword and learning its name, which triggers the first step of the sword's awakening. As for the next step, the Benkei, it requires subduing the spirit of the Zanpakuto, understanding it, and mastering its true power. But Shinro Bansho's power in battle was simply terrifying. So far, Senju Makoto had fought against Shinro Bansho more than 1,000 times. Forget about victory, there were times when he could barely hold out, depending entirely on Shinro Bansho's mood. Although Makoto understood that this was part of a Shinigami's process of becoming more familiar with their Zanpakuto's abilities, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. His eyes glimmered with a sense of peace as he thought to himself, being alive truly feels wonderful. From the constant danger of teetering on the edge of life and death, Makoto found himself returning to reality, embracing the stillness and tranquility of the moment. For a brief moment, he was lost in it. "Did you not sleep last night? From training?" After an unknown period, a gentle voice suddenly called out from behind him, waking Senju Makoto from his thoughts. He quickly turned around, only to see the familiar, warm smile of Unohana-sensei, his instructor. "Teacher." Senju Makoto quickly stood up, a bashful, youthful look on his face, a little shy and apologetic. "I couldn't sleep after last night, so I decided to focus on my training. I didn't want to disappoint you, teacher." "Such dedication, Makoto." Unohana seemed pleased, nodding approvingly. "I know I'm not particularly talented. The only way I can improve is by further developing Shinro Bansho's abilities, so I can understand the value of life more deeply and enhance my healing powers." By the end of his words, even Makoto's steady nature couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness. That detestable Shinro Bansho, always calling him master so sweetly, then turning around and tormenting him until he was a mess. "Don't belittle yourself, Makoto. Healing abilities are incredibly valuable," Unohana said, offering gentle encouragement. Chapter 15, The Terrifying Sensei. Unohana read. Makoto nodded seriously and replied firmly, "Yes, teacher, I understand. There is no such thing as a truly weak ability, only a weak heart." Upon hearing this, Unohana's eyes subtly brightened. She inexplicably felt that the young man standing before her was radiating a warm and unwavering light. Such a gentle yet resilient heart? No wonder his Zanpakuto ability is related to healing. Unohana thought to herself, her gaze towards Senju Makoto growing even softer. Though their interaction had been brief, Makoto gave Unohana a very different impression from the other Shinigami. He wasn't obsessed with power or combat, nor did he waver because of the strength or weakness of his Zanpakuto's abilities. He valued life, was gentle but resolute, and completely lacked the so-called bad habits often associated with so-called geniuses. In that moment, Unohana found herself increasingly satisfied with this new disciple. A thought crossed her mind, and she asked, "Makoto, would you mind showing me your Zanpakuto ability?" A wood-based, healing Zanpakuto is rare even in the history of the Soul Society. Makoto's heart tightened slightly upon hearing this, but on the surface, he remained calm as he began to release his Zanpakuto. Endless vitality, Shinro Bansho. As the release words were spoken, grass sprouted around Makoto, emanating a resilient life force and a vibrant green hue. Unohana Retsu, her crescent-shaped eyes now slightly open, carefully examined every detail of Senju Makoto's release. She even knelt down and grabbed a blade of grass, pulling on it forcefully. Suddenly, Unohana let out a small, puzzled sound. Contrary to her expectations of fragility, the grass she was pulling didn't budge, even with her slight exertion. "Quite resilient," Unohana commented. Makoto's expression stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected Unohana, whose vision was as broad as the skies, to pay such close attention to the resilience of the seemingly ordinary grass. Even though he had intentionally kept his release in a semi-unleashed state by using an incorrect release phrase, Shinro Bansho was still a part of the full release. Makoto couldn't make the grass weak, no matter how hard he tried. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Unohana's inquisitive gaze, Senju Makoto scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Teacher, after all, it's just grass. The only noteworthy things are its vitality and resilience." Unohana gave a noncommittal response before asking, "Makoto, is your Zanpakuto ability just manipulating these grasses to heal others?" "That's correct." Makoto nodded and naturally provided the prepared answer. "To be precise, I can use my spiritual energy to control the growth and extension of these grasses. They then absorb the spiritual particles in the air and channel them to others for healing, replenishing spiritual energy and vitality." He paused for a moment, then said helplessly, "But at this point, it seems that my understanding of the path of Rishi, medical techniques, and the structure of souls and spiritual bodies is still limited. Therefore, these Rishi can only heal minor injuries at the moment. For more serious wounds, I can only stabilize them temporarily." Unohana Retsu, upon hearing this, stroked her smooth, pale chin, her gaze drifting into thought. After a brief moment, she considered her words carefully before speaking. "Makoto, have you ever thought about reversing the flow of Shinro Bansho? Absorb the Rishi and spiritual energy from your enemies? These green grasses possess considerable resilience. With enough of them entangling an opponent, even a vice-captain-level Shinigami would find it difficult to escape. In this way, Shinro Bansho could potentially become an extraordinarily powerful control ability." "Yes, and further." Unohana's expression faltered, a mysterious glint flickering in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Makoto. She murmured, as if pondering deeply. "If this ability were fully realized, it could absorb unlimited Rishi from the air, replenishing its user's energy and healing wounds, allowing one to continuously fight without ever exhausting themselves." As she spoke the final words, a subtle shift occurred in her demeanor, her once gentle features becoming unsettlingly intense. She instinctively licked her lips. Gulp. However, the strange moment was interrupted by the sound of Makoto swallowing nervously, his face now pale with shock. Unohana froze, an apologetic look crossing her face as she quickly spoke. "Apologies, Makoto. I suddenly remembered something unpleasant. I didn't frighten you, did I?" "It's fine, teacher." Makoto shook his head, though his slightly ashen face betrayed his discomfort. The unease she noticed caused a small pang of guilt to form in Unohana Retsu's heart, halting her earlier thoughts about Shinro Bansho. In truth, Makoto had indeed been frightened. In that moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed a mountain of corpses and an endless sea of blood. The overwhelming bloodlust pierced directly into his very soul. What was more terrifying was the look Unohana gave him, one that seemed as though she was eyeing an indestructible toy. Or perhaps an unbreakable punching bag? For a moment, Makoto couldn't help but question his choice to join the 4th Division. It should have been the best choice, given his role in healing, but why? Did everything seem so perilously dangerous now? What terrified him further was that, within such a short time, Unohana had already inferred nearly all of Shinro Bansho's primary abilities, almost as though she had seen through the entire essence of his Zanpakuto's powers. This woman. She was terrifying. No wonder she was a Shinigami who had stood tall for a millennium. No wonder she was the first Kenpachi, standing at the pinnacle of healing and the path of Rishi and Soul Society. Even Kenpachi Zaraki, another captain-level Soul Reaper, had only envisioned Makoto himself as a healer for the team, someone to restore health. But Unohana Retsu, after a close examination, had already deduced the true potential of Shinro Bansho. With this in mind, Unohana Retsu, initially intending to offer advice to boost Senju Makoto's confidence and motivation regarding his Zanpakuto's abilities, now noticed his troubled state and, out of kindness, decided to stop discussing Shinro Bansho further. Instead, she smiled and said lightly, "Makoto, you have the potential to awaken your Bunkai. If you truly achieve it, the position of 4th Division Captain will be yours. And I will personally teach you the way of the sword. How does that sound?" Chapter 16, Department Selection. Senju Makoto felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly brushed it off with an awkward excuse. "I dislike fighting and aim to follow in Unohana-sensei's footsteps forever." Unohana Retsu, as if nothing had happened, continued to guide Makoto through the courtyard with the tenderness of a mentor and the warmth of an older sister. Together, they shared a quiet breakfast. It was undeniable, Captain-level Shinigami, standing at the pinnacle of the Soul Society, possessed power and status far beyond the comprehension of ordinary souls. This breakfast was, without a doubt, the most exquisite meal Makoto had experienced since his reincarnation. In comparison, the chaotic, resource-starved streets of Rukongai and the mundane meals of the Shino Academy were utterly unremarkable. However, throughout the meal, Makoto appeared absent-minded, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Unohana Retsu noticed his distraction but thought little of it, assuming that her unintentional release of killing intent had left the freshly graduated Makoto shaken. In truth, Makoto's thoughts revolved around her earlier words, which echoed endlessly in his mind. Future captain of the 4th Division? Makoto, having endured countless empty promises in his past life, was not naive enough to treat such a statement as a binding vow. They were all seasoned schemers, masked predators preying each other for millennia. Genuine sincerity belonged to fantasy, not reality. But the fact that Unohana Retsu offered to personally teach him swordsmanship? That was a different matter altogether. As Makoto tried to view the situation from Unohana's perspective, a chilling conclusion emerged. Have I unknowingly become her prey? Damn it. Just as I found a place to settle down, she had to deal me such a crushing blow. Now I'm just a clown in this game. All Makoto had wanted was to live a quiet, low-profile life in the Siriite AI. Yet somehow, he'd caught the eye of someone as dangerous as Unohana Retsu, a threat on par with Aizen Sosuke. For reasons unknown, after breakfast, Unohana seemed to notice an unspoken grievance in Makoto's eyes, a subtle yet undeniable trace of resentment. First, getting mercilessly annihilated time and again in the mental realm. Now, even the real world offers no escape from this torment? Makoto couldn't help but speculate about her swordsmanship training. It was unlikely to involve warm, supportive guidance. It would more likely be a series of brutal, blood-soaked clashes. Can we just pretend none of this happened and go our separate ways? Peacefully end this student-mentor relationship while there's still time? As these despairing thoughts swirled in Makoto's mind, he suddenly felt a delicate touch lift his chin. Startled, he looked up to see Unohana Retsu's slender, porcelain fingers gently tilting his face upward. For a moment, her refined, beautiful features were mere inches away, so close that Makoto could clearly discern the warmth and concern in her eyes. Makoto's pupils dilated, and his face instantly flushed pink. Too close. He could even feel the soft warmth of her breath and a faint, soothing fragrance. The mature and intellectual charm emanating from Unohana was overwhelming, leaving Senju Makoto momentarily stunned. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time Makoto had been so close to a woman. The proximity scrambled his instincts, leaving him flustered. Teacher. You're too close. Haha. In response, Unohana let out a soft laugh. With a gentle tap of her finger on Makoto's forehead, she pushed him back slightly, then smiled gracefully. Makoto, reacting so strongly to either killing intent or a woman's closeness is far from acceptable. I'm sorry, teacher. At that moment, all Makoto could do was admit defeat. What else could he say? Still smiling, Unohana continued, I was initially uncertain about which department to assign you to, but now I've decided. Huh? A department? Makoto asked, slightly surprised. Within the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, the number of members varied greatly depending on each division's responsibilities. For instance, the 4th Division, tasked with medical care, had just over 300 members due to the scarcity of newcomers. Meanwhile, the 13th Division, responsible for purifying hollows in the world of the living, had thousands of members stationed across various cities. Most were deployed long-term, leaving only a few in the Siriite AI itself. Consequently, aside from the standard captain, vice captain, and seated officer roles, each squad had distinct internal management systems. In the 4th Division, members were divided into specialized departments, handling both combat-related injuries and routine medical care. Makoto had assumed he'd spend some time studying healing and medical techniques under Unohana's guidance before being assigned anywhere. Yet, Unohana was already preparing to assign him to a department, allowing him direct contact with patients. This was precisely what Makoto had been hoping for. His gaze toward Unohana now carried a hint of undisguised eagerness. From a purely logical standpoint, Makoto's Zanpakuto ability seemed best suited for the surgery department, given its exceptional effectiveness in treating the common injuries resulting from Shinigami training or sparring. In fact, this was why Makoto had never concealed the capabilities of his Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho. Its unparalleled advantage in handling minor wounds was evident. Finally, a legitimate opportunity to plant the seeds of my ambitions has arrived. As this thought filled Makoto with joy, Unohana's gentle voice broke through his excitement. First, Makoto, your Zanpakuto's wide area healing ability and lack of combat experience mean you'll be listed under the Combat Support Department. In emergencies requiring the 4th Division's intervention, you'll accompany me or Sanosuke to provide assistance. Is that acceptable? Yes, I will follow your orders, teacher, Makoto replied obediently, his tone full of deference. This was precisely what he had anticipated and aligned perfectly with his plans. However, after a brief pause, Unohana added with a warm smile, in addition, the department where you'll conduct your regular consultations. Let's assign you to gynecology. Gynecology? Hearing this, Makoto froze as if struck by lightning. His carefully maintained composure crumbled as he stared at Unohana in disbelief. One thought dominated his mind: how am I supposed to plant seeds like this? What kind of bloodied injuries could I possibly treat in gynecology? Chapter 17, How to Repay the Teacher. As he attentively observed Senju Makoto's reactions, the corner of Unohana Retsu's eye caught sight of his face, which, though seemingly gentle and pure, now appeared to carry a subtle, almost pitiful expression, as though he were too shy to speak. Oddly, she felt a strange sense of amusement from it. Is this the reason why Yoruichi often teases that young master from the Kuachiki family? It seems not so bad. With that thought in mind, Unohana Retsu's smile seemed to brighten even further. She spoke, Makoto, if you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Senju Makoto's eye twitched involuntarily. He could sense the subtle malicious playfulness lurking beneath Unohana Retsu's voice, which, despite its outwardly gentle and intellectual tone, seemed to carry a dark, scheming edge. Although this was just his instinct, as one of a similar nature, Senju Makoto could truly feel it. It was clear that this wasn't a chance for open negotiation, it was a trap designed to revel in stripping away any remaining hope. However, the choice of department was far too important for Senju Makoto. Even though he recognized this as Unohana Retsu's way of toying with her prey, he could only fall into the trap. Teacher. Senju Makoto gritted his teeth and discarded all remnants of dignity and self-respect before the graceful, intellectual woman standing before him. He bit his lower lip slightly, his fingers twisting the edge of his uniform, his nervousness betraying itself in every movement. I specialize in external wound healing. As for gynecology, the Shino Academy doesn't teach that. He trailed off, casting a shy, apologetic glance at Unohana Retsu. Then, fearing her anger and disappointment, he hurriedly prostrated on the tatami mat and spoke loudly. My deepest apologies, teacher. I will work extra hard to make up for this gap in my knowledge. In that moment, a fleeting flash of guilt and hesitation passed through Unohana Retsu's conscience. What a pure-hearted child. Perhaps I shouldn't be teasing him like this. Yet, in the next instant, that brief moment of guilt vanished without a trace. After all, as a notorious villain from 1,000 years ago in the Soul Society and the original Kinpachi, Unohana Retsu's conscience was somewhat lacking. Makoto, I know that the Central Spirit Academy's curriculum for healing arts and the path of returning doesn't cover gynecology. This isn't your fault. After all, when I was editing the textbooks for the Academy's healing arts program, I didn't expect there to be students who would approach healing and the path of returning with such pure enthusiasm and passion. She paused for a moment, then her tone shifted as she continued. However, this is also for your own growth. Whether it's healing or the path of returning, they both fundamentally require an understanding of the structure of the soul and how to heal it, correct? Yes, teacher. Though Senju Makoto could sense the underlying meaning in Unohana Retsu's words, there was no denying the basic truth of her statement. He acknowledged it as undeniable common knowledge. Unohana Retsu nodded in satisfaction and added, I've gone through your treatment records at the Shino Academy. Your skills are already quite impressive. But to continue improving, you inevitably need to delve deeper into the study of soul structure. For most new recruits, the best approach is naturally. In the mortuary, you begin by studying the soul bodies of the deceased. However, with your level, you can skip this stage, So I plan to assign you to the gynecology department instead, Unohana Retsu explained calmly. Why not assign me to the surgery department, where I'm more skilled? Senju Makoto vaguely understood Unohana Retsu's intention but still mustered the courage to voice his objection. Unohana Retsu showed no signs of impatience and patiently continued to explain to him. Male and female soul bodies have significant differences in their structures. As a man, if you wanted to study male soul body structures, you could do so on your own. But if you wish to extensively study various female soul body structures, then the gynecology department is undoubtedly the best choice. At that moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Though he sensed something wasn't quite right, he logically understood that Unohana Retsu's reasoning was sound. I'm completely outmatched, I can't refute this. Makoto, don't burden yourself with unnecessary embarrassment. As a member of the 4th Division, we see only the patient during treatment. All other distractions must be cast aside. You wouldn't want to one day fail in an emergency treatment because of a lack of understanding of the female soul body structure, would you? Unohana Retsu's gentle persuasion made Senju Makoto feel a slight hesitation within himself. Could it be that Unohana-sensei has no ulterior motives and is truly trying to train me? As Unohana Retsu observed the calming expression on Senju Makoto's face, she continued, and even I, in the past, have delved deeply into the structure of the male soul body. At those words, Senju Makoto's previously settled mind was suddenly thrown into confusion. He blankly stared at Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu smiled mysteriously at him, her expression playful as she said, "Don't let my appearance fool you. I'm truly a 1,000-man slayer." Senju Makoto. Wait. Is she flirting with me? Is she shifting into high gear, pulling the gear lever out entirely? Instinctively, Senju Makoto felt a strange sense of envy. Being slain by someone as exquisitely beautiful and deadly as Unohana Retsu could almost be considered a glorious death. Wait a second. Senju Makoto's thoughts snapped back into focus as he realized the true meaning behind her words. 1,000-man slayer. If anyone else had said this, it might have been an innuendo, but Unohana Retsu was someone who could genuinely carry out such acts. Her statement about deeply understanding male soul body structures, it couldn't mean she actually opened them up, right? Realizing this, Senju Makoto's eyes cleared, and he was met with the sight of Unohana Retsu's cryptic, teasing smile. Makoto, you weren't thinking anything inappropriate, were you? Unohana Retsu asked, her smile widening. Senju Makoto responded in a rational and serious manner, I was simply wondering why you're being so kind to me, teacher. I honestly don't know how to repay you. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu was about to take the opportunity to bring up Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto ability, but he didn't give her a chance to speak. He continued quickly, I'll have to work 10-fold, 100-fold harder in my training, to live up to your expectations and kindness. Well, it seems like he's even beating me to the punch now, huh? Unohana Retsu nearly choked on her breath, her lips curling into a smile. Makoto had a side to him she hadn't expected. He wasn't so stiff after all, and he added a touch of fun to the conversation, preventing it from becoming too heavy. With a gentle tone, she said, Makoto, come with me. I'll take you directly to the gynecology department. Chapter 18, Makoto is a woman. Under the lead of Unohana, dressed in the traditional death wear, Makoto followed obediently towards the gynecology department within the 4th Division. Along the way, wherever Unohana passed, waves of admiring gazes followed her, with both the 4th Division members and other Shinigamis receiving treatment in the division bowing respectfully. Despite the high status of captains in the Seirei Itai, the reactions of the numerous Shinigamis were enough to show the level of admiration and fame Unohana held. In response to the bows and greetings from the Shinigamis, Unohana never grew tired, always responding with a gentle smile and a nod. From time to time, Makoto also felt the weight of certain gazes falling upon him, some curious, others envious. With this thought in mind, Senju Makoto glanced at Unohana's profile. Under the sunlight, her graceful and intellectual aura seemed to accentuate the softness of her beauty, making her appear like an exquisite flower in full bloom. However, despite the fleeting moment, Unohana noticed the look from Senju Makoto. She turned to him and asked, Makoto, what's wrong? Senju Makoto quickly averted his gaze and answered, as expected of you, teacher. Your popularity is truly remarkable. It's enviable. Envy? Hearing this, Unohana's expression froze for a moment. In the entire Soul Society, the atmosphere generally reveres strength. This is not only because of the power itself, but also because the thinking of everyone tends to align in similar ways. However, envy was not the mindset that would reflect a reverence for strength. It was, in fact, a dangerous line of thought. It was only with equals that one might feel envy. Makoto's thoughts could only mean one of two things, either he sees himself as an equal, Not an unattainable powerhouse, or, his thinking leans more toward the dangerous mindset of those who are feared by the aristocrats who rule the Soul Society, those who are not bound by class or rules. At this point, Unohana's eyes instinctively studied Senju Makoto. On the surface, she didn't say anything, but internally, a hint of doubt began to form. Could it be that I have shown too much equality before Makoto, and that he, a freshly graduated Shinigami, hasn't fully grasped the significance of a captain's role yet? If Makoto knew how much Unohana had inferred from his simple words, he would likely have placed her at the top of the list of individuals to be cautious of. Even if he noticed the slight, puzzled look Unohana gave him, he wouldn't realize that a single word he carelessly uttered had revealed certain aspects of his own nature. Unlike the normal spirits of the Soul Society, certain fixed thoughts, including the one that nobles and generals are born to rule, still lingered deeply within Senju Makoto's soul. Thus, reverence for strength was never his true nature. If the throne is left empty, it is only natural to fight for it and claim it for oneself. To Senju Makoto, that was the most natural way of thinking. In the end, Unohana couldn't help but glance at Makoto again. The pure and innocent young man smiled gently, appearing harmless to the extreme. Was that just my imagination? Perhaps have I been overthinking lately? Unohana Retsu raised her hand and rubbed her temples, glancing around. Seeing that they had reached the gynecology department, she decided not to delve deeper into the matter. She then instructed Makoto to wait in the corridor while she went to find the officer in charge of the department. After all, Senju Makoto's assignment to the gynecology department was a last-minute decision, and she needed to make proper arrangements with the officer responsible for the department. As Unohana left, Senju Makoto stood alone near the entrance of the gynecology department, feeling the strange and intense stares from the passing female Shinigamis. It wasn't long before he started feeling quite uncomfortable. The thought of staying in such an environment made his expression turn to a shade of green. Sure enough, he had been completely misled by Unohana dark-hearted Retsu. Originally, Senju Makoto had thought there would be a number of male Shinigamis working in the gynecology department, or else Unohana wouldn't have spoken about it so naturally and confidently. But after observing the corridor for a while, even the male cats wandering around the area were neutered. Just then, Senju Makoto suddenly heard his name. Makoto? Turning around, he was surprised to find Aoki Risa, whom he had met the previous day at the funeral home, standing beside him. Makoto-kun, what are you doing here? Aoki Risa asked, puzzled. Seeing a familiar face did not bring any joy to Makoto's heart. Instead, he felt a sense of social anxiety, like being caught in the act. He weakly explained, I've been assigned here for an internship. Risa gasped in surprise. An internship? How is that possible? This is the gynecology department. In an instant, Makoto felt the weight of several gazes upon him. Instinctively, he grabbed Risa's wrist and quickly pulled her into a quieter corner. Makoto-kun, could you let go of my wrist? Makoto glanced at her and noticed that Aoki Risa, who had seemed so outgoing the day before, now appeared quite embarrassed, with her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly avoided eye contact. Sorry. Senju Makoto quickly apologized and released her wrist. Risa let out a sigh of relief, her eyes darting to the side as she fanned her face with her hand and asked, Makoto-kun, are you sure this is right? There's never been a history of male Shinigami interning in the gynecology department. I wish it was a mistake, Makoto sighed, clearly exasperated. But it looks like I've been set up by Unohana dark-hearted Retsu. Risa mumbled in confusion. Now that I think about it, Makoto-kun, you didn't go to the funeral home for your assignment yesterday. Instead, you were sent here to the gynecology department. Could it be? She paused, as if realizing something, and turned to stare at him, her eyes wide with shock. Makoto-kun, are you perhaps a woman? Or from a noble family, and being given special treatment? What? Makoto froze, his whole body stiffening at her words. Unohana-sensei, look at this. In the world of the Soul Society, people would rather believe my gender than accept that you assigned me to the gynecology department. This is nearly as absurd as the vice-captains of the second division always being huge, jolly men, completely illogical. In that moment, Makoto couldn't help but feel that he would soon become the spectacle of the gynecology department, and that this situation would become the latest gossip, spreading throughout the Syriite AI before he even knew it. Chapter 19, Aoki Cheoko no. Makoto weakly parted his lips, about to explain something, but it seemed that Risa had already formed a completely logical conclusion, even reaching out to gently pinch his cheek with an admiring smile. Makoto-kun, no wonder you look so delicate and beautiful, and your disguise is so perfect. You really look like a handsome young man. After a pause, Risa leaned in slightly, seemingly treating Makoto as if he were of the same gender, and said, no wonder when I saw you at the funeral home yesterday, my heart seemed to race a little. I'm sure I'm not interested in men, but when I realized this later, I was shocked. It makes sense now that Makoto-kun is actually a woman. At the end of her words, Risa playfully patted her chest, which was just beginning to develop, while still gently pinching Makoto's face. Makoto, your skin is so smooth and tender, do you use milk for skincare? Let's talk about it tonight. Senju Makoto. Is this reasonable? He could faintly smell the lily scent drifting from Risa, and immediately felt that this situation made absolutely no sense. No wonder this girl had acted like a social butterfly yesterday, and no wonder her face flushed so quickly when he grabbed her wrist. Turns out she really did have something going on. How could she be so bold at such a young age? No. Wait. The key issue is not that I was being teased, right? I'm a pure man. Just because I look delicate doesn't mean I'm harmless. I only maintain that appearance for the sake of not drawing attention. And what was that last comment about? Lily flowers. Don't you dare bloom on my green pastures. Just as Makoto, slightly frustrated, was about to push Risa away and sternly reprimand her, a familiar, gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind. But that seemingly gentle voice, which could make anyone feel as though they were wrapped in a spring breeze, now brought Makoto back to a harsh winter. Makoto, I didn't expect that I'd only be away for a moment, and you've already become so close with your colleagues. Well, this way, I won't have to worry about you being ostracized in the gynecology department. Unohana looked at the slightly intimate posture of Makoto and Risa with a gentle smile that showed no change, and then added, but after all, this is the gynecology department. Makoto, you should be mindful of the impact you make here. If you provoke any patients, they might even pull a knife on you. The doctor-patient relationship is crucial, you know. However, these earnest and gentle words sounded almost like a silent threat in Makoto's ears. When Unohana appeared, Risa froze for a moment but quickly recovered. She quickly pulled away from Makoto, bowed respectfully, and distanced herself with a look of embarrassment. Unohana nodded gently, his smile still warm, and asked, you must be the daughter of Aoki, the fifth seat? You've done quite well. Keep up the good work in the future. Yes. Risa exclaimed, as if receiving a sudden burst of energy. She looked at Unohana with admiration and determination. Her eyes seemed to glow with excitement, not merely filled with pure admiration and longing, but with a hint of a shy, almost forbidden longing, a touch of that Yuri glow one might expect from such feelings. It wasn't until now, when the subtle warning from Unohana had caught her attention, that Makoto noticed another figure standing beside him, another Shinigami, this one with the aura of a mature, refined woman. No, a more accurate description would be a mix of charm, maturity, and the seriousness of a strong-willed woman, an older sister type. She wore the arm insignia of the 5th Seat Officer of the 4th Division, and her features were somewhat similar to Aoki Risa's. This officer, Aoki Hueco, also noticed Makoto, but her expression remained stern, and after briefly glancing at him, she spoke, responding on Risa's behalf. The captain is too generous with his praise. Risa still has much to learn, having only just completed her studies at the funeral hall stage. Hueco, we mustn't be too harsh on the younger ones. A bit of encouragement goes a long way in helping them progress. Risa's performance has been commendable. Soon, she'll be ready to directly treat patients in our department, don't you agree? Unohana said. Yes, Captain. Hueco responded with utmost seriousness. Unohana nodded in approval. Then, I propose that Makoto and Risa be partnered together. And, let's have Risa join the 5th Rescue Unit under the direct management of the Gynecology Department. How do you feel about that? Hueco appeared slightly surprised at the suggestion. She quickly responded, Captain, this is too much. Risa's abilities are not yet at the level to join the rescue unit. It's fine. Giving our juniors a chance is one of the best qualities a senior can show, Unohana Retsu replied. Besides, Makoto's emergency response skills are excellent. This partnership will allow Risa to learn directly from Makoto. By the end of his words, Unohana's tone had become more resolute, clearly putting an end to the matter and giving no room for further objection. Then, I'll thank you on Risa's behalf, Captain, Hueco said, her voice filled with gratitude. The 13th Division was far from a loosely organized group. In fact, its internal structure was highly disciplined, with a clear hierarchy. For most Shinigami, advancing to a high position within the 13th Division was no easy task, unless they were monsters of extraordinary talent or geniuses capable of mastering their Bankai. For an average Shinigami, becoming a seat officer was the peak of their career ambitions. But unlike other divisions, the 4th Division didn't simply appoint its seat officers based on combat strength. It was harder to evaluate and categorize the skills related to medical knowledge and Kido, making the selection process more complex. Thus, the seat officers of the 4th Division, in addition to gaining recognition from the captain, were often chosen from the members of the rescue units managed directly by the seat officers themselves. This practice ensured that the medical and keto techniques passed down from one seat officer to the next. It was akin to the structure of a medical department, but within the 4th Division, the primary responsibility was to manage Sairai's medical tasks. The true elite of the division were those selected to join a specific unit, such as a rescue unit, and were tasked with providing urgent medical aid. Therefore, allowing Aoki Risa to join the 5th Rescue Unit, as permitted by Unohana, was an enormous honor and encouragement for the Aoki family. Moreover, it greatly eased the pressure on Hueco, whose family had long held leadership within the 4th Division and led a rescue unit, thereby maintaining their position as mid-tier nobles. When her husband had died decades ago, this was undoubtedly the best news Hueco had received. With Unohana's endorsement of Risa joining the rescue unit, the Aoki family's once fragile noble standing would be solidified. As she accompanied Unohana out of the department, Hueco couldn't help but think back to Makoto, and with a subconscious increase in favor, she found herself holding him in slightly higher regard. Chapter 20, Makoto Senju is the captain's disciple? However, just as Hueco was contemplating how to show proper goodwill to Makoto, the captain's disciple, without causing dissatisfaction among the other members of the gynecology department, the door to the office swung open. To her surprise, she saw Risa, both hands tightly gripping Makoto's arm, shaking it repeatedly while her face flushed with excitement, continuously cheering. "Makoto, this is fantastic. Did you hear that? The captain has approved me to join the emergency team. Don't worry, I'll be looking out for you from now on, Risa's got your back." As for Makoto, he was somewhat distracted, responding absent-mindedly to Risa's enthusiasm. It must be said, the more one experiences the sights along the journey, the more one becomes an experienced traveler. Originally, Makoto, a physiological novice who rarely had the chance to be close to women, had been flustered this morning by a teasing glance from Unohana. But now, as Risa's occasional intimate gestures continued, his demeanor had become much more composed. After all, once one has gazed into the vast and all-encompassing depths of the ocean, how could one be fazed by the mild undulations of a hilltop? More importantly, Makoto's mind still repeatedly replayed the gaze Unohana had cast upon him as she left, eyes full of tenderness. But Makoto was well aware that if he didn't return to the courtyard early tonight and check in, Unohana might mistakenly think he was truly off with Risa researching the topic of milk skincare. And the consequences of that would be unbearable. Ahem. Upon hearing the sound of a deliberate cough, Risa froze in panic, like a mouse spotting a cat, and immediately fell silent. In a fearful tone, she spoke. "Mother." Makoto also respectfully greeted, Aoki 5th seat. Hueco first nodded to acknowledge Makoto, then turned her sharp, serious gaze on to Aoki Risa and scolded. "Risa, what kind of behavior is this? Hurry up and apologize to Makoto-kun." Makoto, appearing harmless, awkwardly scratched his head, quickly defending Risa. He added, with a bit of restrained irritation, "Aoki 5th seat, Risa didn't do anything inappropriate. On the contrary, Risa's lively innocence is something I deeply envy. I'm sure her childhood was carefree and happy." In an instant, Hueco's face darkened with displeasure. Lively innocence was undoubtedly a compliment that shouldn't belong to a proper noble heir. Perhaps she had been too lenient with Risa while busy with work. It was time for Risa to be reminded of the tough love from her childhood, to understand the responsibilities and honors she now bore as a member of the Aoki family. Sensing the heavy look from Hueco, Risa instinctively shuddered, seemingly recalling some warm memory from her childhood. However, given Makoto's presence, Hueco refrained from reacting harshly. Instead, she spoke in a stern tone. "Since Makoto-kun has spoken on your behalf, I'll let it go this time. But don't forget the responsibility and honor you bear. You must never. The matters regarding the Aoki family." "Yes, mother." Makoto, standing to the side, watched as Risa bit her lip and responded. Then, Hueco, with her serious and strangely mature yet alluring demeanor, allowed a trace of a smile to appear, saying, "My apologies for causing Makoto-kun to witness this." Makoto, feeling slightly awkward, replied in a youthful tone, "The Aoki family's traditions are quite strict, one could say it's a model of nobility." This comment made Hueco's eyes brighten slightly, her gaze softening with a growing sense of warmth and even a bit of closeness. As the only disciple of Unohana Retsu, despite Senju Makoto's lowly background from Rukongai, there was still a possibility that he could rise to the rank of captain in the future. It would be beneficial for the Aoki family to foster a relationship with someone of Makoto's potential, and to earn his approval. "Makoto-kun is too kind. My daughter still has much to learn, and I hope you will continue to guide her." As Aoki Hueco conversed with Makoto, Risa became more certain that Senju Makoto must indeed be from an incredibly noble family. Otherwise, Unohana wouldn't have shown him such special consideration, and her own mother, who placed great importance on noble status, would not have acted so much like a superior aristocrat towards him. Realizing this, Aoki Risa couldn't help but feel a bit smug, and reminded her mother with a teasing tone, "Mother, Makoto is a male." Hueco froze for a moment, her tone turning frosty as she reprimanded her daughter. "What nonsense are you speaking? Makoto-kun is the new disciple of Captain Unohana." "What?" Risa blinked in shock, turning to look at the seemingly innocent, refined young man beside her. Her face turned red from the neck up to her head. Somehow, Senju Makoto could almost see steam rising from the top of Aoki Risa's head. Pig. Brain overload? Makoto blinked innocently, suppressing the urge to comment. He couldn't help but silently judge the situation, which hadn't been clarified until now. He'd noticed Risa's fear of her mother and decided to hold back any explanations. After this little blunder, Risa would likely face some motherly love when she got home that evening. Shortly after, Hueco, with a rather dark expression, arranged a new office in the gynecology department for Makoto and Risa to study and take shifts. Though Hueco had some reservations about Makoto's actual abilities, Risa had already reached a level where she could independently handle appointments. However, to avoid leaving room for gossip, Hueco insisted that Risa go through the process as if she were a regular new recruit at the funeral home. With Risa as his partner, Hueco had no worries about handling consultations. The real concern, however, was the potential rumors circulating. Once Hueco left, the new office fell into an oppressive silence. Risa seemed frozen, as if someone had struck her pressure points. Aside from her toes nervously digging into the floor, she didn't dare to look at Makoto. She was so still that not even the slightest sound escaped her, seemingly terrified of drawing Makoto's attention and risking another social anxiety in front of him. Makoto, on the other hand, welcomed the quiet. He began flipping through the medical books and related notes about the gynecology department that Hueco had provided. After all, Unohana stood at the pinnacle of both the Soul Society's healing arts and her medical expertise. Although, as her disciple, Makoto could learn much from Unohana, the basic knowledge he was exposed to was still elementary compared to the advanced teachings at the Central 46 or the Academy. Even if Unohana didn't mind personally teaching him, Makoto knew that wasn't the right way to learn. It was like trying to ask a top-tier mathematician to solve a simple quadratic equation. Chapter 21, present in the time that followed, as expected, no patients came in for a consultation. The only sound in the office was the faint rustling of pages as Makoto Senju flipped through his book. Compared to the humans in the living world, the Shinigami had far longer lifespans. Someone like Unohana, for instance, had held her captain position for nearly a millennium. Because of such long lives, the circles within the Siriite AI were much smaller than one might imagine. It became increasingly clear which 4th Division members were the most trusted in the medical arts, making them well known among other Shinigami and nobles alike. So, for most of the newly joined members of the division, it was more about providing them with an appropriate learning environment. Senju had no impatience toward this, maintaining a steady pace as he studied knowledge that the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy didn't teach. Moreover, this knowledge of healing arts and the mystical art of Kaido could scarcely be found outside the 4th Division. It was only due to Makoto Senju's status as Unohana's disciple that Hueco had handed over such precious texts on Kido and medicine without reservation. But this wasn't without its difficulties for Risa, who spent the better half of the day sitting rigidly on a chair not far from Makoto, her whole body tense and uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock as the chime signaling the end of the day's duty rang through the division. Risa nearly leaped to her feet, making a hasty escape. Risa. Just as Risa pushed open the office door and took her first step out, Makoto's gentle voice sounded behind her. Her body froze, her cheeks flushed in an instant. Embarrassment, discomfort, confusion. For a moment, Risa feared he might say something teasing, or mock her for failing to distinguish between genders, or even scold her for her earlier disrespect. However, as she slowly turned her head, feeling her neck stiff, what greeted her was Makoto bathed in the glow of the evening sun, his smile bright and warm. "Thank you for your help today, Risa. I'll see you tomorrow." Ah. Risa froze, staring blankly at the gentle, pure-hearted young man before her for a moment before she snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing slightly. "Yes. See you tomorrow, Makoto." Then, Risa practically fled from the room, her footsteps echoing thud, thud, thud in a flustered rhythm as she hurried off. Only after she'd left did the corner of Makoto's mouth curl up slightly, his true pleasure breaking through. "See you tomorrow, Risa. I hope you have a lovely evening." Perhaps lost in her own embarrassment, Risa overlooked something critical. But Makoto hadn't forgotten the shadowed expression on Hueco's face. It wouldn't be surprising if Risa encountered a bit of trouble once she got home, would it? "Tomorrow," She probably wouldn't return to the division with a limp, right? Humphrey, a mere lily dares to challenge me? With that thought, Makoto's mood lifted considerably. When Makoto returned to the courtyard, his smile froze almost instantly. Back so early? Kneeling elegantly on the tatami, Unohana sat before him, gracefully making tea with a serene poise. Yes, sensei. Makoto obediently seated himself across from her, carefully sipping the tea she offered. His eyes brightened slightly. The tea was crisp and refreshing, with a faint bitterness that soon transformed into a delicate sweetness, filling his mouth with a fragrant aftertaste. As he breathed in, he could clearly sense the lingering aroma spreading across his palate. Amazing tea. Though Makoto wasn't particularly well versed in the art of tea in the Soul Society, he could tell this was exceptionally high quality. Perhaps it was even the type reserved for captain-level Shinigami and noble elites. Seeing his reaction, Unohana casually reached for a small, neatly wrapped gift box by her side and placed it in front of him. Since you like it, take these tea leaves with you. Thank you, sensei. Makoto thanked her, then noticed the delicate packaging of the gift box. Curiously, he asked, Sensei, how did you know I like tea? I saw the teacup you left out this morning. She paused, then continued, the tea provided in the guest room is adequate, but has its flaws, so I prepared a little gift for you. Think of it as a token to commemorate your apprenticeship. In truth, though Unohana had kept him in check with her subtly playful, teasing ways over the past 2 days, Makoto couldn't help but feel moved in this moment. Such thoughtfulness was truly precious. As he ran his fingers along the box, he paused, lifting his hand to reveal the insignia of the 6th Division on the box. In an instant, Makoto understood, this gift wasn't something Unohana had acquired so nonchalantly, as she had implied. Most likely, she'd personally gone to the 6th Division, known for its noble authority, to secure these tea leaves. Just then, Unohana, still holding her tea with both hands, broke the silence. Makoto, did you and Risa have a pleasant time together today? Yes, it was Joe. Makoto's voice faltered, nearly breaking into a cold sweat as he forcibly swallowed the word torturous. One careless remark, and this precious gift might end up as his own offering on the altar. With a gentle smile, her demeanor graceful and warm as ever, Unohana continued, Risa is quite a good kid. Make sure to get along well with her, but don't neglect your studies in Kaido and medicine. Makoto's mind raced. He quickly saw through the subtle undertone, recognizing that the core of her message lay in her latter remark. Yes, sensei. Today, I reviewed some texts left by 5th C Teoki and had a few questions. As he spoke, he pulled out a small notebook from his sleeve, adopting the look of a diligent student as he sought Unohana's guidance. Sipping her tea lightly, her gentle expression remained unchanged throughout, patiently listening to his inquiries and occasionally offering a soft reply. A long while later, Makoto finally returned to his room, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto his tatami mat, utterly exhausted as though he'd been completely drained. After only half a day in the gynecology unit, how many real questions could he even have accumulated? Chapter 22, If You Love It. Then you have some more after all. It wasn't as though Makoto had spent his time in the gynecology department dissecting 100 or so female Shinigami. So this time, the questions Makoto prepared to pass the test were nearly every confusing aspect of healing techniques and medicine he had grappled with over the years. Makoto genuinely couldn't imagine how Unohana managed to draw out every last detail with such precision, without embarrassing him in the slightest. Could it be that Unohana really was incredibly experienced in both healing techniques and medicine? Suddenly, Makoto's eyes widened, and he bolted upright, muttering to himself. I fell for it. There was no doubt about it. Today, when Unohana sent him to the gynecology department and used a gift as an excuse, Makoto had completely fallen into her rhythm. Because of that, he'd forgotten to hold back even a little, allowing Unohana to gauge his current level in healing techniques and medical skills entirely. So, does this mean that if I try to slack off in the department someday, she'll just expose me with a few questions? Makoto's eyes slowly lost their sparkle. Meanwhile, in the Aoki family's courtyard, Risa knelt dejectedly on the gravel-strewn ground. A cold wind blew past, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, seeking a bit of warmth. This was her punishment, decreed by Hueco for Risa's rudeness and improper behavior today. To mock and slander Captain Unohana's disciple as though he were some ordinary woman, it was no trivial matter. If Makoto decided to pursue the matter, it could potentially implicate the entire Aoki family. As soon as Risa returned home, she was immediately subjected to the most severe punishment from Hueco, no dinner and an entire night of kneeling outside, repenting until dawn. Though exhausted, hungry, and chilled to the bone, Risa dared not resist her mother's authority. Moreover, Risa understood how much her mother had been through. After her father's irresponsible departure from life, her mother had shouldered the burdens of the Aoki family alone. Logically, Risa should feel resentment toward Makoto. That guy could have clarified things on the spot. And yet, for reasons she couldn't quite understand, the image of Makoto's gentle, earnest face drifted into her mind, a face she instinctively wanted to trust. Maybe he was simply indulging me? Or perhaps he didn't have time to remind me? Or could it be he wanted to get closer to me, even if it meant tarnishing his own reputation? Was he grateful for my help today? Honestly, I didn't do anything for him. Yet here she was, shivering in the cold, hungry and weary under the night sky, and somehow, Risa found herself thinking of Makoto's smile, a warmth that felt strangely comforting. The next day, as Makoto clocked in promptly at the gynecology department, he was surprised to find Risa already at the office, even placing a neatly prepared, appetizing bento on his desk. Is she planning to poison me over such a small matter? For a brief moment, Makoto cast a rather peculiar look at Risa. He couldn't think of any other reason for her unexpected gesture. He noticed the faint traces of fatigue on her face, hinting that she must have spent the previous night experiencing her mother Chioko's version of motherly discipline. Hence, he could think of no other possibility but revenge, perhaps through poison. Caught under his scrutinizing gaze, Risa shifted her expression awkwardly, turning her head to the side as if avoiding eye contact. She spoke in a nonchalant tone, "I made extra bento this morning. I figured, rather than waste it, I might as well share." Her tone grew sharper, as though trying to assert herself, and she even tried to meet Makoto's gaze with a defiant look. But as soon as her eyes met his, warm and curious, her confidence wavered, and her voice softened. Would that be alright?" Makoto nodded, sensing that Risa's intentions might actually be sincere, free of any malice. "Thank you. I'll eat it gratefully," he replied earnestly. Who needs your gratitude? If you like it, eat more." After a slight pause, Risa, stumbling over her words, quickly ducked her head and hurried out of the office, practically fleeing. Watching her retreat, Makoto thought for a moment. He tidied up the office, then resumed studying the healing and medical techniques of the department. Truthfully, he didn't have the luxury of slacking off, not with Captain Unohana likely to test him daily back at the courtyard. If he didn't make progress, who knew how Unohana, with her hidden sharpness, might react? For a Shinigami with such a long life, time was something easily overlooked. Makoto delved deeply into his studies of healing and medical skills, choosing to delay other tasks. He was in no rush to spread the seeds of the forest considering he still had over a century before Ichigo reached adulthood. And with Unohana's support, he felt he had little to fear. Yet, in his mind, Unohana herself was the biggest problem he had to manage. As for Risa's supposed revenge through poisoning, that didn't materialize. Instead, she began to prepare various bento meals for Makoto. At times, she seemed conflicted, torn between wanting to distance herself from him and an inexplicable urge to draw closer. Makoto ultimately decided it was probably a task assigned to her by her mother, Chiyoko. Despite joining the gynecology department, Makoto hadn't taken on patients directly. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, focusing on studying healing and medical techniques. However, as his presence at the department became more regular, the news of a male Shinigami doctor in gynecology began to ripple through the Sarai, stirring waves of curiosity. The true shockwave came when, during a captain's gathering, Unohana casually acknowledged Makoto as her disciple, explaining that she had specifically assigned him to the gynecology department to complement his strengths. In no time, gynecology Senju became a famed name throughout the Sarai. Chapter 23, Resonance Senju Makoto. Upon hearing Unohana recount the incident with a hint of mild regret, Makoto's expression instantly became one of sheer disbelief. What did she mean by assigned according to my area of expertise and deliberately placed in the gynecology department? Whoa. That's just shameless misdirection. Clearly, my area of expertise was surgery back then. It was you. Manipulative, shameless, underhanded you, who forcibly placed me in the women's department devoid of any other male doctors. That line was pure misdirection. Aren't you completely skipping over the part about filling in the gaps in understaffed areas? Though Makoto was silently cursing Unohana in his mind, outwardly, he wore a helpless, aggrieved expression. Makoto. Unohana called out in a tone that was both gentle and a bit chiding. Yes, sensei, I'm here. You don't blame me for accidentally mentioning your name in front of others, do you? She asked tenderly, as though she was on the verge of an apology. Makoto straightened his back, feeling as if some unbreakable resolve was taking root within him. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course not. As your disciple, I would never question your judgment, no matter the time, place, or circumstance. I am steadfast in my support of your will and decisions. The path you tread, I shall follow, the future you envision, I shall pursue, the enemies you face, shall also be my enemies. To put it simply, the underlying message was clear: wherever you lead, sensei, I'll follow without question. This impassioned, unwavering declaration left not only Unohana momentarily taken aback, but also rendered Yamada Sanosuke, kneeling nearby, utterly speechless. In that moment, Yamada could feel the vast, insurmountable distance in spirit and devotion between himself and Makoto. Where he spent his days sniping at subordinates and parroting responses like yes, yes, whatever the captain says, and understood, Makoto could effortlessly voice his dedication with a sincerity that seemed both heartfelt and resolute. Watching Makoto's pure and determined expression, Sanosuke almost began to believe in his words, despite the theatrical tone. It was just that Makoto's delivery was not more eloquent, to say the least. No wonder he hadn't earned Unohana's favor after following her for centuries, unlike Makoto, who had earned the rare honor of being her disciple. The gap was just too wide. As for Unohana, she simply smiled and said, "You're overdoing it, Makoto." "No, sensei. These words come from the depths of my heart. Please, allow me to stay by your side for the rest of my days." Makoto spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity, his gaze toward Unohana shining with a genuine admiration. "Oh, that won't do, Makoto. You're soon going to grow enough to stand on your own, you can't always stay in my shadow." Though she appeared to chastise him, her softened expression betrayed a hint of gentle pride. Makoto, still looking as stoic as ever on the surface, couldn't help but internally sigh at her response. "Are you kidding me? My dear, sly teacher, Captain Unohana. You're the one who pushed me into the spotlight in front of the higher-ups in the Siriite AI? You exposed me to who knows how many risks. Why would I even think of letting go of this opportunity to stay close to you? At least 100 years. No." With a quick turn of thought, Makoto recalculated. It would probably take around 100 more years for that substitute Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki, to appear. To play it safe, Makoto pressed his hands firmly against the tatami mat, adopting an unwavering stance. 200 years at the very least, teacher. Please allow me to use those 200 years to repay your kindness." Unohana regarded him silently for several seconds. "Makoto, are you serious? Do you understand what that entails? Based on my judgment, you have the potential to achieve Bankai within a century. Taking over as captain of the 4th Division may very well be within reach." "Captain?" Makoto felt no surge of excitement, in fact, he found it almost amusing. "A regular captain? In front of that monster Aizen Sosuke? That's practically like paper in the wind, he could manipulate you without you even realizing it. Kyouka Suigetsu. Now that's a power impossible to guard against. The higher your position in the Siriite, the greater your chances of drawing Aizen's attention." Makoto had no intention of testing that terrifying feeling, seeing a beauty turn into a sow, or worse. Especially the latter. For now, keeping a low profile behind Unohana's presence was undoubtedly the safest choice. Although a part of him had once wanted to assert himself and say no to her, Makoto couldn't deny that the softer, more yielding path often led to greater peace of mind. "Of course, teacher," he replied without a trace of hesitation or regret. "As long as I can stay by your side, I don't care if I never become a captain or a seated officer." At that moment, Unohana's expression softened with genuine emotion. She opened her eyes slightly, studying Makoto with a depth of appreciation. Although sometimes she couldn't fully grasp his inner thoughts, his actions today spoke volumes about his sincere and straightforward nature. 200 years, an extraordinarily long time, even from her perspective. And for Makoto, who had barely been in the 4th Division for 2 months, it was an eternity. For some Shinigami with weaker spiritual energy, 200 years was nearly the span of their entire existence. Strangely, Unohana felt a stir in her heart that she had never experienced before. Could it be that even someone like me, bearing the weight of past sins, could inspire someone to willingly follow me, even at the cost of a future as captain? "Leave." Unohana's voice suddenly cut through, startling both Makoto and Yamada Sanosuke, who hadn't expected such a sharp and uncharacteristic shift from her usual gentleness. Before they could respond, a suffocating pressure filled the room, weighing down on them. Her voice, cold and devoid of any warmth, echoed again. "Must I repeat myself?" In an instant, both Makoto and Yamada shivered, hastily retreating out of the room. Chapter 24, An Encounter with Aizen Sosuke. Finally, it wasn't until Makoto and Yamada had retreated all the way to the courtyard that they felt the pressure looming over them dissipate. "Captain, why did you suddenly become so frightening?" Yamada muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still confused. Makoto, equally perplexed, felt an unease stirring in his heart. Frowning, he fell into deep thought. Had I overdone it? Was I too eager, and now I've made Unohana-sensei dislike me? But even though I've been relying on Unohana-sensei to avoid certain troubles, my gratitude toward her is sincere. Even if she saw through my intentions, she shouldn't have reacted like that, should she? Women. Sigh, they're so difficult to figure out. Senju Makoto clicked his tongue in frustration, his face full of helplessness. He turned to Yamada and asked, Vice Captain Yamada, do you have any spare rooms? Huh? Yamada blinked, not quite processing the question. With a hint of exasperation, Makoto responded, since the captain kicked me out, I won't be able to stay in the courtyard tonight. Do you have a spare room where I can stay for the night? Or perhaps... Makoto raised an eyebrow, his face showing a touch of embarrassment. We could squeeze in together if need be. Yamada shrugged nonchalantly, replying with his usual sharp tongue. Not really appropriate. Even if I were willing, my wife definitely wouldn't be. Makoto's thoughts froze. Wait, what? How does a sharp-tongued, sarcastic guy like you have a wife, while I'm still a single dog? This isn't fair. But wait. I'm not planning anything weird, so why would your wife mind? Why don't you ask her? She might actually say yes. Unfortunately, despite all his internal commentary, Makoto kept these thoughts to himself as he watched Yamada walk away. Of course, it wasn't because he didn't think he could take on Yamada. It was purely because Makoto had an instinctive feeling that if he spoke those words aloud, Yamada, the scheming man he was, would definitely report it to Unohana-sensei. However, after Yamada-san left, standing in the vast, empty courtyard in front of the 4th Division headquarters, Makoto couldn't shake the feeling of being utterly abandoned and lonely. I'm still single, yet somehow I've already experienced the feeling of being kicked out of my own home? Maybe I could go stay at Rise's place? They are at least a middle-class noble family. But Makoto quickly discarded this somewhat risky idea and instead turned toward the gynecology department, deciding to spend the night training in the office. Just as he was about to enter the gynecology department store, a gentle male voice, rare in the Siri Itai, suddenly called out from beside him. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Are you Senju Makoto? Makoto froze in his tracks. The soft, kind expression he usually wore stiffened slightly, and he turned his eyes to the side. Standing next to him was someone who appeared somewhat ordinary, but who exuded a remarkably warm, gentle aura that made people instinctively feel at ease. The male Shinigami whose thoughts were trusted and close brown hair, black-framed glasses, and the insignia of the 5th Division's vice captain. Makoto's breath involuntarily quickened for a moment, and a name immediately sprang to mind. Aizen Sosuke. The terrifying man Makoto had tried so hard to avoid ever since entering the Shino Academy. Aizen Sosuke, a man who had reached the peak of the Shinigami's combat skills, Zanpakuto, flash steps, and Kido, and who, with his own strength, manipulated both Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, playing with monsters of unimaginable power. Despite having mentally prepared for numerous scenarios where he might face Aizen Sosuke, Makoto hadn't expected it to come so suddenly, and so early on, while he was still unprepared. Almost instinctively, Makoto's right hand moved to grasp the hilt of his Zanpakuto, but just as quickly, he forced himself to calm down, consciously shifting to a posture that was wary but not overtly hostile. Losing his composure. It's inevitable. Any foolish attempt to cover it up would only make me seem more suspicious. I'll have to follow through with the reaction I just had. In the split second, Makoto made a quick assessment of the situation. Aizen Sosuke, meanwhile, appeared to have observed every reaction Makoto had, and casually asked, Makoto-kun, you seem quite nervous? Hey. Senju Makoto let out a cold chuckle and replied, for an unidentified male Shinigami appearing in the gynecology department in the dead of night, don't you think that's a bit too arrogant of you? State your identity and intentions, or don't blame me for assuming you're here to do something inappropriate. For a moment, even Aizen Sosuke seemed taken aback, realizing that his sudden appearance could indeed raise suspicions. He scratched the back of his head and waved his hand dismissively, his tone softening as he explained, Sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the 5th Division's vice captain, Aizen Sosuke. I'm not some unidentified person. Senju Makoto visibly relaxed just slightly, though his inner vigilance didn't waver as he asked, Your purpose? Aizen Sosuke answered calmly, 2 of the female officers from the 5th Division, Takamoto Natsuki and Mikami Yuki, have taken sick leave and are in the hospital, so as the vice captain, it's my duty to check on their condition. Takamoto Natsuki? Mikami Yuki? Senju Makoto wasn't sure whether these 2 individuals existed, but it was clear that Aizen Sosuke wouldn't lie about something so easily verifiable. Was it a coincidence? Or a well-planned encounter? After all, Senju Makoto's presence in the gynecology department tonight was entirely by chance, and it was far from his usual routine. So, could it really be a coincidence? If so, it was just too unfortunate. He should have gone to Risa's house instead of coming back to the department. That would have been far better. As his mind raced with these thoughts, Makoto relaxed his exterior and spoke with a touch of apology. Sorry, Vice Captain Aizen. It's just that it's rare for a male Shinigami to appear in the gynecology department at this hour, so I might have overreacted. Please forgive my rudeness. Aizen Sosuke's eyes, behind his black-framed glasses, revealed warmth, and with an appreciative tone, he said, no harm done. On the contrary, Makoto-kun, your reaction and actions are quite impressive. The current state of Soul Society is far too lax. Years of peace have dulled the vigilance of many of our comrades. Upon hearing these subtly pointed words, Makoto's heart skipped a beat. Aizen Sosuke. You know how to speak, don't you? Can you say less? I can't tell if you're testing me, but I'm just a rookie Shinigami who joined the 4th Division 2 months ago. Aside from nursing and relying on others, I really don't know much. Unohana-sensei, are you awake? Your kind and pure-hearted disciple is being tested, requesting immediate rescue. It's quite urgent. Chapter 25, The So-Called Genius. Facing the subtle probing from Aizen Sosuke, Makoto's mind instinctively tensed. The term probing is only used when there's a specific target, or when suspicions and guesses have arisen about someone. So, as soon as Aizen Sosuke spoke those words, Makoto immediately realized that he had caught the attention of this formidable man, Aizen. It didn't matter anymore whether this encounter was a mere coincidence. The important thing was that Makoto had been noticed by Aizen. Makoto's thoughts raced, but his face displayed just the right amount of youthful innocence one would expect from a naive boy receiving praise. He responded, Vice Captain Aizen, you flatter me. I'm just a newcomer. For the past 2 months since joining the 4th Division, playing the role of the naive, innocent young boy had almost become second nature to Makoto. Despite his complex thoughts, his outward demeanor remained impeccably smooth, betraying no hint of his internal struggles. After a pause, Makoto shifted the conversation, subtly reclaiming the initiative with a question of his own. Vice Captain Aizen, earlier, you called me by name. Do you know me? Though, for Makoto, this seemed almost like a pointless question, one that might raise unnecessary suspicions and invite deeper scrutiny. The real issue was how to quickly escape the conversation without drawing further attention from Aizen. Even though they were within the 4th Division's headquarters and it was unlikely that Aizen would make a move within the Siri Itai, Makoto knew that with Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, capable of controlling the senses of the most powerful Shinigami, no one could be sure how many had already fallen under his illusion. Thus, Makoto understood the extreme risk of being alone with Aizen Sosuke. However, there were 2 reasons Makoto asked the question. First, he needed a topic to shift the focus onto Aizen, distracting him and buying some time. Second, from an ordinary Shinigami's perspective, being addressed by name by a vice captain in the dead of night would surely lead to a question. Such a reaction was only natural. Aizen smiled gently in response to Makoto's inquiry. How could I not know your name, Makoto-kun? You are the disciple of Captain Unohana, recognized by her as a genius whose skills in Aikido and medical techniques rival her own. You are also the first male Shinigami in the history of the Siriite AI to join the gynecology department? Senju Makoto. Unohana, is she really out there boasting like this? Makoto didn't consider himself a genius. Over the past 2 months, he had been working tirelessly to learn, barely managing to keep up with Captain Unohana's daily guidance. In fact, Makoto had even applied much of the medical knowledge from his past life. But sadly, despite having just graduated from medical school in his previous life, the medical system in the Soul Society was entirely different from the one he knew. More importantly, the physical and spiritual realms were completely separate, with entirely different concepts governing them. So, much of the medical knowledge from his past life only provided Makoto with alternative perspectives and ways of thinking, but little that was directly applicable. Teacher, why drag me into your bragging outside? Inside, Makoto couldn't help but quietly complain, but on the surface, he appeared startled and helpless, responding with a sigh. Captain Aizen, I think this is just a rumor. I've only been with the 4th Division for 2 months. At best, I've barely finished learning the essential medical skills and the basic healing spells from the gynecology department. Upon hearing this, Aizen raised an eyebrow and asked, Makoto-kun, don't you know that for an ordinary Shinigami in the 4th Division, it typically takes 3 to 5 years to fully master the healing techniques and medical skills required for their assigned department? Shinigami lacking in talent might even struggle to fully grasp these skills. What? At this moment, Makoto was genuinely shocked. This basic knowledge. No one had told him this. Makoto hadn't gone through the 4th Division's standard training at the burial grounds. Instead, he was directly assigned to the gynecology department by Unohana. Later, he discovered that Risa, who who had just joined the department, had already mastered the healing techniques and medical skills perfectly. This led Makoto to develop the false impression that his abilities were just average compared to the general standard of the 4th Division. No wonder. Teacher Unohana gave Risa special permission to join the rescue unit. Risa must have been studying healing techniques and medical skills since she was young. She's probably quite talented herself. Makoto muttered softly, suddenly understanding some of the small details he had previously overlooked. Makoto-kun, what did you say? Aizen asked, confused. Makoto scratched his head, then spoke in a manner typical of a naive young man who had just realized something. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that I must have misunderstood something before. Aizen casually patted Makoto on the shoulder, acting friendly and warm. Makoto-kun, your talent is truly impressive. Please take care of the 5th Division in the future. Makoto responded with the perfect reaction of a boy who had never seen much of the world and was solely focused on studying healing techniques and medical skills. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by Aizen's warm approach and responded awkwardly but gratefully. For a moment, the atmosphere between them was remarkably harmonious, almost like a scene of mutual respect, with a subtle sense of brotherly humility. Just as Makoto felt it was time to find an excuse to step away from Aizen, the latter, who had been engaging him in conversation, casually mentioned, Makoto-kun, is there any way to separate a Zanpakuto from its spirit body? Makoto froze for a moment, then looked at Aizen in surprise, his wariness creeping in. He feigned ignorance and responded, Captain Aizen, is that even a question? Of course, you just pick up your Zanpakuto and place it on the ground beside you. Not that. Aizen adjusted his glasses, the light reflecting off the lenses, making his gaze hard to read. His tone remained gentle as he asked, I mean complete separation, the kind where you extract a Shinigami's power from their spirit body entirely. Makoto's mind went blank. Such a thing. Is it really appropriate to ask me so bluntly? If I didn't know better, I'd almost think you and I are in on some secret plot to do something drastic. Immediately, Makoto reacted as any cautious and serious individual would. He appeared alarmed, but also spoke with the gravity of someone trying to dissuade Aizen from making a dangerous suggestion. Vice Captain Aizen, that's a dangerously reckless idea. The Sire-eyed AI would never allow something like that. Chapter 26, The Method of Stripping the Soul Reaper's Power? Sigh. Yet, in response to Makoto's warning, Aizen wore an expression of deep bitterness and sorrow, replying in a troubled tone. I understand these things well enough. But one of my subordinates witnessed her closest friend being devoured by a hollow in the heat of battle. Since then, she's developed a profound disgust for her own Reaper powers, even to the point of contemplating leaving the squad. As he said this, Aizen's gaze softened with a mix of pity and bitterness, his demeanor like that of an elder who regarded his subordinates as family. With another long sigh, he continued. I've tried to console her multiple times, yet it's been in vain. Things have deteriorated to the point where even the mere sight of a Shinigami causes her to cry out in anguish. Meeting Aizen's gaze, Makoto, bracing himself, suggested, then perhaps she should file a resignation request with the Central 46 and the 1st Division. If she's unable to fulfill her duties and responsibilities as a Shinigami, I'm sure the Central 46 and the leaders of the 1st Division would accept her resignation. Central 46 Chambers, an official council in the Soul Society, ostensibly composed of 40 wise elders and 6 judges, tasked with handling all judicial matters. In truth, it operates as a council largely dominated by the noble and elder classes, possessing final authority over all matters in the Soul Society. I understand that too, Aizen replied, but she's still so young. She's sacrificed so much for the safety of the Soul Society and Sire-eyed AI. However, if the Central 46 approves her resignation, she'll be forced to undergo the severing ceremony, where her Shinigami powers will be forcibly stripped by breaking her soul chain. At this, Aizen cast a subtle glance at Makoto, hoping to gauge his reaction to the upper council's merciless and unjust decision. If he were like any typical young hot-blooded genius, he might be stirred enough to storm off to the Central 46 to protest, or even cause trouble. However, Makoto merely blinked his seemingly innocent eyes, clapped his hands together, and remarked, wouldn't that be a double blessing? This way, she can resign peacefully without being constantly reminded of her Zanpakuto and those painful memories. Aizen so's. In that moment, even Aizen was caught off guard by Makoto's unconventional response. Was this pure naivety? Or was there something darker hidden beneath that seemingly innocent response? Shaking his head slightly, Aizen continued, Makoto, things aren't so simple. You should know that once the soul chain is broken, the ensuing loss of spiritual energy would not only strip her Shinigami powers, but also drastically shorten her lifespan. That's why, during today's captain's meeting, When I heard Captain Unohana mention your unique approach to healing and medical techniques, I thought to myself it would be worthwhile to meet with you. I hope you might be able to develop a technique that could completely separate a Shinigami's powers from their spirit body. That way, those who have given everything for the Soul Society could, when they choose to leave. The pain of having the lock shattered and avoiding its effects. Aizen spoke in a tone that was both melancholic and pensive, his gaze directed at Makoto with a sincerity and gentleness that seemed to radiate a subtle, captivating glow. It must be said, Aizen exuded an undeniable charm. Despite being only a vice captain, a position where he could easily disregard the concerns of a mere squad member, Aizen Sosuke took it upon himself to consider her situation. He was willing to risk punishment from the Central 46 for the sake of doing his utmost, even going so far as to humbly request something from a 4th Division member as a vice captain. Had Makoto not been so acutely aware that this was not Aizen's true face, he might have completely believed his performance. He might have been entirely captivated by this man's humility, kindness, and gentleness, ultimately willing to serve him loyally. However, at this moment, Makoto was laughing inside. He did not believe a word of what Aizen had said. Makoto even believed that one day, the imbalance between himself and Unohana-sensei, where the male was weak and the female strong, could be overturned, and he would be in charge. But he could never bring himself to believe Aizen's words. As for the unfortunate 5th Division Shinigami, it might very well be true, but Makoto couldn't be sure if Aizen himself had a hand in it. Thus, in the midst of Aizen's seemingly flawless argument, one that would undoubtedly inspire many Shinigamis to admire his kindness and gentleness if spread around, Makoto mentally sifted through the irrelevant details, cutting away most of the information. Aizen plans to strip a Shinigami's powers for some ulterior purpose. While pondering Aizen's true motives, Senju Makoto's eyes subtly reddened, a hint of glistening tears visible. He nodded firmly, pressing his hand to his chest. Vice Captain Aizen, rest assured, I will truthfully convey this matter to Unohana-sensei. I will ask her to personally develop the technique, and once there are results, she will contact 5th Division Captain Hiroko Shinji to request recognition from the Central 46 for you. Aizen Sosuke. Finally, after a somewhat dry farewell from Aizen, Makoto watched as he gazed at his retreating back as he walked deeper into the gynecology office. His eyes narrowed slightly, a look of inscrutable meaning flashing in them. Makoto, maintaining nearly the same pace, reached the office and slowly closed the door. He couldn't help but exhale deeply, releasing the tension in his nerves. Right until the moment he was about to enter his office, Makoto had genuinely feared that Aizen would pull out his mirror flower, water moon technique and say something that might break his composure. Perhaps he would bring up Unohana Retsu and Captain Hiroko Shinji, or maybe he had managed to deceive him with his pure and innocent image. Perhaps Aizen's arrogance led him to believe his disclosures wouldn't cause any trouble. All in all, Makoto felt incredibly fortunate to have left that conversation intact, knowing so much about Aizen's plans. As his thoughts began to settle, Senju Makoto made himself a cup of tea, watching the leaves unfurl in the boiling water. His emotions gradually calmed, and he subconsciously began to reflect on Aizen's true purpose. The technique to strip a Shinigami of their powers. For a Shinigami, spiritual pressure was undoubtedly the most fundamental and essential force. Thus, the Central 46's method of stripping a Shinigami of their powers would involve destroying the seal, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate irreversibly, naturally resulting in a decline in spiritual pressure. Chapter 27, Zanpakuto categories. Zanpakuto's form and abilities are modeled after the soul of the Shinigami who wields it. This is the basic definition recorded in the textbooks of the Shino Academy, outlining the most fundamental concept of a Zanpakuto. However, as Senju Makoto became a true Shinigami, and through his knowledge of the spiritual body gained from both Kido and medical expertise, he was able to understand Zanpakuto on a deeper level. He began to summarize additional patterns regarding their nature. The system by which Zanpakuto are categorized in the Soul Society is primarily divided into two major types based on their abilities, Kido-based and direct attack types. Within the Kido category, there are three subtypes: the Hado, destructive spells, Bakudo, binding spells, and special creatures. Direct attack Zanpakuto are further split into two subtypes, the slash type and the projectile type. For instance, the Zanpakuto of Hiraharakisuke, Beniime, summons a strange one-eyed manta ray, which falls under the special creatures category. As for Senju Makoto's Shinro Bansho, though it currently does not exhibit any offensive capability, it was categorized as a special wood type within the Hado system back when he was at the Shino Academy. The Bakudo Zanpakuto, such as those wielded by Aizen Sosuke, 13th Division Captain Kitake Yachiru, and Iasukawa Yumikika, lean more toward control, interference, and rule-based powers. Among the direct attack types, The straightforward slash type is most suited to brutish fighters, while the projectile type is exemplified by Zanpakuto like Senbonzakura, which break the wielder weapon into multiple flying projectiles. However, as Senju Makoto reviewed the various Zanpakuto abilities, he recalled a key detail from his past life's understanding of them. Beyond the two major categories, he realized that Zanpakuto might also be divided along a vertical axis, that is, between their Shikei, initial release, and Benkei, final release. Strengthening or mutation. For the vast majority of Zanpakuto, the relationship between Shikai and Benkei is one of enhancement. For example, the Zanpakuto Ryujin Jakka wielded by the 13th Division's Captain Yamamoto. The essence and nature of its Shikai and Benkei are almost identical, with the only difference being the terrifying increase in power. However, a small number of Zanpakuto seem to have no apparent connection between their Shikai and Benkei. For instance, the future 2nd Division Captain Soifan's Zanpakuto, Sazumbachi, starts in the Kido category under the Bakudo subtype, with its deadly double strike finisher ability. Yet, when it evolves into its Benkei, homing thunder missile, it mysteriously crosses categories and becomes a direct attack Zanpakuto under the projectile subtype. While Makoto quietly reviewed a vast amount of information about Zanpakuto, he found that most texts did not offer any explanation for such cases. If the abilities of a Zanpakuto are established at birth, crafted from the soul of its wielder, then how could such an unnatural situation arise? This anomaly seemed somewhat illogical. The Soul Society had failed to notice this inconsistency over the span of 1,000 years, which made it even more suspicious. The only plausible explanation was that the Soul Society, for some unknown reason, deliberately ignored this aspect of Zanpakuto knowledge, possibly in an attempt to hide something. Wait. Makoto furrowed his brows, suddenly recalling a small detail from his conversation with Aizen. It was something Aizen had asked the first time. The question raised at that moment was, how could the Zanpakuto and the spirit body be completely separated? By the second question, it had devolved into a complete separation, meaning extracting the Shinigami's power from the normal spirit body. Thus, Aizen's judgment was that the true form of Shinigami power, in its most tangible existence, was the Zanpakuto. However, even with this, it was enough to confirm Makoto's judgment of the Zanpakuto's abilities, solidifying that the power of a Zanpakuto wasn't fixed from the start. It was likely that during the awakening process of the Zanpakuto, the desires and will of the Shinigami themselves influenced the Zanpakuto, ultimately shaping the true form of Shinigami power. Yet, despite this revelation, Makoto's brows furrowed even more deeply as he murmured under his breath. Is this information slipping out unintentionally? Or is it purposefully leading me to this conclusion? Or perhaps Aizen intends to guide me towards something, or is he testing me? To separate the Shinigami power from the spirit body completely, what exactly are you planning to do, Aizen Sosuke? Thinking about this, Makoto couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling his head growing more and more swollen. Dealing with a man like Aizen, who could easily manipulate the entire Soul Society at will, was simply too uncomfortable. Every little detail hid potential information that could easily be overlooked. At this moment, Makoto, oddly, found himself wishing his mind were as simple as Kakumatarame's, packed with nothing but muscle, so that he could avoid many of these worries and troubles. Ah, how I envy you, Kaku. With this thought, Makoto gazed at the night sky outside his office window, nostalgically recalling his time at the Shino Academy. Back then, everything was simpler. He could easily lower his intelligence and thoughts to the same level as Kaku's, and they'd spend their days happily without a care. At this time, Kaku is probably thinking about who he's going to fight tomorrow, right? Meanwhile, in the 11th Division barracks, Kakumatarame was left speechless after hearing the news brought back by Ayakawa Yumekika, staring in disbelief. What? What did you say? Senshu, in the gynecology department? Ayakawa nodded, saying, yeah, I was shocked when I first heard the news too. I even contacted the 4th Division to confirm it, and it's true. For the past 2 months, Senju hasn't treated a single patient. Kaku's mouth twitched a few times before he slammed his hand on the table and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, the sound of Kaku's exaggerated laughter echoed through almost half of the 11th Division barracks. Looking at Kaku, who was rolling on the floor laughing, Ayakawa couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and said, Kaku, after something so unremarkable happened, I'm sure Senju must be feeling pretty bad. Laughing like this. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Kaku's face turned red, his mouth twitching as he tried to hold it in but ultimately failed. Right. Sorry, but ha 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 ha. I just couldn't hold it in. Ayakawa, seeing this, helplessly rubbed his forehead, at a loss for words. But as he thought of Makoto's normally gentle and composed features, it dawned on him that, from now on, Makoto might be surrounded by a crowd of troublesome women, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. No. Wait, how could I be the kind of person who mocks their friends? I must have been infected by Kaku. With that thought, Ayakawa kicked Kaku sharply, saying, "Alright, enough. We need to figure out how to help Senju." Right. Kaku finally managed to sit up straight, his expression serious as he nodded decisively. Looks like this time, I'll have to personally go to the gynecology department to back him up. Chapter 28, Two similar people. Ayakawa couldn't help but rub his forehead again and said, "Be serious. It's the gynecology department we're talking about. Even if we count the cleaning and cooking staff, we don't have 5 women in the entire division. Who says male Shinigami can't go to the gynecology department for treatment?" Kaku said boldly, "Is there a problem with gender reassignment?" "Alright. Fine." Ayakawa responded weakly, feeling unable to argue against Kaku's logic. He even had a nagging feeling that Kaku was just looking for an excuse to watch Makoto's misfortune. But Kaku wasn't bothered by what Ayakawa thought. He simply dragged him toward the training grounds not far away, both of them putting on their seat officer armbands. Kaku Madarame, 19th seat of the 11th Division. Ayakawa Yumikika, 20th seat of the 11th Division. Unlike the seat officer appointments of other divisions, the 11th Division's criteria, set by Kenpachi Zaraki, had just one rule: combat. As long as one's strength was sufficient, it didn't matter if it was a seat officer or even the captain's position, anything could be given up. So, after Kaku and Ayakawa joined the 11th Division, they quickly took the 19th and 20th seats, respectively. Gather up. As soon as Kaku and Ayakawa arrived at the training ground, Kaku immediately shouted, calling out to the subordinates who were still training late at night. Suddenly, nearly 50 strong men, many of whom were shirtless, exposing large muscles, appeared before Kaku and Ayakawa. "Listen up, everyone. Senju Makoto from the 4th Division is my brother-in-arms, my beloved friend." Ahem. Ayakawa coughed quietly, reminding Kaku that his wording was a little off. Beloved? This was very likely to be misunderstood. Kaku looked at Ayakawa with confusion before slapping his chest and continuing, "Now, Senju has been assigned to the gynecology department, and we can't just let that slide. So." At this point, Kaku's voice rose significantly as he declared, "Tomorrow, we'll all show up and help Senju. We'll take turns seeing patients with him. Got it?" "Yes." Although the large men didn't fully understand, they immediately agreed without hesitation to such a righteous cause. Their sweaty muscles, gleaming in the night, seemed to exude a unique charm and youthful energy. Seeing the enthusiasm of Kaku and his subordinates rise, Ayakawa felt a headache coming on. He couldn't shake the feeling that this plan wasn't entirely reliable. But, perhaps this could be a good opportunity. How could Senju enjoy being stuck in the gynecology department? If we stir things up a bit, maybe the captain will step in and transfer him to the 11th Division? Ayakawa's eyes brightened as he immediately rushed toward the courtyard where Kenpachi Zaraki of the 11th Division resided. As Makoto carefully made his way back into the courtyard, he was surprised to find, as usual, the graceful figure of Unohana enjoying her breakfast. Interestingly, there was another portion set out across from her, prepared for someone else. Makoto let out a quiet breath of relief. After a respectful bow, he took a seat across from Unohana. Unohana appeared no different from her usual self, her demeanor unchanged. In a soft voice, she asked, "Makoto, you're a bit later than usual today. Where did you go last night?" With that, Makoto chose to downplay his inner thoughts slightly and began recounting his unexpected encounter with Aizen the previous evening, explaining how he had spent the night training in the gynecology department. However, to his surprise, Unohana seemed entirely unfazed by his story. She responded as if she had already anticipated it. "The technique for separating the Shinigami's power? That Aizen, the vice captain, actually asked you for help with that?" "Yes, sensei, I'm just as confused as you are. I really don't understand anything about it," Makoto replied, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Despite having expected this reaction, Makoto couldn't help but realize the true depth of Aizen's strategy. It became evident that Aizen, a man not easily caught off guard, had likely prepared every detail in advance. He had conducted his research in the open, yet no one questioned his true motives. How terrifying. Makoto couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Unohana fell silent for a moment, then looked at Senju Makoto and said, "Makoto, Aizen's assessment of you was not wrong. You possess great potential, and your talent in both Aikido and medicine is exceptional. There's no need to belittle yourself. In fact, what you lack most at this point is confidence, do you understand?" "Yes, sensei," Makoto answered, nodding obediently. Unohana continued, "That's why I made sure to spread word of your abilities. It's also to help you get in contact with patients more easily. I believe from today onward, you'll start receiving requests for treatment. This will be your opportunity to truly test your abilities. Do you understand? Makoto froze for a moment. He looked up at Unohana, whose gentle gaze unexpectedly made his chest tighten. So, in reality, was Sensei's boasting at the captain-level meeting not for face-saving, but rather to prepare for this very moment? Yes, Sensei, Makoto nodded solemnly. At last, Unohana hesitated slightly, before speaking again. By the way, Makoto, if possible, try to keep some distance from Aizen Sosuke. Makoto's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Aizen's name. His expression showed a trace of confusion as he asked, tentatively, why, Sensei? Aizen seems like a reliable person with a good character. Yes, Aizen does seem to have a good personality, gentle, dependable, considerate toward his subordinates, and both his power and abilities are impressive. Unohana confirmed, before her voice took a more serious turn. However, sometimes he gives me a sense of danger, and I can't quite see through him. So, Makoto, it's better for you to keep a safe distance. Understood, Makoto replied earnestly. Sensei, this is one thing I'll strictly follow, so don't worry. Makoto couldn't help but think to himself. Just then, however, Unohana looked at him with a sudden flash of doubt in her eyes. Her crescent-shaped eyes widened slightly, and she murmured to herself, I just realized. Makoto, you remind me a bit of Aizen. Except for the sense of danger I instinctively felt, sometimes I can't quite read you either. And you, too, are so gentle. Senju Makoto. At that moment, he couldn't help but panic slightly. Chapter 29, The Captain's Meeting. Teacher Unohana, do you hear what you're saying? How could I possibly resemble Aizen? I'm a good person. Makoto quickly handed himself several good person cards, his face adorned with the pure smile of a well-meaning individual, though there was a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Teacher, how could I compare to Vice Captain Aizen? Even if you want to build my self-confidence, this is just too exaggerated. Unohana's beautiful eyes fixed on Senju Makoto, her gaze unwavering in its certainty, as she responded, no, there are indeed some similarities. However, you do have one very clear difference from Vice Captain Aizen. Senju Makoto, taken by surprise, asked, what is it? Unohana Retsu's lips parted slightly, and she replied, loneliness. The kind of loneliness that sometimes feels utterly out of place in this world. Senju Makoto was momentarily stunned. Loneliness? His smile faltered, as a deep and intense sense of solitude suddenly washed over him. The weight of it felt almost too much to bear. In Unohana's eyes, a brief flicker of pity flashed by, though she did not press further. Instead, she simply stood and left the courtyard, heading off to attend the monthly captain's meeting. For an individual, loneliness is the curse that cannot be fully escaped. One arrives in this world alone and will eventually leave it in the same solitude. Between these two kinds of loneliness, everyone wanders aimlessly, lost in their solitary souls. For Shinigamis, whose lifespans stretch across centuries, this loneliness is magnified by time itself. It becomes a vast void, needing to be filled or soothed by something different or the same. Once, Unohana chose to combat that loneliness through slaughter, finding her sense of self in endless killing, and eventually becoming so consumed by it that it replaced her loneliness. Now, in Unohana's eyes, Makoto still hadn't found his own way to truly integrate into this world and soothe his loneliness. Though Makoto's loneliness was sometimes overly intense, Unohana, as his teacher, chose not to disturb him, instead offering her gentle silence. After a brief moment of her departure, Makoto exhaled slowly, adjusting his state of mind. Loneliness. He hadn't expected teacher Unohana's observational skills to be that sharp. Or perhaps he had unwittingly let it slip. Makoto pondered quietly, unconsciously pressing his lips together. But, he knew well where his sense of loneliness stemmed from. It was the absence of kin, the loneliness of not having a true kindred spirit. The memories from his past life made him realize that, in a sense, he was an outsider in this world. However, Makoto didn't pay too much attention to such matters. Time would heal all wounds. Sentimentality was not part of his nature. Instead, he gave a faint smile, feeling a growing sense of anticipation for what lay ahead in his gynecology practice. With Unohana's praise, he imagined patients would soon begin seeking him out. In other words, after 2 months of silence, it was finally time to plant seeds again. As for how to make the patients bleed, the wound appeared, and Makoto had already formulated a plan in his mind: acupuncture. Of course, what Makoto meant was not just any needle, but acupuncture. Whether there was an illness or not, he'd offer a free needle first. The thought that his seeds of the forest would soon begin to take root in the Siri-Itai, flourishing in large numbers, made Makoto's mood significantly improve, and the loneliness in his heart seemed to dissipate a little. Indeed, these past months have been lonely and depressing. It's probably because I couldn't plant seeds. My spiritual power hasn't been accumulating as quickly as I'd like. Just one needle, planting one seed, how could there still be loneliness? Only happiness, no other emotion. Makoto murmured to himself. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he hurried toward the gynecology department, eager to embrace the new day. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was time for the Siriai's monthly captains meeting. All the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, accompanied by their vice-captain, gathered early at the 1st Division. As the gates of the 1st Division slowly closed, it marked the beginning of the meeting, a gathering of authority second only to the Central 46, whose decisions could sway the entire Soul Society. Inside the vast and imposing conference room, captains dressed in the distinctive livery of their respective divisions stood in 2 rows. The different division numbers were clearly visible on their backs, each representing a different aspect of their power and status. 12 figures stood firmly in the room, and each one exuded a spiritual pressure so intense that ordinary souls could hardly bear it. Finally, as the ancient bell of the meeting rang outside, signaling the start of the session, the elderly captain at the head of the room, his face marked with jagged scars and a purple sash tied around his chest, slowly opened his narrowed eyes. The symbol of the 1st Division was stitched into his white livery, and he cast a sweeping glance over the 11 captains before him. Except for the position of the 10th Division captain, which remained vacant, all other captains were present. The elderly captain spoke in a steady voice. "Captains, the meeting shall now begin." Nearby, in the vice-captain waiting room adjacent to the conference room, a group of vice-captains who had come with their captains gradually relaxed as the terrifying spiritual pressure from the meeting room began to fade. That was terrifying. I have to say, the captains are on a whole different level. Even the slightest leak of their spiritual pressure makes me feel in awe, said the lively 9th Division vice-captain, Hyonan Bay, a woman with short green waves of hair and a red scarf, as she patted her chest and sighed in relief. The 3rd Division vice-captain, Sekukin Tetsu, a tall and robust woman with an air of extreme discipline, nodded in agreement. Of course. The captain commander is someone entirely different from ordinary Shinigami. I doubt we could even stand properly in front of the captain commander's imposing presence if we tried. However, for Kusagakure, a vice-captain who was attending the meeting for the first time, her boredom began to show. She slapped her lips and muttered, "Ugh! How long are we going to be stuck here? It's so boring." Meanwhile, the 1st Division's vice-captain, Karasumajiro, with his distinctive short white hair and black mustache, turned to silence her with a serious expression. "Please, be quiet, 11th Division vice-captain. The length of the meeting depends on the matters to be discussed. As those who hold the vice-captain's duties, we should patiently wait here and assist as needed." But as Karasumajiro finished speaking, he couldn't help but notice the small, pink-haired girl in front of him, blinking her large, confused eyes. His serious expression faltered as he tried to maintain his composure. Chapter 30, The Warning from Makoto Senju. What useful assistance can Yachiru Kusagishi possibly offer? It'd be a miracle if she didn't make things worse. Jiro Tsukishima felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that even the slightest hint of harshness in his tone toward Yachiru Kusagishi was somehow a crime. Why did Captain Zaraki choose Yachiru Kusagishi as his vice-captain? It's absolute madness. Tsukishima couldn't help but question the judgment and reasoning of this generation's Kinpachi, harboring serious doubts about Yachiru's ability to handle the responsibilities of a vice-captain. Yet, to facilitate more efficient and structured management of the squads, and to preserve the authority and influence of each captain, the power to appoint their vice-captains was almost entirely reserved for the captains themselves. Thus, even though Tsukishima held nominal authority to oversee and guide the vice-captains, he had no real power to interfere in their specific appointments. Finally, after a few seconds of staring at Yachiru, Tsukishima admitted defeat. With a forced attempt at seriousness, he said, "There isn't much on the agenda for today's meeting, it should wrap up quickly." At that, many of the vice-captains gathered in the waiting room brightened visibly. Unlike the captains, who held genuine authority to propose, discuss, and decide on issues, these vice-captains were required to be present by protocol alone. They actually had very little to do and were strictly forbidden from leaving the waiting room. "Yay! Thank you, Gramps Whitehair," Yachiru said sweetly, smiling with gratitude, though her nickname left Tsukishima struggling to keep his expression neutral. Gramps Whitehair? In that instant, Tsukishima felt a sharp blow to his dignity, the stern look in his eyes giving way to a shadow of gloomy resignation. Meanwhile, seated in the corner of the waiting room, Aizen observed everything with a gentle, almost benevolent gaze, casually assessing each of the vice-captains before him with a look that could only be described as that of a perfect gentleman. "Aizen, what are you staring at?" Suddenly, A voice with a hint of sharpness sounded next to Aizen. Turning with his usual mild smile, Aizen found himself face to face with Yamada Sanosuke, the 4th Division's vice captain, whom he rarely interacted with. "Oh, nothing. It's just nice to see everyone as lively as ever," Aizen replied warmly. Yamada, feeling a touch of fondness from Aizen's words, couldn't hold back his instinct to add a sarcastic remark. "As they say, you really are a gentle soul, Vice Captain Aizen. Always so attuned to everyone's moods, you're the perfect person no one could ever pretend to be." For a fleeting moment, a unique glint flashed behind Aizen's dark-framed glasses as several thoughts crossed his mind. Maintaining his usual serene tone, he responded, "And you, Vice Captain Yamada, have a truly direct way of speaking, as they say. But may I ask what brings you to me today?" Yamada shrugged and then mentioned a name, Makoto-sanju. Just as he spoke the name, Yamada suddenly, as Yamada paused, ready to continue speaking, Aizen nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Understood." "Understood?" Yamada's slightly sharp eyes regarded Aizen, a hint of doubt crossing his mind. He hadn't even finished relaying Captain Unohana's instructions, to decline Aizen's request regarding Makoto, yet Aizen already seemed to understand. But on second thought, recalling the recent rumors surrounding Aizen, Yamada figured perhaps he'd been rejected enough times that he'd anticipated this outcome by now. With this in mind, Yamada decided to hold his tongue and briskly walk to the other side of the room. In any case, whenever Yamada looked at this gentle-seeming man, he couldn't help but think of that guy, Senju Makoto, and feel an inexplicable irritation. What Yamada didn't notice, however, was the fleeting glimmer of killing intent in Aizen's otherwise mild gaze. Senju Makoto. Could he have seen through something? Was this a warning through Yamada Sanosuke? A flawless existence, impossible for ordinary people to fake? How interesting, Makoto. I accept your warning. It seems, in addition to your unusual skills in healing and the way of the spiritual power, your perception is sharp, perhaps on par with Hueco Shinji. As these thoughts took shape, Aizen vividly recalled every reaction from Makoto the previous night, and suddenly, many puzzling aspects fell into place, especially that subtle sense of distance and wariness. "Though I doubt you can truly comprehend my plans, a nuisance of an ant that suddenly decides to leap is best crushed before it causes trouble." With an expression as serene as ever, Aizen's face remained soft, his thoughts concealed beneath a gentle gaze. And just as predicted, this captain's meeting did not last long. As the ancient clock tolled to signal the meeting's end, the doors opened, and the captains filed out one by one. Among them, the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, wore a disgruntled look, signaling to Yachiru. Kusagakure with a wave before striding out of the 1st Division headquarters. Aizen cast a quick glance around, locating his own captain, Hueco Shinji, only to notice, somewhat surprisingly, that Hueco was walking alongside Unohana Retsu and Captain Shioi Nyoruichi of the 2nd Division, all engaged in cheerful conversation. Aizen quickly caught up with Yamada Sanosuke and 2nd Division Vice Captain Oamida Marikyo, who followed their respective captains. The voices of Unohana and the others drifted back to Aizen's ears. "Haha. You were so blunt just now, Captain Unohana," Hueco teased casually. "Poor Kenpachi, he didn't look too happy." "Nothing I could do," Unohana laughed. "Makoto is my beloved student. How could I let the 11th Division have him?" "Senju Makoto?" Yoruichi Shioi tilted her head thoughtfully. "I think I've heard that name lately. For him to receive such high praise from Captain Unohana, he must be quite an interesting Shinigami." As they reached the main gates of the 1st Division headquarters, Unohana Retsu gave a polite, wordless smile in response, parting ways with Hueco and Yoruichi with impeccable grace. As she left, her gaze briefly, perhaps intentionally, swept over Aizen before she continued on with Yamada toward the 4th Division quarters. Hueco Shinji, with his unkempt yellow bangs hanging over his eyes and a casual slouch beneath his 5th Division hori, watched Unohana's retreating figure with a thoughtful sigh. Captain Unohana. Truly a gentle soul. She cares so deeply for her student. Hearing this, Aizen found himself reading into the remark, perceiving a possible deeper meaning beneath Hueco's words. Chapter 31, The Untouched Dimension Beneath the Sunlight. Standing behind Hueco, Aizen slightly lowered his head, his glasses reflecting the light. "Ah, Captain Unohana, farewell," Hueco called out to Unohana from the 4th Division, giving a nod before he and Aizen began to walk toward the 5th Division quarters. However, as they approached a quieter path, Hueco suddenly halted, turned around, and glanced at Aizen, a look of playful curiosity in his expression. "Aizen, where did you go last night?" he asked. Aizen calmly replied, "I went to the 4th Division to visit my comrades, Takamori Natsuki and Mikami Yuki." "Oh, I see." Hueco Shinji responded noncommittally, cocking his head to the side. He stared intently at Aizen Sosuke without saying another word. Under the pressure of a captain-class Shinigami's gaze, Aizen Sosuke maintained his calm posture, his expression unchanged as he silently met Hieriko's stare, as if there was no trace of guilt in his response. After a moment, Hieriko smirked, exposing his sharp white teeth. Aizen, don't try anything unnecessary. My eyes will be on you, always. How could I, Captain Hieriko? I am merely fulfilling my duty as vice-captain, Aizen answered calmly. Humphrey, spare me that act, Hieriko sneered. I can see through your danger. As long as I am here, I won't allow you to do as you please. Hieriko's mocking laughter echoed as he didn't hide his vigilance and disdain for Aizen in his gaze. He then resumed his seemingly casual pace toward the 5th Division barracks. Aizen smiled serenely, continuing to follow Hieriko, though for a brief moment, his eyes betrayed a flicker of contempt and arrogance. Captain Hieriko, you're still so arrogant. Can your eyes truly see everything? This is the common flaw of those who consider themselves intelligent, they think they've seen everything. The difference in dimensions. How could what you see be the truth? Captain Hieriko, and even Senju Makoto, both of you think you've found a flaw and been guided to see something. You believe your conclusions come from your own judgment, but in reality, you've unwittingly exposed your innermost thoughts and feelings, so utterly transparent. It's laughable. Senju Makoto, such a pity. I had planned to keep you as a pawn beside Captain Unohana, to take advantage of your talents. This world. It's truly vexing. Everywhere I look, is there no one who can touch my dimension? Aizen's gaze flickered slightly, his face still wearing a calm and composed smile. He followed Hieriko dutifully, like the impeccable vice-captain he was, though internally, his mind was lost in darker reflections. On the other side, after Unohana and Hieriko departed, the captain of the 2nd Division and commander of the Stealth Force Division, Yaruichi Shioin, did not leave immediately. Instead, she lingered in place, seemingly lost in thought. Does the old man truly care that much about his disciple? Quite intriguing. She mused, her tone thoughtful yet subtly amused. Shioin felt a sudden and intense curiosity, almost as if she had been scratched by a cat. Gracefully tossing her short purple hair, she repeatedly tapped her slender fingers on her brown face, barely able to contain the impulse to immediately investigate this curiosity. Should I sneak over? The captain probably won't notice, right? No, if the captain finds out, it would be a huge problem. Suddenly, Shioin seemed to recall something unpleasant, and her expression cleared instantly. However, sending someone to investigate briefly is part of the duties of a covert operations commander. It's for the safety of the Syriite AI? With this thought, a smile bloomed on Shioin's face. She turned her head and glanced behind her, where a severely overweight figure was gazing at her with a flirty expression. As the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Marukyo Umeda lacked the pride and dignity typical of other vice-captains. He was almost blatantly trying to please Shioin Yoruichi, his bulky form a stark contrast to the sweet tone he used. Lady Yoruichi, please give your orders. Facing Marukyo Umeda, who was easily 5 times her size, Shioin Yoruichi couldn't help but twitch her lips, commenting, how disgusting. Marukyo Umeda, your physique severely limits your flash steps speed. I'm sorry. This is a family inheritance, and only with this physique can I more comfortably absorb attacks for Lady Yoruichi. It is the natural duty and mission of the Omega family. Marukyo said with fervor, his expression seeming to radiate a certain pride, as if he were glowing with something called honor. Humphrey. Shioin snorted coldly, turned her head away, and placed her hands in the wide sleeves of her captain's hawari as she walked forward, saying, how's your son, Omega Marukyo? It's about time you sent him to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' military training camp. At the very least, you should start correcting his physique from a young age. Although there was clear disdain in Shioin's tone, Marukyo's face showed a gleam of excitement. Without hesitation, he knelt before her, his voice booming in gratitude. Thank you so much, Lady Yoruichi. Shioin continued walking without breaking her stride, her head not turning as she spoke. Don't embarrass me here. Get out of my sight. Just don't forget to continue serving the Shioin family for generations to come. Yes, Lady Yoruichi. Immediately, Marukyo's rotund form rolled across the ground, swiftly and smoothly disappearing from Shioin's view. She was momentarily stunned, unable to hold back a quiet murmur. Rolling. And still using flash steps? TCH, are these Omega idiots training some unique escape technique? So they can quickly dodge when they get knocked down? As Shioin walked toward a quieter spot, she gave a slight nod. In the next instant, 9 black shadows appeared around her. They wore black robes with only their eyes visible, their zanpakuto slightly unsheathed and ready for battle. Shioin's gaze swept over them, landing on one petite figure kneeling on her right. she spoke. Soifan, stay behind. Chapter 32, Is This an Illusion? As Shioin's voice echoed, the other shadows disappeared once again, leaving only the petite figure still kneeling on the ground, head slightly lowered, awaiting orders. Shioin reached out and gently lifted the small figure's chin, forcing her to look up at her. With a swift motion, she ripped off the mask, revealing a delicate face no bigger than a palm. The skin was soft and pale, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. Yoruichi, noticing the almost encouraging look as if it were prompting her to tease, couldn't resist teasing her. Why is my little Benot daring to look at me? Soifan eyes darted nervously around her surroundings, her chest visibly rising and falling as she stammered, my lady Yoruichi. This is not allowed. Yoruichi's eyes gleamed as she leaned in closer, her face almost touching Fan's now slightly flushed cheek. She blew a soft breath, teasing, not allowed here? Then where is it allowed? I. Fan's words faltered as Yoruichi's flawless face drew nearer, her presence overwhelming. Fan's breath quickened, her vision hazy, and her eyelids grew heavy, threatening to close. But before she could fully succumb to the moment, Yoruichi pulled away, letting out a hearty laugh, clearly amused, as though she had just outwitted a mischievous cat. Ha ha ha, Fan, you're just too amusing. Fan immediately lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet Yoruichi's gaze, her voice barely audible. My lady Yoruichi, please. Don't tease your subordinate any longer. That won't do, Fan. You'll spend your life being teased by me. Fan's ears reddened like polished jade, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The teasing words from Yoruichi had left her flustered and disoriented. After a hearty laugh, Yoruichi smacked her lips, as if savoring the stolen moment, before speaking again. I've got a task for you. Go to the 4th Division and investigate a guy named Senju Makoto. Understood? Yes. Soifan exhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure from the earlier chaos, her voice steady as she responded. Ahem, Fan, there's no need to be so serious, Yoruichi said, her tone light. That person is a disciple of Captain Unohana, so to avoid any misunderstandings, don't investigate him like you're from the military. She paused, then continued with a sly smile, approach Senju Makoto under the guise of a patient. I need as much information as you can gather. I understand, my lady Yoruichi. Soifan nodded, her figure almost vanishing as she quickly disappeared in the direction Yoruichi had been watching. Yoruichi gazed after her, her mood buoyant. She then began walking forward, but her steps took her not toward the 2nd Division barracks, but straight toward the 6th Division barracks instead. Yoruichi licked her lips, her steps becoming lighter, almost skipping with excitement. Her previously suppressed curiosity about Makoto seemed to have found an outlet. In the 4th Division's gynecology office, Makoto felt as though he might be having a heart attack and needed Captain Unohana's urgent help. When Makoto, filled with a hopeful sense of anticipation, swung open a door to his office, what greeted him was a scene far from what he had expected. The originally modest-sized room was now packed with dozens of burly men, their bodies pressed together tightly in the cramped space. Sweat-drenched shirts clung to their muscles, and their eyes, filled with a kind of fervor and expectation, were locked on him. For a moment, Makoto's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a step back, almost doubting whether he had entered the wrong room. Mirror flowers, water moons. That's it must be an illusion, just like the fleeting images in a mirror or on the surface of water. It's all fake. Damn Aizen, when did he fall under such an illusion? There couldn't possibly be so many burly men in my office, this should be a place where the delicate and adorable Aoki Risa is waiting. As Makoto tried to convince himself, a figure suddenly slid out from among the crowd of burly men with an extraordinarily smooth motion, kneeling on the ground and striking a pose that made Makoto's teeth ache from the cringe. It's been a long time, my friend. Finally, the day has come for us to meet again. This is fate, this is destiny. Before the figure, who was none other than Kaku, could finish his dramatic speech, Makoto slammed the door shut again. Wait. Kaku instinctively tried to stop him, his smooth, round forehead poking out from the crack in the door. Bang. Ah. The next moment, Kaku's head was completely caught in the door, and a scream echoed through the gynecology office. It's too tight, Senju. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Stop, let go. For a moment, Makoto stood in the hallway, feeling the bizarre, probing stares from the people around him. Social death. A lifetime of honor, number 2 months of hard work building my image in the department. Ruined in an instant. The rumors would spread like wildfire throughout Siri Itai, especially through the women's Shinigami's gossip channels. It wouldn't be long before everyone knew. Makoto's eyes slowly became dull, and his grip on the door loosened. Senju, you bastard, I brought all these people here to help with your work. Before Kaku could finish, Makoto placed his palm on the top of Kaku's bald head and pushed him into the office, following him in. Bang! The door slammed shut behind them, momentarily cutting off the curious and stunned gazes from the outside. Inside the office, Makoto twitched his lips into a smile, his tone now deceptively gentle as he spoke. Kaku, have you decided where you want to be buried yet? What? Kaku rubbed his head, which was now marked with 2 red imprints, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. He replied nonchalantly, I'm not the kind of man who dies so easily. Really? Sometimes, death itself can be a luxury. Makoto's seemingly gentle face suddenly darkened, and the chilling words that came from him caused the room full of burly men to feel an unexpected shiver. Instinctively, they all tightened their legs. Wait? Why are we all subconsciously tightening our legs under Makoto's aura? Just as these men from the 11th Division all shared the same thought in their minds, Makoto continued, his voice smooth but with an undertone that sent a chill through the room. Since you trust me so much, I suppose I can't disappoint you, can I? Reaching into his pocket, Makoto pulled out a pair of white gloves, slipping them on as he spoke. Let me provide you with a little treatment that's just right for the gynecology office. Chapter 33, Soifan, Sting of the Swallowtail Miner. Treatment? In an instant, under the intangible aura emanating from Makoto, the men of 11th Division felt an inexplicable tension in the air. This demeanor. This tone. No matter how they looked at it, this didn't seem like any kind of minor treatment at all. More importantly, Makoto wasn't exuding any fearsome spiritual pressure, so why did he feel so terrifying? Well. Kaku finally realized that something felt amiss, sensing that Makoto didn't seem quite like his usual self. With an awkward chuckle, he spoke up. Sanju, maybe I should come by some other day. But Makoto moved a step, positioning himself in front of the doorway. No need. You're already here. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the gynecology clinic, Soifan, petite in stature and dressed in a standard shiakusho, observed her surroundings, following the signs that pointed toward Makoto's office, located in a relatively secluded corner. This was Soifan's first time here. In the past, whenever she felt unwell, she'd usually visit the pediatrics clinic of 4th Division. Now, entering the gynecology department, she just barely fit in, though her small, girlish figure still caught the occasional glance from passing Shinigami. Finally, as she followed the signs and arrived at the office labeled with Makoto Senju and Aoki Risa, just as she raised her hand to knock, a low, restrained groan echoed from inside, a male's voice filled with anguish and agony. Ah! Soifan. Her hand paused midair, her mind racing with increasingly wild images. Hesitating for a moment, she double-checked the nameplate on the office. Makoto Senju and Aoki Risa. Could it be? No way. Maybe. It couldn't be. Slowly, Soifan lowered her hand and cautiously pressed her ear to the door. Instantly, the groans from within grew clearer, and Soifan could just make out the blend of pain and relief in each sound. Her eyes widened slightly. Is this really the gynecology department? Maybe I should head back to pediatrics. Involuntarily, a shadow cast over the youthful mind of Soifan. However, as she stood there, her face clouded with uncertainty, wondering what to do next, another anguished groan echoed from within. In the same tone, blending restraint, pain, and some kind of relief. At that moment, Soifan's mind swirled in confusion, unable to imagine what chaotic scene might be unfolding inside. But with each new, muffled groan that followed, her worldview felt more and more shattered. Just how many people are in there? Dazed, Soifan attempted to sense the spiritual traces naturally emitted by any Shinigami within the office. A distinct red spiritual aura emanated from the body, different from a typical spiritual being's, unique and vivid. But in the next moment, Soifan's eyes widened as she saw waves of densely packed red spiritual thread surging toward her from within the office. So many. This doesn't make sense. For a moment, the young Soifan's mind blanked entirely. And then, bang! The office door in front of Soifan abruptly swung open, and one by one, large men, sweating, pale-faced, and walking with awkward steps, filed out in a single line. 1, 5, 20, 50. It was like witnessing an endless stream of burly men piling out of a tiny wooling van for the first time. Soifan couldn't comprehend how more than 50 male Shinigami could have fit into such a small office. How could they all squeeze in? Soifan suddenly felt that her past training in the stealth force, on how to hide effectively in confined spaces, might still have room for improvement. Finally, as a gentle-looking young man stood at the office doorway, smiling and waving farewell to the departing Shinigami, the steady stream of men finally ceased. At that moment, Makoto noticed the dazed and adorable Soifan standing nearby. With her obedient bangs, long hair, a face still carrying a hint of youthful innocence, and her petite, delicate figure. Makoto looked at the stunned Soifan and asked, "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" And no. Nothing. In that instant, Soifan's first instinct was to turn and flee. But as she took a step back, she remembered the task entrusted to her by Lady Yoruichi. "No. I can't. Lady Yoruichi's mission is absolute. I must gather information on Makoto Senju. For Lady Yoruichi's sake. Everything is for Lady Yoruichi's command." In an instant, Soifan's expression shifted to one of firm resolve. She gritted her teeth and quietly asked, "Excuse me, are you Makoto Senju?" "That's right." Makoto nodded, sensing that the delicate girl in front of him looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't immediately remember her. "Apologies for the intrusion. I'm Soifan from 2nd Division. May I request a treatment from you?" Soifan asked. "Soifan?" Makoto's eyes flickered, immediately understanding. Though the name was new to him, since joining the Siriite AI 2 months ago, Makoto had gained a basic understanding of the various squads and institutions. Among these, the 2nd Division and the Onmitsukido have been led for generations by the esteemed Shioing family, one of the 4 great noble families of the Siriite AI. The current 2nd Division captain and commander of the Onmitsukido was none other than Lady Yoruichi, known famously as the Goddess of Flash. Due to this long-standing Shioing influence, many noble families devoted to their service were embedded within the 2nd Division. The Fan family was one such lower noble house, long loyal to the Shioing, where each family had inherited the title Suifeng, symbolizing their willingness to serve the Shioing family with unwavering loyalty. So, this girl before me is the one destined to inherit the title of Suifeng and, in the future, become the 2nd Division captain after Yoruichi leave the Soul Society? For a moment, Makoto's gaze held a newfound intensity as he looked at Soifan, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Then, Makoto gave a warm smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Come, follow me inside." Chapter 34, Treatment. However, despite Makoto's smile appearing harmless and gentle, in Soifan's eyes, it resembled more of an uncle bear trying to sneakily lick honey, completely untrustworthy. Makoto also noticed that his gaze might have been a bit too anxious, accidentally exposing some of his inner thoughts. "It seems I really need a pair of glasses." At this moment, Makoto suddenly realized the importance of glasses. Not only could they enhance his appearance and make him seem more refined and harmless, but they could also conceal slight fluctuations in his gaze. However, when he had just realized that the person standing before him was Soifan, who would become the future 2nd Division captain, his heart couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. After all, if he could leave a seed of the forest inside a captain-level Shinigami body in advance, the rewards would undoubtedly be immense, far greater than leaving one in an ordinary Shinigami body. Moreover, cultivating a good relationship with the future 2nd Division captain in advance would only bring benefits, and no harm. Although Makoto had already firmly clung to the beautiful leg of the 4th Division captain, Unohana Retsu, as an adult, how could he settle for just one option? Coincidentally, after accumulating seeds for more than 2 months, he had already left most of them on over 50 burly men from the 11th Division. There were still some left in stock, so he wouldn't find himself in the awkward position of facing the delicate Soifan without any seeds. However, at this moment, Makoto also understood that he couldn't appear too aggressive, or else he might scare away the young Soifan, who was still in her teenage years. Thus, Makoto merely nodded slightly at Soifan, without pressing her further. He calmly turned around and walked back into the office. Soifan hesitated for a few seconds before walking into the office with a determined expression, as if facing death itself. However, as soon as she entered, she immediately remembered to open the door as wide as possible, allowing a clear view of the office from the hallway. This scene made the corner of Makoto's mouth twitch faintly. Soifan. Does she really think of me as some creepy uncle? After all, despite our apparent age difference, we're essentially the same age. What's there to fear? Am I really going to eat you? At most. I just want to plant a few seeds in fertile soil. Sigh. The medical relationships in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are truly lacking in basic trust. Makoto couldn't help but quietly lament the poor doctor-patient relationship in the Siriite AI, but his expression remained calm and gentle as he turned to the now seated Soifan and asked, "Name?" "Soifan." "Gender?" "Female." "You belong to the 2nd Division, right?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 46. At this point, Makoto's movements instinctively paused, and he couldn't help but look up at Soifan, who appeared so youthful and vibrant. "Is something wrong?" Soifan asked nervously. "No." Makoto answered in a slightly awkward tone, though inwardly, he was still adjusting to the incongruity. By normal human standards, Soifan looked no older than 16 at most. However, despite being born in the Soul Society, Soifan's actual age was already 46. Yet, even so, Soifan's physique still hadn't quite reached full maturity. In other words, it's not easy to know if a person is legal in the Soul Society. With a slight pause, Makoto calmed his thoughts before asking again. May I ask where you feel unwell? However, Makoto's question left Soifan somewhat flustered. Right, I'm not sick. For a moment, Fan stammered, unsure of how to respond. After all, Fan knew very well that if she told a lie, Makoto, a disciple of the 4th Division captain, would easily see through it. This would certainly hinder Fan's efforts in gathering information. Makoto's eyes narrowed slightly, almost instantly sensing something was amiss. No matter how much one might try to hide their ailments, it wouldn't make sense to be unable to say anything at all. And Soifan. 2nd Division, Stealth Force. Makoto hadn't forgotten that the 2nd Division's one of the responsibilities was also monitoring the internal affairs of the Siriite AI? Could this be an investigation? Or perhaps a test? Subconsciously, Makoto's fingers, hidden beneath the table, lightly tapped in thought. His expression, however, showed no sign of suspicion. Finally, under Makoto's patient gaze, Soifan half-heartedly pointed to several parts of her body, describing in vague terms. In any case, I feel occasional pain here, and sometimes discomfort there. I see. How frequently do these pains occur? Makoto asked. Maybe once every couple of days. Well then, let me conduct a brief examination. Please lie down on that bed over there, if you don't mind. Makoto asked gently. Soifan turned her gaze to the simple bed, noticing some damp stains at the edges, likely sweat, though it was hard to tell for sure. Ultimately, Fan glanced back at the still open door, then forced a calm expression as she replied, I can. As Makoto gestured for Soifan to lie down, he calmly donned a new pair of white gloves. However, just as Makoto touched Soifan's abdomen, following the area she had mentioned, he felt her entire body tense up. Even the 10 exposed, delicate toes were rigid with tension. Relax. Makoto spoke softly, his gaze clear and gentle as he looked at Soifan. Is this the spot? Does it hurt when I massage it like this? Fan bit her lower lip, sensing an unusual feeling in her abdomen. Unbidden, she remembered a scene involving Captain Yoruichi's teasing, her mind briefly going blank. Instinctively, she answered. No. No pain? Not even a slight sensation? Makoto asked, a slight furrow in his brow. There is a feeling, but... No, wait, no, there isn't. Fan answered with a trembling voice. A hint of suspicion flashed in Senju Makoto's eyes as he continued his examination, moving on to other areas she had mentioned. Finally, Makoto, observing Soifan as she lay face down on the bed, her slender figure fully exposed, was almost certain of one thing. That was, Fan was absolutely faking her illness. Based on the medical knowledge passed down in the Soul Society, it was clear that she was in perfect health, her spiritual body was stable, with no detectable abnormalities or deficiencies. Her spiritual energy flowed normally, and her spiritual pressure was balanced. Her internal meridians showed no signs of damage. The only slight issue was some fatigue-induced wear on a few joints and muscles, and perhaps a minor delay in her physical development. Chapter 35, Developmental Delay. So, was Soifan really sent by the 2nd Division to investigate me? Makoto Senju stroked his chin, almost certain of the conclusion. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any reason for Soifan to suddenly appear here. Looking at the entire Siriite AI, I am nothing more than an unremarkable member of the 4th Division. But as the disciple of Captain Unohana, a figure of some sensitivity, it would make sense that the higher-ups would pay attention to me, even if only to a degree. However, the 2nd Division doesn't operate through covert surveillance or investigations, so they likely don't consider me to be any significant threat. This must just be a routine investigation, right? It seems I'll need to cooperate with Soifan. If she comes back with no information, it could cause a fair bit of trouble. It might even prompt other covert agents to investigate me secretly. As Makoto pondered these matters, his eyes drifted back to Soifan, who was still on the bed, her body positioned in what she believed to be a humiliating posture under his orders. Her glazed eyes betrayed a sense of despair and indignation. Captain Yoruichi. I'm no longer pure. At that moment, Fan bit her lip hard, trying her best to suppress any weakness in her voice. After this mission, I will make sure to end this bastard's life. Now. I must endure. All of this is for Captain Yoruichi. To complete Captain Yoruichi's mission, I must approach Makoto under the guise of a patient to gather whatever intelligence I can. Her chest, pressed tightly against the bed, rose and fell gently with each breath, while the image of Captain Yoruichi's back steadily reinforced her resolve. Meanwhile, Makoto's eyes swept once more over the girl before coming to rest on Soifan's delicate, small feet. Her toes were neatly aligned and pale, their subtle arch betraying tension, likely from nerves. The most striking detail was that, whether due to stress or remaining in that position too long, her feet had a faint, almost rosy hue to them. Makoto couldn't help but think this was the most beautiful pair of feet he had ever seen in all of the Soul Society, almost like a work of art. Even Captain Unohana's feet could not compare. Perhaps some foot fetishist would think that being trampled by those feet would be a strange, twisted form of bliss. However, Makoto was not the type to indulge in such lowly pleasures. He was keenly aware that, as a disciple of Captain Unohana, he had to uphold his dignity and morals, otherwise, things could end badly. Clearing his throat, he said softly, "All right, you can rise now." His tone was calm, as if the earlier examination was nothing more than a routine procedure. He then returned to his desk, taking a sip of calming tea meant to clear the liver and soothe the mind. Once refreshed, he looked at the still expressionless Soifan, sitting across from him. "Just a quick checkup. There's nothing serious. A few minor injuries, possibly from overtraining, and a slight delay in your development." On the matter of actual medical concerns, Makoto had no intention of feigning anything. The thought lingered, as it was the most basic form of respect that Makoto held toward his knowledge of both the way of healing and medicine. Although, when it came to diagnoses, sometimes it was quite easy to achieve the desired outcome with a bit of deception, especially if it aligned with Senju Makoto's goals. He paused for a moment, then looked at Soifan before speaking again. "As for the pain you mentioned, I can't confirm it for now. You could try consulting with Aoki 5-seat for a diagnosis. Or perhaps, if it flares up again later, you can come back to see me for a follow-up." Soifan responded almost immediately, without hesitation. "No need for that. I'll come back to see you next time for a follow-up. I still trust the disciple of Captain Unohana." Makoto calmly agreed, indirectly confirming Soifan's intentions, before lowering his head to record the medical notes. Unlike the disruptive group led by Kaku earlier, Soifan was here for a legitimate consultation. According to the regulations of the 4th Division, medical records needed to be kept for all patients. This wasn't just for future consultations and treatments, it also served as a permanent record in the Siriite AI regarding the condition of the Shinigami. However, as Fan watched Senju Makoto carefully write developmental delay in her medical record, her face remained emotionless, but inwardly, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Damn bastard. At that moment, Soifan, who had been rigorously trained in both the military and noble ways since childhood, found herself cursing in her heart with an uncharacteristic outburst of vulgarities. But as Makoto finished writing and looked up at Soifan, she forced a stiff smile and said, "Thank you so much, Dr. Senju. You're very welcome. Providing the most appropriate treatment for our patients is the responsibility of the 4th Division," Senju Makoto answered kindly, then continued, "Additionally, the minor injuries on your body are quite easy to address. I can relieve them through acupuncture and a way of healing, but the root cause seems to be excessive training, possibly excessive combat. My suggestion is that you take a break for a while." Soifan, who had been consumed with anger and frustration just moments before, felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing the gentle, caring tone. For a moment, she froze. Having joined the Shiuin clan's military forces at a young age, and later becoming a member of the Onmitsukido Night Squad, it was clear that Soifan had sacrificed far more than the average soldier. Amid the harsh and disciplined environment of her past, it was only now, aside from the comforting words of Captain Unohana, that she heard such warmth. "Are you listening, Ms. Soifan? If you're worried about the pressures in the division, I can issue a medical certificate on behalf of the 4th Division stating that you need a period of rest." Coming to her senses, Fan met Makoto's gaze, which was filled with genuine concern and warmth. Almost instinctively, she lowered her head and quickly refused. "No need. Is that so?" Makoto's voice took on a hint of regret and helplessness as he added, "No matter what, Ms. Soifan, you should still pay attention to your health. Especially since your body is still in a developmental phase, excessive fighting and training can have negative effects. This is likely the cause of your developmental delay." In that moment, Fan felt her heart stirred by this unexpected kindness, and with genuine emotion, she responded, "I can't stop. If I do, even if I slack off just a little, even if I fall behind by just a moment, I won't be able to catch up to Captain Yoruichi, and I won't be able to protect her." Chapter 36, The Invitation. Is that so? Such an inspiring will and conviction. Captain Shiuin is indeed fortunate to have a subordinate like you, it's truly enviable. With a hint of admiration and respect, Makoto spoke, indirectly affirming the charisma of Shiuin Yoruichi, a compliment that brought a subtle smile to Soifan's face. Perhaps direct praise for Soifan wouldn't have had as much effect, but by lauding Shiuin Yoruichi, he could certainly win Soifun over as an ally. Makoto's gentle gaze took in every nuance of Soifun's reaction, and he couldn't help but reflect that the current Soifun was far from the cool, prideful captain she would become in the future. Right now, she was still so young and innocent. How about this? Makoto's thoughts shifted, and he continued, I have an ancient family technique for therapeutic massage. It might help alleviate some developmental delays. If you don't mind, you could come to me regularly for treatment. How does that sound? In that moment, under Makoto's gentle concern and seemingly harmless gaze, most of Soifun's initial hostility had dissipated, even giving way to a growing sense of trust. Lowering her gaze to her own slender, almost childlike figure, Fun couldn't deny that her development had indeed been rather slow. If I could grow a bit more, perhaps Lady Yoruichi would like me too? After a long moment of hesitation, Fun slowly nodded, agreeing to the proposal. Seeing this, Makoto's face broke into a smile. With this arrangement, he could treat Soifun's growth issues while building a closer rapport with her. Moreover, regular, open meetings would make it easier to avoid the watchful eyes of other members of the second division. A triple benefit. Well then, shall we begin today's treatment right now? Makoto inquired. Alright, Soifun agreed with a nod. Once again, she lay back on the bed, feeling far more at ease this time, even allowing herself a few moments to study Makoto. With his dark hair and gentle eyes, Makoto had a handsome, refined look, and a gaze that always seemed to exude kindness. Once the treatment started, his eyes turned exceptionally focused. Gradually, Fun slipped into a professional mindset, instinctively gathering information about Makoto in her capacity as an officer, noting everything from his estimated height and weight, the shape of his zanpakuto, down to the length of his fingers. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sensation pierce her body, and a soft, surprised moan escaped her lips. In an instant, her face flushed bright red, even her delicate feet turning the shade of pink as if dusted with blush. Makoto glanced in mild surprise at her feet, which seemed to reflect Soifun's genuine emotions. As he continued with the acupuncture, he began chatting casually with her, hoping to ease her mind. Miss Fun, is this your first time in the medical division? She nodded. Coming alone, quite brave of you, Ms. Fun. Actually, it's not that. No, truly, among others your age, you're remarkably outstanding. Well. I just wanted to keep trying. To catch up to Lady Yoruichi. What's Captain Shioin like? Bearing the title of Goddess of Flash, she must be incredibly skilled, right? At this question, Soifun's eyes lit up, as though he'd hit upon her deepest passion. She immediately became animated, her previously reserved demeanor transformed into an eager excitement. She began talking ceaselessly about Yoruichi's prowess, beauty, and nobility, oblivious to the treatment that Makoto was still conducting. All the while, Makoto continued in a gentle tone, maintaining his focus on Soifun's treatment without pause. Seeds of the forest were subtly planted, taking root and beginning to grow steadily within her. In that moment, Makoto noticed a slight increase in his spiritual energy accumulation. Though not as dramatic as from engaging with Kenpachi Zaraki, it still far surpassed the nourishment he'd obtained from Kaku. He found himself offering a genuine smile towards Soifun, sincerely wishing she'd rise to the rank of captain soon. After a while, as Fun's enthusiasm for recounting Yoruichi's virtues left her feeling slightly parched, she paused, finally noticing the warmth radiating through her whole body, a gentle and soothing sensation. Miss Fun, the treatment is complete. I'd suggest avoiding intense training or combat for the next few days, Makoto said with a warm smile. It's done already? Fun blinked, trying to recall the experience. All she could remember was the occasional soft touch of Makoto's hands but not much else. Standing up, she stretched experimentally, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being. Thank you, Dr. Makoto. For the first time, Soifun offered genuine thanks, her wariness softened. This young healer seems so gentle and virtuous. Surely, he couldn't be anything odd, could he? Perhaps the strange moans and groans I heard earlier were just 11th Division members being themselves? I nearly misjudged him. In her mind, Makoto's image shifted from that of an eccentric to a skillful, gentle healer who also happened to admire Lady Yoruichi. No need to thank me, Ms. Fun. If you truly want to show gratitude, just take good care of your body. Even Captain Shioin would worry about such an outstanding subordinate, don't you think? Hearing the warmth and genuine care in Makoto's tone, Soifun felt a growing sense of trust toward him. Just as she was about to leave, she paused, remembering her real purpose. Damn. I got so carried away talking about Lady Yoruichi that I forgot to probe for information on Dr. Makoto. She hesitated, then turned back, looking a bit uncertain. What is it? Makoto asked gently. After a moment of consideration, Fun gathered her resolve. To express my thanks. May I invite you to dinner? Dinner? Makoto met her slightly nervous, gazing at her with a faint smile. Only dinner, huh? Generally, he'd refuse an invitation like this, but he understood that Soifan's real intent was likely to gather information on him. Alright, I'll play along. Besides, today Risa left early with the medical team, so I don't have to worry about her noticing my break. After a brief internal debate, he glanced at the darkening sky outside and nodded. Sure. It's almost time for a shift change anyway. Makoto tidied up his workspace, and the two of them left the office together, strolling toward the shopping district within the Siriite, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 37, Glasses. Siriite, the heart of the Soul Society. Siriite stands as the political, military, and even commercial hub of the entire Soul Society. Not only are the barracks of all 13 Division of Imperial Guards located within its borders, but so are the residences of various noble families, the Kido Corps headquarters, the Central 46, the Great Spirit Book Gallery, the Maggot's Nest, and other essential institutions, nearly all concentrated in Siriite. Outside Siriite lies Rukongai, a district home to ordinary souls. Here, the area is simply divided into zones, such as East District 1 inch and North District 2. The Shinigami only venture into Rukongai if there are incidents of hollows attacking souls, and, outside of these cases, Siriite maintains minimal oversight. This hands-off approach has led most parts of Rukongai to fall into a state of disarray, chaotic, dirty, and disorderly. Rukongai's poor environment and the fact that souls without spiritual power don't feel hunger have stunted the district's economic potential. To cater to the Shinigami and noble families seeking food and entertainment, a lively commercial street within Siriite has sprung up, providing the Shinigami and nobility a place to unwind. Makoto had often heard about this bustling market, but since joining the 4th Division, he had hardly had the opportunity to explore. Unlike Siriite's usual air of solemnity, the commercial street brims with merriment, and wherever one looks, one can see Shinigami indulging freely. Shops on both sides of the street offer not only food and entertainment but also a wide variety of goods, creating a scene of lively prosperity. Hold on. Makoto suddenly called out to Soifan, who was leading the way. Her gaze had fallen on a glasses shop. Fun, could you wait for a moment? I'd like to buy a pair of glasses. Glasses? Soifan followed Makoto into the shop, glancing at his bright and gentle eyes as she asked, is there something wrong with your eyesight, Dr. Senju? Just a little, he replied, casually deflecting her question with a vague answer. I've been practicing acupuncture a lot lately, which strains the eyes a bit. Sometimes, things look blurry. While responding to her, Makoto's eyes scanned the various glasses displayed in the shop. One pair caught his attention first, the understated, black-rimmed glasses that resembled those worn by Aizen and Sosuke. They were undoubtedly the perfect choice for refining one's demeanor, concealing a sharp gaze, and projecting an air of mystery. But Makoto recalled Unohana's offhand remark about his faint resemblance to Aizen and quickly dismissed the idea of choosing the same style. With the shopkeeper's guidance, he tried on several other pairs, each one making him appear even more refined and attractive, which left him a bit dissatisfied. After all, Makoto's main goal in buying glasses was to adopt a disguise, not to the extent of a superhero transformation where glasses and a change of clothes render one unrecognizable, but he at least wanted something that would subtly downplay his looks, mask his gaze a bit, and make him appear less threatening. At that moment, Soifan handed him a pair with a tinted color. With a soft clink of silver-framed glasses, he walked over and spoke. Dr. Senju, maybe you could try this pair? Makoto turned his head, slightly surprised, looking at Fun. She glanced away, her gaze wandering to the street outside, and replied. Don't get the wrong idea. I just don't want to waste time. It's absolutely not because I think this pair would suit you better. Just then, an evening breeze drifted in from the street, lifting Fun's black hair off her shoulders and fully exposing her flushed ears. Makoto blinked, then took the glasses from Soifan's hand and tried them on in front of the mirror. Ha! As Makoto reached for the glasses, Fun let out a quiet sigh, already beginning to regret her impulsive gesture. After all, since she was young, Fun's life had largely revolved around the rigorous training imposed by the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Opportunities to simply wander through the streets were rare, which was why, upon spotting a pair of glasses she liked, she couldn't help but recommend them to Makoto. How is it? He asked suddenly, his voice as gentle as the evening breeze. Instinctively, Fun turned to look at him. Makoto's delicate features took on a touch of maturity and a slight air of elegance under the narrow, dark gray frames. In that moment, Fun couldn't help but recall the image of Byakuya Kuachiki, the young master of the Kuachiki family, and subconsciously compared him with Makoto. While their appearances were nearly on par, unlike the aloof and prideful Byakuya, the young man before her exuded a warmth, as if he were a spring breeze, making her feel inexplicably close to him. She didn't know why, but hearing Makoto's gentle, soothing voice stirred a sudden nervousness within her, as if her hidden thoughts had been laid bare. Her tone grew slightly tense as she responded. "Why are you asking me?" Noting Fon's seemingly distant tone, Makoto replied in his usual gentle voice, "Well, these are glasses recommended by Miss Fon. Your opinion, naturally, is quite important. They're okay, I guess." "Nothing special," she answered, her voice a bit stiff. "All right." Makoto responded and, to Fon's slight disappointment, took off the glasses and set them aside before moving on to browse other pairs. For a brief moment, Fon felt a pang of emptiness, like a precious first gift had been rejected. Damn it, didn't I say they were fine? Could it be I wasn't clear enough? But what else could I have said? No, why am I even so worked up? This has nothing to do with me at all. While Fon continued to stew in her frustration, Makoto selected 2 more pairs and handed them to the shopkeeper, indicating for them to be wrapped. Then, with Fon still lost in thought, Makoto casually placed the narrow, dark gray frames back on his nose and asked the shopkeeper, "How much for all 3 pairs?" 2,000 rings. Author's note: the currency of the Soul Society is divided into small rings and rings. The exact purchasing power is unclear, so I used a rough real-world equivalent for easier understanding. Makoto paused, slightly surprised. That expensive? Though Makoto was Unohana's disciple, his position was just an ordinary member of the 4th Division, with a monthly salary and allowances totaling only 6,000 rings. Of course, his income had been especially low these past 2 months, as he hadn't taken on any medical cases, leaving him with only the basic departmental pay. Chapter 38, Ho. Ishi? This is already a very favorable price. The 2 pairs of glasses, with the packaging, cost 500 rings. Especially the pair you're wearing, which costs 1,000 rings, is truly worth the value. Just the material used, silver spirit steel, is worth 700 rings. The glasses shop owner paused for a moment, seemingly noticing Makoto's discomfort, before adding, "How about we try a pair with a better cost-performance ratio? I can offer you a further discount." "No need." Makoto glanced at Soifon beside him, then spoke again. "I quite like this pair of glasses. I'll take it as is." He then took out 2,000 rings from his pocket, handed it to the shop owner, and received the other 2 pairs of glasses, promptly leaving the shop. At that moment, feeling the sting of losing a small portion of his salary, Makoto couldn't help but mutter to himself about the evil of the Syriite AI nobles. The Syriite AI makes money, and the Syriite AI spends it. There's no chance of bringing any of it home. Fortunately, Makoto was currently living in Captain Unohana's quarters, with all meals, lodging, and sleeping arrangements covered, and no extra expenses. Otherwise, in just a few days, his entire salary would probably end up going back into the nobles' pockets. As Makoto felt once more how important he was to Captain Unohana, he heard Soifon's somewhat embarrassed voice from beside him. "Actually, you didn't have to buy that pair of glasses. I haven't really bought anything before, so my taste might not be great." Makoto adjusted the glasses that still felt unfamiliar to him and replied, "No, Miss Fon, your taste is quite good. I really like this pair." "Thank you, Miss Fon." In truth, Makoto hadn't paid much attention to Fon when picking out the glasses. He had simply compared the options carefully and selected 3 pairs that best suited his preferences. But hearing this, Soifon's face subtly flushed, and she unconsciously quickened her pace, walking ahead of Makoto. Inside, she felt a little flustered. "This idiot, no. Don't make it sound like I'm the one who gave him a gift." Walking behind her, Makoto's gaze unintentionally fell upon Soifon's back. It had to be said that Soifon's figure was truly very youthful. Makoto, still in his growth period and nearly 1.8 meters tall, had room to grow. However, Soifon only reached about his chest in height. As she walked ahead, Senju Makoto's attention couldn't help but be drawn to her slender waist. So delicate, so graceful, a curve that could easily be held in one hand. Can such a delicate waist really unleash the kind of power that could kill someone in a fight? Although Makoto knew Soifon would eventually reach a captain-level achievement, he couldn't help but have this doubt appear in his mind. "We're here. This barbecue place, Lord Yoruichi took me here once, and it's really delicious. Is that okay?" As Soifon turned back to speak, Senju Makoto's expression remained as calm and gentle as ever as he replied, "No problem. It's up to you, Ms. Fon." Then, with a slightly more mature demeanor, Fon began interacting with the shopkeeper in front of Makoto, trying to appear more composed despite the subtle youthful hesitance in her actions. Then, She chose a seat near the window and sat down. Soifan watched the innocent young man in front of her, who seemed to be curiously observing his surroundings, and couldn't help but silently pump herself up. Good, everything is going smoothly. Now I can truly start thinking about how to extract information. Alcohol, that's right. Even the noble Lord Yoruichi relaxes his guard after drinking, so I need to figure out a way to get Makoto to drink as well. It's possible. I will definitely complete Lord Yoruichi's task perfectly. Soon, as the grilled meat and sake were served, and with Fan awkwardly starting the conversation, Senju seemed to transform into the innocent, naive young man he appeared to be when he first entered the Siriite AI. Especially after being invited by Soifan, Makoto took a couple of sips of sake, and his previous calm, composed demeanor from the medical department vanished, replaced by a more active and engaged attitude. The atmosphere between Makoto and Fan grew warmer and more comfortable as they shared various amusing stories from their pasts. Fan. Miss Fan, did you know? When I was in the Rukongai, watching patient after patient helplessly die, I swore I would become a... Before Makoto could finish, Soifan, who had been sipping her sake in small amounts, interrupted with a hazy gaze. Dr. Senju, no need to be so formal. Just call me Fan. Makoto paused, his eyes, equally hazy, subtly sizing up Soifan. Could it be that she's really drunk? For a moment, Makoto's enthusiasm for the conversation waned. He realized that continuing would be pointless. After all, what good would flirting with a drunken Soifan do? How much information could she even remember? It was better to save time and focus on something more meaningful, like training. Training. Fan. Miss Fan, you're drunk, Makoto said, his tone slightly slurred as he subtly pointed it out. I'm not drunk. Soifan pouted, her gaze a bit dazed, and asked, you're the only one, other than Lord Yoruichi, who's this kind to me. Dr. Senju, I'm really happy today. You are my friend, right? Friend? Hearing this, Makoto couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for his paycheck. A wasp's sting at the end of its tail, a woman's heart is the most dangerous. With her drunk, my salary will surely suffer. Makoto had an inexplicable feeling, as though he had been tricked into a forced consumption trap, dragged into paying for a night out by some kind of scheme. But in a public place like this, Makoto certainly couldn't reach into the drunken Soifan's pocket to search for her wallet, could he? Reluctantly, after paying the bill, Makoto supported the drunken Soifan and prepared to take her back to the second division. After all, Makoto didn't have his own place and couldn't bring Soifan back to the captain's quarters of Unohana, as that would be somewhat inappropriate and inconvenient. Although Makoto, as an upright man, wasn't worried about anything untoward happening, he was still wary of causing unnecessary misunderstandings or awkward situations. Just as Makoto was about to leave the restaurant, supporting the still drunk Soifan, his body froze as he looked ahead in surprise. A group of people, including Aoki Chaoko, Aoki Risa, and several members of the 5th Rescue Team, were standing in front of him. Leading them was the ever-gentle Unohana Retsu? Makoto stood dumbfounded. Risa stared at Makoto in disbelief before her gaze moved to the half-drunken Soifan leaning on him. She asked, Makoto. Makoto-kun, what are you doing here? And who is she? Chaoko glanced up at the sky, her voice tinged with confusion. Makoto-kun, isn't it still too early for the shift change? As for Unohana, she simply smiled gently, her expression serene with no hint of surprise or anger. Chapter 39, Not enough in the bowl, there's more in the pot. Cold sweat. Within moments, cold sweat began to bead on Makoto's forehead. As he met the piercing gazes of those around him, he couldn't shake the feeling of being caught, like a child who'd been sneaking off to play games on a tablet during study time, only to be caught by family, teachers, and colleagues all at once. Panic. Instinctively, Makoto began to panic. No. Why am I panicking? His gaze sharpened, and he quickly regained his composure. He was a perfectly well-behaved young man, after all. He hadn't done anything wrong, he was merely cooperating with the 2nd Division's investigation, while also making connections with the future captain of the division. The situation at hand was simple. All he needed to do was express complete ignorance about Fan's true intentions, while letting his colleagues in on the fact that Fan had other plans. In the end, he could play the innocent bystander who had no idea what was going on. Though it sounded a little convoluted, Makoto found a way out almost instantly, and it wasn't hard to execute. After all, before this, his reputation had always been that of a pure and gentle young man. If it hadn't been for this moment of being caught red-handed, no one would believe that he might be some sleazy playboy. And, of course, he wasn't. Teacher, Aoki 5th seat, Risa, it's so good to see you. Makoto's glasses, perched on his nose, perfectly hid the brief flicker of emotion that had passed over his face. He wore a relieved expression as he spoke. Ms. Soifan from the 2nd Division invited me to dinner to celebrate my first successful consultation today. I never expected her to end up drunk. Now I'm not sure how to get her home. 2nd Division? The words that briefly flashed through Senju Makoto's mouth made Unohana's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, open just a bit wider. She scrutinized Soifan carefully. It didn't take long for Unohana to identify Soifan. She was a member of the 2nd Division, serving as a bodyguard for the secretive commander of the Onmitsukido, Shayun Yoruichi. In that instant, Unohana understood much more. For a member of Shayun Yoruichi's bodyguard unit to casually appear in the 4th Division and even befriend Makoto, not to mention invite him to dinner, was highly suspicious. There was a strong possibility this was linked to Shayun Yoruichi's guidance. Within the span of a heartbeat, Unohana was sure of this guess. However, the fact that Soifan was so drunk that she needed Makoto to support her surprised Unohana. This was an unexpected development. Thinking about this, Unohana's gaze shifted back to Makoto. With a gentle tone, she asked, "Makoto, where do you plan to take her next? I wouldn't mind lending you the garden for the night if that helps." But at the sight of Unohana's gentle eyes, Makoto felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end, as if some predatory beast had locked eyes with him. Makoto scratched his head, feigning complete ignorance of Unohana's subtle hint. With a pure expression, he said, "Well, teacher, I'm not very good at taking care of drunk people. I was just wondering where the Feng family residence is. I was just about to take her home." "Is that so?" Unohana glanced at Makoto with a smile that seemed more like a faint smirk. She then turned to a female officer from the 4th Division standing behind her. "Could you please take Miss Soifan back to the 4th Division for some rest, and then contact Captain Shayun to have her picked up?" "Yes, Captain." The female officer nodded, stepping forward to take Soifan from Makoto's hands. She immediately turned and carried her towards the 4th Division barracks. As for Makoto, once he had handed Soifan over, his back was practically drenched in cold sweat. Unohana-sensei. She's truly terrifying. That seemingly thoughtful and reasonable arrangement was, in fact, a clear statement to Shayun Yoruichi. In the future, I must avoid angering Unohana-sensei at all costs. Makoto silently reminded himself as he outwardly tried to appear helpful, ready to make his escape at any moment. "Wait a moment, Makoto. I imagine you didn't eat much with Miss Soifan earlier. Why don't you join us for a meal?" Unohana spoke up. "Teacher, I'm already full." Makoto subtly declined, sensing something was amiss. "No, you're not full." Unohana's tone carried a hint of seriousness as she pressed the point. Makoto froze for a moment, then placed a hand on his stomach and replied honestly, "You're right, teacher, I could eat a bit more." "Good." Unohana nodded with satisfaction before leading the group from the 5th Rescue Team towards the barbecue restaurant. During the entire process, Makoto remained silent, obediently sitting beside Unohana as directed. He maintained a posture of keeping his head low, avoiding the occasional glance from Risa, who sat across from him. When the first batch of grilled meat was ready, Unohana nearly piled 3 servings of it onto Makoto's plate with a gentle and caring expression. "Here, eat more. If your bowl isn't enough, there's plenty left on the grill." Makoto almost felt on the verge of tears. Unohana-sensei. Surely she isn't implying something, right? A little guilty, Makoto hesitantly glanced up at Unohana, only to meet her gaze, which seemed to carry an underlying dark and foreboding quality. Immediately, he felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly buried his head back into his bowl, replying hastily, "That's enough, teacher. The bowl is fine. If it's not enough, just let me know." Unohana's tone remained gentle, yet firm. "It's definitely enough." Makoto quickly reassured her. Unohana gave him a pointed look, but didn't press him further. "Now that Makoto is my disciple, and the 11th Division thinks they can take him from me?" Unohana's thoughts briefly turned to the simplicity of Kenpachi Zaraki's mind, who could entertain such fantasies, but it surprised her that Shayun Yoruichi had also sent Soifan from her bodyguard unit to interact with Makoto, getting drunk together as well. This led Unohana to wonder if, had she not happened to run into them, Makoto would have taken Soifan back to the 2nd Division, and Shayun Yoruichi might have smoothly made contact with him afterward. Makoto is so popular? Aside from his skills in healing and in the way of the sword, have I overlooked some other talent of his? Could he have an extraordinary gift in flash steps? Flash step? Unohana once again cast a scrutinizing glance at the pure-hearted young man beside her, who was now burying his face in his food. A sense of doubt began to creep into her thoughts. Chapter 40, Urgency. Without another word, Unohana turned her attention away from Makoto, instead directing her inquiry toward the 5th Rescue Unit, who were present in the room, about the tasks for the day. At first, Makoto, who had been focused on his meal, paid little mind. However, as the details of the task were revealed, his eyes subtly narrowed. In Rukongai, strange occurrences had been reported. Some residents were experiencing a mysterious loss of their souls. This time, the responsibility of patrol duty had fallen to the 10th Division's vice captain, who had requested the 4th Division to dispatch the 5th Rescue Unit to assist in investigating the phenomenon, to determine the cause of the missing souls. Unohana, stationed in the 4th Division, was intrigued by the report. Taking the opportunity to treat the exhausted 5th Rescue Unit to a meal, she also aimed to learn more about the specifics of the soul disappearance incident. In response to her inquiries, Aoki Cheoko of the 5th Squad provided a detailed account of the event. The phenomenon of missing souls was occurring in a particularly impoverished and remote area of Rukongai, which was why the 10th Division, responsible for patrols, had only recently discovered the issue. Initial estimates indicated that over 100 residents had lost their souls, though many more were still unaccounted for. Unohana frowned. This can't be a simple disease, can it? Cheoko shook her head solemnly. No, Captain. I'll add the 5th Squad to carefully examine all the affected residents. While the loss of soul energy has led to irreversible depletion of their spiritual essence, a drastic decrease in their lifespan, and a loss of certain emotions, there is no consistent pattern among the missing souls. It does not appear to be a disease or any known condition. Unohana nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the possibilities are many. It could be the work of a high-intelligence hollow able to conceal its spiritual pressure, or perhaps some unknown creature from the Soul Society, or even the result of a Zanpakuto's ability. Hearing this last suggestion, the 5th Rescue Unit couldn't help but shudder slightly. No. Surely not, Captain, Cheoko said incredulously. Could a Zanpakuto really have an ability that requires it to devour souls? And why would a Shinigami be involved in such dark deeds? Who knows? Unohana replied noncommittally, before adding, in any case, you've all worked hard today. Please, get some rest. Thank you, Captain, the squad responded in unison. As the banquet came to a close, Unohana led the now stuffed Makoto away, heading toward the garden. Makoto, your expression seemed a little off when we were discussing the soul disappearance. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Suddenly, Unohana spoke, looking at him. Makoto shook his head. No. This is the first time I've heard of something like this. It's just shocking. Unohana nodded. When we investigated the residents with missing souls, Cheoko overlooked something. I intend to personally confirm it tomorrow. You should come with me. Makoto paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Perhaps, he thought, he hadn't really considered rejecting her invitation. As for the position, I will just notify you. Rest well. After you wake up tomorrow, we'll set off. Within Unohana's gentle farewell, Makoto returned to his room, his eyes heavy with an air of solemnity and gloom. A small-scale soul is missing? Makoto was no longer an inexperienced Shinigami. His mastery of medical techniques made it clear that this was no simple matter. It seemed that Unohana had also recognized the problem, which was likely why she had decided to personally visit the Rukongai tomorrow. Normally, there were no known diseases that could cause the loss of a small portion of a soul. If this was the work of a hollow, however, it would be illogical, since hollows typically devour entire souls, not just parts of them. Besides that, the only other possibilities were an unknown creature, or the ability of a Zanpakuto. The former could pose a significant threat to the Soul Society, while the latter suggested something disturbingly sinister. At that moment, Makoto couldn't help but think of one person, Aizen Sosuke, and his recent mention of a technique to strip a Shinigami of their powers. Could it be that Aizen has already begun conducting experiments in the Rukongai? Using Shinigamis as test subjects would be too easy for the Siriite AI to detect, so he might have chosen the Rukongai as his target instead. Or maybe Aizen has started manufacturing the Hogyoku? For a brief moment, Makoto was overwhelmed by an intense sense of crisis and urgency, realizing that the approaching catastrophe would be far beyond his current capabilities. Although, after his recent encounter with Aizen, Makoto had chosen to have Unohana Retsu refuse further contact with Aizen under the guise of the 4th Division, he hoped that this would not arouse Aizen's suspicion or hostility. But still, it was hard to say whether Aizen might include an innocent person like him in his experiments. A single mishap could be catastrophic. After a moment of contemplation, Makoto pushed aside his mounting concerns and resolved to follow Unohana to the Rukongai tomorrow to investigate the situation. Then, he placed his Zanpakuto between his legs and began his training for the day. His eyes darkened. The next moment, Makoto found himself once again in the familiar blue sky and grassy plains, instinctively preparing for an attack. Ever since 6 months ago, when Makoto had proactively requested to train in Bunkai with Shinro Bansho, the latter had become increasingly ruthless. At first, Shinro Bansho had been reluctant to cause harm to Makoto, but once the training began in earnest, the spirit seemed to delight in brutally and creatively killing Makoto over and over again. Now, it had escalated to the point where Shinro Bansho would begin torturing him with various baseless accusations, just to amuse itself. For example, despicable, vile, shameless, loathsome perverted master. All kinds of slanders. This constant torment was starting to push Makoto to the edge, to the point where he feared the next encounter would be yet another punishment. However, unexpectedly, Shinro Bansho appeared in front of him today, its expression inexplicably sorrowful and silent. Tensing up, Makoto warily asked, "Shinro Bansho? What's wrong?" "Master." Shinro Bansho floated up to Makoto and looked at him with concern, replying, "This should be a question for me to ask you, Master-chan." Chapter 41, The True Power Me? Sunju looked at Shinro Bansho, puzzled, wavering and worried. Shinro Bansho reached out, gently touching Makoto's cheek. "What is it that's troubling my dear master?" Makoto blinked, taken aback. He hadn't expected this level of insight from Shinro Bansho, who was usually full of mischief. Despite this rare display of seriousness, Makoto instinctively kept his guard up. Shinro Bansho was, in some ways, a mirror of himself, embodying his own inner contradictions, a figure both genuine and deceptive. "It's nothing, just a minor issue in the outside world," Makoto replied. "Is that so? But it seems the entire world is steeped in autumn, mirroring your uncertainty and worry. It puts me in a bit of a bind." Shinro Bansho replied with a sigh. Hearing this, Makoto cast his gaze around the mental realm, realizing that amidst the vibrant greenery, patches of yellow were beginning to appear on the tips of the grass. After pondering for a moment, a cunning expression crossed Makoto's face, like someone about to catch goldfish at a festival. "Well, since you're so eager to help, Shinro Bansho, I suppose that's not entirely out of the question." "Huh? Only the size of a palm." Shinro Bansho placed a finger to her lips. "My dear master, some things are off limits, okay? In a way, I'm practically another version of you." Makoto stared blankly. "Off limits? What exactly do you mean by that? Besides, if you're supposed to be another version of me, shouldn't that make things even easier, without any sense of guilt? With others, I might worry about responsibility, but when it's with myself, there's no need to overthink it. No, wait, I'm not some kind of deviant. There's no way I'd ever do anything untoward to Shinro Bansho." At that thought, Makoto's expression darkened slightly. Yet he softened his tone, doing his best to remain gentle. "It's your name, Shinro Bansho. How about you tell me the name of your Bankai? All my doubts and worries stem from a lack of power. Once I know the name of your Bankai, I'll be rid of most of my troubles by the end." Even Makoto felt a bit odd, as though he were coaxing an innocent girl into something she shouldn't be doing. One shouldn't. Or at least shouldn't normally. "Oh? I'm technically already dead, a Shinigami, so this probably doesn't count. And besides, it's just me fooling myself. It's hardly a forbidden or guilty act if it's just fooling myself, right?" With that thought, Makoto's gaze toward Shinro Bansho grew even more sincere, fixed on her tiny lips, hoping she'd finally reveal something useful. Shinro Bansho's expression shifted from hesitation to outright reluctance as Makoto's eyes bore into her. Could it be? This really is the way to unlock his Zanpakuto's Banchi, to bring it to submission? Although Makoto had a nagging feeling his approach might be a bit unorthodox, his anticipation only grew as he watched her. But in the next instant, Shinro Bansho crossed her arms in front of her chest in an X and replied sweetly, "No, no, no. My dear master, there's no way I could. I'm not the type to surrender before being truly conquered, you know. If you want to get to know me entirely, you'll have to use your strength to make me completely submit." Makoto's mouth twitched involuntarily. Clearly, she could have just refused outright, or easily countered him, yet she deliberately gave a glimmer of hope, only to hesitate for a long while. And finally, even her rejection would sound so exquisitely worded. This sly approach, there was an unmistakable charm to it. Indeed, Shinro Bansho was absolutely imbued with my essence. It must be the Zanpakuto born from my own soul. For the first time, Makoto felt that maybe it was better to keep himself a bit more innocent so as not to set a bad example for his Zanpakuto. Is there really no room for a negotiation? Like, maybe just tell me part of the name? Trust me, you know I'm reliable, I keep my word. Makoto vowed sincerely. I swear, I'll just dabble at the edges of Banchi, borrow a bit of power. I have no intention of fully attaining the power of Bankai all at once. I'll conquer you gradually, I swear I'll make you submit step by step. Shinro Bansho blinked her big, glossy eyes like those in a Kazlan ad, then smiled sweetly and replied. No can do, darling master. If you do it that way, you'll definitely end up with a flawed Banchi, and there'll be no way to undo it. A flawed Bankai? Makoto looked at Shinro Bansho, a bit taken aback. Just seeing her Shikai form felt pretty flawed. This shouldn't be right. But Shinro Bansho's expression slowly turned serious, and she said, until you realize your true power, there's no way you can achieve Bankai successfully. And I'll never submit to you. Something stirred in Makoto's mind. He asked, what is this true power? Shinro Bansho smiled faintly, her mouth opening slightly as she spoke. In fact, I've already hinted at it countless times, darling master. But you've always ignored my clues, or maybe you've been pretending not to hear. Yet, as she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, until Makoto could barely make out her words. For a moment, Makoto's face was full of confusion. He had no idea what important information Shinro Bansho was trying to convey. Ever since hearing the name of his Zanpakuto's Shikai about 2 years ago and successfully achieving Shikai, Shinro Bansho had not taught him any specific techniques or powers. He could only rely on his past life's understanding of similar powers to figure things out and use them. Even the development of the seeds of the forest was something Makoto had spent a year creating on his own, an attempt to compensate for his severe lack of spiritual power and pressure. Aside from that, most of his daily interactions with Shinro Bansho seemed entirely trivial, with her calling him darling master and constantly toying with him or tormenting him during battles. Right at this moment, Shinro Bansho, the drama queen, let out a distressed, grumbling voice. Haha, my despicable, lecherous master is definitely plotting something wicked again. In the next instant, countless towering trees broke through the endless grassy plains, transforming into a boundless sea of trees that swept toward Makoto, as though aiming to crush him into mush. Again? Shinro Bansho, you! Makoto gritted his teeth and barely had time to shout before he was engulfed by the forest, an unrelenting wave of trees as fierce as dragons crushing him beneath their mighty expanse. Darling. Chapter 42, The Origin of the Zanpakuto. The next morning as Makoto slowly opened his eyes, a yearning for life and peace shone within them. Alongside a trace of unbearable exhaustion. He truly couldn't move anymore. His spirit was utterly drained. One night. 9 times. Last night, Shinro Bansho seemed to have gone completely berserk, leaving Makoto utterly defeated after 9 rounds of intense combat within a single evening. At this rate, if things continued, Shinro Bansho might just evolve into a terrifyingly relentless entity, a pure essence extractor. Ordinarily, due to the necessity of concealing his strength, Makoto could only rely on these battles to accumulate combat experience, familiarize himself with Shinro Bansho's abilities, and gradually attempt to dominate the blade, forcing it to submit. This was the critical step to fully unlocking its Bankai. Makoto understood that for most captains in the Soul Society, mastering the Bankai of their Zanpakuto often took decades or even centuries of arduous effort to completely subjugate the spirit within the blade. Barring a few extraordinary geniuses or those with unnatural advantages, it was exceedingly rare for a Shinigami to achieve Bankai within a few short years. But this frequency and intensity from Shinro Bansho. Is this even reasonable? Makoto thought, his brow furrowing. Moreover, it seemed almost impossible for him to overpower Shinro Bansho through sheer strength, at least for now. His mind wandered to Shinro Bansho's cryptic mention of its true power, which stirred a hint of doubt in him. That phrase left Makoto uneasy, as though he'd fundamentally misunderstood something about Shinro Bansho. Could it be? I've interpreted the name Shinro Bansho incorrectly? Shinro Bansho. Could it possibly mean something absurd, like deep, playful, fragrant blossom? I hate cryptic types who talk halfway, Makoto grumbled, his voice laced with frustration. They're just as annoying as those novel authors who end chapters on cliffhangers, they all deserve to be buried alive. With that, he smacked the hilt of Shinro Bansho a few times, as though trying to vent the helplessness and frustration built up after the relentless trials of the previous night. He then rose, stretched his body to shake off the stiffness, and opened the door. Heading toward the usual breakfast spot, he turned a corner and spotted Unohana and Shioi Yoruichi deep in conversation. Behind Yoruichi stood Soifun, her head lowered as she followed closely behind. Despite the seemingly harmonious and friendly atmosphere between Unohana and Yoruichi, their laughter occasionally drifting over to his ears, Makoto instinctively felt that staying away might be the best choice right now. Shioi Yoruichi was not someone to be trifled with, not even in her current state, let alone compared to the still inexperienced Soifun. Avoid them. Makoto quickly leaned back against the wall, staying hidden until the sounds of their conversation completely faded. Only then did he step out, feigning nonchalance. Unohana, noticing his arrival, showed no inclination to reveal what the earlier conversation was about. She simply said, "You're awake? Then let's set off." "Yes, sensei," Makoto replied respectfully, falling into step behind her. Unohana gently unsheathed a segment of her Zanpakuto, and in the next moment, Its blade transformed into a massive green one-eyed manta ray floating midair. Minazuki. No release command was uttered, the Shikai activation occurred instantly. Witnessing this, Makoto, who had only just endured the torment of trying to subdue Shinro Bansho last night, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy in his gaze. After all, only Shinigami who had mastered their Zanpakuto's Bankai could bypass the release command and directly activate their Shikai. The day you finally submit to me, Shinro Bansho, you'll understand the error of your ways. Makoto silently vowed to himself before leaping onto Minazuki's back alongside Unohana. Following her command, Minazuki soared toward the Siriite AI's western gate, Hikitoman. Although captain-level Shinigami were allowed to freely enter and exit the Siriite AI, the entire area was shielded by a protective barrier known as the Shakunmaku. Therefore, any entry or exit had to go through one of the four main gates, east, west, south, or north, where gatekeepers verified and logged their identities. This marked Makoto's first departure from the Siriite AI since joining the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Observing the meticulous procedures, he couldn't help but admire the thoroughness of it all. At the very least, such measures prevented the Shinigami from recklessly entering Rukongai to abuse their power, thereby reducing the chances of unchecked killings of Rukongai residents. As they left the Siriite AI behind, a vast expanse of Rukongai came into view beneath Makoto, who sat atop Minazuki as it glided through the air. Ruined, chaotic, lifeless. The districts closest to the Siriite AI were still in decent condition, but the further away they traveled, the more deplorable the scenery became. It was as though Rukongai and the Siriite AI, standing tall at the center of the Soul Society, were entirely separate worlds. Though Makoto himself hailed from Rukongai, seeing it from above filled him with a profound sense of shock. Just then, a delicately prepared lunchbox was presented in front of him, revealing an exquisitely crafted rice ball. Unohana's gentle voice sounded beside him. Makoto, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Eat something. Today is likely to be a busy day. Thank you, sensei. Makoto quickly suppressed his unsettling thoughts, gratefully accepting the rice ball and taking a bite. He had to admit, while interacting with pure-hearted girls like Soifun and Risa was relaxing, free from any scheming, there was something irreplaceable about the tender, meticulous care of someone as graceful and warm as Unohana Retsu. How delightful! Makoto exclaimed internally, savoring the rice ball before asking, Sensei, was there something Aoki 5th seat missed yesterday that requires your personal attention? Seated elegantly on Minazuki's back, Unohana softly explained, Aoki's judgment suggested that the residents had varying degrees of soul fragment losses. However, there might be a shared underlying factor. The missing portions of their souls seem to contain intense emotions, which has resulted in significant emotional deficiencies among the affected residents. Emotional deficiencies? Makoto echoed, puzzled. Unohana turned to Makoto, her serene gaze locking onto his as she gently inquired, Makoto, where do you think the strength, thoughts, and personality of a Zanpakuto originate? Makoto's eyes narrowed as he replied confidently, from the Shinigami themselves. Chapter 43, The Connection Between the Shinigami and their Zanpakuto. That's right. Unohana nodded lightly, then elegantly reached up to smooth her hair, continuing with her explanation. Zanpakuto, it's something both incredibly complex and yet remarkably simple. It is born from the soul of a Shinigami, the true embodiment and conceptualization of their power. Generally speaking, the power represented by a Zanpakuto is present from the moment a Shinigami is born. That's why, among many of the large noble families in the Siriite AI, for example, the Zanpakuto abilities of blood relatives often show striking similarities. This is due to the innate spiritual characteristics they share. However, no matter how close the relationship, whether between father and son or brothers, there will never be two exactly identical Zanpakuto. Do you know why? Makoto shook his head, his eyes wide with pure curiosity, eagerly awaiting Unohana's next words. As a disciple, it was his place to listen, not to make reckless guesses that might disrupt his teacher's explanation. In his role as a respectful student, Makoto simply needed to inwardly cheer her on, maintaining a strong sense of curiosity to encourage her to speak further. Unohana seemed completely unconcerned by the secretive nature of this knowledge within the Siriite AI, continuing to speak softly. Because, in addition to the spiritual characteristics and strength influencing the formation of a Zanpakuto, the Shinigami's will, thoughts, emotions, and so on, also lead to subtle variations in the Zanpakuto. These changes can even affect the initial release and Bankai abilities. Makoto nodded enthusiastically. In some ways, this explanation aligned with his previous guesses. For example, Soifun Sazumbachi was likely a cross-disciplinary ability born from a misdirected developmental path after being abandoned by Yoruichi, right? At the initial release stage, Sazumbachi was merely a hidden blade under the care of Shiryu and Yoruichi, embodying the double strike finisher technique. But after being coldly abandoned, emotions began to warp, creating a shift. Furthermore, Soifun needed to rise to the position of 2nd Division Captain, stepping into the spotlight, which resulted in her Bankai transforming into the homing Thunder Missile. Hornet Thunder Whip, an ability with conflicting traits in terms of its power system, yet still serving as an alternative one-hit kill Zanpakuto. Beyond that, the most obvious example would be Unohana herself, right? Her initial release was a harmless flying creature combined with a healing pack, but her Bankai seemed to morph into a power purely geared for destruction, an entirely different nature compared to the connection between most Zanpakuto's initial releases and their Bankai forms. Then, what about my Zanpakuto, the one that seems entirely fixated on tormenting its master? Makoto's lips twitched as an uneasy thought crossed his mind. Is my Bankai path some sort of divergence, where the essence of Shinro Basho is purely destructive, while my own heart is one of healing and purity, leading to an internal conflict? But then again, I don't think my true inner thoughts are as pure and healing as I try to make them seem. So, has it reversed? Makoto blinked, feeling that this situation was undeniably a bit complex. However, the concept of Shinro Bansho seemed far simpler than his own Zanpakuto, which was birthed from a tangled web of racial relations, an ultimate mess of complexity. After all, he still considered himself quite pure. His soul had simply crossed over without any of the miscellaneous influences that could result in bizarre creations or strange entities inside him. Different races were. What was the word again? No. Makoto slapped his head, suddenly realizing that he'd been around Shinro Bansho too much lately, picking up some rather odd phrases. Seeing this, Unohana observed with mild curiosity and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Makoto seemed to recall something and asked, "Teacher, what if two identical Zanpakuto really existed?" Unohana pondered for a moment before responding, not dismissing Senju Makoto's far-reaching idea immediately. She appeared to be deep in thought, then said, "As far as the history of the Soul Society goes, no such occurrence has been recorded. The only two Zanpakuto that are twin blades have very unique reasons for their existence. But if you're suggesting that two completely identical Zanpakuto could exist in the hands of different Shinigami..." She paused, her gaze shifting towards Makoto. "Either one party has stolen or copied the other Shinigami's Zanpakuto power, or, it could only happen if some forbidden experiment led to the replication of a Shinigami's very essence. This is why the Soul Society forbids the existence of identical Zanpakuto." "I see." As a disciple, Makoto displayed a look of sudden realization, making Unohana Retsu subconsciously feel a sense of accomplishment in her mentoring. Then, Makoto seemed to think of something and asked, "Teacher, so do you suspect that the missing soul parts of those residents might contain the power of a Zanpakuto?" Unohana narrowed her eyes slightly before responding, "It's possible. Awakening a Zanpakuto is not a necessary condition, so it's not impossible for the residents of Rukongai to possess a Zanpakuto's power. If all the missing souls in Rukongai have lost significant portions of their emotions, it might mean someone is secretly attempting to strip the powers of the Shinigami on a large scale. If so, this would be a very serious malignant event." Makoto blinked, listening intently to Unohana's suspicions and guesses, his determination to cling to her growing even stronger. Just from a few scattered pieces of information, Unohana had deduced so much, truly deserving of her reputation as the only one in the Soul Society to pierce through the mirror flower, water moon with nothing but her wisdom and attention to detail. As the saying goes, the older the woman, the more precious the gold bricks. Unohana had lived for over 1,000 years, wasn't she an endlessly valuable treasure? Burp. At that moment, after finishing the rice bowl, Makoto inadvertently let out a contented burp. "Full? Yes, thank you, teacher. This rice ball is very soft and fragrant," Makoto praised sincerely. Unohana smiled gently, taking the lunchbox from his hands. She then casually tossed it towards Minazuki, who naturally swallowed it whole. In an instant, Makoto's expression changed. Before, Unohana Retsu wouldn't have taken advantage of him by retrieving the rice box from Minazuki's stomach when he wasn't looking, would she? Temperature retention plus 11,111. Appetite reduction minus 99,999. For a moment, Makoto felt that Unohana's rice ball was definitely not as easy to swallow as it seemed. Chapter 44, Sensei. Shall we fight to the death? Suddenly, in the midst of Senju Makoto's stunned disbelief, Minazuki, after swallowing the bento box whole, spat out 2 small bottles, which Unohana deftly caught in her hands. It's over? Unohana-sensei actually developed such a bizarre function for her Zanpakuto? She's completely treating Minazuki like some kind of biological portable storage device. In short, a meat pocket? Wait, could it be that Unohana-sensei might one day secretly develop some similarly strange functions on me too? Makoto instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. At this moment, despite her gentle and kind appearance, Unohana seemed to be emanating an imperceptible aura of darkness. He unconsciously shifted his knees slightly, as if his instincts were urging him to put a little more distance between them. As expected. Compared to the all-encompassing care of a mature and mysterious onsen like her, it was much more comfortable to hang out with someone like the cute and straightforward Soifun or the slightly tsundere Okirisa. At least their quirks were tolerable. Makoto, are you trying to distance yourself from me, or are you looking down on Minazuki? Suddenly, Unohana's seemingly calm and gentle voice broke the silence, sending an involuntary shiver down Makoto's spine. His smile froze slightly as he stammered, and no, of course not. How could I? I like Unohana-sensei the most. It's just that, the wind's pretty strong, and it blew me a little off balance. Unohana scrutinized him for a moment before speaking again. Really? Your smile looks a little stiff too. That's also because of the wind. It's my first time flying with sensei, so I'm still getting used to it, Makoto replied, forcing himself to maintain his composure. I see. Unohana's lips curled into a serene smile. Then, with a smooth motion, she pulled Makoto behind her, positioning herself as a shield in front of him. But don't worry, she said lightly, sensei can still block a bit of the wind for you right now. Thank you, sensei, Makoto replied, his eye twitching slightly. What can I say? Since you're already my student, I can't just let you fall off Minazuki and die, can I? Unohana's words, spoken in a tone that seemed to float in the air, caused Makoto's eyes to widen slightly in alarm. That was a threat, wasn't it? That was definitely a threat to her own student, wasn't it? If I dare complain, I'll just die? After hesitating for a moment and mustering some courage, Makoto forced himself to say, thank you, sensei. Also, Minazuki is kind of cute. Oh? I think so too. I always thought Minazuki was the perfect embodiment of beauty, but I didn't expect you to think the same, Makoto. Sensei is quite pleased. As Unohana's voice returned to its usual gentle tone, Makoto secretly let out a long sigh of relief. He had almost, just almost, violated one of Unohana-sensei's untouchable taboos. Really, how could I have been so careless? In a way, a Zanpakuto reflects the innermost truths of its wielder's soul. Minazuki's peculiar form was undoubtedly a subtle testament to Unohana-sensei's unique aesthetic. While Minazuki's appearance, a flat, massive green stingray with a single cyclopean eye, was undeniably hideous, under Unohana-sensei's influence, Makoto found himself beginning to notice a certain charm in its grotesque cuteness. Beautiful. No, this won't do. As soon as I get back, I must immediately make 2 giant posters of Minazuki to hang in my room. That way, I can fully demonstrate my absolute support for sensei's aesthetic preferences as her disciple. While Makoto was busy imagining how to design the posters, Unohana handed him one of the bottles that Minazuki had just spat out. Sensei. What is this? Makoto shook the bottle slightly, observing the strange, white, viscous liquid inside, his face full of confusion. I made this overnight, Unohana replied. Time was tight, so I only managed to produce 2 bottles. This one is for you to use. How am I supposed to use it, sensei? Although Makoto found the milky white, sticky substance rather odd, he gritted his teeth and asked anyway. To make it easier for you to understand, why don't you try it on me? As she spoke, Unohana calmly turned around, opened the bottle in Makoto's hands, and dipped a finger into the liquid. In the next moment, as soon as Unohana's fingertip made contact with the liquid, it rapidly turned green, almost as if it were reacting to her touch. Makoto blinked, his expression pure and innocent as he blurted, Sensei, it turned green. Unohana nodded, unbothered by his observation. That's a normal reaction. This liquid can detect the emotional intensity of a spirit body. Different colors represent varying levels of emotional depth. The deeper the color, the stronger the emotion. She paused, glancing at Makoto. Also, your choice of words could be a little less peculiar. Yes, sensei. Makoto shrank back slightly, his tone subdued. He hadn't meant to sound strange, it was just that he hadn't expected Unohana, a master of healing arts, to create something this unusual. His comment had simply slipped out. So, does this mean I'll use this liquid to test the spirits of the Rukongai residents later? Just have them dip a finger in, and if the color isn't green, it indicates that a significant part of their emotions was forcibly extracted along with their souls? Not exactly. Some spirit bodies naturally exhibit weaker emotional responses. It's best to stimulate them a little for more accurate results, Unohana replied thoughtfully. How do we stimulate them? Makoto asked. Through verbal provocation, physical actions, scents, Anything that can trigger emotional fluctuations, Unohana said. She paused briefly, as though struck by an idea. Since we have some time, why don't you try stimulating me? That way, you can establish a normal reference value for comparison. Makoto hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. Sensei, you're so beautiful. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the faint green hue in the bottle remained completely unchanged. Undeterred, Makoto tried again, employing a variety of creative compliments to praise Unohana from every possible angle. But apart from a slight change when he praised Minazuki, the liquid showed almost no reaction. At that moment, Makoto realized the truth. Unohana-sensei, a millennia-old Shinigami, had likely gone through countless vice captains. These simple tricks clearly couldn't elicit any response from her anymore. After a moment of hesitation, Makoto adjusted his glasses, glanced at Unohana, who still appeared gentle and serene on the surface, and softly said, "Sensei, shall we fight to the death?" In an instant, as those words fell, Unohana's gentle expression shattered entirely. Makoto suddenly felt as though his entire field of vision was consumed by an overwhelming, blood-red spiritual pressure. The liquid in the bottle turned so black it gleamed. Chapter 45, Offense Killing Intent. It was a nearly tangible and pure killing intent, so unadulterated that it existed solely for slaughter. The sheer ferocity of it pierced directly into Makoto's soul, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Then, as if some primal instinct had been provoked and awakened, blood vessels began to surface around Makoto's eyes. But only for a fleeting instant. That primal urge was forcibly suppressed by Makoto himself. His voice, tinged with panic, broke the tense silence. Teacher, what's wrong? Interrupted by Makoto's sudden outburst, Unohana, who had been reacting instinctively, snapped back to her senses. The once collapsing expression on her face swiftly returned to normal, and the oppressive, blood-soaked spiritual pressure that had been seeping out vanished completely. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving the earlier moment feeling like a mere illusion. "Oh dear, Makoto, I'm sorry. I just remembered some rather unpleasant memories," she said lightly. "Phew." Makoto let out a long breath and replied, "Teacher, you scared me. For a moment there, I really thought you were about to cut me down." "Well," Unohana replied with a sweet smile, "it wasn't entirely a misunderstanding." Her words made Makoto's heart tighten. "Makoto, what made you think of saying something so bold as to challenge me in combat? Provoking your teacher like this, it really caught me off guard," she said, still smiling but with a faintly dangerous undertone. "Well." Makoto scratched his head, looking like a typical bright and clueless young man, but there was a tinge of awkwardness in his voice as he said, "I thought this was the most offensive thing I could say to you, teacher. Drawing a blade against the teacher I admire and respect the most. I figured it might disappoint you deeply and cause an intense emotional reaction, right?" "I see." Unohana reached out and gently patted Makoto's head, her tone soft and soothing. "Makoto, there's no need to worry. I believe you'll become an exceptional student. So even if you occasionally offend me, I won't hold it against you." "Oh, offend? Teacher, are we even talking about the same thing?" Makoto quickly lowered his head. Though he understood that Unohana was likely referring to the idea of combat, he couldn't shake the feeling that continuing this conversation would lead them into dangerous territory. He could almost see himself being branded a traitorous student despised by everyone. Unohana continued to ruffle Makoto's hair gently before turning away, her back once again facing him. Relieved, Makoto finally relaxed, but his gaze inevitably drifted to her back, which seemed completely unguarded. He could even see the pristine, delicate skin on the back of her neck. A single slash, and blood would surely gush like a fountain. Makoto adjusted his glasses and unconsciously licked his lips, savoring the thrill of that moment, the dance on the edge of life and death. Just now. That moment was truly exhilarating. If I had hesitated even a fraction longer before interrupting Teacher Unohana, she might very well have acted on instinct and struck at me. Although Makoto had been subjected to countless brutal killings within his spiritual training realm, endlessly flirting with death through torment after torment, the intensity of experiencing it in reality was on a completely different level. It was so overwhelming that Makoto found himself struggling to suppress a dark surge rising within him. The instinct of his own body. At this thought, Senju Makoto couldn't help but feel his heart race slightly, his entire body responding in some way. It was hard. It was hard. The hand gripping his zanpakuto had stiffened. No. Wait. In the next instant, Makoto's eyes narrowed, and he immediately realized that something wasn't quite right. His desire for battle seemed to have surged. Had it been influenced by Teacher Unohana's killing intent just now? Or had the prolonged trials with his zanpakuto Shinrabansho unknowingly instilled some kind of primal instinct within him? Makoto took a deep breath and tried to place his finger into the now white, viscous liquid in the bottle. A hint of crimson. It almost immediately dispersed within the bottle, as if the liquid inside was the thickest form of plasma. Something's off. My mental state. Makoto quickly withdrew his finger and recapped the bottle. His eyes behind his glasses flashed with deep thought. Could teacher Unohana have drugged me? Did she bring me out here not to investigate the missing souls, but to carry out some kind of workplace bullying? However, within the blink of an eye, Makoto dismissed this absurd theory. He shifted his suspicions back to Shinra, his Zanpakuto. At this moment, Makoto couldn't help but start to question the true purpose of the continuous nightly battles with Shinra. A Zanpakuto takes shape alongside the formation of the soul, and its subsequent will, emotions, and thoughts influence its final form and power. So why had Shinra mentioned the incorrect Bankai and true power? Makoto squinted, recalling the details of his communication and battle with Shinra in the spiritual realm last night. Combined with the information teacher Unohana had subtly hinted at, he began to ponder carefully. A Zanpakuto has its own unique thoughts and emotions. Just like the Zanpakuto Zangetsu in the hands of the future Ichigo Kurosaki, which resists teaching Ichigo the final Getsuga Tensho because it conflicts with Zangetsu's desire to protect Ichigo. In other words, something must have gone wrong within me, so Shinra believes that the Bankai I will form in this state is flawed, thus leading it to reject it. So, what is the true power? Shinra had mentioned it countless times, even questioning whether Makoto was deliberately ignoring it, yet it had never actually explained what it was. And even when battling Shinra, the ability it used was to control countless trees. Was there a misunderstanding there? If there's something strange about Shinra, other than its insane fighting and the absurd titles it calls me. As he thought, Makoto couldn't help but let out a small, suppressed laugh. But then his expression froze slightly, and he muttered to himself. Battle? That? Could it be? This is what Shinra has been trying to tell me all along? At that moment, Unohana's voice broke through his thoughts, and the altitude of the flying Minazuki rapidly began to descend. Makoto, we've arrived. Snapping out of his reverie, Makoto leaned his head forward and looked down. What he saw was a scene of dilapidated houses, with 3 Shinigami in Shyakusho uniforms from the 10th Division waiting below. As Makoto followed Unohana down to the ground, a strange smell, a mix of rot and herbs, wafted into his nose. Chapter 46, Ekamarujin Captain Unohana, it's an honor for you to personally come here. Vice Captain has already returned to the Siriate AI for official duties, so it falls to me to brief you on the situation. A Shinigami, wearing the armband denoting his rank as the 3rd seat of the 10th Division, stepped forward hastily, bowing respectfully to Unohana. Thank you for your efforts, Unohana replied gently, her tone as soft and composed as ever. Of course. The 3rd seat straightened, his voice full of deference as he led Unohana and Makoto forward. Gesturing to the houses on either side of the path, he began his report. Following yesterday's extended investigation, it's been confirmed that 168 residents are missing their souls. A small number remain in a comatose state. Although members of the 5th Rescue Unit provided treatment to these individuals yesterday, their conditions remain dire. Spiritual particles are continuing to dissipate from their bodies. Unohana nodded thoughtfully. Have you found any traces of hollow activity? Vice Captain personally led a 2-day search but found no signs of a hollow possibly lurking in the area. His conclusion is that the hollow likely fled the region, the 3rd seat replied. It was evident that, to avoid unnecessary panic, Vice Captain Shiba had officially framed the phenomenon as a hollow attack while covertly requesting assistance from the 4th Division to assess the residents' conditions. Have all the residents suffering from soul loss been gathered here? Unohana asked. Yes. Following Vice Captain Shiba's orders, all identified residents missing their souls have been relocated to this area. However, final arrangements for them await the Siriate AI's instructions, the 3rd seat answered with continued deference. Understood. I'll examine the patient's conditions first, Unohana said, nodding. Afterward, she dismissed the 10th Division escorts and turned to Makoto. Makoto, let's divide the task. Begin assessing the emotional damage suffered by the residents, she instructed. Makoto nodded, ready to begin immediately, but Unohana's voice stopped him again. Makoto, she said softly, the world's essence is often harsh. Do not let it unsettle you. Just focus on what is within your power to do. For a brief moment, Makoto was taken aback. Then, with a kind and gentle smile, he nodded and went to work. When Makoto pushed open the door to the first humble dwelling, he was met with a small, cramped room. Inside, 6 residents lay motionless, men and women alike, with pale faces and vacant expressions. Their spiritual particles were still dissipating. Though Makoto had anticipated such a state, seeing it with his own eyes tightened his chest. He now fully understood why Unohana had gone out of her way to warn him earlier. In the Soul Society, Souls were the foundation of everything, and spiritual particles, rishi, formed the basic building blocks of all matter. A body was essentially a construct of spiritual particles shaped by the soul. Now, with significant portions of these resident souls missing, the foundation of their bodies was eroding. The resulting loss of spiritual particles was irreversible. It was akin to a living human losing vital organs or limbs. Without intervention, these residents faced a grim and inevitable decline. The residents whose souls had only slightly diminished could still live normal lives. But for those with significant soul loss, it was akin to a human losing both kidneys. Though they might not die immediately, death was merely a matter of time. "Hello, I'm Senju Makoto, a member of the 4th Division, here to conduct a health check for you," Makoto said gently and politely. However, the 6 residents before him showed almost no reaction. Their expressions remained blank, their gazes empty as they stared at him. Makoto took a deep breath and began examining them. The 5th Rescue Unit had clearly provided basic emergency treatment the day before. Next, Makoto attempted to test the emotional activity of their souls. But nearly every result hovered between pale white and faint orange. This low? Makoto's heart sank slightly. To confirm, he tried a harsher approach, using blunt words to inform the residents of their dire condition. The colors fluctuated slightly, but they remained orange. Finally, Makoto took a more direct approach. Using a temporary, superficial method, he replenished part of the residents' lost spiritual energy, stabilizing their physical state significantly. He then retested them. Still orange. Makoto continued moving between the cramped dwellings, repeating the same checks. Nearly 90% of the residents showed pale orange, with only a handful displaying slightly deeper hues. This isn't right. Losing only the emotional component of their souls doesn't align with the typical behavior of hollows. Could it really be Aizen Sosuke? Though Makoto had no concrete evidence pointing to Aizen, he couldn't ignore a nagging thought: in 100 years past and 100 years to come, if the Soul Society bore a burden of responsibility weighing 10 stones, Aizen would account for at least 8. The nobles would take 1, and all the other Shinigami, excluding the innocent and virtuous Makoto himself, would share the remaining 1. As Makoto pondered this, a small figure suddenly collided with him. Instinctively, he reached out to steady them. Looking down, he saw a petite child with hair of an unusual pale lavender, almost white. The child wore simple, rough-hewn clothes that couldn't hide their snow-white complexion. Where did this little girl come from? That was Makoto's first thought. His second, as he marveled at his luck in encountering such a cute child, froze on his face when the child looked up. Ekamaru-jin? A young boy? Though small and slight, the boy's half-lidded eyes carried a serpent's watchfulness, making it impossible to discern his emotions. His face wore what could be called a smile, yet it radiated a distant and dangerous aura. Makoto was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Jin suddenly yanked himself free from Makoto's grasp and bolted in a specific direction. Makoto turned to watch Jin flee, his mind flashing back to the item the boy had clutched tightly to his chest. If Makoto wasn't mistaken, it was rations from the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Behind him, a 10th Division member came sprinting up, shouting angrily in Jin's direction. "That damn brat! Stealing rations again? You think Shinigami don't get angry? If I catch you, I'll string you up and give you 100, bleep bleep." "What?" Makoto stood in disbelief. How much hatred does it take to say something that cruel? Chapter 47, Soul Transplantation. Whose subordinate are you, to be so bold? Don't you fear that once Ikamaru-jin becomes the captain, he'll turn around and hang you up like a puppet? Oh. It's Shiba Ishin, then it's nothing to worry about. The faint memories of his previous life reminded Makoto that Shiba Ishin had always been someone without much of a sense of propriety. It made sense that his subordinates would follow in the same vein. It was much like how gentle Captain Unohana's disciple, Senju Makoto, was also a kind-hearted young man. But it was fine. The colleague hadn't called out his name, so it was unlikely Ikamaru-jin would remember him. "Remember this, brat. You're talking to the 19th seat of the 10th Division, Kajotaimai. If you ever come here again, I won't show mercy next time." Under Makoto's slightly stunned gaze, Kajotaimai hastily introduced his division, rank, and name, almost as if he were about to recite his gravestone inscription. Kajotaimai's steps slowed to a halt next to Makoto, no longer chasing after Ikamaru-jin. Instead, he glanced at Makoto and said, "You're from the 4th Division?" Without hesitation, Makoto gave a thumbs up, praising, "You were really bold just now, impressive." "Ahahaha, you're flattering me." Kajo grinned and said, "Sorry, that brat didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He's just a small-time thief with some spiritual power. Probably hungry, running around causing a ruckus." Hearing this subtle defense of Jin, Makoto's eyes flashed with mild surprise. This seemingly shameless guy was more complicated than he appeared. It wasn't just about chasing after Hin, the thief, it seemed more like he was coming after Makoto, trying to prevent him from retaliating against Jin. After all, although Soul Society had strict rules forbidding Shinigami from casually killing Soul Society residents, for those with power, there were countless ways to exact revenge on an ordinary Rukongai resident. So, when Kajo mentioned his division name, was he indirectly warning Makoto? Was he trying to protect Jin from retribution? With this thought, Makoto deliberately darkened his expression and said, "Indeed, that brat was really terrible, bumping into people without even apologizing." Kajo Tamai, in an unusually familiar manner, threw an arm around Makoto's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ahahaha, don't worry too much. There are plenty of rude kids like that in Rukongai. You look like a new recruit from the 4th Division. What's your name? Let me show you some new tricks." "Senju Makoto," Makoto replied briefly. "Oh, so you're Makoto-kun? Let me tell you." Just as Kajo was about to speak in a senior's tone, he suddenly froze mid-motion, his gaze becoming a little dazed as he looked at the smiling Makoto. He instinctively asked, "Wait, you're the one from the rumors, the disciple of Captain Unohana? The one who joined the gynecology department that countless male Shinigamis dream of joining?" Why did he have to specifically mention the gynecology department? Huh? And what does it mean? The countless male Shinigami who dream of entering? My reputation in the Siriite AI? It's completely ruined. Actually, would you believe me if I said I was forced to join the gynecology department? Makoto asked with a twitch in his expression, as if trying to undo the damage his name had just caused. Kajo looked at him with a "I'm seeing something absurd" expression and said, "Does something like that even need to be forced? A man wouldn't need to be forced, would he?" Makoto's voice faltered, and he quickly cut off the conversation, trying to avoid being led astray by this shameless individual. Instead, he asked, "When will your vice captain be back? Is there something you need to speak with vice captain about, Senju-kun?" Kajo gave him a look as if thinking, "Are you going to complain about me?" Makoto thought back to the emotionless faces he had seen earlier, and his professional instincts as a healer made him feel a pang of sympathy. With a sigh, he asked, "No, I just wanted to know how the residents will be handled in the end. This area is under your 10th Division's jurisdiction, so I assume the final decisions will likely involve your vice captain." Kajo spoke in a tone that suggested he didn't really care. What else is there to arrange? Once it's confirmed that there's no threat to the Siriite, we'll probably just abandon them. After all, they're all just a bunch of people who won't live long anyway. Though Kajo's tone was light, Makoto could clearly sense an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. After all, even a captain-class Shinigami would find it difficult to protest against the Siriite's decisions, let alone a mere 19th seat officer in the 10th Division. Moreover, with the position of 10th Division captain currently vacant, the division had little to no sway in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. What was more pressing, however, was that the Siriite lacked the means to treat this soul deprivation condition, and to the Central 46, the lives of just over 100 Rukongai residents seemed almost insignificant. After a brief silence, Makoto answered with a serious tone, "As a member of the 4th Division, I will do my best to help every patient." His words caused Kajo to regard him with a mix of surprise and a newfound respect. Makoto then continued his work, conducting emergency treatments for the newly arrived residents while also performing checks on their conditions. Chapter 48, Simply Applying What One Has Learned. Makoto Senju pondered deeply upon hearing the explanation, delving into the implication on Unohana Retsu's words from the perspective of spiritual anatomy. Unlike the physical bodies of humans in the living world, the bodies of those in the Soul Society are spiritual entities, composed of spirit particles, rishi, bound to their souls. Spiritual power, spiritual pressure, is the energy generated by these particles within the spiritual body, while spiritual pressure is a measure of its density and quality. When a soul is incomplete, the spiritual body suffers from continuous leakage of spirit particles. This occurs because the spiritual anchor point corresponding to the missing part of the soul has been lost, leading to the degradation of the spiritual body. To reverse this loss of spirit particles, it is necessary to create a new spiritual anchor point to stabilize the remaining particles within the spiritual body. Though this process sounds complex, it bears similarities to organ transplantation in the human world. Even if a healthy soul agrees to donate, they, too, would suffer a partial deficiency. While the advanced healing arts, Kaido, and medical techniques may prevent the donor soul from suffering severe spirit particle loss, the best possible outcome would still result in two incomplete souls, a grim compromise at best. To illustrate, it is akin to a healthy individual sacrificing a leg to help someone who is suicidal due to being legless. In the end, both individuals can barely stand on one leg. However, from the perspective of the Siriate AI and the Central 46 Chambers, such actions are deemed unnecessary, futile, and devoid of value. Unohana Retsu observed Makoto Senju as he wrestled with his thoughts, her gaze tender and undisturbed. She refrained from interrupting him, as this was precisely why she had brought him on this outing. Some lessons must be experienced firsthand. When confronted with harsh realities and impossible dilemmas, what path will you choose? Will your beliefs shatter, or will they solidify even further? She mused silently. Makoto, you've spoken many times of your desire to save lost lives from the grip of suffering. Now, the path lies before you. Though it may seem meaningless, I hope you hold steadfast to your convictions. Only then can you prove that your past actions, despite their embellishments, were truly heartfelt. Under Unohana Retsu's gentle gaze, Makoto eventually raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and spoke. Teacher, I would like to learn the Kaido technique for soul transplantation. Hearing this, Unohana's gaze softened even further as she asked, Are you certain, Makoto? These are merely residents of the Rukongai. Even if you spend considerable time saving them, the Siriate AI will neither reward you nor even acknowledge your efforts. Moreover, they themselves may have nothing to offer in return. Makoto gave a shy smile and replied, It's alright, teacher. It's just about applying what I've learned. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu let out a rare, genuine laugh. She remarked, Makoto, I thought you might seize the opportunity to expound some grand philosophy. Applying what you've learned, what a fitting expression. After a brief pause, she sighed and offered a gentle reminder. Makoto, there's something you need to understand. Most of the residents of Rukongai are souls who were sent here through soul burials from the living world. While it's possible for their loved ones to also be sent to Rukongai later, the regions they end up in are completely random. They may never get the chance to meet again in their entire lifetimes. And as for souls born from the union of other spiritual entities within Rukongai, they are exceedingly rare. Even if you master the healing Kido for soul transplantation, it's unlikely you'll find a willing soul to undergo the procedure. However, as Unohana Retsu spoke in her calm and serious tone, Senju Makoto found himself distracted by one word, union. Gentle and composed as always, Unohana-sensei said it so matter-of-factly. It was oddly jarring. Makoto couldn't help but feel that, compared to Unohana-sensei, he still had a long way to go in maturity. Seeing Makoto lost in thought, Unohana furrowed her brows and called out to him. Makoto? Yes, sensei. Makoto quickly collected himself and replied earnestly, no matter what, giving them a sliver of hope is, in my opinion, the compassion a healer should uphold. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu's gaze softened with approval. This disciple. He truly lived up to her expectations, a pure-hearted healer devoted to Kido and medical arts, disliking combat, kind-hearted, and uniquely talented in healing techniques. Unlike many in the 4th Division, he genuinely embodied the essence of a healer. Perhaps Makoto Senju might truly fulfill my hopes and perfectly inherit my medical techniques, taking over as the 4th Division captain in the future. As she silently mused, Unohana remained undeterred by the harsh environment of Rukongai and continued instructing Makoto on the intricacies of soul transplantation. Makoto, in turn, absorbed her teachings with rapt attention. Within half a day, despite the advanced nature of the soul transplantation Kido, so complex that even Yamada Sanosuke hadn't fully mastered it, Makoto managed to grasp its basics under Unohana's watchful and approving eye. Afterward, Makoto sought out Kujo Tamai, the 19th seat officer of the 10th Division, to explain his ability to treat Rukongai residents through soul transplantation and request his assistance in selecting candidates. Since this area of Rukongai fell under the 10th Division's jurisdiction, Makoto knew he couldn't proceed without their cooperation. More importantly, screening suitable residents would be an arduous task for Makoto alone without their support. So you're saying that with willing souls, soul transplantation can stop the continuous loss of spirit particles? Kujo Tamai asked, his tone filled with excitement as he sought confirmation. That's correct, Makoto nodded and added, however, there's something critical that must be made clear. For those who undergo soul transplantation, their souls will inevitably experience some degree of loss. While it won't affect their survival, this loss can cause various complications. This must be thoroughly explained to any willing participants. I understand. At that moment, Kujo Tamai's expression turned serious as he asked, Makoto-kun, how confident are you in the success of this soul transplantation procedure? Well, it won't make things worse, right? Makoto paused briefly before continuing, but I'd say there's at least a 90% chance of success. Kujo Tamai nodded, his confidence bolstered by Makoto's reputation as Unohana's disciple. Resolutely, he declared, Makoto-kun, I'll assist you. I'll start screening the residents with soul deficiencies as soon as possible. Chapter 49, Treatment. Under Kujo Tamai's arrangement, Senju Makoto was placed in a relatively well-maintained house to prepare, while Tamai hurried off to finalize the arrangements. After a while, he returned, leading an elderly man with white hair and a shriveled spiritual body, who was holding a young girl, no older than 7 or 8 by human standards, in his arms. "Makoto-kun, can you take a look at them and see if they can undergo the transplant procedure?" Tamai asked, his tone casual and light-hearted, as if intentionally trying to ease the nervous tension radiating from the elderly man behind him. Having spent the time preparing himself, Makoto nodded with a calm confidence and replied, "Leave it to me." "All right," Tamai said as he left the room with his usual easygoing steps, making sure to close the door behind him. "Don't worry." Makoto spoke gently, guiding the old man to sit down. His tone was warm and casual, like a soothing breeze, subtly alleviating the unease in the room. "How should I address you?" "Sorry, it's been so long I've forgotten," the elderly man replied. "And the little girl? What's your relationship to her?" "She's my adopted granddaughter. When I first found her, she was no taller than this," he said, gesturing with his hand, huddled underneath, crying her heart out. Perhaps it was Makoto's gentle demeanor that unlocked his memories, but the old man began to recount their story, his words flowing like a stream. His voice carried the mixture of nostalgia and melancholy, and his gaze softened as it rested on the child. Clearly, the young girl had become his sole beacon of light in this dim and desolate world. From his account, Makoto learned that the little girl was a soul from the living world, sent to the Soul's Society after a soul burial by the Shinigami. By chance, she had been placed in this remote, impoverished, and chaotic district of the Rukongai. Although the girl possessed a small amount of spiritual power, which caused her to experience hunger and required occasional food, the old man and the child, both lonely souls, had relied on each other for survival despite their hardships. Their fragile equilibrium had shattered when the girl unexpectedly fell into a coma. "Are you fully aware of the potential risks this procedure might have on your spiritual body?" Makoto asked in a final confirmation. "Yes, I understand." "Please, Shinigami," the old man replied, bowing his head slightly. He glanced down at the lifelessly dull and expressionless face of the child in his arms and said, "This child is everything to me. If she can recover, I'll be forever grateful to you." "Understood." Makoto nodded solemnly. After conducting a thorough examination of both their spiritual bodies, he instructed them to lie down together on a wide bed. "All right then, I'll begin. Get some rest. When you wake up, your granddaughter will be able to smile again." Makoto then unsheathed his Zanpakuto, releasing its power. With great care, he guided 2 vines of grass to wrap around their spiritual forms, sustaining the repair process as he began the intricate soul transplant. Meanwhile, outside the house, Unohana Retsu stood atop a nearby rooftop, her sharp eyes observing through the window as Makoto executed the delicate soul transplant. During the process of the soul transfer, Unohana Retsu quietly observed every detail of Senju Makoto's actions, prepared to intervene if necessary. Though Unohana Retsu also believed that using this method for healing would only spread the damage from 1 soul to 2, making it ultimately meaningless, especially considering that most of the souls lost by these residents were connected to emotional aspects. Even after the soul transplant, the 2 spiritual bodies would inevitably retain certain emotional deficiencies. From Unohana Retsu's standpoint, the only benefit of this painstaking effort was that it would gain Senju Makoto some favor from the residents of Rukongai and, perhaps, help his growth as a soul reaper. As Senju Makoto's soul transfer technique smoothly entered the right track, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but appreciate his exceptional abilities. Indeed, Makoto's talent is impressive. With a relieved heart, Unohana Retsu shifted her focus away from observing the process and began considering the unusual nature of this small-scale soul loss incident. Given the information we have, this seems highly suspicious. We cannot treat this as a routine matter. I need to remind the Captain Commander to take it seriously, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Senju Makoto, unaware that Unohana Retsu was silently watching him, had successfully used the soul transplant technique, anchoring part of the soul as a spiritual anchor and stabilizing the little girl's soul. After supplementing her with the missing emotional fragments, Senju Makoto wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. He didn't stop there, though. He continued to do everything he could to complete the final spiritual repair for the little girl. Fortunately, his studies in the 4th Division had granted him a breakthrough understanding of spiritual body structure, and the little girl's soul had not completely collapsed. With the help of the omnipresent world ability, it could be repaired. After a while, the green light representing the completed soul transfer faded from Senju Makoto's hands. He took a final look at the little girl, ensuring she was well. Everything looks good, no extra complications. The repaired spiritual body will develop normally in the future. Senju Makoto nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his first large-scale soul transfer healing process. When he opened the door, Kajo Tamai, who had been waiting anxiously outside, rushed in and quickly asked, "Makoto, how did the treatment go?" "I'm sorry." Senju Makoto instinctively apologized, which immediately made Kajo Tamai's face turn pale. His eyes reddened as if he might collapse from the stress. Seeing this, Senju Makoto quickly reassured him, "Sorry for the wait. The treatment was very successful. They just need to rest for a while before they wake up." Kajo Tamai froze, caught between tears and a smile. "Makoto, can you please not sound so out of breath when you speak? It's just that you are too impatient," Senju Makoto said, looking innocent, as if he wasn't taking advantage of the situation. After a brief pause, Senju Makoto, curious about Kajo Tamai's reaction, asked, "What's your relationship with them?" At the mention of this, Kajo Tamai's gaze softened with a touch of nostalgia. "It's a story from over 10 years ago. If it weren't for her kindness, I probably wouldn't have." Before Kajo Tamai could finish, Senju Makoto interrupted without hesitation. Stop. Let's call in the next resident who is eligible for the soul transplant treatment." Chapter 50, The Value of Ikamarujin. In that instant, the expression of Kajo Tamai, who had been interrupted, turned awkward, as if a peacock, slowly unfurling its feathers, had suddenly been struck by a 1,000 year of death, causing everything to fold back in on itself. "Makoto-kun, don't you need to take a break? How about I tell you my story?" Kajo Tamai said, smacking his lips as if still riding the after-effects of his previous excitement. "Really, there's no need, because I already know," Senju Makoto replied. Kajo Tamai froze for a moment and asked, "Makoto-kun, you've heard my story?" "No." Senju Makoto smiled gently and responded, "But your face is full of stories, so I prefer reading them myself, rather than hearing them from your mouth." Kajo Tamai felt a current rush from his head down to his heart, his body involuntarily shuddering. That shudder. It was as if he had met someone who truly understood him. This was the first time since becoming a soul reaper that someone had voluntarily taken the time to delve into his inner self. Who said that there can be no pure understanding or camaraderie between people of the same sex? "Makoto-kun, thank you," Kajo Tamai said, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. "Thank me?" Senju Makoto looked at him, bewildered, not quite understanding the man before him. However, he also felt that the atmosphere was suddenly shifting in an odd direction, so he hurriedly added, "Next, please, thank you. Right away, I'll go arrange it." Kajo Tamai wiped his tears and quickly set about making arrangements. With the first successful case, the next resident who had volunteered a relative for the soul transplantation procedure soon arrived. After a short rest, Senju Makoto entered his working mode again, treating the residents without pause. Soon, word about Senju Makoto spread throughout the community of residents suffering from soul deprivation. It was as though a ray of life had begun to spread slowly through the desolate and deathly quiet autumn, bringing a glimmer of hope to the residents whose emotions had long been numb. As the 19th seat, Kajo Tamai also organized his subordinates to go through the residents, confirming whether any family members or friends were willing to provide a soul transplant. But just as Unohana Retsu had said, it was an effort that held little significance. Very few residents in the Rukongai had the chance to reunite with their living relatives, and beyond family, there were almost no true friends in the Rukongai willing to offer their souls for another. Despite Kajo Tamai's repeated efforts to confirm, in the end, the number of willing volunteers was fewer than 5, making up less than 5% of the total population. Damn it. As his subordinates reported their results, a sense of defeat began to show on Kajo Tamai's face. To think that, there's fewer than 5 people who would get a chance to live. It was a hard pill to swallow for Kajo Tamai. Wait. Suddenly, Kajo Tamai remembered something and turned to his subordinates. "You all, keep asking if there are any residents we've missed, and strictly confirm whether they are truly willing." With that, Kajo Tamai hurried off in one direction, heading straight somewhere. In a sparsely populated area, a solitary house stood halfway up the mountain, with wooden planks hastily nailed together, creating gaps that barely shielded the inside from the wind and rain. Without hesitation, Kajo Tamai pushed open the door, which seemed more decorative than functional. The moment he stepped inside, his vision darkened, and a short blade was pressed to his throat. "Don't move." Kajo Tamai flinched slightly, his gaze slowly rising, only to see that Ikamarujin had silently positioned himself atop the eaves, his body coiled like a venomous snake, with the blade of his fang aimed directly at Tamai's neck. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, far from the zanpakuto at his waist, Tamai spoke. "Little ghost, you should remember me, right? I've deliberately placed dried rations in convenient spots for you several times." Ikamarujin slowly lowered the blade from Tamai's neck, his light form dropping from the eaves. His tone, which had been sharp and cold, seemed to soften as he spoke. "I remember you, Kajo Tamai. What is it that you need? Just as Sijun described, you really are an impolite brat. Tamai surveyed the area around him as he spoke. Ikumaru-jin said nothing, his demeanor silent as ever. But when Tamai's gaze shifted back to him, something caught his eye, the short blade in Ikumaru-jin's hand. His pupils contracted as realization hit, and he exclaimed. A Zunpacto? Little ghost, where did you get this? Ikumaru-jin looked down at the blade in his hand, casually replying, so this thing is called a Zunpacto? I originally picked up a Soul Reaper's weapon for self-defense. I kept it with me, and one day, I woke up to find it had transformed into this. Kajo Tamai's heart raced. A genius. An absolute genius. The spirit of this little ghost was barely that of a child, and yet he had already independently unlocked his Zunpacto's Shikai. Without thinking, Tamai spoke almost instinctively. Little boy, do you want to become a Soul Reaper? With your talent and potential, you could definitely become one of the most formidable Soul Reaper in the Soul Society. It's even possible for you to become a captain in the future. Soul Reaper? Ikumaru-jin's eyes flickered, as if he was pondering something, then asked, my value. Is it great? Great? Without a doubt, you're a genius. Kajo Tamai affirmed confidently. At that moment, to Tamai's shock, Ikumaru-jin slowly knelt before him, his posture one of supplication, as he spoke in a calm but earnest tone. I wish to exchange my value for your help. Tamai, still reeling from the surprise, straightened up and replied seriously, say it. Even if I can't do it myself, I'll try to ask my vice captain for help. Ikumaru-jin suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Tamai, speaking with intensity. No, please, don't involve more Soul Reapers. I only hope that you can use your connections to find a Soul Reaper who can help treat my friend. Treat? Tamai was stunned. Yes. Ikumaru-jin said, standing up as he lifted a tatami mat beside him. Beneath it lay a comatose young girl with orange hair. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Tamai couldn't help but laugh, marveling at how incredibly coincidental this all seemed. However, Tamai failed to notice that Ikumaru-jin's short blade had subtly shifted, now pointed toward Tamai's throat. His narrowed eyes gleamed with a chilling light, ready to strike the Soul Reaper down should he dare to utter, so it's you, little boy, who stole this little girl. Chapter 51, Severe Tosis. So, you went to check on this brat, and it turns out he was hiding a little girl in a rundown shack? Ahaha, Makoto, his name is Ikumaru-jin. He's a genius. I originally just wanted to check on his situation, but who knew things would turn out this way? So, you just decided to bring him along too? Senju Makoto looked at the boy clutching a young and innocent Matsumoto Renjaku tightly in his arms, his expression complicated. Ikumaru-jin, the future captain of the 3rd Division. A quintessential prodigy, and more importantly, someone who, for the sake of avenging his beloved and recovering her soul, would willingly sacrifice everything to infiltrate Aizen Sosuke's side. He would bide his time for over a century, waiting patiently for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. But as Makoto's gaze fell on the young Matsumoto Renjaku held securely in Jin's arms, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of numbness creep over him. When he first encountered Jin, Makoto had briefly considered taking advantage of Jin's youth. If the opportunity arose, he thought about sneaking up and landing a blow that would leave a lasting impression on the boy, perhaps even planting a seed that would shape his destiny. However, Makoto had planned to do it discreetly, avoiding any direct confrontation with Jin. He was determined not to get tangled up in the cat-and-mouse game between Aizen Sosuke and Jin. But now, with Jin showing up alongside a soul-deprived Matsumoto Renjaku, things had taken a turn for the worse. Not only did it all but confirm that the recent small-scale incidents of soul disappearances were Aizen's doing, but it also raised the question of whether to treat Matsumoto Renjaku's condition. If he had a choice, Makoto genuinely wanted to steer clear of anything involving Aizen Sosuke, avoiding any deeper scrutiny or suspicion from the man altogether. Healing the affected residents could still be written off as the duty of a 4th Division member, unlikely to attract undue attention. However, treating Matsumoto Renjaku was another story. Given that Jin would eventually become one of Aizen's closest confidants, intervening now could very well increase the risk of catching Aizen's eye. Or worse. Aizen might suspect that Makoto knew some of his secrets, perhaps even imagining clandestine dealings with Jin. As hesitation flickered across Makoto's face, Kajo Tamai misinterpreted it as a lingering annoyance over Jin's earlier insolence. Ahaha, Makoto, this brat may have been rude to you earlier, but that was just a misunderstanding. No need to hold a grudge over something so trivial. As he spoke, Tamai nudged Jin meaningfully. Seeing this, Jin, motivated by the dire state of the young Renjaku in his arms, bent low and said without hesitation, please, Senju Dano. I'll be forever indebted to you. Makoto's gaze settled on Jin, whose demeanor resembled a venomous snake poised to strike. His calm and gentle eyes seemed to weigh something carefully, making both Tamai and Senju grow increasingly tense. After all, Jin's cold aura and earlier rudeness didn't leave the best impression. If Makoto refused, Tamai would have no choice but to turn to Vice Captain Shiba for help. As Tamai and Jin awaited Makoto's decision, Ikamaru Jin's tension gradually intensified, while Senju Makoto, propping his chin with one hand, spoke slowly. "Hey, Ikamaru Jin, can you open your eyes when you talk to me? Otherwise, it's kind of rude." Ikamaru Jin, who was almost perpetually squinting, froze for a moment. Sorry." Caught off guard, Ikamaru Jin stammered an apology and instinctively tried to open his eyes wider, revealing a glimpse of his bright, sapphire blue irises. Even so, compared to normal eyes, Jin's still seemed as if they were reluctant to fully open. "Are they open now?" "Try opening them a little wider," Makoto asked casually. What the hell does this guy mean? Jin's fists clenched tightly around Matsumoto Renjaku's hand, so tightly they might as well have turned to stone. "Me, Ikamaru Jin, is humiliated like this?" Grinding his teeth, Jin forced a small, sycophantic smile and replied, "This is as wide as they'll go." "Really?" Makoto stood up, crouching in front of Jin. He extended a finger, pressing lightly against Jin's eye socket and pulling back his eyelid. Gazing into the brilliant blue eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. Such beautiful eyes, what a waste to keep them hidden all the time. At that moment, Jin felt as though Makoto was threatening him. You wouldn't want Renjaku to remain untreated, would you? He was being coerced into enduring things he never would have accepted before. For Renjaku. For Renjaku. For Renjaku. Jin kept repeating this mantra to himself, his clenched fists tightening and loosening in cycles. Finally, forcing himself to endure, he stretched his face into a sinister grin and said, "If you want these eyes of mine, as long as you can cure Renjaku, I wouldn't mind giving them to you." He paused, the childlike features of his face betraying a sudden maturity as he added, "Even if your demands are excessive, I'll comply." Makoto. Smack. Makoto released Jin's eyelid, which snapped back into place, lightly flicking against his eye. Jin's pale complexion turned a faint red, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Why does this sound so wrong? Makoto felt like he was coercing a little boy into something wildly inappropriate. Stop, stop, stop. Why would I want your eyes? My name's Senju, not Uchiha. I'm not some collector of eyeballs. Makoto sighed, exasperated, before continuing in a serious tone. Ikamaru Jin, you have congenital severe ptosis. Left untreated, it could lead to symptoms like blurry vision, double vision, strabismus, and even amblyopia. I recommend immediate spiritual treatment combined with corrective surgery. He adjusted his glasses, adding, "Oh, and I can throw in a free double eyelid job, guaranteed to give you big, beautiful eyes like those in a Carzolan commercial." Jin. What the hell? There's nothing wrong with my eyes. How did it turn into this after just one checkup? Now it sounds like I'm practically half blind. And what's with those big, beautiful eyes? Jin couldn't help but imagine himself with large, fluttering eyes like Renjaku's. The mere thought made him shudder in discomfort, as if Makoto was plotting to train and remodel him into something entirely different. Chapter 52, I have a moral bottom line. No need. I only hope you can heal Renjaku. Jin Ikamaru quickly refused. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Makoto Senju asked, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. After all, patients like Jin Ikamaru, who seemed to embody the textbook definition of severe ptosis, were rare. It made Makoto's hands itch to take on the challenge. It was a classic case of a skilled doctor encountering a textbook or the illness. Letting it go untreated felt almost like a betrayal of his professional integrity. No, really, there's no need. I just want you to heal Renjaku, Jin replied, holding firm to his resolve, determined to avoid being dragged into whatever bizarre treatment this guy might have in mind. As a physician, Makoto spoke gently, trying to soothe his patient's obvious unease. Don't worry. As a doctor, I have my ethical boundaries. If a patient who needs help appears before me, I will do everything I can to treat them. That little girl, Renjaku, is one such patient, and so are you. That's why I want to treat you as well. Do you understand? Of course, Makoto privately admitted that his moral boundaries could be flexible when he wasn't wearing his doctor's hat. Hearing Makoto's willingness to treat Renjaku, Jin felt a flicker of joy. However, his head shook fervently like a rattling drum, signaling his unyielding refusal. Are you really sure? I guarantee that after the treatment, your eyes will be more beautiful than 99% of women's, Makoto added, unwilling to give up just yet. Jin's pupils widened in shock, and his head shook even faster. Has this guy revealed his true nature? Is he planning some kind of twisted transformation on me? Surely not. Right? All I did was accidentally bump into him. Does that warrant turning me into a beautiful girl? But then a more chilling thought crossed Jin's mind. If he refused, would Makoto take it out on Renjaku? The idea filled Jin's ocean blue eyes with a mix of humiliation and determination. He steeled himself and said, if you absolutely must do something to me, then. After you've healed Renjaku, I won't resist. Makoto blinked. Realizing that Jin had misunderstood the situation as some sort of coercive and degrading treatment, Makoto felt a twinge of regret but ultimately abandoned the idea. If you're truly unwilling, then fine. I'm very democratic, he said gently. The soft tone left Jin, who had already braced himself for the worst, momentarily stunned. After all, respecting a patient's wishes is a hallmark of a good doctor. As for forcibly conducting bizarre treatments or transformations, Makoto had no intention of becoming the kind of perverse doctor you'd find in a midnight hospital horror story. Meanwhile, observing the interaction between Makoto and Jin from the sidelines, Taimai Kujo let out a subtle sigh of relief. While the conversation had taken a strange turn, the outcome was positive. Makoto wasn't going to refuse treatment out of spite for Jin's earlier rudeness. He even seemed willing to offer a 2-for-1 deal. As expected, Makoto is such a kind and decent person. Makoto, should we start the treatment now? Taimai asked. Makoto hesitated for a moment before replying, wait, let me check if my insurance is still valid. Both Jin and Taimai stared at him in confusion as Makoto rummaged around. Senju took a large step outside and glanced toward where Unohana Retsu had been standing earlier. The graceful and gentle figure of Unohana Retsu was still there, though she seemed slightly puzzled by Senju's sudden appearance. Good, sensei is still here. With a faint smile, Senju casually waved in her direction, as if noticing her presence by coincidence, before turning back inside. Aizen Sosuke. This man was simply too dangerous. In Senju's judgment, Aizen likely had no real concept of good or evil. Killing was merely something he deemed necessary to achieve his goals, nothing more, nothing less. Everything in Aizen's eyes might simply be pieces on a chessboard. If useful, they were kept; if not, they were discarded. It was as simple as that. Thus, after confirming that Aizen was indeed the mastermind behind the recent small-scale incident of missing souls, Senju naturally felt the need to ensure his Unohana medical rishi insurance was still within reach, just in case of any unexpected complications. No issues. Let's begin the treatment now. At Senju's instruction, Ikamaru Jin and Matsumoto Renjaku lay side by side on the makeshift medical beds. Kujo Taimai, meanwhile, instinctively prepared to step away to avoid disrupting the process. Wait, Mr. Kujo, could you stay? Jin suddenly spoke up. This. Kujo hesitated, looking slightly troubled. Senju immediately grasped the situation. Clearly, Jin's hypervigilant nature was at play here. The young fox was on guard, wary that Senju might do something underhanded to him the moment Kujo left. Enough, Jin, Senju said with exasperation. Your suspicion is an insult to my professionalism as a doctor. Aren't you worried about offending me? What if, after treatment, you wake up as a cute little girl? For a moment, Jin locked eyes with Senju's subtly displeased expression. The ever-cool and composed Jin felt a rare flicker of unease, as if he were a little snake tied helplessly to the operating table, trembling under the scalpel. Relax. As a doctor, ensuring the safety of my patients is a fundamental principle. There's no need to be scared. Senju's tone was warm and reassuring. Yet, these words did little to comfort Jin. While Jin didn't believe Senju to be an outright villain, nor someone aligned with the Shinigami who had taken something vital from Renjaku, he was certain of one thing: Senju was absolutely not trustworthy. Jin wasn't worried about his life. No, he was worried about his name. He feared that when he woke up, Ikamaru Jin would have become Ikamaru 9. The critical little dot. Gone. The youthful Jin swallowed hard and nervously asked, during the treatment, will I be unconscious or something? Senju thought for a moment before replying in a deliberately ominous tone. Generally speaking, to prevent any unforeseen complications, I usually ensure my patients are sedated. This minimizes disruptions caused by wailing, screaming, struggling, or attempts to escape. As Jin processed each word, his face grew paler and paler. Ha, just kidding. Senju's warm smile returned. If you're that concerned, I'll let you stay awake. Besides, I trust you won't do anything to disrupt the treatment. After all, the little girl beside you, she's more important to you than your own life, isn't she? Chapter 53, Self-Sacrificial. Makoto Senju's words seemed to hit a nerve, exposing some unspoken truth. Jin Ikamaru immediately fell silent, his expression turning cold as he replied. Just ordinary friends, that's all. Is that so? Makoto gestured to Kujo Taimai to leave the makeshift medical room. Turning his attention to the unconscious Renjaku Matsumoto lying on the bed, he began examining her with practiced precision, casually remarking. Generally speaking, I scoff at the notion of romance among youngsters. Early love does little beyond triggering a surge of hormones, bringing fleeting joy without any real benefit. While I lack personal experience in such matters, I oppose behaviors that are detrimental to both mental and physical well-being, at least, theoretically. Jin watched as green light emanated from Makoto's hands. His serious and focused expression was a stark contrast to his usual self. Jin's composure faltered, and he stammered in protest. What love? There's no such thing. Is that so? Makoto continued conversationally, his tone light yet deliberate. In that case, let me give you some advice. You're sacrificing yourself to save this little girl, but in the future, there's no guarantee you'll end up together. Have you really considered the consequences of your actions? Makoto spoke as though making small talk while meticulously conducting his examination. Jin's response was calm, his tone firm. That doesn't matter. I just want to repay her kindness, that's all. Makoto's glasses reflected a faint green glow as he asked nonchalantly. Is that so? In that case, you wouldn't be upset if, in the future, this girl, carrying fragments of your soul, were to be with someone else, bearing his child, would you? Jin's face froze. His grip on his zanpakuto tightened to the point where his knuckles turned white. The composure he had maintained was now teetering on the brink of collapse, and the urge to release his sword's power and strike down this infuriating man surged within him. No, scratch that, he wanted to obliterate him completely. Jin's thoughts spiraled as he stared at Makoto, whose gentle exterior hid a truly malicious nature. What infuriated Jin the most was how Makoto's words struck a deeper nerve than he ever expected. His usual half-lidded eyes were wide open, filled with humiliation and anger as if he had never suffered such an insult before. Makoto, seemingly oblivious, adjusted his glasses, the green light reflecting off them as he continued. Oh, by the way, speaking seriously, since fragments of your soul reside in this girl, if she ends up with someone else, then technically, wouldn't you also be indirectly, well, you get the idea. Still unconcerned? Jin's thoughts raced, his frustration bubbling over. Would I care? Do you really think I wouldn't care? The only thing holding Jin back from outright attacking Makoto was the knowledge that Makoto had successfully treated others in the Rukongai who suffered from soul fragmentation. He knew this man had the skill to heal Renjaku, and that fact alone kept Jin's rage in check. Makoto, observing Jin's increasingly distressed expression from the corner of his eye, suddenly shifted his tone. It became softer, almost paternal. Listen, kid. You've got a severe self-sacrificial complex. If you don't want that hypothetical future to come to pass, you'd better start re-evaluating your choices. Makoto's words hung in the air, and Jin clenched his jaw, knowing he had no rebuttal. Jin Ikamaru's expression froze, his face rapidly shifting between shades of green and white. Yet, beneath the harsh and teasing words, he began to sense a faint warmth, genuine concern buried under Senju Makoto's harsh tone. Thank you. After a long pause, Jin finally managed to squeeze out these two words with some difficulty. No need to overthink it, Makoto replied softly. I'm merely doing my duty as a healer. Makoto adjusted his glasses, the green glow reflecting off their lenses as he asked, one final confirmation, Jin Ikamaru. Are you certain you want to proceed with the soul transplant, transferring a fragment of your own soul into Matsumoto Renjaku to treat her soul deficiency? Jin, who had nearly lost his composure under Makoto's earlier taunts, took several deep breaths before looking at Renjaku lying beside him. His gaze slowly firmed, and he nodded. Yes, I'm certain. Makoto's voice took on a more serious tone. You should know this, since your Zanpakuto has already awakened, performing the soul transplant may partially impair its abilities. It could even affect your potential as a Shinigami in the future. Are you okay with that? Jin didn't hesitate. That doesn't matter at all. Makoto stepped to Jin's side, his expression solemn. Very well, then. Let's begin. Jin nodded but suddenly seemed to recall something. Wait, Makoto paused mid-action and raised an eyebrow. Second thoughts? Jin's gaze remained fixed on Renjaku as he asked, the part of my soul being transplanted, will it affect Renjaku? If so, I'd like you to choose fragments that carry happiness, joy, and contentment. Please, I want her to have only the best emotions. For a moment, Makoto was stunned, feeling as though this kid had stuffed him with an overwhelming dose of sentimentality that he was now forced to digest. This self-sacrificial attitude, was it worsening? Makoto let out a heavy sigh and snapped, Oh, are you teaching me how to do my job now? Should I lie down, and you take over the treatment? Jin immediately fell silent, intimidated, and simply allowed Makoto's glowing green hands to rest against his frail frame. Arg! The next moment, Jin cried out involuntarily as he felt his soul being divided. Clenching his teeth, He suppressed his voice, not wanting to distract Makoto. Pain. Indescribable pain, a sensation that cut straight to the essence of his being. Within seconds, Jin's consciousness began to waver, the agony pushing him to the brink of blacking out. Only then did he understand why Makoto had insisted on sedating patients before performing a soul transplant. But Jin refused to yield. He held on fiercely, forcing himself to remain conscious. He had to see it through. He had to ensure Renjaku's recovery with his own eyes. Renjaku. Her name echoed in his mind, her image surfacing amid the unbearable pain, a warm smile and the memory of her handing out a dried persimmon to him. Renjaku. No matter what, I will protect you. I will see you healed. In the midst of the torment, as though his very soul was being sliced apart repeatedly, Jin clung to the thought of her. It was the last thread anchoring his fragile awareness. Renjaku. For you, I would endure anything. Chapter 54, The So-Called Void and the Truth. As Senju Makoto was in the midst of performing a soul transplantation on Akamaru Jin and Matsumoto Renjaku, two cloaked figures, their garments entirely masking their spiritual pressure, appeared on the outskirts of this Rukongai district. When these figures raised their heads, their identities were unmistakable: Aizen Sosuke, the 5th Division's vice captain, and Tosen Kaname, the 7th seat of the 9th Division. Aizen, it seems Captain Unohana has noticed something. Are we truly not at risk? Tosen Kaname asked, his tone betraying a hint of concern. Aizen Sosuke, in stark contrast to his usual gentle and humble demeanor, appeared calm and indifferent as he responded. Of course, Kaname. This matter could never completely escape the 4th Division's notice, let alone someone as astute and keenly observant as Captain Unohana. However, everything proceeds as planned. There's no need for worry. Understood, Aizen, Tosen Kaname replied respectfully, before hesitating slightly and asking, Aizen, why leave those residents, partially stripped of their souls, for the 10th Division to find? Wouldn't it have been simpler to erase them entirely? Aizen smiled faintly, as if explaining an irrefutable truth. Kaname, do you know why things like justice, institutions, and rules, despite their glaring hypocrisy, persist in this world? Kaname's expression shifted, as though struck by a nerve. He gritted his teeth and asked, why? Because, hypocritical as they may be, those who manipulate such things from behind the scenes understand their necessity. They serve as veils, indispensable coverings. Without them, in a world shrouded in darkness, the emptiness would stand out all the more starkly, glaringly conspicuous. Pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, Aizen continued, the so-called truth is no different. Avoid would only invite greater skepticism and inquiry. Hence, one must fabricate a truth that appears reasonable and thoroughly investigated. Tosen Kaname nodded thoughtfully, though hesitation lingered in his gaze. He asked, but Captain Unohana is still lingering in Rukongai and has yet to depart. Under her watchful eye, might we not risk exposing ourselves? Admittedly, this is a minor deviation, Aizen said with a dismissive smile, but it does not pose a threat significant enough to disrupt our plans. Aizen's tone remained unfazed as he elaborated, Unohana Retsu is indeed formidable and commands respect. However, bound as she is by the laws of the Sairi, and restricted by Captain Commander Yamamoto's decree that she may never draw her blade without explicit permission, she will become the most convincing witness to our truth. Aizen's gaze shifted to the sky, where a hell butterfly was swiftly approaching. With a faint smile, he remarked, see? The shackles binding Captain Unohana have already arrived. The hell butterfly, a unique creature of the Sairi, capable of guiding Shinigami and transmitting messages across realms, flew directly toward the spiritual pressure emanating from Unohana Retsu. It gently alighted on her outstretched fingertip. Through the special spiritual waves emitted by the butterfly, a message was conveyed directly to Unohana Retsu's consciousness, return to the Sairi. A provisional captain's meeting is being convened. Unohana Retsu's gentle expression remained unchanged. Given that she, as the captain of the 4th Division, had personally conveyed her suspicions to Captain Commander Yamamoto, it was only natural that he would take the situation seriously. The only thing that left Unohana feeling slightly helpless was Captain Commander Yamamoto's strict order for her to return to the Sairi as soon as possible. Officially, this was under the pretense of holding an emergency captain's meeting. In truth, Unohana understood that the Captain Commander was concerned about her lingering in the uncertain conditions of Rukongai. If an unexpected battle were to occur, it might disrupt her otherwise tranquil state of mind. There's no helping it. Unohana cast a glance toward Senju Makoto, who was focused on treating patients in a nearby house. A faint smile appeared on her face as she murmured, well, I'm sorry, Makoto. It seems you'll have to make your way back to the Sairi on foot. But considering how well you've been getting along with the locals, I doubt you'd hold it against your teacher for leaving you behind, right? With that, Unohana elegantly leapt onto Minazuki. Mounted upon her creature, she began her graceful flight back toward the Siriite AI. Meanwhile, Senju Makoto was entirely unaware that his mischievous mentor had left without so much as a word. Having completed the soul transplantation treatment for Jin Akamaru and Ranjaku Matsumoto, Makoto had also discreetly planted some seeds, of his own designs, no doubt. Feeling a wave of exhaustion, he exhaled softly. Though the high-level healing technique, soul transplantation, didn't drain Makoto's spiritual power excessively, it required immense mental focus. As he looked at Jin, drenched in sweat on the bed, and the still unconscious Ranjaku, he prepared to explain some post-treatment care. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Kajatemai's cautious voice followed. Makoto, another resident has come for treatment. Should I ask them to wait? Makoto sipped some water and replied, let them in. I've just finished with Jin. As the door opened, Kajatemai entered with a young mother and her little boy. Makoto's gaze first landed on the boy. His lifeless, dull eyes and pale, numb expression were no different from mother residents suffering from soul depletion. Then, Makoto shifted his eyes to the woman beside the boy, and his expression froze. Her vacant, desolate gaze and bloodlessly pale complexion made the attractive woman resemble a grieving widow, both graceful and melancholic. Her sorrowful allure evoked a primal sense of protectiveness in any man. Makoto's heart skipped a beat. Not out of excitement, but from shock. Closing his eyes briefly, Makoto gestured for the woman to sit down with her child before turning to Kajatemai. Jin Akamaru and Ranjaku Matsumoto's treatment is done. However, Jin mentioned he left something important back in his quarters. It's dangerous out there, so escort them to retrieve it. Jin, whose face was deathly pale from pain, froze in confusion. He turned his head to look at Makoto, baffled. When did I say something like that? But when Jin caught sight of Makoto's serious expression, a flicker of understanding crossed his face. He struggled to sit up. Kajatemai quickly stepped forward to assist him, also carrying Ranjaku onto her back. As Jin reached the doorway, he turned to Makoto and asked, once I retrieve it, should I return for further treatment? Of course. Without follow-ups, your condition could worsen. If necessary, I'll even ask my teacher for a second diagnosis, Makoto replied with a playful smile. Got it. Jin nodded and swiftly followed Kajatemai out. Chapter 55, an empty shell carrying Ranjaku Matsumoto on his back. Kajatemai slowed his pace slightly as he noticed Akamaru Jin stumbling along beside him. Jin, the treatment just ended. There's no need to rush, Kajo said, concern in his voice. No, we need to hurry. Akamaru Jin gritted his teeth and urged Kajatemai in a low voice, even staggering ahead of him in his haste. What's wrong, Jin? Kajo asked, puzzled. Jin glanced back at the houses now far behind them and muttered, I never said we needed to go back for anything. Huh? Then why? Kajo began to question him instinctively, but his words faltered as he sensed something amiss. That woman, or boy, who entered earlier isn't right. Lord Senju was signaling us to call for reinforcements immediately, Jin explained, his tone firm despite the pain. I understand, Jin. Take Ranjaku and get away from here, Kajo replied, his expression hardening as he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he handed Matsumoto Ranjaku to Jin. Wait, hold on, where's Lord Senju's teacher? Jin started, but Kajo was already gone, vanishing in an instant with a burst of flash step. Meanwhile, back at the house, Senju Makoto carefully scrutinized the widow before him. Or rather, perhaps it would be more accurate to call her the deceased. While most Shinigami could not directly perceive the degree of spiritual particle dissipation, Senju Makoto, having awakened the Zanpakuto Shinra Bansho, possessed a unique ability. This gift allowed him to observe the flow of every spiritual particle with extraordinary precision. It was also one of the reasons why he could create seeds of the forest, spiritual particles of near-perfect size. When Makoto concentrated, he could even track the movement of individual spiritual particles with his naked eye. This extraordinary talent, which Makoto considered unremarkable, had left even Captain Unohana Retsu astounded by his skill in healing techniques. After all, the essence of healing lay in repairing, correcting, and sometimes dissecting spiritual bodies. While others perceived a soul as a unified entity, Makoto could see the intricate structure of the spiritual particles that composed it. Thus, from the moment he laid eyes on the widow, Makoto had noticed the bizarre, abnormal spiritual particle dissipation radiating from her. In some ways, what he saw was akin to a human with a severed artery, blood spraying everywhere while they sat in a clinic, acting as though nothing was wrong. This is absurd, Makoto thought, his gaze flickering momentarily. Despite his inner turmoil, his demeanor remained calm, even tinged with a sense of amusement. He was certain Jin would have deciphered the subtle clues in his words and that it wouldn't be long before the 10th Division surrounded this place. More importantly, Makoto was well aware that Unohana was nearby, lying in wait. With Jin and Renjaku safely sent away, Makoto now felt entirely unbothered. But what is this thing, exactly? A controlled resident? Or perhaps, what's hidden within? As the question spun through his mind, Senju Makoto gracefully adjusted his glasses with a refined motion, then spoke in a calm voice. Madam, may I ask what discomfort you're experiencing? The widow's vacant eyes shifted slightly as she responded, my child's soul is missing a piece. I heard this place might be able to help. Makoto nodded faintly, his expression gentle. I see. In that case, may I examine you first, madam? Please lie down on that bed over there. The widow froze for a moment, seemingly needing several seconds to process his words. She eventually replied, it's my child who needs treatment, not me. I understand. Makoto's voice remained soft and reassuring. But this is a necessary step in the process. Please cooperate. After all, you wouldn't want your child's treatment to be delayed, would you? Caught off guard, the widow hesitated. Under Makoto's seemingly calm and courteous gaze, she slowly lay down on the bed, her back to him. Is this all right? She asked cautiously. Perfect. Thank you for your cooperation, madam. Makoto cast a glance at the boy standing motionlessly nearby, his face devoid of expression. Then, slipping on a pair of white gloves, he approached the widow. His hands gently pressed against her back as he spoke. Relax, madam. This is all part of the procedure. The next moment, a green glow representing the power of restoration emanated from his hands. Hollow. Makoto's expression remained soft, but his pupils constricted slightly. The widow's spiritual body was almost entirely hollowed out. What remained was merely an empty shell. Crack. Crack. Before Makoto could fully process the shock, the widow's neck twisted unnaturally, her dead and vacant eyes locking onto him. Her voice, empty but tinged with a mocking tone, broke the silence. Ah! Such a delicious ripple of emotion. I can taste it. You. What are you? Before Makoto could finish his thought, a sharp blade shot through the widow's body. Something had pierced her, driving straight into her core. SCHLKK. You. The widow's words were cut short as the tip of Makoto's sword pierced through her throat, emerging from her mouth and silencing her completely. Without hesitation, Makoto yanked the blade free, leapt backward, and scooped up the motionless boy. Bursting through the wall, he emerged outside the building in a single violent motion. Makoto. As he retreated, a voice called out. Kajotamai, leading a squad of 10th Division members, rushed toward him. Are you alright? What's the situation? I'm fine. Makoto handed the boy to one of the division members, his expression grave. It's a hollow. If my senses are correct, there's a powerful one, likely a Menos Grande, inside that woman's body. What? The gathered squad members, including several seated officers, reacted instinctively, their faces paling. Even the weakest Menos Grande was a threat that regular members, and even most seated officers, couldn't handle alone. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from the house, heavy with a void-like despair that chilled everyone to the bone. Chapter 56, The Menos Grande, Ajusha's amid the watchful gazes of Senju Makoto and the numerous 10th Division members, a figure slowly emerged from the house. Yet, compared to the alluring figure from before, the widow now appeared grotesque, her body seemingly swelling unnaturally. Strange, bulbous white growths protruded all over her body, and atop her head, white, horn-like structures jutted out. With every step she took, various odd objects spilled noisily from some unseen cavity, hitting the ground with unsettling clatters. The scene was as horrifying as it was nauseating. What is this? A hollow? What terrifying spiritual pressure? Could it be a Menos Grande? Everyone, be cautious. That damn creature. How dare it deceive Lord Kajotamai? Now that its true colors are showing, watch how I take it down. A voice, sharp with anger and frustration, suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere, leaving even Senju Makoto momentarily stunned. At the same time, the bloated, grotesque figure emitted a furious, hollowed-out, composite voice. You infuriating Shinigami. This body was the perfect vessel I found, and you've ruined my plans. As the words fell, the swollen mass seemed to implode, bursting outward from within. In its place stood a massive, white figure, its size rivaling that of the entire house. Its form was void-like white, resembling a grotesque hybrid of spider and crab. A long tail extended from its back, and its head, inverted with sharp horns, was shrouded by a pale mask. As it unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying spiritual pressure, the Shinigami present felt as though they were suffocating. Today, all of you Shinigami will pay the price. The resonant voice, A roar and a howl echoed endlessly. Meanwhile, deep within the 12th Division headquarters, inside the underground labs of the Department of Research and Development, numerous alarms blared in unison. White-coated team members worked frantically at devices resembling computers, their fingers flying across the keyboards. Confirmed. The source of the hollow spiritual pressure is located near District 79 of Rokongai's western region. The spiritual pressure level is Uchiha's. At this declaration, the expressions of the 12th Division members froze. Akan, her forehead adorned with 3 small protruding horns and her brows furrowed tightly, exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible?" There were no spatial disturbances or detection of a Garganta opening. Could it be a mistake? At that moment, a sinister and mocking voice cut through the tense room. "Akan, have you grown so naive after spending just a few days with Hura Harakisuke? Don't rely on so-called common sense. Trust only the data and results in your hands." The voice's owner appeared, Mayuri Kurotsuchi, a figure whose grotesque appearance could only be described as monstrous. With an air of absolute authority, he issued a command. "In the name of the Department of Research and Development, alert the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. A hollow of Uchiha's level has appeared near District 79 of Rokongai's western region." As the directive left the Department of Research and Development, the warning has been issued. The announcement came from the police, several captains, leisurely making their way towards Squad 1 to attend the emergency captain meeting, paused in their tracks. An Uchiha's class Menos had appeared in Rukongai. This was no trivial matter. If left unchecked, such a creature could devour thousands of souls in a short span of time. Among them, Shinji Hueco, the captain of Squad 5, instantly turned to glance over his shoulder at Aizen, a figure with distinct composure and mysterious aura. Yet Aizen's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, his face painted with a rare mix of solemnity and surprise, as if he hadn't anticipated this turn of events. The next moment, a hell butterfly landed lightly on Shinji's head, and a flow of information rushed into his mind. Support Squad, Captain Kensai Mugaruma of Squad 9 and Captain Shinji Hueco of Squad 5, deploy immediately. Medical Squad, Squad 4 to dispatch 2 rescue teams. Receiving the direct order from Squad 1, Shinji dared not delay. Fearing Aizen might not keep pace, he left him with instructions to catch up and disappeared in a flash step toward District 79 of West Rukongai. Meanwhile, in District 79 of West Rukongai, more than 30 Shinigami stood locked in a tense standoff against an Uchiha's emanating a suffocating spiritual pressure. No, it wasn't just a standoff. Under the sheer weight of the Uchiha's spiritual pressure, most of the Shinigami were utterly immobilized. The difference in power was insurmountable. This is not an enemy we can handle. A young member of Squad 10, trembling, was the first to break. His face grumbled, and he staggered backward in despair. "No. If we don't run, we'll die." It wasn't just him. Even Senju Makoto, a seasoned member, felt a sinking heaviness in his chest. And Uchiha's? This was a foe far beyond the capabilities of ordinary squad members or seated officers. Even most lieutenants would stand no chance. This was a threat only a captain could face. How could such a powerful Menos appear? And how did it go undetected by the Siriite AI? Makoto's thoughts raced. The captains, including Retsu Unohana and Isshin Shiba, had swept the area earlier. How could they have missed this? At that moment, a chilling realization struck him. This was no accident. It reeked of a conspiracy. Worse still, Unohana-sensei was nowhere to be found. If she were nearby, she would have intervened the moment the Uchiha's appeared. This is bad. Really bad. Makoto drew a deep breath, locking eyes with the monstrous Uchiha's ahead. He knew he was in grave danger. Then, without warning, the massive creature, as large as a house, vanished. For a brief moment, the Squad 10 members froze in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was Makoto's voice that shattered the stillness. "Behind you. Watch out." 2 Squad 10 members at the rear felt a shadow loom over them. Before they could react, they were sent flying like rag dolls, landing with a thud and rolling several times on the ground. Their chests were grotesquely crushed. But just as despair began to set in, the barren earth around them erupted in lush greenery. Thick grass surged upward, wrapping around the fallen Shinigami, while tiny flowers blossomed and began to draw in spirit particles from the air, providing urgent treatment to their injuries. Chapter 57, a completely different level. The terrain transformed into a vast grassland, momentarily stunning the Uchiha's. However, the remaining Shinigami seized the opportunity to regroup. "Disperse. All non-seated officers, fall back immediately. Use Kido to contain the hollow as much as possible, but don't recklessly approach and waste your lives. Seated officers, release your Zanpakuto at once. No matter what, hold off this Uchiha's. Reinforcements from the Siriite AI will arrive shortly." The commanding roar of the 10th Division's third seat galvanized the squad into action. The members of the 10th Division demonstrated the skill and discipline expected of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Ordinary squad members swiftly distanced themselves from the Ajushas, beginning their incantations for various Kido spells. Meanwhile, the 3rd seat, 7th seat, and the 19th seat, Kajotamai, who were stationed in the western 79th district of Rukongai, simultaneously released their Zanpakuto and charged at the Ajushas from different directions. Pierce through everything, Kei's-Kiba. Charge for love, Somauru. Shatter, Aramitsu. In an instant, the 3rd seat's Zanpakuto transformed into a western-style lance enveloped in a swirling gale. The 7th seat's weapon morphed into a pair of peculiar shoes, dramatically boosting his speed as he delivered a ferocious kick to the Ajusha's side. As for Kajotamai, his Zanpakuto was an uncommon creature type, summoning a yellow loach-like entity to assist him in relentless attacks. Simultaneously, the other squad members completed their incantations, unleashing an array of destructive Kido spells. The battlefield lit up with a cascade of brilliant flashes, engulfing the Ajushas in a barrage of energy blasts. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and thick smoke blanketed the battlefield, swallowing both the Ajushas and the 3-seated officers in its depths. From a distance, Sosuke calmly adjusted his glasses, his tone indifferent as he observed the scene. It seems Shiba Ishin has managed the 10th Division quite well. Even in the absence of a captain, the squad demonstrates admirable combat capability. Standing nearby, Kaname Tosen, though blind, used his heightened spiritual pressure senses to assess the battlefield. The spiritual pressure of an Ajusha's far exceeds that of ordinary seated officers. This resistance is ultimately futile. Aizen chuckled softly, not disputing Tosen's remark. Moments later, Tosen tilted his head slightly, as though perceiving something unusual. Pointing in a specific direction, he commented, "However, Aizen, there seems to be a Shinigami with notably high spiritual pressure hiding at the rear of the battlefield. It appears the 10th Division also harbors cowards who fear death." "Oh?" Aizen followed Tosen's gesture, his gaze landing on a figure who had inconspicuously retreated to the outermost edge of the battlefield, Senju Makoto. As he carefully analyzed the spiritual pressures mingling within the chaos of the battlefield, Aizen's interest was piqued. Senju Makoto's spiritual pressure was noticeably higher than that of the 10th Division's 3rd seat. Observing Makoto's cautious stance from afar, Aizen couldn't help but chuckle dryly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "That's not a 10th Division member." "Ah, you mean him, that guy named Senju Makoto. He's a cautious one." Even though he was the first to identify the Ajushas, the moment the fight started, he quietly slipped to the rear of the battlefield. Tosen Kaname frowned slightly, as if recalling something. He asked, "Senju Makoto? Are you talking about Captain Unohana's disciple? The same Senju Makoto that Captain Zaraki proposed transferring to the 11th Division during the captain's meeting?" Unbeknownst to him, Senju Makoto was being observed from a hidden vantage point by Sosuke and Tosen Kaname. As for retreating to the edge of the battlefield, Makoto felt no shame in his actions. After all, he was a healer, a member of the 4th Division, dedicated to treatment and support. Was it reasonable to expect a typical 4th Division member to charge into battle with an Ajushas? As a professional healer, Makoto had long mastered the art of retreating to the periphery without drawing enemy attention, a skill honed through years of working alongside Madarame Kaku and Isukawa Yumakika during their academy days. For a healer to fight directly on the front lines before the critical moment arrived would be an insult to the combat-ready Shinigami. Makoto respected the 10th Division and naturally deferred to their expertise in battle. He left the fighting to the seasoned warriors of the 10th Division. Meanwhile, the ominous cloud of dust and smoke stirred growing unease among the 10th Division members as no signs of life emerged from within. Did we get it? Don't be ridiculous. That's an Ajushas we're talking about. Then why hasn't there been any movement? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the smoky haze. Ah! The next moment, the heavy, deliberate thuds of footsteps echoed as the Ajushas emerged unscathed from the smoke. The Shinigami of the 10th Division looked on in horror and disbelief as their 3rd seat officer's lance was shattered. The officer himself was impaled by the Ajusha's tail, the sharp appendage piercing clean through his chest. Dragged across the ground, he left a trail of blood in the grass, his face contorted in agony as he cried out in pain. Behind the Ajushas, the 7th seat and 19th seat of the 10th Division, Kajotamai and another officer, had collapsed to their knees, pale and trembling. Blood oozed from their visible wounds, pooling on the ground. What? How? How is this possible? The officers were defeated in an instant? It's on a completely different level from us. As the Ajushas twisted its head unnaturally to survey its prey, the fear on the faces of the remaining Shinigami became palpable. The Ajushas, sensing their terror, seemed to grow even more exhilarated. Yes. This delicious scent. Souls steeped in intense emotions. Absolutely appetizing. Suddenly, one of the Ajusha's spider-like legs lashed forward, impaling a nearby 10th Division member through the chest. The unfortunate Shinigami was dragged toward the creature's waiting maw. In the horrified gazes of the others, the Ajusha's opened its mouth wide, and thin streams of the Shinigami's soul were drawn out, consumed directly by the monster. The Shinigami's expression shifted from one of fear to a blank, numb calm, its body growing increasingly lifeless. After discarding the now limp body like a rag doll, the Ajusha seemed to savor the moment. Its strange, multifaceted voice resonated once more. Who has I thought, the souls of true Shinigami are far more exquisite than those from Rukongai. Such rich emotions. Ah, it fills me. I can feel the emptiness within me being overwhelmed by this powerful, vivid flavor. Chapter 58, Reignition. This scene filled the gathered Shinigami with mounting terror. So this hollow. Was the monster secretly responsible for nearly 200 missing souls in the Rukongai? Watching as their once revered seated officers fell helplessly, witnessing familiar comrades have portions of their very souls devoured, fear began to truly take root and spread among the Shinigami ranks. They would die. Run. The only option was to flee. But then, a voice rang out, gentle yet unwavering. Shinigamis, grip your Zanpakuto tightly. The former captain of the 10th Division fell in battle with honor. Would you now turn your backs before this hollow and let the 10th Division become the laughingstock of all of Siriite? Under the astonished gazes of his comrades, Makoto, clad in the uniform of the 4th Division, stepped forward. He moved as if a lone hero walking against the light, his voice fervent and resolute. To flee, is abandoning your seated officers. To run from the responsibility you bear. To desert the powerless residents of Rukongai, does that not shame us as Shinigami far more than death itself? Do not fear. Look ahead without hesitation. Worry not for your wounds. To embrace death while upholding our honor and duty is the ultimate glory of the Shinigami. As a member of the 4th Division, I swear this, as long as I draw breath, I will heal each of you to the very last moment. Makoto's impassioned words reverberated through the battlefield. Slowly, the terror in the eyes of the 10th Division members began to dissipate, replaced by guilt, fervor, and newfound determination. At that moment, 2 10th Division members who had earlier been struck down with collapsed chests staggered to their feet. Though the wounds on their torsos were still visible, they stood ready to fight once more. Meanwhile, the grievously injured 7th and 19th seats, who had been sprawled helplessly on the ground, also began to rise. Both the Hollow and the Shinigami looked on in disbelief. As the green tendrils of healing energy receded from their legs, their wounds appeared to have stopped bleeding entirely, achieved in mere moments. Makoto is right. The 10th Division cannot disgrace itself before the 4th Division. Fixing his gaze firmly on the Ajusha's class Hollow, the 19th seat, Kajotami, called out loudly. Thank you, Makoto. As expected of Captain Unohana's disciple, your healing abilities are astounding. This time, I won't make the same mistake. With Tamai and the 7th seat standing tall once more, Makoto's rousing words reignited the morale of the entire 10th Division. If even a 4th Division healer refused to flee, how could the 10th Division abandon their ground? Makoto's extraordinary display of healing prowess infused the Shinigami with a profound sense of hope. Use Bakudo. Our spiritual power isn't strong enough to damage a hollow of this level, but if we restrain it with enough Bakudo, holding out until the captain's arrival will secure our victory. The 7th seat, his hair tinged with streaks of yellow and glasses perched firmly on his nose, gave his command with a commanding presence, exuding the resolve of a true warrior. In a flash, his figure darted forward, swiftly snatching the 10th Division's 3rd seat from the tail of the Ajushas. Without hesitation, they flung the wounded officer toward Makoto's direction. The 3rd seat is in your hands, Makoto-kun. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let death claim you all. Makoto, who had unknowingly retreated to the back of the formation, called out loudly. From the grass beneath their feet, a dozen verdant vines sprouted rapidly, wrapping around the injured 3rd seat midair. A soft green radiance emanated from the vines, casting a warm light over the heads of the 10th Division members and igniting a surge of determination in their hearts. In that moment, despite the overwhelming threat of the Ajushas, every member of the 10th Division felt as though a gentle yet firm support stood unwaveringly behind them, boosting their courage and resolve to fight on. Senju Makoto. At this instant, the name Senju Makoto was deeply etched into the hearts of every 10th Division member. The courage of a seemingly fragile healer to face the Ajushas head-on, the steadfastness to remain on the battlefield and save lives, and the tender compassion in treating injuries, these traits of Senju Makoto left an indelible mark. We absolutely cannot let Makoto-kun down. We're the 10th Division. How can we run away? A mere Ajushas. Amidst the burning fighting spirit of the surrounding Shinigami, Makoto maintained an outward appearance of gentleness and resolve, though his heart was heavy with concern. If this had been a typical Uchiha's, Makoto might have already urged the others to scatter and retreat, advocating, rather than making a meaningless sacrifices, it's better to live on shamefully. Endure the humiliation for the sake of greater responsibilities as Shinigami. Live on, bearing that shame, until the time comes when you can make a difference. However, the presence of this Uchiha was riddled with peculiarities in Makoto's eyes. Its behavior in consuming souls seemed almost deliberate, as if it had come to the Rukongai to take the blame for something else. If everyone scattered and fled, there was no telling what other dangers might be lurking nearby. They might simply fall prey, one by one. In such a perilous and uncertain situation, keeping everyone together was practically safer. After all, for now, as long as the inspired members of the 10th Division fought without falling entirely, Makoto himself should remain safe. As Makoto contemplated, chants of binding spells began to echo across the battlefield. The 10th Division's 7th seat, alongside Kujo Tamai, who had barely recovered, launched another attempt to restrain the Uchihas. Bakudo number 30, piercing triple flash beam. Bakudo number 37, 6 hanging ropes. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. A cascade of binding spells descended upon the Uchihas, forming layers of invisible spiderwebs over its massive frame. The vast difference in spiritual pressure rendered these restraints tenuous at best, as the Uchihas shattered them with each casual struggle. Yet, under the relentless barrage of binding spells from over 30 Shinigami, the Uchihas appeared trapped in an unnervingly oppressive mire, its movements increasingly impeded. Ants. A swarm of ants should know their place and let their souls be devoured obediently. You have enraged me. The Uchihas roared in fury, its massive body rampaging wildly under the weight of the restraints. Despite the binding layers, the Uchihas' speed remained terrifying. With each sweep of its limbs, a 10th Division member would be sent flying, unable to evade in time. Meanwhile, Makoto skillfully maintained a safe distance from the Uchihas, his hands weaving continuous healing energy into the battlefield. The verdant light of his all-encompassing creation spell covered the wounded, restoring them to fighting shape. In this grueling tug of war, 10th Division members fell one after another, only to rise again under Makoto's tireless healing. The battlefield seemed to stabilize at a constant force of 20-odd Shinigami, all working together to hold the Uchihas at bay. Everyone. Hold on. Victory lies in persistence. Makoto's gentle yet unwavering voice rang out at intervals, inspiring the 10th Division members to grit their teeth and press forward. Chapter 59, Sero. The battlefield was locked in a stalemate. The Shinigami of the 10th Division could barely inflict any damage on the Uchihas, while a single casual strike from the beast left them gravely injured. Ordinarily, this would have been a one-sided slaughter, an overwhelming display of power. Yet, under Makoto's astonishing and all-encompassing healing abilities, as long as someone wasn't killed outright, even severed limbs or severe injuries could be swiftly stabilized and the combatant restored to basic fighting capacity in record time. Soon, over 70% of the 10th Division members were bloodied, yet not a single Shinigami retreated. On the contrary, they fought more fearlessly, throwing themselves into the fray to restrain the Uchihas at all costs. Makoto-sama. As long as Makoto is here, we have no reason to fear battle or injury. Standing on the fragrant grass beneath their feet, every member of the 10th Division persevered, miraculously holding the Uchihas at bay. Meanwhile, Makoto, who had been continuously providing large-scale healing, began to sense something amiss. Normally, Uchihas, as high-level entities among the Hollows, possessed intelligence and emotions approaching those of humans. They were new life forms, evolved from the chaotic hive mind of the lesser Gillians. However, the Uchihas before them, though seemingly capable of independent thought and speech, behaved strangely. Its combat logic was unusually simplistic. It remained ensnared by the binding spells of the 10th Division, showing no intent to prioritize killing the critical seated officers or Makoto himself. Even more baffling, it displayed visible confusion at the sight of gravely injured Shinigami recovering and returning to the fight. This didn't align with the intelligence a true Uchihas should possess. Meanwhile, observing the battle from a distance, Kaname Tosen spoke. Aizen, the battle appears to have reached a stalemate. Aizen nodded, his gaze fixed on Makoto. A flicker of surprise crossed his usually composed expression. In Aizen's calculations, the fight should have ended the moment the 3 seated officers fell. Samsara. I see. It's an even more impressive mass healing ability than the rumors suggested. It seems to directly absorb the surrounding Rishi to repair injuries, a rather unique power. Aizen adjusted his glasses, his voice shifting in tone. But alas, such a fragile ability can't change the inevitable. Senju Makoto, the one who dared to threaten me, will end here. He paused, then turned to Tosen. Tosen, it's time. End this farce. Yes, Aizen, Tosen responded, drawing his Zanpakuto with a low chant. Cry, Suzumoshi. A faint humming sound resonated from the blade of Suzumoshi, spreading rapidly toward the battlefield. In an instant, wherever the subtle vibration reached, the Shinigami of the 10th Division were immobilized, falling into a momentary yet critical lapse. Lost in thought, the binding spell that Makoto had been maintaining against the Ajushas faltered. For a moment, even his own mind seemed to go blank. By the time he snapped out of it, the Ajushas had closed the distance between them. A massive red orb of energy was forming at its mouth. A Sero? How did it have time to charge that? Makoto's expression shifted drastically as he instinctively moved to retreat. But in the next instant, the red orb erupted with a deafening roar, sweeping toward him with devastating force. Compared to the Ajusha's raw physical might, the Sero, formed from concentrated spiritual pressure, was overwhelming. Everything in its path was obliterated. Even Makoto, positioned at the rear of the battlefield, was consumed in the attack. Boom. The explosion shook the ground, sending up a dense cloud of smoke. The once verdant field was scorched and leveled by a meteor. Makoto felt his body launched into the air, only to crash heavily into the earth. Warmth surged uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. It was blood. Though his body refused to move, the countless battles he had endured in his mental training with Shinro Bansho's illusions made him keenly aware, his injuries were fatal. This wasn't ordinary blood loss. His internal organs had been extensively ruptured, and even his heart had failed, leading to the torrential bleeding. What was that sudden lapse in focus? Not just me, did every Shinigami experience it? Sero. A beam of destruction formed by condensed spiritual pressure. So this is the true power of an Ajusha's? Am I going to die? My thoughts. They're such a mess. Paralyzed, Makoto couldn't see his own injuries clearly. But from afar, Aizen observed the entire scene with calm demeanor. Half of Makoto's chest had been completely erased, leaving a gaping void. Blood poured relentlessly, staining the ground beneath him crimson within seconds. His spiritual pressure plummeted at an alarming rate. He was done for. Aizen slowly turned his gaze away, arriving at an inevitable conclusion. For most Shinigami, whether ordinary members or even seated officers, without a master Benkei, surviving a direct Sero from an Ajusha's was impossible. This elicited no visible reaction from Aizen. No sorrow, no satisfaction. To him, eliminating a bothersome Shinigami was no different than crushing a bug crawling on a wall, just a minor inconvenience dealt with in passing. Satisfied, Aizen turned his attention to the dissipating smoke over the battlefield. The surviving members of the 10th Division were few, with most either dead or utterly incapacitated. It's over. Let's go, Aizen said with a gentle smile. The rest. Let that mindless Ajusha savor the fragments of their souls steeped in emotion. Once the captains arrive, it will meet its end at their hands. Yes, Lord Aizen, Tosen replied, sheathing his Zanpakuto, its release cancelled. Beneath his dark cloak, his expression seemed conflicted. Are you troubled, Tosen? Aizen asked, his voice warm as he began to walk ahead. Tosen followed, nodding slightly as he answered solemnly, yes, Lord Aizen. But this is the price of true justice. Their lives will find continuity within that justice. Aizen chuckled softly, as though he had anticipated this response. Just as he was about to speak further, he halted abruptly. The spiritual pressure that had been steadily fading from Makoto suddenly stopped declining. Chapter 60. Beyond reason, about 20 miles away from the 79th district of Rukongai West, in the sky above, Unohana stood atop the rapidly flying Minazuki. Her gaze, usually gentle as water, was now filled with a biting coldness as she stared at the towering column of smoke rising in the distance. Faster, Minazuki. Her voice was soft but carried a chilling undertone, like the low growl of a wrathful demon. Waves of spiritual pressure tinged with a bloody aura occasionally escaped from her. Makoto, you won't die here, will you? Just hold on a little longer. Am I going to die? Not death within the spiritual realm, but a true death in reality. Lack of combat experience, and my spiritual pressure is far too weak to withstand an Rancor Sero. Makoto's once gentle eyes now dulled, his pupils filled with despair as death loomed closer. Yet, oddly enough, his mind remained clear, flashing with a torrent of chaotic and fleeting thoughts. Unohana, Risa, Soifun, Kaku, Ayakawa, Yamada Hanataro, familiar faces drifted past his mind's eye, finally settling on Aizen's warm and humble visage. Was it you, Aizen? Did you deliberately target me, or was this just an opportunity to dispose of me? So, this is what it feels like when true death arrives. It's not as terrible as I imagined. Everything feels so quiet, even a little cold. Makoto's left hand weakly lifted, instinctively reaching for his chest, as if seeking a trace of warmth. But all he felt was something sticky and warm, like touching a mass of shredded flesh. Am I really this badly injured? Shinro Bansho. I can't feel it at all. It's completely unresponsive, and there's no way to heal myself. My consciousness is fading. Makoto's last efforts to stay awake grew increasingly feeble. Even the faint glow of healing energy flickering on his palm was insufficient to mend his grievous wounds. Everything fell silent. Makoto's dwindling instincts, driven by a primal instinct to survive, desperately called out to Shinro Bansho. Shinro Bansho. Shinro Bansho. Shinro Bansho. At that moment, a faint voice seemed to respond, echoing in the depths of Makoto's fading consciousness. Master, can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Can you truly hear my voice? The true release phrase, the true power, not the false abilities shaped by your subjective will. Time is running out, Master. Answer me. Suddenly, Makoto's nearly unfocused pupils slightly contracted, and in the blank emptiness of his failing mind, he heard that familiar, urgent voice. Shinro Bansho. Master, quickly. You should be able to hear me now. Hurry. Manifest, arrive, transcend. The ultimate essence of all things, the origin of everything. Makoto's pupils began to lose focus once more, his body growing colder from the excessive blood loss. With a voice so faint it was nearly inaudible, he whispered, manifest. Arrive. Transcend. Shinro Bansho, the ultimate essence of all things, the origin of everything. In the next instant, the blade of the Zanpakuto in Makoto's grasp dissolved into a streak of light, merging seamlessly into his body. The spiritual pressure that had been steadily waning suddenly halted, and then, in Aizen's perception, it vanished entirely. Dead? Aizen's initial indifference shifted to mild curiosity as he sensed the abrupt disappearance of spiritual pressure. Casually, he turned to glance in Makoto's direction. However, the sight that greeted him caused Aizen's pupils to contract involuntarily. Massive amounts of rishi in the air were converging on the wound in Makoto's chest, rapidly repairing his injuries. Yet, Makoto's spiritual pressure was completely undetectable. Impossible. Aizen's expression froze, an uncharacteristic loss of composure overtaking him. It was as if he were witnessing a phenomenon beyond comprehension. Spiritual pressure, originates from the spiritual energy generated by a spirit's body, or rishi. The density and fluctuations of this spiritual energy determine the presence of spiritual pressure. Therefore, except for the peculiar residents of Rukongai, who lack spiritual energy and consequently never feel hunger, any being with spiritual energy would occasionally emit spiritual pressure. It was akin to humans needing to breathe, a fundamental law. Although it was possible to suppress spiritual pressure through active control of spiritual energy, the total absence of even a trace of it was nearly inconceivable to Aizen. Unless the spiritual pressure emanating from Makoto had entirely surpassed the range perceivable by Aizen's spiritual senses. Does that mean Makoto's spiritual pressure has far exceeded my own? No. Impossible. In an instant, Aizen dismissed this hypothesis. Or perhaps Makoto is already dead? Or has he forsaken all his spiritual energy? Yet, Makoto was actively healing himself, drawing rishi from the air to mend his wounds, a clear indication of his Zanpakuto's previously exhibited ability. Why? Why is there no detectable spiritual pressure? For a moment, the change in Makoto's condition shattered Aizen Sosuke's understanding of the world. Have I misunderstood the principles governing this world? Or am I under the effects of an illusion akin to Kyoka Suigetsu's power? Or could it be that Makoto Senju is a unique anomaly, entirely unlike any other Shinigami? In mere seconds, a multitude of hypotheses raced through Aizen's mind. Noticing Aizen's uncharacteristic state, Tosen, standing nearby, furrowed his brow and asked, Lord Aizen, is something wrong? Don't speak. Let me think, Aizen murmured, clutching his face with both hands, his voice betraying an unsteady tone. Meanwhile, Makoto's transformation had grown increasingly conspicuous, drawing the attention of the nearby Ajushas, which had been instinctively devouring the souls of surviving 10th Division members. This one. Boom. The massive frame of the Ajushas crashed to the ground before Makoto's unguarded form, its gaze locked on the still healing Shinigami. After a brief pause, recognition flickered in the Ajusha's eyes as it recalled a recent, humiliating encounter. Slowly, its eyes turned crimson with rage. A lowly Shinigami, a mere ant, had dared to drive that accursed blade into its prized exoskeleton, even piercing through it completely. Its gaze burning with fury, the Ajushas lifted a sharp, clawed foot and slammed it downward toward Makoto with a thunderous force. Chapter 61, Teacher, I am overwhelmed with guilt. At this moment, Makoto's chest wound, so severe it had nearly obliterated half his torso, was still in the process of healing. Yet, a gaping, horrifying injury remained. And it was at this very moment that an icy, wrathful voice rang out, accompanied by a flash of white light slicing through the air. Kill him. Shinso. In an instant, the white gleam collided violently with the descending limb of the Ajusha's. Clang. The shrill sound exploded in front of Makoto, shattering his dazed consciousness and snapping him back to reality. The impact was barely enough to deflect the Ajusha's descending limb, which narrowly missed Makoto's head, grazing past it with a hair's breadth. The Ajusha's shifted its gaze, locking on to the source of the retreating white light, none other than Jin Ikamaru. Pale-faced and weak, Jin knelt on the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion. However, the Ajusha's twisted its grotesque, backward-turning head and ignoring Jin entirely. Its focus returned to the hateful Shinigami in front of it. That stab, it must be repaid in full. Without hesitation, the Ajusha's raised its segmented, bony tail high, aiming once again at Makoto. Through the exposed, gaping wound in his chest, his heart could faintly be seen, beginning to stir and beat anew. Thump, thump, thump. As the needle-like tail descended, the flow of blood sparked a flicker of focus in Makoto's nearly dull eyes. Die. The Ajusha's strange, horrifying compound voice screeched, filled with humiliation and rage, laced with a rare sense of delight. But then, boom. The tail, which had easily shattered the Shikai-formed Knight's spear of the 10th Division's 3rd seat and skewered him like a string of candied fruits, suddenly stopped mid-strike. A massive impact reverberated. Smoke billowed into the air, only to dissipate rapidly. Through the clearing haze, the Ajusha's crimson glowing eyes is filled with disbelief as it saw Makoto casually block its tail with a single fingertip. The scene was absurd, like watching an ant raise its feeble antenna to hold back a colossal warhammer. Impossible. How could this be? Makoto's finger slowly clamped down, causing a dense web of cracks to spread across the tail's bony exterior. A raspy, hoarse voice emerged, as though thick with blood that had yet to be fully expelled. Your greatest mistake was failing to land that arrow on my head. Hanging on the edge of life and death, Makoto had nearly been lost to oblivion. The near-death experience ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. His gaze bore into the Ajusha's with raw, thick and uncontrollable killing intent for the first time. Despite this, Makoto remained wary. He suspected that Aizen Sosuke's subordinates, or perhaps Aizen himself, might be lurking nearby. Any full-fledged battle risked revealing the hidden ability of his Zanpakuto. But now, having grasped the true essence of Shinro Bansho, exposing a fraction of its apparent wood-based offensive and defensive powers seemed insignificant. Besides, given his current dire state, holding back was no longer an option. And so it was not only to vent the primal rage surging within but also to deter Aizen or his subordinates, preventing them from covertly making another move against him at this moment. Kill. Just as Makoto's thoughts stirred and wooden tendrils began to sprout again from the spreading grassland, a white figure streaked across like an afterimage, appearing right before him. The flowing captain's houri, the familiar silhouette, the delicate, breathtakingly beautiful features. Unohana Retsu. However, unlike her usual gentle and intellectual demeanor, Unohana's expression was devoid of any emotion. Her slightly open eyes radiated a chilling indifference that froze the heart. Crack. In the next instant, before Makoto could even see Unohana's movements, the bone-like tail that seemed to constantly threaten his life was already snapped in two. Ah! The immense pain made the Ajusha's, still struggling to grasp the situation with its limited intelligence, let out a shriek. Meanwhile, Makoto's expression shifted in an instant. Adopting a pitiful, post-catastrophe look, with eyes slightly misty, he gazed at Unohana. In a voice tinged with a sob and urgency, he cried out, "Teacher, run. This is an Ajusha's class Menos. Quickly contact a combat specialist captain, I'll hold it off." Hearing this, Jin, who stood observing from a distance, was momentarily stunned, unable to discern whether this man was utterly shameless or just possessed an innocent, genuine heart. However, Unohana, who had rushed over, felt her heart inexplicably tremble upon hearing those words. A strange feeling began to sprout within her. She then turned to look at Makoto, her frosty expression involuntarily softening. His spiritual pressure was so faint it resembled that of a dying man. Half his body was drenched in blood, his tattered clothing revealing a grotesquely large wound. And yet, his pitiful yet resolute expression, seemingly determined to protect her despite his condition, unconsciously softened Unohana's gaze. Despite being like this, his first thought is to protect me? In over a millennium, this was the first time anyone had ever so recklessly tried to protect her. What's more, it was a disciple, gravely injured and teetering on the edge of life and death, who staked his life to do so. Idiot. If you don't want to die, stop moving. Unohana reprimanded coldly, though her hands glowed with the healing light of Kaido as she enveloped Makoto. Asenju Makoto couldn't help but let out a soft groan. It felt so soothing. As expected of teacher Unohana's personal healing. Even though Makoto had already used his Shinro Bansho ability to repair most of his injuries, there was something undeniably enjoyable about being bathed in Unohana's warm, healing energy without having to exert himself. The injuries are severe. The attack almost struck his heart. Massive blood loss. Multiple internal organs damaged to varying degrees. Unohana quickly assessed the critical state of his injuries, realizing that further comprehensive treatment was needed. Teacher. However, Makoto, now fully aware of the situation, weakly grasped Unohana's wrist, using every ounce of strength to frantically earn her goodwill. Teacher, that Ajusha's Sero is terrifying. You should leave immediately. There might even be more hollows lurking around here. It's too dangerous for you to stay. In truth, I've always disliked you the most. I've secretly insulted you in my heart countless times. I'm a sinner beyond redemption. Please, don't bother with me, teacher. Chapter 62, Main Consort or Maidservant. At that moment, the Ajushas seemed to instinctively sense an intense aura of danger emanating from Unohana. Unlike its previous instinct-driven attacks, it froze in place, planting its 8 legs firmly on the ground. A massive, crimson sphere of energy began to condense slowly in front of its mask. Sero. Sensei, watch out. It's a Sero. Makoto's expression turned pale with fear as he struggled to rise, as though determined to shield Unohana with his own body if necessary. However, his feeble attempts to resist were effortlessly halted when Unohana's slender, pale hand gently pressed against his chest. He found himself utterly immobilized. The next instant, the massive Sero surged forward, carrying an aura of annihilation that seemed capable of erasing everything in its path. With a simple movement, Unohana raised one hand toward the attack and lightly swatted at it. Poof! The Sero, which had previously overwhelmed over 30 10th Division Shinigami, was effortlessly dispersed with a single gesture, dissolving as if it had been nothing at all. Simultaneously, while Unohana tended to Makoto with a calm display of healing Kido, her other hand glowed with a terrifying blue light, aimed at the Ajushas. Without shifting her focus from the healing process, Unohana quietly chanted, Hado number 88, Dragon Strike Heaven Shaking Lightning Cannon. Boom! A torrent of brilliant blue lightning erupted with devastating force, one of the highest forms of destructive Kido. Even though it had been unleashed without an incantation, the unrelenting flow of lightning engulfed everything within Makoto's line of sight. As the lightning storm gradually subsided, the Ajushas had been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace in the Soul Society. The captain's hair on Unohana's back fluttered slightly from the residual energy, framing her exquisite and composed features in an aura of both beauty and terror. Makoto stared in awe, his expression a mix of reverence and shock. As her disciple, I really shouldn't entertain rebellious thoughts. The scene of the Ajushas being eradicated with such ease cemented the terrifying might of his teacher. Gulp. Instinctively, Makoto swallowed nervously, marveling at how Unohana, while distracted by healing him, could unleash such a devastating high-level Kido spell without incantation, and annihilate an Ajusha whose strength rivaled that of a captain-level Shinigami. Even though Makoto already knew Unohana was far beyond an ordinary captain's level, witnessing her casually swat down the Ajushas like an ant left him deeply shaken. Makoto, are you afraid? Unohana's gaze flickered slightly, and for some reason, she asked this question on a whim. Makoto shook his head and smiled, his expression visibly relaxed. No, I just realized how strong Sensei is. It's incredibly reassuring. You understand now how ridiculous your earlier attempt to protect me was, don't you? Unohana's tone carried a trace of displeasure. Huh? This question. Though Makoto was single and Unohana's tone seemed somewhat harsh, he instinctively felt this was a question with a clear answer. Staring at her, he responded with a soft grin, though his voice faltered slightly due to his injuries. The strength in his voice seemed to fade, tinged with a sense of finality, as though he were delivering his last will and testament. Though it's a bit ridiculous, as long as Sensei is unharmed. That's enough for me. Sensei, I'm truly sorry. The things I said earlier were out of line, I didn't mean any of them. You've always been the person I'm most grateful to. In my hometown, there's an old saying, a teacher for a day, a guide for life. Before Makoto could finish, another mouthful of blood surged forth, interrupting his words. Unohana's expression was deeply moved, yet her tone left no room for argument as she stopped Makoto, who seemed intent on continuing. Makoto, stop talking. Didn't you say you'd stay by my side for 100 years? Until that time is up, I will never allow you to leave. Hearing this, Makoto's heart leaped with joy, though he didn't let it show. To receive such a response from Unohana-sensei, this spurt of blood, was worth it. What's more, that mouthful of blood had been stuck in his throat for a while, neither coming up nor going down. Finally expelling it felt immensely relieving. As one of Unohana's outstanding disciples, adept in healing techniques and the art of Kaido, and possessing the versatile power of Shinro Bansho, Makoto deftly controlled his injuries to teeter convincingly on the edge of life and death. A simple task for someone of his abilities. On the surface, he appeared to be at death's door, but in truth, he had a metaphorical gas station on standby. As the saying goes, true feelings often fail to move hearts, but a well-played ruse never misses. Unohana-sensei, I don't want to deceive you like this, but with Aizen's blatant threat looming over us, I hope you can forgive me. As Unohana fully took over the task of treating his wounds, Makoto quietly released the Shikai state of his Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho. Immediately, symptoms of near-death, dizziness, pallor, a drop in body temperature, manifested one after another. Seizing the moment, Makoto feigned unconsciousness, ensuring there wasn't a single flaw in his act. As Unohana's attention grew more focused on his treatment, Makoto's consciousness slipped into his inner spiritual world. The spirit of Shinro Bansho remained the same, tiny, palm-sized, dressed in an attire perfectly mirroring the essence of nature. It greeted Makoto with an exuberant, radiant smile. Da-da. Master, you missed me so soon? Only at this moment did Makoto finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Shinro Bansho. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it. Oh, come on, Master. Shinro Bansho floated around Makoto's head in circles before perching on his shoulder. Master shouldn't be thanking me but apologizing instead. You've been ignoring my voice for so long, how could you have let yourself get so hurt otherwise? How's that my fault? It's not like, Makoto paused mid-sentence, a sudden realization dawning on him as he recalled their very first meeting in his spiritual world. Remember now, Master? Shinro Bansho swayed its tiny legs, its voice tinged with mock grievance. I was so happy, so eager, back then. I told you my name without hesitation and even started demonstrating my abilities. But before I'd even finished, you couldn't wait to leave and test them on your own. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Shinro Bansho began pacing around, puffing its cheeks indignantly. It's like I came to you with a whole retinue of maids as my dowry, and you mistook the very first maid for me. And every night, you showered her with all your attention, completely ignoring my hints and cries. And the worst part? That despicable master even planned to make that maid the head wife by achieving Bunkai. Can you believe it? By the end, Shinro Bansho was practically gnashing its teeth, its indignation spilling over. Chapter 63, Mastery of Spiritual Energy. Listening to Shinro Bansho's description, Makoto couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What kind of bizarre analogy was this? Zangetsu's description painted it as a king and his steed, so regal, so high class. But his was described as a noble queen and her maid? Seriously? How could they slander an innocent youth like him in such a way? Every night, he would only dote on one maid with full dedication, completely ignoring the queen. Didn't that prove he was a man of unwavering focus? What? It didn't. Who said that? While inwardly ranting, Makoto smacked his lips, unable to refute the situation entirely. Then, he asked, so, all this Bunkai training for over a year, all those countless battles and merciless kills, were just so I could hear your true voice? Shinro Bansho returned to its usual sweet as cotton candy tone, laced with a hint of grievance. What else could it be? Whatever Goshujin, Master, wills, I must obey. Under the influence of Goshujin-sama's subjective intentions, that maid was on the verge of taking over the main role. Only when you were on the brink of death, abandoning all subjective thought, or falling into a state of primal battle instinct, could you possibly hear my true voice. Shinro Bansho paused briefly, its tone growing increasingly aggrieved. But outside, Goshujin always keeps himself far from danger. You don't even seem interested in fighting. Well, Makoto replied, deadpan, isn't it possible that my lack of enthusiasm for battle outside is entirely because you've drained me dry here in this mental space? Shinro Bansho's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Is that really the case? What else? Makoto replied irritably. Even the strongest master needs a break after exhausting himself 7 or 8 times every single night. I need some time to recuperate and enter a serene, peace-loving sage mode, don't I? Hearing this, Shinro Bansho blurted out instinctively, really? Could it not be because Goshujin-sama's personality is both cowardly and scheming? So you dislike solving problems through crude methods like fighting? What? Makoto froze. That's slander. A slander, I tell you. How am I cowardly or scheming? Desperately trying to salvage his image, Makoto protested. If my heart were truly so rotten, how could someone like Shinro Bansho, a noble blade spirit, ever be born from me? Shinro Bansho sucked in a cold breath, as though struck by sudden realization. It lightly tapped its tiny fist against an open palm. Goshujin, that's a good point. I have no counter-argument to that. Floating back in front of Makoto, Shinro Bansho crossed its non-existent arms and declared, in any case, the fact that Ga Shujin has finally recognized the real me instead of mistaking that maid, born of your subjective will, for the main role, is definitely a cause for celebration. Makoto nodded slightly, his mind replaying the revelation of Shinro Bansho's true ability, spiritual manipulation. Though it bore some resemblance to the Quincy technique of spiritual particle absorption, at its core, it was fundamentally unique abilities. The Rishi absorption of Quincy involves forcibly gathering Rishi, spiritual particles, from everything in their surroundings and weaponizing it for battle. On the other hand, the Rishi manipulation of Shinro Bansho, though its interference with Rishi is far less forceful than the Quincy's, can achieve incredible and seemingly impossible feats through the controlled utilization of Rishi. While Shinro Bansho's analogy of a main wife and her handmaids may sound odd, it is not inaccurate. Whether it's the grass-based healing abilities Makoto exhibits publicly, or the formidable wood-based offensive and defensive techniques he perceives as his own, they are all derivative manifestations built upon the foundation of Rishi manipulation. As for Shinro Bansho's remark that the main wife brought a group of handmaidens to marry Makoto, but Makoto was so enamored with the most beautiful handmaiden that he devoted himself entirely to her, completely ignoring the main wife, it wasn't entirely wrong. The only difference is that, in theory, the main wife, Shinro Bansho, can produce countless different handmaidens to fulfill any of Makoto's needs. For instance, Makoto's initial misunderstanding of his wood-based abilities stemmed from Shinro Bansho crafting a derivative form based on his inner expectations and understanding of wood style using its Rishi manipulation capability. And it seems it's not limited to constructing things based solely on his imagination or understanding. With a single thought, Makoto willed the grass around his feet to decompose into Rishi, which then gathered in his hands. Slowly, the energy coalesced into the shape of a spear, the unmistakable form of Kakumadarame's Shike, Hazuokumaru. But in the next moment, before Hazuokumaru could fully take shape, it dispersed into countless fragments. Failed, huh? As expected, it's not that easy. I can't replicate others' Unpacto. Looks like it's not as useful as I thought, Makoto remarked, somewhat disappointed. Immediately, Shinro Bansho, feeling underestimated, bristled and retorted indignantly, of course it's not that simple. That wood-based ability you're so proud of is just a derivative created by your subjective will. At its core, it's still an offshoot of Rishi manipulation. But now you're trying to replicate a completely functional Zanpakuto out of nothing but Rishi? Just making it look similar isn't enough for it to work. Makoto raised an eyebrow, catching a subtle implication in Shinro Bansho's tone. He asked, oh? Then what would it take to succeed? At the very least, you'd need to fully record and analyze the structure and spiritual wavelength of another Zanpakuto, wouldn't you? Shinro Bansho replied uncertainly. Makoto's eyes lit up at once. Zanpakuto are born from the soul of a Shinigami. Thus, in essence, they can be recorded and analyzed through the spiritual wavelength and structure of the Shinigami soul. And the seeds of the forest not only gathers residual spiritual energy to replenish Makoto's own power but also has some potential to reverse record and analyze such data. This idea, it might actually work. Although Shinro Bansho seemed hesitant, Makoto's eyes gleamed faintly, recognizing the enormous potential hidden within this possibility. A replicated Zanpakuto might not always be strong, but it could definitely make him an unpredictable wildcard. For example, if a replicated Shinso were to assassinate a noble who stepped into the Siri-eyed AI with their left foot first in the dead of night, no one would question whether Genekamaru was the culprit. Chapter 64, The Pinnacle of Spiritual Forms. Shinro Bansho gazed at Makoto's refined and gentle demeanor behind his glasses, but his eyes betrayed a mischievous glint. He couldn't help but ask, Hey, pervert master, you're not thinking of something indecent again, are you? Who said that? Clearly, I'm the very model of an upstanding and pure-hearted doctor. Makoto retorted with an annoyed tone, reaffirming his stance. Then, as if struck by an intriguing thought, he asked, Shinro Bansho, do you think that after I replicate others' Zanpakuto, a corresponding spirit might also manifest here? Shinro Bansho's eyes widened in shock, staring at Makoto as if he were caught red-handed in an illicit act. Suddenly, with a burst of indignation, Shinro Bansho launched himself at Makoto's chest. How dare you, pervert master? Am I no longer enough for you? You're even fantasizing about others' Zanpakuto's spirits. Boom. Before Makoto could react, he was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a trench hundreds of meters long into the grassland. At the end of the trench, Makoto lay sprawled out, his chest practically obliterated. All that remained was a resilient backbone tenuously connecting his upper body to the lower half. However, in the very next moment, with a single thought, Makoto directed the surrounding green grass to decompose into Rishi, which began rapidly converging toward him. The Rishi restored his ravaged chest at a speed even surpassing the high-speed regeneration of a hollow. Rishi manipulation. While Makoto's control over external Rishi might not be limitless, repairing his own spiritual body was a simple matter. This allowed him, in the state of releasing Shinro Bansho, to heal injuries as long as his consciousness remained intact. Pervert hovering over Makoto's newly reconstructed chest, Shinro Bansho stomped in frustration with its delicate, pale feet, its face fuming up with annoyance. You truly are a despicable, shameless, lecherous master. To think that you'd come up with such filthy ideas right after hearing my true voice. Utterly bewildered, Makoto asked in confusion, What? What filthy ideas? Obviously. It's obviously. Shinro Bansho flailed its hands in an exaggerated gesture, its face turning red as it stammered incoherently, unable to complete a single coherent sentence. Slowly, realization dawned on Makoto, and he couldn't help but let a sly smile creep across his face. So, Shinro Bansho, you do understand, don't you? Absolutely not. I am a pure and innocent Zanpakuto spirit. Meeting Makoto's knowing look, Shinro Bansho completely lost it. Its small, delicate fists began raining down on Makoto, unleashing an explosion of terrifying impacts. Boom. 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 The grassland shattered as if an earth dragon was rolling beneath it. Each punch sent shockwaves that expanded the crater, 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. Makoto was once again reduced to a pitiful master that Shinro Bansho knew all too well. When Makoto finally pieced himself back together, his expression twitching slightly, he surveyed the surroundings, which now resembled the aftermath of a battle between monsters. The deep pit he had dug up, he decided. It was best not to provoke Shinro Bansho, whose mood seemed to be overheating with anger at the moment. Clearly, he hadn't even thought in that direction just now, but unexpectedly, Shinro Bansho had been quicker than him to grasp the implications. All he could say was, as expected of his Zanpakuto. Come to think of it, wasn't this actually a rather delightful development? Kaden Kikatsu, Sodenoshi Reiyuki, Hiren Mauru, Sazumbachi. Tough, maybe let's skip Sazumbachi. Her physical manifestation was, at best, just slightly larger than Shinro Bansho. Outwardly, Makoto lightly cleared his throat, adjusted the glasses that marked him as the epitome of scholarly image, and said seriously, Shinro Bansho, now that I've heard your true voice, can you finally tell me how to begin a real Bankai training? Humphrey. Shinro Bansho crossed her arms and turned her head slightly to the side, deliberately ignoring Makoto before speaking. It's simple, really. As always, all you have to do is overwhelm me with sheer strength, and naturally, you'll succeed. Hearing this, Makoto maintained his serious demeanor and began to coax, is that so? What a pity. At this rate, it might take ages before I can achieve Bankai. I had really hoped to see your true form after Bankai. Surely, that must be your genuine self, right? A flicker of hesitation flashed across Shinro Bansho's face, almost instinctively betraying her interest. After a moment of contemplation, she said, anyway, I absolutely won't tell you how to subdue me, unless you achieve the perfect spirit body. The next moment, Makoto's vision abruptly went dark, and he was automatically ejected from the spiritual realm of his Zanpakuto. Seriously? How did an honest, upright, and kind-hearted person like me end up with such a stubbornly tsundere Zanpakuto? He thought wryly. Perfect spirit body? After unlocking Shinro Bansho's true power, Makoto had came to understand the concept. In a sense, the spirit body itself possessed inherent limits, an upper bound on spiritual energy accumulation, spiritual pressure intensity, physical strength, and so on. This explained why Aizen Sosuke had mentioned, in the original storyline, that the Shinigami inherently faced insurmountable limits. Even the strongest Shinigami, Captain Commander Yamamoto, had not been able to surpass these limits after over a millennium. Instead, his spirit body had visibly aged and deteriorated. Limits. These were the so-called limits of the spirit body, and the limits of the Shinigami. What Shinro Bansho referred to as the perfect spirit body was the process of reshaping and evolving one's spirit body at the most fundamental level using the ability of Rishi manipulation. The density of the Rishi, its structure, its mass. In essence, this was the true application of Shinro Bansho's Shikai ability, Rishi manipulation. While its external Rishi manipulation was slightly less effective, its true strength lay in enabling complete transformation of the user's spirit body. But Makoto slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was the white tent-like surroundings, followed by the warm and elegant face of Unohana. As Makoto awakened, a rare glimmer of delight flashed in Unohana's otherwise serene gaze. Then, Makoto slowly raised the index finger he had used not long ago to block that Ajusha's tail. 2 years. After painstakingly accumulating spiritual energy for nearly 2 years using the seed of the forest, he had finally managed to complete the perfect spirit body transformation of just one finger. How much more massive spiritual pressure would be required to complete the transformation of his entire body? 1,000 years? Cultivation. He had to cultivate and prioritize this immediately. Chapter 65, A Friend Like You. The next moment, a soft and delicate hand gently pressed against Senju Makoto's forehead, interrupting his thoughts. Makoto, why is your spiritual pressure still so low? Do you feel any discomfort? Unohana asked, her tone both gentle and concerned. Though visibly weak, Makoto managed a relaxed smile and replied, "No problem, sensei. At the time, I kept Shinro Bansho active to continuously heal the members of 10th Division. Later, I got caught in the backlash of Isero and had to treat some injuries myself, so I suppose my spiritual energy got a bit overdrawn." Hearing this, Unohana finally seemed reassured. She rose slowly and said, "I've already taken care of your initial wounds. Rest here for now. I'll take you back to the barracks for further treatment shortly." Understood. Makoto nodded and added, "Sensei, you don't need to worry about me. I'm your disciple, after all, I can take care of myself. Once I recover a bit of spiritual pressure, I can handle the rest of the healing on my own." Watching her kind and considerate disciple, Unohana, beneath her outwardly gentle demeanor but inwardly cold and bloodthirsty nature, felt a twinge of guilt. If only she'd waited a bit longer before rushing off to attend that sudden captain's meeting, perhaps Makoto wouldn't have ended up so badly hurt. She softened her voice even further, a hint of teasing in her tone. "Oh? Are you trying to disobey your teacher already? Ignoring my instructions, are you?" "No. I wouldn't dare." Makoto quickly responded, his words revealing his genuine respect and perhaps a hint of fear. Only then did Unohana elegantly turn and head toward another makeshift medical tent set up by the rescue squads. As Makoto watched her graceful figure recede, an unusual thought slipped unbidden into his mind. Would this finger of mine be able to pierce Unohana-sensei? Of course, it was a serious and logical thought. After all, battles between Shinigami are often described as fights of spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure forms an invisible magnetic field around a Shinigami's body. If the difference in pressure between two opponents is too vast, it becomes impossible to inflict significant damage. Even the abilities of a Zanpakuto fail to function properly. However, Makoto's index finger had already undergone a perfect spirit-body transformation. In essence, it existed on an entirely different dimensional level compared to an ordinary spirit body, with a corresponding density of spiritual pressure that was worlds apart. It was for this reason that Makoto had been able to effortlessly block an Ajusha's attack with just one finger earlier. By merely flexing that finger, he had cracked the bone tail of the Ajusha's using nothing but pure spiritual body strength. If Unohana hadn't arrived at the scene, Makoto might have furiously attempted to use a single finger to brutally pierce the enormous Ajusha's, a creature nearly the size of a house. Why did that image feel so uncomfortably perverted in style? Makoto shook his head, trying to banish the odd mental picture of his enraged self doing something bizarrely experimental. With a deep breath, he firmly pushed the unsettling vision from his thoughts. Makoto took a moment to sense the spiritual pressure within his body. It was roughly equivalent to that of a 3rd or 4th year student at the Shino Academy. However, thanks to the seat of the forest, which continuously absorbed dispersed spiritual energy from various Shinigami, his spiritual pressure was steadily recovering. At the very least, it was sufficient to avoid drawing suspicion about the brief period when his spiritual pressure had completely vanished. Complete disappearance of spiritual pressure. Even if others were unaware of Shinro Bansho's abilities, such an anomaly could lead to troublesome suspicions and attention. Makoto's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the entire sequence of events. Those who might have detected the moment he truly unleashed Shinro Bansho and experienced the disappearance of his spiritual pressure were that Ajusha's, who was already reduced to dust. Beyond that, there were Ikamaru Jin and, perhaps, Aizen Sosuke or one of his subordinates hiding in the shadows. Ikamaru Jin. That dark and extreme little schemer had almost completely been shaped by Matsumoto Ranjaku. Makoto had never considered recruiting or taming Jin. In fact, he had no intention of forming any deep connection with him, wanting to avoid getting entangled in his complex dynamic with Aizen. The reason he treated Jin and Ranjaku wasn't out of some hidden agenda, it was simply because it was his duty as a healer. What surprised Makoto, however, was that when faced with the Ajusha's threat, that little schemer Jin hadn't fled. Despite the agony of undergoing a recent soul transplant, Jin had forcibly unleashed his Zanpakuto, Shinso, to shield Makoto from one of the Ajusha's attacks. This act earned Makoto's unexpected gratitude and acknowledgement. After all, despite his outwardly cold and venomous demeanor, Jin possessed a passionate and grateful heart deep down. As such, Makoto wasn't too worried that Jin would betray his secret. The real problem, as always, was Aizen. Just as Makoto was grappling with this troublesome thought, the tent flap suddenly lifted. Wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of warmth and scholarly elegance, Aizen entered. What the? Makoto barely stopped himself from crying out in alarm. Watching Aizen approach step by step, Makoto's supposedly gravely injured and immobile body instinctively tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment and flash steps straight toward Unohana's location. But Aizen merely sat down at the edge of the bed and asked in a calm, gentle tone, Makoto-kun, I came to check on you. Are you alright? Makoto didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. He braced himself, fearing Aizen's next words might be, scream all you want. Everyone is already under the control of my Kyoka Suigetsu. Even if you scream until your throat tears, it won't make a difference. Despite his inner vigilance, Makoto's face betrayed nothing but a touch of gratitude and the perfect amount of surprise as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Vice Captain Aizen. I'm fine. But what brings you here? A hollow attack on the Rukongai, Aizen explained. I came with Captain Hueco to provide support, but it seems we arrived too late. Captain Unohana had already dealt with the Uchiha by the time we got here, so I stayed to help with some of the cleanup work. At this point, Aizen sighed deeply, his expression softening into one of sorrow and regret. Unfortunately, the cost was high. The 3rd seat, the 7th seat, the 19th seat, and 23 other division members perished. 10 division members lost parts of their souls. It's a heavy price to pay. Thankfully, it seems you're unharmed, Makoto-kun. That, at least, is a small consolation amidst the tragedy. Otherwise, I'd have lost yet another friend. What? Makoto's mind reeled. That touching display of genuine emotion, so moving and sincere, if he hadn't been reincarnated with foreknowledge, he might actually have believed Aizen. Aizen, having a friend like you truly is my greatest blessing. Chapter 66, The Arrangement of Fate. Originally, Makoto thought having friends like Kaku and Asukawa was already a blessing, but little did he expect that Aizen was even more extraordinary. Kaku was straightforward, his thoughts revolving solely around battle. Thinking beyond combat often led to decisions that left others speechless. Asukawa, on the other hand, had one clear goal, to recruit Makoto into the 11th Division. He sought every opportunity to get closer to Makoto and further his research on him. Asukawa believed his intentions were well concealed, but Makoto had long since noticed the scheming glint in his friend's eye. They were all seasoned warriors, their zanpakutos perpetually semi-released. How could they not see through each other's machinations? As for Aizen's claim of being a friend, Makoto naturally didn't trust it. Yet, the deaths of 3 seated officers and 23 squad members from the 10th Division weighed heavily on him. Among them was Kujo Tamai, a sharp-tongued but warm-hearted man Makoto had came to know well. Sigh. Makoto let out a deep sigh, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Even if he hadn't held back at the time, the spiritual pressure gap between himself and the Uchiha's class Menos Grande, equivalent to a captain-level Shinigami, meant the outcome wouldn't have changed. Instead, assisting the 10th Division by binding the not-so-intelligent Uchiha with Bakudo while awaiting reinforcement from the Sirei AI had been the best decision under the circumstances. Suddenly, Makoto frowned, recalling a fleeting moment during the battle. A deadly lapse in focus had occurred, not just for him but for all the 10th Division Shinigamis. Was it the Uchiha's ability? Or Aizen's doing? Aizen, noticing Makoto's furrowed brow and melancholic expression, offered soothing words. Makoto, this news is tragic, but you did your best. Don't blame yourself too much. Makoto weakly shook his head, guilt weighing down his words. No. If I had done better, maybe I could have saved more lives. I bear undeniable responsibility. Vice Captain Aizen, I just need some time alone. Aizen's warm gaze lingered on Makoto for several seconds, enough to unsettle him, before the vice captain nodded and said, Take your time to rest. We'll talk again once you've recovered. Pale and feeble, Makoto responded dismissively, as if consumed by grief and self-blame. Just as Aizen was about to lift the tent flap and leave, he paused and turned back. Makoto, even your spiritual pressure is almost completely gone. That proves you truly gave it your all. Perhaps their sacrifice was simply fate's arrangement. Spiritual pressure. Gone. The phrase sent a jolt through Makoto's heart, though he betrayed no reaction outwardly. Years of practice had perfected his facade. Outside, Aizen's steps faltered as his calm eyes momentarily flared with intensity. The spiritual pressure had returned. To confirm his suspicion, Aizen had approached Makoto earlier, observing him closely. Now, it was undeniable, Makoto's spiritual pressure had resurfaced. Moreover, Aizen recalled the terrifying injuries Makoto had sustained, nearly half his body obliterated by a Sero blast. Yet now, he had healed. Not from Unohana's treatment. No, this recovery resembled a hollow's high-speed regeneration. Makoto's wounds had completely healed on their own. Aizen halted outside the tent, turning back with an obsessive gleam in his eyes. Makoto. Have you begun to transcend the limits of a Shinigami? Not through external means, but through your own power? Oh, Makoto. Could you be up here, standing on the same height as I? This is exhilarating. Fascinating. I must uncover everything you're hiding. For over 10 seconds, Aizen stood outside the tent, staring at Makoto's silhouette as if gazing at a long-lost companion capable of truly understanding him. A slow, exaggerated smile spread across his face, betraying an unmistakable arrogance tinged with loneliness. Makoto, you must feel it too. Under fate's arrangement, we, who stand at the same height, are being drawn closer together. Inside the tent, Makoto shifted, rubbing his numb backside. Pretending to be gravely injured wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. Lying down all day had made his rear sore. He began to methodically review his interactions with Aizen. The coincidental encounter in the medical department. At the time, he had informed Unohana to reject Aizen under the 4th Division's name, ensuring no loose ends. Later, he had joined Unohana in investigating the soul disappearance incidents, only to be attacked by the Uchiha. The mastermind behind the disappearances was undoubtedly Aizen, who was likely experimenting with the creation of the Hueco. As for the Uchiha's attack, given Aizen's cunning personality, it had likely been orchestrated to deflect suspicion onto the Hollow, thereby resolving the crisis without implicating himself. Still, Aizen shouldn't know how much I already suspect. We've only directly interacted twice. The only potential risk is if Aizen witnessed my true Shike, Shinro Bansho, and the moment of perfect spirit-body transformation when my spiritual pressure vanished. Should I secretly alert Unohana-sensei and suggest stabbing Aizen in the back? She might uncover his schemes and expose his true nature. Too risky. Aizen's intellect and foresight are unparalleled. Such a move might backfire and reveal my hand. Perhaps I'm overthinking. Everyone is trapped in their own bubble of knowledge. Aizen's arrogance may blind him to my significance. Having mastered Shinro Bansho's true power, Makoto felt reassured. It was a trump card that drastically enhanced his survivability. For now, avoiding direct conflict with Aizen and focusing on strengthening his perfect spirit-body transformation was the wisest path. With that thought, Makoto abandoned the notion of stabbing his friend Aizen. For him, planting seeds and achieving perfect spirit-body remained the utmost priority. Delaying confrontation with Aizen would only work to his advantage. Chapter 67, The Spiritual Particles of Siriate AI. After spending a night resting in the tent, the incident finally came to a close for Makoto. The members of the 10th Division who had parts of their souls consumed exhibited characteristics strikingly similar to the residents of Rukongai. This was further corroborated by the arrival of the Technological Development Department, who analyzed residual spiritual particles left behind by the Uchiha. Upon comparison, they discovered the same traces on the spiritual bodies of some Rukongai residents. The Uchiha's ability to conceal itself within other spiritual bodies explained why it had gone undetected in Rukongai. With this evidence, the Siriate AI concluded that the soul loss incidents were caused by that particular Uchiha. Later, Makoto encountered several notable figures: the dignified aristocratic figure of Itabashi Rojiro, the seemingly carefree Captain Hiroko Shinji, and the current vice-captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin. This version of Shiba Ishin bore little resemblance to the disheveled, carefree Ishin Kurosaki that Makoto remembered. He appeared dashing and spirited, though his casual, uninhibited demeanor was already evident. However, the loss of over 30 subordinates brought Ishin to tears, deeply regretful that he hadn't stayed behind in Rukongai. Marriage truly is a man's grave. As Makoto returned to the Siriate AI alongside Unohana, he couldn't help but muse to himself. It was hard to imagine that this valiant and handsome man would one day transform into a scruffy, carefree house husband. Men sacrifice so much for their families. As they passed through the Kekkai barrier into the Siriate AI, Makoto, who had been feigning exhaustion atop Minazuki, suddenly froze. His gaze locked onto the spiritual particles in the air. No. Something's off. Even without fully releasing Shinro Bansho, Makoto's ability to manipulate spiritual particles allowed him to perceive them clearly. Inside the Siriate AI, everything in his line of sight, be it the ground, air, or walls, seemed to possess faint traces of an unusual spiritual pressure. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it felt as though this energy coated the spiritual particles in a delicate hue. Ignoring it was impossible. What is this? Do the spiritual particles in the Siriate AI have a will of their own, or is this the effect of some Zanpakuto's ability? This discovery sent a chill down Makoto's spine. If either theory were true, it meant one thing: everything that occurred within the Siriate AI could potentially be monitored through the spiritual particles. Yet, despite his knowledge of the original timeline, which primarily covered the Aizen arc and some scattered details about Hueco, Makoto had no recollection of anything related to the spiritual particles of the Siriite AI exhibiting such phenomena. When Minazuki descended into the 4th Division's courtyard, Makoto, lost in thought, instinctively headed toward his room. However, Unohana stopped him. "Makoto, come with me," she said. Stowing Minazuki back into its sheath, Unohana gracefully walked toward the captain quarters. Makoto followed, puzzled. As the door slid open, Makoto couldn't help but carefully observe the room. This was his first time entering Unohana's private quarters, and curiosity bubbled within him. The room was elegant and classical, exuding a subtle fragrance. It was meticulously organized, devoid of superfluous decorations, embodying simplicity and tidiness, far from what Makoto's imagination had conjured. Of course. If Unohana-sensei's room were messy, she'd never let me enter in the first place, Makoto thought to himself. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward Unohana, who was crouched and searching through a cabinet. From this angle, though concealed by the flowing fabric of her captain's hori, the graceful curves visible hinted at perfection. Sensei. To let her guard down like this. Makoto's heart raced uncontrollably, a warmth surging to his face. He quickly turned around, covering his nose as his imagination threatened to spiral out of control. No. Stay calm. Makoto desperately tried to redirect his thoughts, conjuring the image of Shinro Bansho's blade spirit, plain and entirely devoid of feminine allure. Yet, rather than calming him, it only made things worse. Am I losing it? There's no way. Right? Finally, he resorted to visualizing Kaku's gleaming bald head. Purification achieved. His thoughts cleared instantly, like a monk achieving enlightenment. It was then that Unohana's soft voice reached his ears. "Makoto, take off your shiakusho." "What?" Makoto froze. "What, sensei?" Makoto stammered, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and embarrassment. Still, under her calm yet firm instruction, Makoto turned back, clutching his robe nervously. "Sensei, is this really necessary? Shy, are we?" Unohana chuckled lightly. "Too late for that, Makoto. I've already examined your body while you were unconscious." "What?" Makoto's eyes widened in shock, as if lightning had struck him. Had he lost something valuable in front of Unohana-sensei? His dignity? His innocence? His pride? Most importantly, will she take responsibility? As if to add insult to injury, Unohana commented with a serene smile, "You're in good shape, better than I expected. Why does this feel like I'm a lamb helplessly thrown before a wolf?" Makoto's thoughts spiraled further. "If you're going to bully me, sensei, at least be straightforward." Chapter 68, Rain and Dew Pomegranate. Makoto raised his gaze to meet Unohana's gentle and seemingly encouraging expression. It felt as though she was subtly urging him to make a rash or inappropriate move. Wait. A sudden chill ran through Makoto's heart as clarity struck. This was likely one of Unohana-sensei's cunning schemes, a moment when her sly inner self inadvertently revealed her true intentions. If he were to accidentally commit some kind of blunder, she'd have the perfect excuse to punish him. The only viable option now was to strictly adhere to the boundaries of his role as her disciple and comply with her expectations. "Yes. Sensei, I understand," Makoto murmured, his voice trembling under Unohana's warm gaze. Slowly, he began to loosen the ties of his shiakusho. Gradually, the room filled with a mix of frantic and gentle sounds, a dissonance that mirrored the emotional tension. Moments later, the door to Unohana's chamber creaked open. Makoto, his chest trapped in bandages and sweat beading his forehead, staggered out, supporting himself against the wall. His footsteps faltered as he made his way back to his quarters. What had just happened was pure torment. In that dimly lit room, a young, naive man like him had been coerced into removing his outer garments under the intense scrutiny of an overwhelmingly beautiful and authoritative older woman. Straining to uphold his boundaries, he endured her gentle yet relentless treatment at an uncomfortably close distance. Through it all, Makoto had to maintain his carefully crafted persona in front of Unohana, suppressing any hint of instinctive reactions. The experience was nothing short of mental and emotional torture. Unohana Retsu. She's fully aware of her allure. She must be baiting me just to find an excuse to release some punishment. His mind flashed back to the memory of her casually unleashing a Hado No. 88, Dragon Strike Heaven-shaking lightning cannon. To obliterate an Ajushas in an instant. Makoto knew full well that even with his utmost spiritual refinement, he stood no chance against her. Thus, he could only endure. And endure. And endure. By now, his thoughts had begun to spiral. Even Kaku's shiny bald head was starting to seem oddly charming. No. Never. Clenching his teeth, Makoto made a silent vow, "Unohana, just you wait. One day, I'll repay this. Repay it thoroughly. And give you a treatment you'll never forget." Finally back in his own bed, Makoto felt utterly drained. His body was weak, yet his mind was unusually alert. At that moment, the air before him seemed to shimmer. A regal woman, her demeanor dignified and chest expansive, appeared to float by in the room. Am I hallucinating now? Despite this thought, his gaze involuntarily followed the ethereal figure. Her appearance grew clearer, a resplendent purple robe, long black hair elegantly pinned up, and a finely sculpted face. Only her eyes were concealed behind a black leather strap. Most striking of all was her ample chest, which seemed unabashedly prominent. The fandom moved closer, her expansive presence almost tangible. Then, it shifted slightly, as if beckoning his attention. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence. Ah! You little rascal! You can actually see me, how delightful! The words snapped Makoto back to reality. He blinked, focusing on the woman's lips as they moved. This wasn't an illusion. He instinctively backed away from the overwhelming whiteness in his field of view and studied the chatty, elegant figure before him. Was she a spirit particles? Upon closer inspection, Makoto realized the figure wasn't entirely real but was formed from faint spiritual pressure condensed from the ambient Rishi spiritual particles. Who are you? Makoto asked warily. Urosekuro, the woman replied crisply, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. No need to be nervous, Makoto-senju. I bear no hostility. It's simply thrilling to find someone who can see me in this state. Makoto's eyes widened slightly. How do you know my name? Of course I know. Everything that happens within the Siriite AI, I am aware of. My master has merged their very being with the spiritual particles of this place through my power, Urosekuro explained rapidly, holding nothing back. What? Makoto froze, struggling to process this revelation. Merging one's being entirely with the Siriite AI? Questions flooded his mind, her identity, her purpose, the level of threat she posed. Even so, he doubted she was lying. After all, he himself had observed the faint spiritual energy emanating from the Siriite AI's environment, an anomaly as eerie as sensing life in inanimate objects. Are you a Zanpakuto's spirit? Makoto asked cautiously. If so, who is your master? My master? Urosekuro's tone turned thoughtful. Have you ever heard of the 8th Kenpachi, Soya Ashiro? Makoto shook his head. No. That's unfortunate, she replied. My master, Soya Ashiro, is currently imprisoned in the lowest level of the underground prison, Muken. If you ever get sent there, perhaps you meet them. What? Who would want to go there? Muken was reserved for the worst criminals in Seoul society's history. Being sent there meant total abandonment by the Siriite AI, forever erased from its annals. Makoto recalled that in the original narrative, even Aizen Sosuke's punishment was a sentence of 18,800 years in Muken. What kind of absurdity was that? The entire history of the Siriite AI spanned only a few millennia, with the 13 division of Imperial Guards existing for just about 1,000 years. 18,000 years might as well be an eternity. Makoto had no intention of joining that club just to play cards with Aizen someday. Chapter 69, Deals and Rewards. Even if trapped in the depths of Muken prison, as long as neither Makoto nor Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities were entirely sealed, it really wouldn't be difficult for the two of them to play a proper game of poker. Makoto could use his Rishi control to form playing cards, while Aizen could manipulate actions through the illusions of Kyokusugetsu. In fact, their abilities could endlessly cheat against one another, creating an absurdly chaotic game. Thinking about it, it sounded kind of amusing. Amusing, my foot. Why would I play poker with Aizen in Muken? Wouldn't it be far better to play with Unohana-sensei instead? Makoto quickly dismissed such a frivolous thought and asked seriously, so, you're saying that you and Soya Ashiro are fully aware of everything happening within the Siriite AI? Urosekuro, as if stating an ordinary fact, replied calmly, that's correct. Everything that occurs within the Siriite AI essentially unfolds under the watchful eyes of me and my master. As long as we choose to focus, nothing can escape our eyes. Makoto pondered briefly, then pointed to himself. How much? The moment the words left his mouth, Makoto prepared to use Rishi control to alter the wound on his chest, testing whether she could detect even the slightest change. This would further verify Urosekuro's claimed control over the Siriite AI. To his surprise, Urosekuro shook her head and spoke with an ambiguous smile. This question I cannot answer. Or more precisely, Senju Makoto, you are a special exception. Before Makoto could respond, Urosekuro hastily continued, your abilities interfere with Rishi, don't they? Am I right? No, I must be right. I noticed your presence the moment you first unleashed your Zanpakuto in the Siriite AI. Although it appears to be a wood-based Kido ability, the Rishi is continuously absorbed and transformed by your Zanpakuto's power. She paused, then added, ever since your return to the Siriite AI today, You've become the only blind spot in my vision. Any rishi that touches you directly falls out of my control, making it impossible to observe any changes in your body. I can only passively watch from the sidelines. It made me curious, what exactly is your power? To devour rishi? Hearing this, Makoto relaxed slightly, adjusted his glasses, and answered curtly, no comment. Unfazed, Uchiha leaned closer, her voice tinged with curiosity. Tell me, won't you? Or how about this, we trade secrets. I'll disclose every strength and flaw of my ability, Rishi Mirage, and you give me just a little insight into your power. Rishi Mirage? Makoto mentally noted the term but soon realized a contradiction. Wait a moment. If your master has merged with the Siri Itai, how is he still imprisoned in Muken? That's touching on another of my master's secrets, Uchiha replied coyly, her tone carrying a teasing sound. Now, should I tell you? Such a hard decision. Her playful answer gave Makoto an odd sense of discomfort, as though he were blatantly flirting with Soya Ashiro's Zunpacto under his watchful gaze. Before the atmosphere could grow any stranger, Uchiha's alluring lips parted. The reason is quite simple. Muken suppresses Zunpacto abilities. Although my master has spent a long time using Rishi Mirage to fully integrate with the Siri Itai, he can only passively perceive everything within it. He cannot interfere directly, and even his consciousness remains suppressed within Muken. In fact, he's listening to our conversation right now. My so-called betrayal is making him somewhat irritable, but he is powerless to stop it. Makoto felt the atmosphere grow increasingly bizarre. What kind of situation is this? Compared to this, Shinro Bansho, despite being a bit cold and tsundere, was far more obedient and reliable. At least it wouldn't secretly interact with other Shinigami in such peculiar ways. Is this really appropriate? Won't Soya Ashiro mind? Makoto asked, his tone tinged with guilt. I can't help it. I'm just the kind of Zunpacto that loves to cause trouble for my master. Uchiha's tone shifted suddenly as she proposed, so, how about it? I've already given you part of the reward in advance, let's exchange secrets. Makoto immediately rejected the idea. Sorry, but I never agreed to the exchange. Although Makoto believed about 80% of Uchiha's words, he would never disclose his abilities to someone so suspicious. To Makoto, revealing his powers was a layered process. The healing ability visible to others was the first layer. His hidden wood-based offensive and defensive capabilities were the third layer. His perfect spirit body transformation was the fifth layer. Meanwhile, Rishi control was at least a seventh layer secret. Makoto had already decided to reveal up to the third layer only in necessary circumstances and only to trusted individuals. As for Uchiha's proposal, it was utterly unappealing. Moreover, she had inadvertently revealed that her master was none other than the eighth Kinpachi, Soya Ashiro. With this information, Makoto had countless ways to investigate Ashiro indirectly. There was no need to engage in questionable dealings with such a peculiar Zunpacto. Still, Uchiha showed no signs of giving up. Her ethereal figure circled Makoto, muttering audibly, "Ah, is that so? Makes sense. Makoto holds the upper hand right now, and his abilities are crucial to me. I'll need to offer something more valuable. But I don't have anything substantial to offer right now. Should I let Makoto do something excessive to me as collateral? Or perhaps provide him with internal information about the Siri AI?" Hearing this, Makoto's eyes narrowed sharply, a hint of intrigue flickering within them. Chapter 70, Spiritual Particle Mirage. Rishi Mirage. Upon noticing Makoto's intense reaction for the first time, Uchiha couldn't help but chuckle softly, covering her mouth as she said, "Hee, as expected, just a young Shinigami, unable to resist the allure of a mature and beautiful body. But to create my Tenshintai, you'll have to do that yourself, Makoto-kun." "What?" Senju Makoto. Listening to Uchiha's string of remarks, even someone as composed as Senju Makoto found the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Is this some kind of joke? Do you really think I don't know what a Tenshintai is? At its core, it's a special puppet-like tool developed by Kusagakure to accelerate the mastery of a Zunpacto's Banchi, allowing the spirit of the Zunpacto to manifest physically in the external world. However, the material used for a Tenshintai is likely steel. A steel carving into wood deeply is already an extraordinary feat. But into steel? That's impossible, even for monsters. And besides, your master, Soya Ashiro, has been watching this whole time. Is it really appropriate to be saying such things? While Senju Makoto was inwardly sighing at the absurdity of it all, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait a minute. It's not like I'm actually attracted to Uchiha herself. It's just that her proposed exchange of information was intriguing. But just as Senju Makoto was about to clarify his stance in a composed and righteous manner, the petite figure of Shinro Bansho suddenly appeared between him and Uchiha. Crossing her arms, she shouted, "No. Absolutely not. There's no way Makoto would be interested in a shameless Zanpakuto spirit like you." Urozakuro crossed her arms and glanced at Shinro Bansho with a faintly mocking look. Then, with a mocking tone, she said, "Oh? So, you're Makoto-kun's Zanpakuto spirit? How adorably small you are." Feeling the weight of that invisible mockery, Shinro Bansho gritted her teeth and retorted, "A shameless Zanpakuto spirit who betrays her master and flirts with other Shinigami dares to act so arrogant? Oh, little one, your words are as childish as you are. When have you ever seen a Zanpakuto spirit betray their master? Such naivety. No wonder you're so easily dismissed. What did you just say? Ha, flustered already? Such an insignificant temperament." Then, as if struck by enlightenment, Shinro Bansho sneered sarcastically, "Oh, I see. How pitiful. A Zanpakuto spirit who can't even protect her master, trying to seek comfort from others. Truly pathetic." That comment seemed to strike a nerve in Urozakuro. Her expression twisted, and she growled, "You insolent little, Shinro Bansho." Senju Makoto, watching the conversation escalate into a fiery verbal spar, was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait." Rubbing his forehead, Senju Makoto stepped in to halt the clash between Urozakuro and Shinro Bansho. "Enough. This is childish, Urozakuro, your words are far from appropriate. And you Shinro Bansho, how can you manifest in the physical realm? Isn't external interaction with a Zanpakuto spirit only possible once nearing Bankai?" Shinro Bansho pouted, cheeks puffing indignantly. "This shameless spirit can condense her essence using spiritual pressure, and yet you're doubting me? Master, you mustn't waver. Anything this shameless spirit can do, I can do it even better." At that moment, a playful and teasing voice rang out from Urozakuro. "Oh. Does that include being manipulated by Makoto-kun in the manifestation? You little thing, you have the will, but not the strength, I suppose. Ah. You despicable Zanpakuto. You might as well disappear in front of my master." Once again, Shinro Bansho was infuriated, her head practically steaming with anger as she lunged at Urozakuro's phantom image. "Wait, Shinro Bansho, don't be rash. You're falling for it." Senju Makoto hastily shouted, but his voice came just a moment too late. As Shinro Bansho's phantom form, controlled by Rishi, lunged towards Urozakuro's phantom state, Urozakuro was almost immediately ripped in half. Meanwhile, in the Mukin, where Soya Ashiro was imprisoned, his brows furrowed slightly. Just as Urozakuro's phantom was ripped apart, it quickly reformed on the other side. However, this time, Urozakuro's expression was completely different, no longer filled with provocation, but rather a sense of joyful realization, as though something had been confirmed. At this point, Shinro Bansho seemed to realize that she may have been tricked. She hesitated, glancing toward Makoto, with an expression of uncertainty. Makoto adjusted his glasses, realizing that this Zanpakuto, which had the ability to interfere with spiritual particles, possessed a certain level of freedom. He glanced at Shinro Bansho and said, "Shinro Bansho, go back for now. I'll properly SCO. No, educate you later." "Sorry. I'm sorry, Master." Shinro Bansho muttered weakly, and her ethereal form, made of spiritual particles, slowly dissipated. Then, Makoto turned his gaze toward Urozakuro. His usual facade of pure gentleness was gone, replaced with a sharp, evaluative look. He said, regrettably, "It seems I failed in my family teachings. I'm sure this is laughable to you. But now, you must have a clearer understanding of my Zanpakuto's abilities, no?" Urozakuro spoke with a more formal tone, her words carrying a weight of understanding. "You're more perceptive than I expected, Makoto-kun. Though the exact abilities remain unclear, they're definitely of a higher caliber than mere Rishi consumption. Makoto-kun, your soul is remarkable, you've given birth to such power." There was no surprise in Makoto's expression. As Urozakuro had just said, a Zanpakuto might sometimes clash with the will of its wielder, but it would never actively betray them. Urozakuro would never collaborate with other Shinigami in front of her master. "Then, what is your real objective? Do you want me to rescue your master, Soya Ashiro, from Mukin?" Urozakuro slowly descended in front of Makoto, seating herself with a graceful noble etiquette on a tatami mat. She responded, "Spiritual Particle Rishi Mirage, this ability allows the user to fuse their spiritual particles with anything made of spiritual particles, enabling them to perceive, eavesdrop, monitor, and control everything within it." Pausing for a moment, seeing Makoto's somewhat startled expression, Urozakuro continued, "However, there are many drawbacks. When fusing with non-living spiritual particles, if those particles are destroyed, the user will suffer damage. Also, if the spiritual pressure of the fused entity is too high, there will be a direct repulsion. Furthermore, if the fused area is completely separated, the user's consciousness will be forced to transfer to the side with the greater range of fusion. Finally, Yorozakuro softly added, and the most fatal weakness, if the spiritual pressure in the fused spiritual particles is absorbed or forcibly eliminated, the user will suffer damage several times greater. So, aside from Asukawa Yumekika's Zanpakuto, Ruriire Okujaku, Makoto-kun Shinro Bansho may be the one most capable of countering me. Chapter 71 and 72, The Gift. At that moment, Makoto was utterly dumbfounded. Despite having seized a certain level of initiative, Yorozakuro had completely and unreservedly disclosed her abilities. Even her fatal weaknesses were laid bare without any intention of concealment. What did this mean? Had Soya Ashiro's heart grown corrupt, or had the Zanpakuto gone astray? For a brief moment, Makoto couldn't help but feel as though he were some sort of perpetrator caught in the act, acting even more brazenly than Aizen, openly plotting the demise of the aggrieved party right under their nose. This development was far too absurd, the plot steadily drifting into an unknown territory. Makoto couldn't understand how someone like him, a pure and virtuous young man, had gotten entangled in such a bizarre conversation. Hold on. Makoto adjusted his glasses and straightened the slightly disheveled Shinigami uniform he was wearing. Not forgetting appearances, he opened the room's door wide as if to proclaim his gentlemanly conduct. Of course, in reality, neither Yorozakuro nor the newly arrived Shinro Bansho could be perceived directly by others. Only Makoto, attuned to the flow of spirit particles, could discern their shadowy forms. To everyone else, the most they might notice was a slight increase in the density of spirit particles in a particular area. So, what's your real objective? You want me to take out Soya Ashiro? Makoto asked, perplexed. Yorozakuro merely smiled in response to Makoto's question, her tone light and evasive. I'm just a Zanpakuto that enjoys giving its master trouble, so I do hope you won't disappoint me, Makoto-kun. Makoto, remaining composed, as if he analyzed the situation. Your master is imprisoned in Muken. The chances of us crossing paths are practically zero. One day, my master will undoubtedly emerge from Muken, Yorozakuro said with unwavering conviction, the black leather strap covering her eyes emphasizing her certainty. For now, he watches, awaits, and contemplates. The ominous undertone of a hidden final boss left Makoto rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation. Aren't you worried I might report this to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards or Central 46 and have Soya Ashiro sealed even more tightly? Yorozakuro dismissed the idea without a second thought. You wouldn't be the first Shinigami to know. Over a decade ago, I communicated through a mod soul with Gisukura Hara and Shioi Nyoruichi, who reported this matter to Central 46. After a brief pause, she added, Makoto-kun, that's enough for today. Your friends have come to visit you. However, should you wish to speak with me again, I am always at your service. As her words faded, the aristocratic elder sister's phantom dissolved. Yet Makoto was acutely aware that, in a way, her presence pervaded all of Siriai. What an inconvenient revelation, Makoto sighed, just as the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside. Moments later, Kakumatarame and Yumekika Asukawa appeared in front of him, each holding gifts in hand. However, as Kaku loudly opened his mouth, the faint gratitude in Makoto's expression froze instantly. Yo, Sanju. I heard you almost kicked the bucket. Asukawa leaned over and prodded the bandages wrapped around Makoto. Sanju, looking this pitiful doesn't suit your usual flamboyant style. Are you two here just to laugh at me? Makoto asked, struggling to keep a straight face. Come on now, Sanju. As a Shinigami, running into all kinds of unexpected trouble is par for the course. 4th Division can't always save you. Why not join Captain Kenpachi's squad instead? What do you say? 11th Division is full of battle-hardened warriors. Asukawa pitched the idea again with enthusiasm. Makoto curled his lips and chose to outright ignore the suggestion. Between the gentle embrace of Unohana Retsu and the rough, hard-edged camaraderie of Kenpachi Zaraki, only someone out of their mind would abandon the former for the latter. Seeing his invitation fail once more, Asukawa didn't seem discouraged. Instead, he and Kaku each handed Makoto a gift. Asukawa's gift was a collection of supplements, while Kaku's was a massive box of 11th Division's special combat healing ointment. Looking at the box of ointment, which was about the size of his own head, Makoto couldn't help but twitch his expression. Kaku, are you expecting me to use this as a face mask? Kaku replied as a matter of fact, Senshu, this stuff works wonders. For minor injuries, just slap some on, and you won't even need the 4th Division. Take a big supply, it's bound to come in handy later. Left speechless by the sheer absurdity of it but unable to refute him, Makoto reluctantly accepted the gifts as tokens of their goodwill. After all, he had only just returned to the Siriai, and the fact that Asukawa and Kaku made the effort to visit, spoke volumes about their friendship. Soon, Makoto was brewing tea for Ayakawa and Kaku while steering the conversation toward their lives in the 11th Division. As Kaku passionately recounted his exploits, with Ayakawa occasionally chiming in, the atmosphere grew livelier. Knock, knock. Makoto-kun, how are your injuries? Suddenly, a soft yet slightly aloof voice accompanied by a knock interrupted them. Makoto turned toward the door to see Soifan, clad in her Onmitsukido uniform, standing there with a bouquet of carnations in hand. Soifan? Makoto was genuinely surprised by her appearance and quickly stood to greet her. To him, Soifan's visit was unexpected. He had assumed their fragile rapport, barely established before Unohana had intervened, had already crumbled. As Makoto guided the visibly uneasy Soifan into the room, Ayakawa shot Kaku a knowing look. But Kaku, oblivious as ever, slapped his thigh and continued his story with vigor. Senju, you wouldn't believe it. To subdue my subordinates, I fought them for a whole day and night without even blinking. Cough, cough. Ayakawa cleared his throat loudly, repeatedly winking at Kaku. What's with you? Kaku asked, puzzled. Got something in your eye? Ugh. Ayakawa gave up and grabbed Kaku by the collar, dragging him toward the door. Senju, something just came up. We'll visit again next time with Kaku. With Ayakawa and Kaku gone, the room fell into a slightly awkward silence as Makoto and Soifan sat facing each other. Meanwhile, not far from the courtyard, Unohana sipped her tea in the pavilion, her elegant demeanor masking a sly smile. She pointed toward Makoto's room, prompting Aoki Risa, who was holding another bouquet of carnations, to thank her profusely before hurrying toward the room, her cheeks tinged with pink. Watching Risa's retreating figure, Unohana took another sip of tea, her smile faintly laced with mischief. Quite the popular one, aren't you, Makoto? Chapter 73, Surveillance Report, Day 1. Under the pretext of visiting Senju Makoto, I initiated contact and confirmed that his injuries, treated by Captain Unohana, no longer hinder basic activities. Our initial conversation was quite pleasant. Senju Makoto proves to be an affable and gentle individual in daily life. Additionally, Aoki Risa, a member of the 4th Division's 5th Aid Unit, appears to harbor unclear intentions towards Senju Makoto. She repeatedly interrupted my conversations with him, displaying severe hostility. I suspect deliberate interference with mission progress and request an investigation into Aoki Risa. Day 2. Despite not fully recovering, Senju Makoto proceeded directly to the gynecology ward. Along the way, he greeted teammates with nods 15 times and had a brief exchange with 4th Division Vice Captain Yamada Seinosuke, who stormed off in anger after the conversation, presumably due to a disagreement. Upon reaching his office, Senju Makoto saw no patients that day, spending most of his time studying texts on Kido and medical techniques. He later entered the office of 4th Division 5th Seat Aoki Cheoko and stayed for an hour. While specific activities remain unknown, given Senju Makoto's exemplary character and integrity, it is likely they discussed Kido and medical techniques. In the evening, Senju Makoto returned punctually to his quarters and did not go out again. Day 3, Senju Makoto once again reported punctually to the gynecology ward, with no patients visiting for consultations. He focused on solitary studies of Kido and medicine. During the day, he returned to Aoki Cheoko's office for an hour, presumably continuing their discussion on Kido and medical techniques. Notably, Aoki Risa shares an office with Senju Makoto. Her behavior is obnoxious and disruptive, frequently interrupting his studies. I have reason to suspect her motives, especially regarding the tea and meals she prepares for him, which appear suspicious. I request her immediate detention for questioning. In the evening, Senju Makoto again returned alone and on time to his quarters, with no subsequent outings. Day 4, upon arriving at the gynecology ward, Senju Makoto was met by a waiting patient. The consultation lasted an hour. Judging by the patient's expressions, the treatment seemed satisfactory. However, a minor error occurred during acupuncture, resulting in slight bleeding from one point. This incident can be attributed to Senju Makoto's relatively limited acupuncture experience. A friend who was previously treated by him also noted minor bleeding, which appears to be a normal occurrence. Aoki Risa again disrupted Senju Makoto multiple times. Her interference might have contributed to his mistake. I suspect her actions stem from jealousy of his talent and request her detention for interrogation once more. Day 5, today, Senju Makoto was off duty. To conduct closer observation, I accompanied him as he strolled through the commercial district. We listened to music, and I remarked that my own dance, if performed, would surely be a sight to behold. Despite enjoying the outing, I maintained my dedication to recording events. Later, Senju Makoto visited Rukongai to provide follow-up care to a patient who had undergone soul transplantation and gave money to a young boy there. Senju Makoto is kinder, more dedicated, and gentler than I had anticipated. In the evening, he returned to his quarters punctually. We arranged to meet again tomorrow, redacted. He likely remains unaware of my surveillance, probably. Day 6, Senju Makoto seems affected by yesterday's outing, redacted. Helping the residents of Rukongai had left him in high spirits. On his way to the gynecology ward, he hummed a cheerful tune. That day, the influx of patients had increased. Sincerely, the treatments were handled with utmost gentleness, aside from a minor incident of bleeding, which was quickly resolved. During this time, Aoki Risa had the audacity to invite him on a date. Such intentions were questionable. A request for her immediate arrest was made. Day 7. Patient numbers increased. Bleeding. Request for Aoki Risa's arrest. Day 8. Patients continued to increase. His reputation and name began to spread widely. Special inquiries were made regarding the bleeding incident, to which he explained it as an European bloodletting therapy, not an error. As expected of him, a request to duel Aoki Risa was filed. Day 9. He seemed greatly fulfilled by successfully treating patient after patient. Duel. Day 30. In the courtyard of the Shioing family estate, Yaruichi Shioing leaned casually against a cherry blossom tree, skimming through a surveillance report. Her gaze then shifted to Soifan, who knelt before her, awaiting further orders. Somehow, in just a month's time, it felt as though her little bee had been drained of her honey, or worse, stolen outright. Soifan, is this the result of a month of your efforts? Hearing her full name being called, Fan lowered her head even further, her voice trembling as she replied, Lady Yoruichi, shall I continue my investigation? At her suggestion, Yoruichi instinctively dismissed the idea. If Fan went back, there was a real risk she might be completely taken away. Fan, how do you feel about this month's investigation? Speak honestly. Yoruichi's golden eyes locked onto Soifan as she questioned her. With her head still bowed, Fan hesitated before answering in a soft voice, it was very pleasant. Very relaxing. Yoruichi paused, visibly taken aback. Then, with a slightly exasperated tone, she clarified, I wasn't asking about your feelings. What's your assessment of Makoto Senju? Ah. Fan's face turned crimson as she quickly recomposed herself and replied as seriously as she could. Gentle, sunny, kind-hearted, deeply focused on the way of healing and medical arts. He takes joy in curing his patients and shows no interest in combat. He's a respectable physician. That's it? Yoruichi asked, clearly skeptical. Well. There are a few oddities. Fan pondered before continuing. For instance, he occasionally talks to himself, likely conversing with his Zanpakuto. Anything else? Are you hiding something? Yoruichi pressed. I'm sorry, Lady Yoruichi. Fan bit her lip, lowering herself completely to the ground as she confessed with some trepidation, without your permission, I may have become friends with him. Friends? Yoruichi's gaze pierced through Soifan, who dared not move or even breathe. Moments later, Yoruichi suddenly broke into a hearty laughter and said, Fan, what kind of person do you take me for? Ever since your 5 elder brothers sacrificed themselves, I've been worried that you would close yourself off. If you've made a friend, I'm genuinely pleased. Thank you, Lady Yoruichi. Just as Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, Yoruichi appeared directly in front of her, lifting her chin with practiced ease. Those golden eyes reflected Fan's flushed face as Yoruichi teased with a smile, Fan, you wouldn't neglect me for a friend, would you? Of course not. Feeling the warm breath from Yoruichi brushing her face, Fan's cheeks turned into an even deeper shade of red. She stammered, Lady Yoruichi. You are the most important, the irreplaceable one. Yoruichi's eyes curved into a mischievous arc as she leaned closer, whispering into Fan's ear, even if you marry Senju Makoto one day, I'll still be the most important. Soifan. The next moment, Fan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted into Yoruichi's arms. Hey, Fan, don't faint. Chapter 74, The Goddess of Flash, Yoruichi. Within the gynecology department, Makoto subtly glanced toward a particular spot outside the window, muttering to himself. Has the 2nd Division's surveillance finally ended? Soifan didn't show up today. Or have they switched to someone else? The thought made Makoto feel a headache coming on. If it was Soifan, thanks to the seed of the forest within her, Makoto could roughly sense her presence by tracking the distance between himself and the seed. This ability stemmed from his mastery of spiritual manipulation. But if they swapped her out for someone else, things would get tricky. Unlike Fan, who was still essentially an innocent young girl, others wouldn't be so easily fooled. At this stage, Fan was too green. Of course, this assessment only applied to her non-combat abilities. After some hesitation, Makoto whispered softly to the air around him. Yorozakuro, can you check if there are any Shinigami monitoring me nearby? Wait. Yorozakuro's voice rang in his ear. Alright. Makoto nodded. In the next moment, the translucent form of Urozakuro materialized before him again and said, "The answer is no. That little tagalong's Oifan who's been shadowing you every day? She's been teased to death by Shioi Yoruichi?" Makoto blinked. Though the word teased puzzled him, he still let out a faint sigh of relief. Even though he felt he had more or less led Fauna straight to the point of no return, being under constant surveillance was still uncomfortable. However, relief was short-lived as Urozakuro launched into a relentless barrage of chatter, her words flying around his ears like a swarm of dozens of buzzing flies. So noisy. Yet, due to the nature of their agreement, Makoto had to respond to her incessant babbling to fulfill the conversation aspect of their deal. After a month of intermittent interactions with Urozakuro, Makoto had came to two solid conclusions. 1. The imprisoned Soya Yachiru must be an absolute, stoic introvert. 2. Urozakuro was an unparalleled chatterbox, not only excessively talkative but also an all-knowing gossip repository for everything happening in the Siriite AI. Unable to indulge her need for conversation through her original master, Soya Yachiru, Urozakuro had completely shifted her focus to Makoto. It was a peculiar form of equivalent exchange. Urozakuro provided him with the intelligence he needed, and in return, he engaged her in extended chats. For someone like Makoto, who valued peace and quiet, such noisy interactions borderlined what he deemed as torture. Yet amidst Urozakuro's chaotic outpour of gossip, there were occasional scoops of some valuable information. For instance, the captain of the 8th Division, Shun Sakuraku, would often sneak away without telling his vice-captain, Lisa Yadomaru, to visit a certain izakaya known for its romantic transactions. He frequented the place on odd-numbered days, as well as whenever he was in an exceptionally good or bad mood. Key intelligence extracted, the address of the izakaya with romantic transactions. Unfortunately, with Fon tailing him every day, Makoto hadn't had a chance to verify Urozakuro's reliability. By the way, Urozakuro, who had been enthusiastically gossiping, suddenly paused and directly asked, "Makoto-kun, what do you think of Soifan?" Makoto glanced at Urozakuro while continuing to organize the various patient files he had handled this month and replied truthfully, "She's inexperienced." "What kind of answer is that?" Urozakuro pressed further. "Be specific, how is she inexperienced?" "In terms of combat abilities, she's decent. But in intelligence gathering, analyzing human behavior, stealth, and concealment? Still a long way to go. She's got plenty of room for improvement." Makoto's nonchalant response left Urozakuro visibly disappointed. "What the heck? That's it? What else were you expecting?" Makoto shot back. Urozakuro hesitated, ultimately deciding against sharing the juicy details of how Yoruichi had teased Fun to the point of fainting. Though Makoto appeared innocent and sunny on the surface, Urozakuro, having been outwitted by him for information too many times, instinctively held back. She chose to save that tidbit for when it could buy her more conversation time later. The rest of the afternoon passed quietly, seemingly because Fun wasn't around. Even the number of patients seeking consultations was unusually low. After wrapping up his chat with Urozakuro, Makoto strolled back to the courtyard with a light step, planning to take the evening off and wander through the Siriite AI for a bit of exploration. However, as soon as he returned, he was surprised to spot Unohana and Yoruichi chatting in a nearby pavilion. To his further surprise, Unohana bent slightly toward Yoruichi, as if making some kind of request. "What?" Makoto froze. His instincts immediately told him that something was amiss. Could it be Unohana-sensei secretly sold me out? Step by step, Makoto began retreating, planning to return later. But just as he moved, his back collided with something that bounced him forward. And Yoruichi was gone. So fast. I couldn't track her flash steps at all. This is the goddess of flash Yoruichi? If I were the target of an assassination, what I just felt against my back could have been a blade. Even though a simple piercing wound wouldn't faze him, the sheer gap in raw power left Makoto deeply shaken. Well, trying to run, Makoto? The next moment, Yoruichi's standarm draped casually over his shoulder. Her tone was light but teasing. "My little Fun has been under your care this past month, hasn't she?" "Huh?" Makoto turned his head, looking confused. "Captain Shioin, I'm not sure what you mean." "This brat." Yoruichi bared her teeth in a mischievous grin. "Because of you, Fun ended up fainting, and now you're playing dumb?" She leaned closer, her tone playful yet intimidating. "Unohana-sensei has decided to hand you over to me. Don't you think you should say something to beg for mercy?" "What?" Makoto immediately looked towards Unohana. But she remained calm and elegant, sipping her tea with a serene smile. She even waved at him cheerfully, as if bidding him farewell. The next thing he knew, the arm gripping his shoulder tightened, and the scenery around him began to blur as everything sped past in reverse. Chapter 75, a joke that will be told for centuries in no time at all. Makoto found himself far away from the 4th Division's barracks, whisked away by Shioi Yoruichi. They entered a hidden space behind a rocky cliff, revealing a vast underground chamber concealed within the rock face. From midair, Yoruichi unceremoniously hurled Makoto toward the ground. To her mild surprise, however, Makoto twisted his body in midair and landed firmly on his feet. Better than I expected, Yoruichi remarked, crossing her arms as she assessed him. That kind of balance isn't something a complete novice at combat would have. Standing before Makoto, Yoruichi continued to evaluate him with her sharp golden eyes. Meanwhile, Makoto surveyed his surroundings, quickly deducing where he might be, likely one of the secret training grounds used by Yoruichi and Urahara Kizuki. At the very least, it was better than being thrown into the underground prison. But before Makoto could voice his thoughts, Yoruichi flexed her wrists, readying herself with a predatory grin. Don't say I didn't give you a fair chance. If you don't release your Zanpakuto now, you might not even get the chance later. Captain Shioi. Call me Lady Yoruichi. She corrected, tilting her head with an amused smirk. Makoto's lips twitched in frustration. Giving in, he replied, Lady Yoruichi, I'm not skilled at combat. My Zanpakuto's abilities are purely for healing. Before he could finish, Yoruichi's figure blurred. In an instant, she appeared directly before him, her leg whipping toward his chest like a striking viper. Makoto barely managed to cross his arms in defense, but the force of her kick sent him hurtling backward, crashing into a massive boulder with a loud thud. Boom. Endless vitality, all-encompassing creation. Shinro Bansho. The release chant resonated, and from the shattered boulder, vibrant green grass burst forth, rapidly spreading outward. That's more like it, Yoruichi grinned, baring her teeth. With your Zanpakuto released, you might last a bit longer. She dashed toward Makoto again, her figure leaving after images across the ground. Her next kick came hurtling toward him with terrifying precision. Makoto gritted his teeth. His chest and arms, now glowing with green light, began to heal rapidly. Manipulating the grass around him, he commanded it to grow wildly, creating a dense wall between himself and Yoruichi. Undeterred, Yoruichi drove her foot through the barrier, sending grass clippings flying in every direction. The wall was nearly obliterated, only for her to realize Makoto had vanished behind it. Yoruichi's golden eyes darted around, scanning for his whereabouts. Suddenly, she felt a tight grip around her ankle. Vines of grass coiled up her body with startling speed, binding her tightly. In the blink of an eye, she was suspended in midair, thoroughly ensnared. Binding technique, inverted suspension, Makoto muttered as he stepped out from the grass. Yoruichi, now dangling upside down, remained remarkably composed despite her predicament. The green vines that held her aloft emphasized her streamlined figure beneath her captain's hurry. The scene felt oddly peculiar. Lady Yoruichi, I don't recall offending you. Why attack me so suddenly? Makoto asked, feigning sincerity while harboring his suspicions. Yoruichi chuckled lightly. No choice, kid. It's a favor for Captain Unohana. She asked me to whip your flash steps skills into shape. Before she could finish speaking, the grass restraining her exploded into fragments. Yoruichi disappeared once more, leaving no trace of her movements. A sharp gust of wind from behind made Makoto's heart lurch. Crack. A sickening sound reached his ears, followed by an intense, searing pain. 2 ribs, broken. Makoto struggled to his feet, wincing. His face darkened as he muttered to himself, this damn woman doesn't hold back. It made sense that Captain Unohana would seek Yoruichi's help, but Makoto hadn't expected her to go this far. Asking the goddess of Flash herself, a member of one of the 4 noble clans, likely came with a steep price. And yet, Yoruichi seemed to take great pleasure in tormenting him. Upset, are we? Yoruichi teased, her playful grin reappearing. She continued, don't worry, I'll limit my spiritual pressure to the level of a vice captain. If you can damage my captain's hurry, we'll call today's session finished. How's that sound? Makoto's heart sank. It wasn't that he was holding back his spiritual pressure, his true strength had only recently recovered to 3rd seed level after an intensive month of rebuilding his power with seeds of the forest. But before he could respond, Yoruichi leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Fail to tear my hurry, and I'll strip you down and toss you into the 11th Division barracks. What? Makoto stared at her in utter disbelief. His mind reeled at the sheer horror of her words. If such a thing actually happened, it wouldn't just be humiliating, it would become a legend that haunted him for centuries. Especially in the 11th Division, a den of muscle-headed warriors. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Before he could react further, Yoruichi's knee struck his abdomen, lifting him off the ground. And then, with perfect precision, her whip-like leg struck again, sending him flying into the stone wall like a cannonball. Chapter 76, Getting Serious. Did I overdo it just a little? Yoruichi murmured to herself as she stared at the distant rock face, now almost entirely obscured by billowing smoke. But it shouldn't be a problem. Unohana-senpai did mention that Makoto's spiritual body is slightly stronger than the average vice captain. Besides, he's skilled in Kaido, and his Zanpakuto's ability allows for self-healing. He even survived a direct Sero from Najushas without dying on the spot. He shouldn't go down that easily. Still, Yoruichi glanced at the lingering smoke and hesitated. But is this spiritual pressure really on the verge of achieving Bankai? Unohana-senpai did ask me to help him master it as soon as possible. As Yoruichi debated whether to push things further, the ground within the smoke-filled underground space suddenly transformed. A lush expanse of grass began to spread rapidly, covering the area completely in mere moments. Is he finally getting serious? Yoruichi's interest peaked. Few things excited her more than sparring with intriguing prodigies. Her long life as a Shinigami had been filled with moments like this, teasing geniuses, pushing them to their limits, watching their frustration and determination build until they had no choice but to grow. Makoto's earlier half-hearted retaliation hadn't thrilled her in the slightest. But now, while his spiritual pressure hadn't visibly surged, this large-scale manipulation of terrain suggested he was finally treating this as a real battle. Buried in the rock wall, Makoto felt every bone in his body groan under the strain. He observed the spreading grass and calculated its reach. Almost there. His gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself. Since awakening his spirit particle manipulation ability, Makoto's fighting style had undergone a fundamental transformation. He no longer relied solely on his own spiritual energy to fuel his wood-based abilities and control over nature. The ever-present spirit particles of the Soul's Society had become his true, inexhaustible power source. His own spiritual pressure now only needed to sustain and amplify the plants absorbing these particles. This underground space was vast, but with spiritual pressure comparable to that of a seated officer in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Makoto found it manageable. Failure, however, was not an option. He had no doubt that if he lost, Yoruichi would strip him of his Hyakusho and toss him to the 11th Division to fend for himself. And so, with conviction burning in his heart, he whispered under his breath, "Manifest, arrive, transcend. The ultimate essence of all things, the origin of everything. Shinro Bansho." With those near-silent words of release, Makoto's Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho, dissolved into particles of light, merging seamlessly with his spiritual body. His control over spirit particles heightened dramatically in an instant. Floating beside him, unseen by anyone but himself, was the diminutive spirit of Shinro Bansho. "Are we finally doing this, Master?" the Zanpakuto spirit asked in a playful, lilting voice. "I thought it'd take you another century or two of honing your perfect spirit body before you'd actually unleash this power. Just a glimpse of instinct, Master. I've been waiting far too long for this." The spirit's whispers filled Makoto's mind, but his gaze remained steady. He unclenched his fist and murmured, "Bloom." In the next instant, under Yoruichi's intrigued gaze, flower buds began to sprout across the vast carpet of grass. One by one, they unfurled, blanketing the underground space with countless blossoms. "Oh?" Yoruichi examined the blooming flowers with growing interest as the smoke cleared, revealing Makoto's figure. His Hyakusho was tattered, and he raised a gloved hand, pointing directly at her. Yoruichi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh? Is that a challenge? You're getting cocky, little brat." Before her words fully left her lips, she blurred into motion, vanishing in a burst of speed as she charged toward Makoto. However, the grass surrounding her suddenly erupted, growing at a ferocious pace. Countless tendrils of green shot toward her like writhing tentacles, forming a massive, impenetrable web. "Is that all you've got?" Yoruichi chuckled, weaving through the grasping vines. "This soft, fragile technique won't stop me." Her slender figure moved like a thunderbolt, and though her spiritual pressure remained within the vice-captain level, her sheer strength tore through the vines with ease. But as she closed to within 10 meters of Makoto, she noticed the calm confidence in his expression. "Captain Shioin," he said, his voice steady, "underestimating me has its limits. Brace yourself for this." At his words, the tendrils surrounding Yoruichi abruptly thickened, transforming into massive tree trunks that surged inward, converging on her position with crushing force. "What?" Caught off guard, Yoruichi's golden eyes widened slightly. She had no room to evade as the trees closed in. Boom. 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 The deafening sound of crashing wood filled the space as the massive trunks formed a towering pile. Yet Makoto wasn't satisfied. He willed the trees to grow further, intertwining until they formed a colossal spear-like structure. The wooden spear rotated in midair before hurtling toward the center of the pile. Boom. Suddenly, streaks of white lightning exploded from the cracks in the wooden structure, obliterating it in an instant. As the spear descended, Yaruichi swatted it away with a single lightning-clad hand, reducing it to splinters. Her presence radiated an oppressive power as she stepped forward, unharmed. Makoto, however, merely smiled. Captain Shioin, it seems I've won. This isn't just vice-captain level spiritual pressure, is it? Yoruichi froze mid-step, her lightning dissipating as she realized her shredded captain's hori was now completely exposed. Her expression twisted into a mix of annoyance and resignation. Makoto's grin widened as his gaze settled on her. From the very beginning, his true goal had been to destroy her hori, not to defeat her in combat. That Yoruichi had unleashed her Shunko in frustration was merely an added bonus. Chapter 77, Sorrow and Resolve. Without a doubt, under the crushing force of the massive tree and the explosive white lightning of Shunko, even the protective captain's hori, designed with defensive qualities, was completely obliterated. Not only that, but even Yoruichi's tightly fitted combat attire bore multiple tears, exposing her smooth, healthy sun-kissed skin. A few minor wounds, trickling with blood, added an uncharacteristic vulnerability to her typically unassailable image. Makoto's gaze faltered, his expression betraying a moment of unguarded focus. Unconsciously, he licked his lips. Noticing where his eyes lingered, Yaruichi stretched languidly, unabashedly showcasing her elegant and proud figure in full view. Makoto-senshu, she teased, her voice laced with mischief, between me and Unohana-senpai, who do you think is more captivating? Her tone was playful, but she subtly activated a small recording device, waiting for him to have a slip of tongue. She imagined holding this over him, just as Byakuya Kuichiki bore the burden of his family's noble symbols like the Senkaiman seal and the silvery white twinned flower silk gauze. This recording would become Makoto's Achilles heel, a switch she could toggle for her amusement. Surely, he would understand how disastrous it could be if disparaging words about Unohana-senpai reached her ears. However, Makoto's response was immediate and resolute. Is that even a question? Of course, it's Unohana-sensei. What? Yoruichi froze, her expression briefly blank. Was she insulted? Not even a moment of hesitation? Crack. Her fingers clenched reflexively, crushing the recording device into splinters. She glared at Makoto with a dark expression. So, she said coldly, are you prepared to face the consequences of offending the head of the Shioin family, one of the 4 great noble houses, commander of the Onmitsu Kido, and captain of the 2nd Division? Huh? Makoto blinked, utterly bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. This woman. She's moodier than a cat. Meanwhile, a familiar teasing whisper echoed in his ear, courtesy of Yorozakuro. My, Makoto-kun. Looks like you might just become my master's cellmate in the depths of Mukin. Makoto twitched, hastily explaining, Captain Shioin, I wasn't trying to offend you. I was just observing your injuries, thinking I could help treat them. Injuries? Yoruichi blinked and followed his earlier gaze, finally noticing the wounds caused by her use of Shunko. Turning back, she found Makoto's eyes clear and sincere. Realizing her mistake, she felt a pang of self-reproach. This guy. TCH, is he as indifferent to women as Byakuya? Her initial annoyance melted into newfound appreciation. Perhaps this pure-hearted demeanor was why someone like Soifun found it easy to befriend him. Well, these little scratches are nothing, Yaruichi said dismissively, waving it off. That won't do. Makoto's hands glowed with a soft, healing light as he approached, determined to help. Ignoring any protest, he began treating her injuries with gentle precision. This brat. For someone who was used to imposing her will on others, Yaruichi found herself at a rare loss. Still, she let him continue, even commenting, the technique I used earlier, Shunko, is a fusion of Kido and hand-to-hand combats. It compensates for hand-to-hand combats' reliance on physical strength while addressing Kido's delay and lack of sustained damage. But it's extremely taxing on the spirit body, she added. A slight misstep can result in self-inflicted damage, like these wounds. Makoto nodded, secretly planting a seed of healing energy within her as he replied, Captain Shioin, call me Lady Yoruichi, she interrupted with a smirk. Yes, Lady Yoruichi. Makoto sighed and complied before continuing. This technique is far too dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, it could cause complete collapse of your spirit body. Yoruichi, however, waved off his concern. Don't worry. I've already figured out a way to perfect it. Realizing she wouldn't be dissuaded, Makoto focused on completing the treatment. Despite her dismissive attitude, he could see the internal damage caused by the unstable Kido energy. Only someone as physically robust as Yoruichi could carry on as though nothing had happened. A moment later, Makoto finished, offering a satisfied smile. All done, Lady Yoruichi. Under her sharp gaze, he quickly corrected himself, earning an approving nod. Stretching her limbs, Yoruichi praised, not bad. As expected of Unohana Senpai's student. Your Kaido skills are better than most seated officers in the 4th division. You flatter me, Lady Yoruichi, Makoto replied humbly. There's still so much I need to learn. Humphrey. Yoruichi didn't respond directly but shifted the topic instead. By the way, about that tree controlling Zanpakuto ability of yours, what was that about? Makoto hesitated, his clear eyes glistening with unshed tears. Even his glasses fogged slightly as he bit his lip. In that moment of silence, Yoruichi, aware of the recent Soul Society incident involving missing spirits in Rukongai, felt as though she understood his grief. Witnessing the death of comrades. He's buried his sorrow deep inside, channeling it into his resolve, hasn't he? With this realization, Yoruichi placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Same time tomorrow. Come here for some real flash steps training. I'll make it fun. Chapter 78, Guiding Flash Steps. Yoruichi disappeared completely in front of Makoto, leaving not even an afterimage discernible to the naked eye. Without relying on dynamic vision, it would have been impossible to track her movements. However, Makoto, guided by the signal from the seat of the forest, was certain that Yoruichi had already left the underground space. Training in flash steps, is it? Hearing Yoruichi's final suggestion, Makoto couldn't help but grin. Among the 4 fundamental combat skills of the Shinigami, sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, Makoto excelled most at flash steps, aside from the specialized healing techniques of Kaido. But what Makoto had learned in the past was no more than the basic flash steps taught at the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. In reality, the advanced techniques for each of the 4 fundamental skills were passed down in the Siriite AI primarily through direct mentorship. According to Makoto's understanding, the strongest practitioners in the Soul Society for each skill were clear. In sword art, it was undoubtedly a contest between Captain Unohana and Yamamoto. In hand-to-hand combats, or hand-to-hand combat, it was less prominent since most Shinigami relied heavily on their Zanpakuto. However, the 2nd division had a notable emphasis on hand-to-hand combats. For flash steps, the goddess of flash, Yoruichi Shioin, was unrivaled. As for Kido, while its formalized structure made it accessible to many, the specialized, unconventional spells hidden within the Kido core remained out of reach for ordinary Shinigami. Thus, receiving personal guidance in flash steps from Yoruichi herself was undoubtedly one of the highest honors available in the Siriite AI. Lost in thought, Makoto unknowingly made his way back to the captain's quarters of the 4th division. To his surprise, Unohana had not yet retired for the night. Instead, she was seated gracefully in the courtyard, intently arranging flowers. You're back? Sensing his approach, Unohana spoke gently without looking up. How was Captain Shioin's training? Leaving out the covert planting of seeds, Makoto truthfully recounted all the details. When Unohana heard that Makoto had developed his Zanpakuto's offensive and defensive capabilities, her expression shifted slightly as she asked, Makoto, didn't you always detest combat? Makoto paused for a moment before raising his gaze to meet hers directly. He replied, I want to protect you, Captain. Just as you have protected me, I wish one day to protect you as well. For that, my personal dislike means nothing. Unohana's serene expression wavered briefly before softening into a gentle smile. Makoto, your sentiment pleases me. I'll look forward to that day. But I still hope you'll remain a dedicated healer. Her tone, however kind, carried an unmistakable disbelief in Makoto's resolve. Makoto, gazing deeply at her, silently vowed as he withdrew, Captain. One day, I will fulfill every promise I've made to you. I'll show you just how earnest and unassuming I truly am. And so, for the sake of his captain, Makoto resolved that his seeding efforts must never falter. Back in his quarters, Makoto carefully assessed the spiritual energy being steadily absorbed by the seed of the forest. Thanks to the contribution of the 2nd captain-level Shinigami, Yoruichi Shioin, the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption had increased by nearly 20 to 25%. At this rate, in just over half a month, Makoto's spiritual pressure could reach the level of a vice-captain. Undeniably, the diffuse spiritual energy provided by a captain-level Shinigami was leagues beyond that of ordinary Shinigami or academy students. Makoto planned to maintain his spiritual pressure at a vice-captain level while channeling the surplus energy into developing his perfect spirit body. To a Shinigami, mastering Bankai marked the true recognition of one's power, a goal Makoto deemed his most pressing need. Unfortunately, the efficiency of creating the intricate spiritual particles for the seed of the forest remained limited, hindering both his energy accumulation and his progress towards the perfect spirit body. Only by completing this transformation would Makoto achieve a genuine sense of security. As a healer outwardly perceived as harmless, He knew his enemies would not anticipate his mastery of formidable wood-based abilities. Should his opponents find his abilities difficult to counter, the perfect spirit body akin to a final Getsuga Tensho would act as a final safeguard. And if all else failed, there was always Bankai. Layer after layer of contingency, that was Makoto's baseline plan. After all, though medical disputes were rare in the Siriite AI now, who could predict what might happen in the future? As a healer, if he couldn't eliminate threats to save lives, could he even call himself qualified? The next day as usual, Makoto concluded his duties at the 4th Division's gynecology ward and hurried to the underground training grounds as promised. By the time he arrived, Yaruichi was already waiting. A large cloth was spread on the ground, piled high with snacks, nuts, and fruits. Empty bottles of sake lay strewn about. Her cheeks flushed faintly red, Yaruichi swayed slightly with a bottle in hand. "You're here?" "Yes, Lady Yaruichi," Makoto replied respectfully, understanding her personality well enough not to question whether she was merely lounging and drinking while using his training as an excuse. Without wasting words, Yaruichi dove straight to the point. "I'll skip the boring foundational concepts of flash steps. Just remember this, flash steps is fundamentally a specialized technique rooted in the strength of the spiritual body's muscles. Thus, the limits of flash steps are inherently tied to the strength of the spiritual body. Of course, over 98% of the idiots in the Siriite AI will never even approach the limits of their spiritual bodies when it comes to flash steps. As for the mastery of flash steps techniques, that determines the lower bound of its effectiveness." After expounding on numerous flash steps techniques, Yaruichi paused, her gaze slightly unfocused as she regarded Makoto. "I observed you last night. Your foundational flash steps is barely adequate, so you can skip some of the unnecessary basic drills." Fun. With Yaruichi's command, the petite form of Soifan appeared behind her. "Your orders, Captain?" "Release your Zanpakuto and use its double strike finisher ability to kill Makoto." Chapter 79, Sting all enemies to death, Sazumbachi. Senju Makoto and Soifan. At that moment, Makoto and Fan simultaneously raised their heads, staring in shock at Yaruichi. Yaruichi, however, showed no intention of withdrawing her command. Her mesmerizing golden eyes merely flicked toward Fan in an almost dismissive glance. Fan's petite frame trembled for a moment before swiftly drawing her Zanpakuto. "Sting all enemies to death, Sazumbachi." Instantly, Fan's Zanpakuto transformed into an ornate golden gauntlet on her hand, which she used to strike directly at the nearby Makoto. In the blink of an eye, Makoto barely managed to tilt his head to the side, the gauntlet brushing past his ear. A black butterfly-shaped marking appeared where Sazumbachi had grazed him. Makoto instinctively moved to counter, but Fan's nimble body twisted gracefully, not only evading his attack but also locking her legs around his head. With a sharp pivot, she threw Makoto violently to the ground. Watching this unfold, Yaruichi chuckled and said, "Makoto, Fan is one of the most elite members of the Onmitsukido. No matter what feelings she harbors for you, when it comes to orders from the commander, she'll carry them out without hesitation. You'd better take this seriously. If Sazumbachi strikes you in the same spot twice, you'll die." As Makoto, now thrown off balance, prepared to release his Zanpakuto, he suddenly felt his hands empty. His Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho, had already landed in Yaruichi's grasp. Yaruichi weighed the Zanpakuto in her hand, her smile playful as she remarked, "It's quite a well-crafted Zanpakuto, but since this is flash steps training, Makoto, you'll have to manage without releasing it? Are you sure this is just flash steps training and not some kind of no-equipment deathmatch?" Makoto knew his skills were far from balanced. Beyond his Zanpakuto's abilities, his proficiency in Kido and hand-to-hand combats was barely at an entry-level standard. Even in flash steps, where he showed relative strength, he was no match for Soifan, who had undergone years of personal training under Yaruichi and was poised to take on future leadership roles in both the 2nd Division and the Onmitsukido. To make matters worse, Fan could amplify her spiritual pressure with her shike, while he was expected to fight barehanded. Before Makoto could voice his frustrations, Fan reappeared at his side in an instant, Sazumbachi's glinting edge aimed directly at his eyes. Whoosh! Makoto ducked sharply, Sazumbachi skimming past his hair. But as if anticipating his reaction, Fan followed with a knee strike, driving straight toward his jaw. Bang! At such close range, even though Makoto's spiritual physique wasn't weaker than Fan's, the stark gap in their hand-to-hand combat's abilities meant he was easily overpowered and sent flying once more. Repeated setbacks, especially in front of Soifan, stirred a rare frustration within Makoto's otherwise calm demeanor. His eyes reddened slightly as his thoughts, tangled in self-doubt, were gradually overtaken by the intensity of the fight. With Fan relentlessly closing in, Makoto's scattered thoughts vanished, his focus sharpening as his instincts awakened. Too slow, I can see it. Left side. There's an opening. Counter. Bit by bit, the seemingly one-sided fight began to shift. Makoto started evading and countering with increasing efficiency. His flash steps speed and technique visibly improved, not only by absorbing Yoruichi's teachings but also by mimicking Soifan's moves. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yoruichi, observing from a distance. He had short, slightly messy pale yellow hair, a light stubble on his chin, and an air of unkempt laziness. Draped over his shoulders was the captain's harem emblazoned with the kanji for 12. "You're late, Gisuke," Yoruichi said with a hint of irritation. "Ah, well." The 12th Division captain, Urahara Gisuke, scratched his head awkwardly, clearly deflecting. He asked, "So, this is the disciple of Unohana-senpai?" "Indeed." Yoruichi nodded, her tone teasing. "In some ways, he's uncannily like you, a chaotic mess even in combat. Fighting seems more like a mental exercise for him, calculating endless variables. If he's not forced into restrictions, you can barely sense any pure fighting instinct." "Ha. Gisuke laughed nervously, wisely refraining from commenting. Watching Makoto's battered form, he couldn't help but recall some unpleasant memories. Back when he trained under Yoruichi, she had pushed him to his limits, even unleashing her barely controllable Shunko to force his instincts to awaken. Only under such extreme pressure had his body internalized advanced flash steps techniques. Counting the many black butterfly marks on Makoto's body, Gisuke clicked his tongue and remarked, "Yoruichi, aren't you worried Soifan might accidentally kill him? If that happens, Unohana-senpai's wrath might take us both out." "Don't worry, Makoto is progressing quickly," Yoruichi replied before smirking mischievously. "And judging by the pattern, it looks like Fan plans to turn him into a beehive rather than repeat her strikes." Noticing Gisuke's sidelong glare, Yoruichi met his gaze unflinchingly. "What? Are you going to complain that I didn't take good care of you back then? Almost making me bear the guilt of killing my best friend?" Gisuke muttered under his breath, "You'd carry guilt, I'd lose my life." With that, he handed Yoruichi a white doll-like object, saying, "Here, the tension tie you asked for. I've already calibrated it." Unbothered, Yoruichi accepted the tension tie and casually asked, "What have you been working on lately? You look like you haven't slept in days." "Just some trouble," Gisuke replied, scratching his messy hair as the dark circles under his eyes seemed to deepen. "I accidentally created something incredibly dangerous, and when I tried to destroy it, I found it was completely indestructible." Yoruichi's interest peaked. "Even your Benkai couldn't destroy it?" "Nope. Tried 198 methods, and nothing worked. Anyway, I'll figure something out. See you." With a troubled expression, Gisuke disappeared by flash steps. Chapter 80, The Fate of Being Struck Down by a Cute Girl. Unbeknownst to Makoto, the appearance and departure of Gisuke Urahara, the former captain of the 12th Division and current head of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, had completely escaped his notice. At this moment, Makoto's entire attention was fixed on Fan. Strong. That was the first word that came to mind. Soifan was undeniably strong, but also raw in certain ways. Raw referred to her mindset, conduct, and temperament. She not only harbored pure admiration for Yoruichi, treating her as the most important person in her life, but her defenses had also been easily breached by Makoto's gentle demeanor. She had quickly came to regard him as a vital friend. Strong, on the other hand, described her skill and power. Despite possessing the spiritual physique of someone barely beyond a girl's age, perhaps slightly older than Jin, she had already achieved the Shikai state of hers Unpacto. Her proficiency in flash steps and hand-to-hand combats was nothing short of terrifying. Based on Makoto's current understanding, not only was she leagues above Kaku, but even the late third seat of the 10th Division couldn't match her mastery of flash steps and hand-to-hand combats. Under Yoruichi's orders, Fan launched relentless waves of attacks on Makoto, closing in on him step by step. Although Makoto felt himself entering a strange state, where his usual cluttered and detailed thoughts dissipated and were replaced by a certain physical instinct, he still found himself overwhelmed. Through his vision, he could see the microscopic interplay of spiritual particles with unprecedented clarity. The subtle spiritual fluctuations Fan produced during her flash steps were vivid, allowing Makoto to grasp the intricate details of her movement techniques. His body instinctively absorbed one technique after another under this high-pressure training, with his flash steps speed, agility, and explosiveness visibly improving. However, the glaring gap in their hand-to-hand combat skills ensured that Fan's slim yet precise Zanpakuto, Sazumbachi, occasionally left behind an ornate bee crest on Makoto's body. The black marks, cold and beautiful, were a chilling reminder, if struck in the same spot again, death was certain. Seeing that Makoto was gradually adapting to Soifan's relentless pace, Yoruichi, sipping sake and munching on snacks from the sidelines, couldn't help but call out in a teasing tone, "Hey, Soifan, what's going on? Are you playing some kind of game with Makoto? Don't slack off, Soifan." Bang. Another clash. Makoto, his improved flash steps finally matching Fan's speed, caught her wrist in a firm grip. His other elbow collided with hers, locking them in a stalemate. For the first time, their gazes met. Makoto, disheveled and stripped of his usual elegance, seemed sharp and unyielding. Fan, dressed in the black uniform of the punishment force, had her youthful and delicate face partially obscured by a mask, leaving only her resolute yet sorrowful eyes exposed. Under Makoto's gaze, devoid of resentment, Soifan's eyes unexpectedly brimmed with tears. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Makoto-kun, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. But Lady Yoruichi's orders are absolute. Even if it costs me my life, I must fulfill them. But no matter if it's 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 years from now, I'll never forget you. You'll always be my one and only true friend in this life. When Lady Yoruichi no longer needs me, I'll come to atone to you immediately." What? Makoto froze. What was this farewell that sounded suspiciously like a deathbed confession? Could this foolish Soifan truly believe that Yoruichi intended to kill him? Wasn't it obvious this was just flash step straining? Wait. Knowing Yoruichi's mischievous nature, maybe she hadn't told Fan. Ah. The thought made Makoto's scalp tingle as he instinctively sucked in a breath. Fan's Zanpakuto ability, Naigeki Kessetsu, double strike finisher, was terrifyingly straightforward. Once it struck a target, it marked the spot with a B crest. A second strike in the same location would bring certain death. Of course, the effect could be nullified if the target's spiritual pressure vastly outclassed Fan's. But Makoto's spiritual pressure was far from sufficient to cancel the ability outright. Though theoretically, his spiritual particle manipulation might allow him to reconstruct his spirit body to counter the mark's effect, this was only feasible if he retained consciousness. However, his Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho, was currently in Yoruichi's possession, leaving him without even a rudimentary safeguard. Moreover, Makoto had no way of knowing just how far the certain death aspect of Naigeki Kessetsu could go. Would his consciousness and even his soul be obliterated? Danger. Could it be that those nicknamed Brother Makoto were destined to meet their ends at the hands of adorable young women? Wait, before Makoto could voice his thoughts, Soifan, her resolve seemingly solidified, suddenly vanished. Her speed had reached a new peak. "Makoto-kun, hate me all you want." The next moment, Fan's figure reappeared behind Makoto in a flurry of after-images. Her reddened eyes glimmered as she murmured to herself, her Sazumbachi aiming for the lower right side of Makoto's back, where a begrest had already bloomed. Once struck, it would all be over. It's over. Fan bit her lip, her speed accelerating further. She couldn't bear to let Makoto endure this torment any longer. She had to end it now, to free him from this agony. However, just as Yoruichi's eyes narrowed and she unleashed terrifying speed to intervene, Fan's wrist was suddenly ensnared by what seemed to be two tendrils of green grass, halting Sazumbachi inches from Makoto's back. Yoruichi froze in surprise, her gaze landing on Makoto. Even without his Zanpakuto in hand, he had managed to use its ability. Shinro Bansho is a semi-permanently released type. Even without Shikei, I can still utilize some of its powers, Makoto explained calmly. Yoruichi, intrigued, marveled at the rarity of such a Zanpakuto type. This detail hadn't been in any of the intelligence gathered by the Second Division. In Soul Society's history, semi-permanently released Zanpakuto were rare, but in Yoruichi's view, the truly fearsome ones were like the 8th Kinpachi, Soya Ashiro, whose Zanpakuto maintained Benkai indefinitely. Chapter 81, Do You Want a Hug Too? Makoto turned his gaze towards Fan, whose expression was tinged with confusion. It wasn't because Makoto had unexpectedly revealed the semi-permanent release state of his Zanpakuto, but because Yoruichi seemed intent on stopping her from taking his life. Fan, stabbing there won't work. And even though I could heal myself, don't you think it might lead to a psychological trauma? Despite the situation, Makoto wasn't angry. Instead, he chose to tease her. If the roles were reversed and his beloved mentor Unohana asked him to take Fan down, Makoto would likely carry out the order reluctantly, albeit with a heavy heart. At most he might resort to a bit of trickery, taking her down first, healing her in secret, and hiding her away to recover. But unlike the straightforward and thoughtful Makoto, Soifan was still too young and earnest. She had even tearfully declared moments ago that once Yoruichi no longer needed her, she would come to apologize to him. Though he found her earnestness a mix of endearing and exasperating, Makoto simply couldn't bring himself to be angry at her. Fan clearly regarded him as an important friend. Unfortunately, for Fan, Yoruichi will always come first. At best, I'm close to a second and even that is uncertain. Makoto thought with a quiet sigh. That sigh snapped Fan out of her daze. She turned toward Yoruichi, whose smug grin suggested satisfaction in her higher standing in Fan's priorities. Lady Yoruichi. You've gone too far. Fan exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation as her eyes reddened. How could you give me such a fake order? I almost followed through completely. Ha 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 ha. Yoruichi laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Her noble and elegant demeanor as head of the four noble houses was nowhere to be seen. Oh, Fan, you're just too adorable. Come here, let me hug you. Fan's resistance was futile. Within moments, Yoruichi had scooped her up, rubbing her cheek affectionately against Fan's face, leaving the younger girl blushing furiously. One dark, one light. One petite, one commanding. One adorable, one seductive. The scene was so mesmerizing it felt like a work of art. Makoto's blood surged. If only he could draw or had a camera, he would have immortalized the moment. Perhaps I should study photography in my spare time, Makoto mused. Capturing moments like this is crucial. The thought quickly dissipated. Given his track record, being nicknamed Brother Makoto by Kusagishi Yachiru, narrowly escaping Fan's blade, stacking more risks on himself felt unwise. Better to focus on sketching. At least drawing didn't come with any cursed nicknames. Probably. Yoruichi paused her playful antics and glanced at Makoto with a mischievous glint in her eye. Makoto, that look on your face. Don't tell me you want a hug too? Both Makoto and Fan froze. Makoto assumed Yoruichi meant she hug him. Fan thought she meant Makoto would hug her. A faint blush crept across their faces, tinged with a trace of expectation. Yoruichi, mistaking their reactions as confirmation of some unspoken bond, burst out laughing. Oh, is that so? You'll need to get permission from Lady Unohana first. Makoto's mind cleared instantly. Like hell I'd say that to her. Knowing Unohana's temperament, she might interpret it as him defecting to the second division. Compared to Yoruichi's chaos, Unohana's reliability seemed far more appealing. Yoruichi eventually released Fan, who buried her face in the older woman's chest, thoroughly embarrassed. After offering Makoto a few tips to refine his flash steps, Yoruichi declared the session over, scheduling the next one for a week later. Makoto had just begun to relax when Yoruichi posed a sharp question: why is your spiritual pressure lower than what Unohana had described? It didn't even match the level of a vice captain proficient in Shikai. Knowing he couldn't hide the truth, Makoto admitted that during a prior encounter with Unujushas, he'd overexerted himself using large-scale healing for an extended period, leading to his current state. Yoruichi accepted his explanation without pressing further, seemingly lost in thought. The next day, Makoto returned to his office, resuming his usual duties. To his surprise, Fan appeared before him, looking anxious. Makoto, I'm sorry, she said, guilt evident in her voice. Why are you apologizing? Makoto feigned ignorance. Fan lowered her head. Last night. I went too far. I left so many marks on you. I almost... Before she could finish, Makoto interrupted with a gentle smile. It's fine. If it's you, Fan, I don't mind at all. He adjusted his glasses, his tone soft and reassuring. Think of them as marks of friendship, symbols of the bond we share. Fan was stunned. At that moment, Makoto seemed to radiate warmth, not a gleam of Kaku's bald head, but a glow of genuine kindness. Moved, she murmured, Makoto. However, before the atmosphere could deepen, another voice cut in. Huh? Soy Fan, you're here again? Didn't I tell you pediatrics is 800 meters to the right? Or are you here to ask Makoto for directions again? Risa appeared, inserting herself between Fan and Makoto with a teasing tilt of her head, as if placating a sulky child. Makoto sighed, rubbing his temples. Separately, both girls were charming. Together, they were a chaotic storm. Why does it feel like I've stumbled into hell? He couldn't figure it out. Chapter 82, Scatter, Senbin Zakura. In the days that followed, Makoto's life became even more routine. Every day, he reported punctually to the gynecology department to consult with patients, discreetly embedding seeds of the forest into those with relatively high spiritual pressure. At night, he would either return to the courtyard to learn Kaido, healing arts, and medical techniques from Retsu Unohana or practice flash step. To avoid the eventual fate of being sliced up by Soifan, Makoto also seized the opportunity to study her Zanpakuto ability, Nijeki Kessetsu, double strike finisher. It wasn't just a simple toxin, this was an ability that bordered on a law-like power. Once the homunca marks overlapped, it would completely destroy the target's spiritual body. Undoubtedly, it was an incredibly terrifying ability. However, after thoroughly analyzing Soifan's Zanpakuto, Sazumbachi, Makoto discovered that if he was willing to expose his spiritual particle manipulation ability, the threat posed by Nijeki Kessetsu was nearly negligible. This was because Makoto could alter the spiritual particles within his spiritual body, thereby removing the parts marked by the homunca, effectively nullifying the conditions for Nijeki Kessetsu to activate. In other words, no matter how many marks Fon left on Makoto, they would be meaningless. For a Shinigami, life is long, and a few months often pass with barely any changes. In the underground training space, the afterimages of Makoto and Fon flickered endlessly as they chased one another. Advanced flash steps techniques were used so casually, it was as if they had been ingrained into their instincts. In just a few months. Even Yoruichi watched with a curious glint in her eyes. Makoto's mastery of flash steps had now reached a level comparable to Fon's. In fact, Yoruichi suspected that, given Makoto's gentle demeanor, he might even be holding back to avoid discouraging Fon. Of course, this applied solely to flash steps. If it came down to hand-to-hand combat, where close-range fighting was involved without dodging or drawing their zanpakuto, Soifon could easily twist Makoto into a pretzel. But with their flash steps being evenly matched, and Makoto focusing on avoiding conflict, Fon now found it difficult to deal with him. What's more, given Fon's strong sense of loyalty toward those she cherished, it was unlikely that she would truly go all out against Makoto anymore. But this feels more like playing than actual training. At that thought, Yoruichi's figure flashed and appeared between the two, placing a hand on their shoulders to stop their chase. She then spoke, "Makoto, your mastery of flash steps is more than adequate. Many vice captains might not even be at your level. If you want to improve further, you'll need some real combat pressure." Pausing briefly, Yoruichi seemed to think of something. A wide smile spread across her face as she declared with no room for objection, "Makoto, I'll find you a more suitable training partner." Makoto's heart sank. The smile on Yoruichi's face didn't bode well. Hesitantly, he asked, Can I know who it is?" "Don't worry." Yoruichi patted her chest confidently. "I promise it'll be someone at your level. You won't be in too much life-threatening danger. Just run fast, and you'll be fine." Life-threatening danger? Despite his doubts about Yoruichi's moral compass, was it really appropriate to say such things so nonchalantly? Before Makoto could respond, Yoruichi dismissed Soifon back to her duties and enthusiastically dragged Makoto out of the underground space, heading toward an unfamiliar and relatively secluded corridor. "Makoto, stay here and don't move. I'll be right back." With a pat on his shoulder and no chance for protest, Yoruichi disappeared. "Where is this? Which squad does it belong to?" Makoto glanced around, trying to orient himself. However, he rarely visited other squads' barracks. Coupled with the fact that most of the buildings in the Siriite AI followed a similar architectural style, even seasoned Shinigami often got lost, let alone a half-recluse like Makoto. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from nearby. "You cursed cat! This time, I'll kill you!" In the blink of an eye, a grinning Yoruichi, looking as though she'd just pulled off the ultimate prank, appeared in front of Makoto. Without a word, she tied something around his neck and clipped something into his hair. "What the?" Makoto blinked in confusion. When he looked down and realized that what was tied around his neck was none other than the Jinpaku Kazahana no Yuzujinyu, a silvery white windflower silk gauze symbolizing the Kuachiki clan, Makoto felt like a herd of wild horses was trampling through his mind. And the object in his hair? Undoubtedly the kinsign, another emblem of the Kuachiki family. Moments later, a young man with disheveled hair appeared not far from Makoto. Despite his furious expression, his regal aura remained undeniable. "Little Byakuya, my apologies." Yoruichi waved casually at Byakuya. Her tone, however, carried not a trace of guilt. Then, she turned to Makoto and shouted with exaggerated enthusiasm, "Makoto! Didn't you say you wanted to try wearing the Jinpaku Kazahana no Yuzujinyu and Kensuken? How does it feel? Looks pretty good on you, right?" Makoto froze. What a cunning cat, dragging me into this mess. And she even made sure to announce my name. Isn't she afraid the Kuachiki clan might kill me for this? Before Makoto could explain himself, Byakuya's eyes locked onto him. Seeing his clan's sacred emblems worn by someone else, his eyes burned with anger, nearly blood red. To mock the Kuachiki clan in such a manner. Having already endured years of torment at Yoruichi's hands, Byakuya's fragile patience finally snapped. Originally, he had been celebrating that cursed cat's absence for months, hoping she might have met her in somewhere. But tonight, she had not only returned but also dared to steal his Jinpaku Kazahana no Yuzujinyu and Kensuken right in front of his father. What did this imply? That he was unworthy of protecting the honor of the Kuachiki family? Without hesitation, Byakuya drew his sword and released it into Shikai. "Scatter, Senbin Zakura!" With those furious words, his zanpakuto shattered into countless petals, as dreamlike as they were deadly. In an instant, the razor-sharp petal storm surged toward Makoto like a violent tempest. Chapter 83, For my master the cherry blossoms danced without wind, showcasing an unparalleled beauty. But amidst this breathtaking sight lay a chilling intent, emanating from none other than Byakuya. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Makoto quickly retreated, deftly evading the barrage of cherry blossom petals, which were in truth countless sharp blades. As he dodged, he called out in explanation. Wait, calm down. The Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze were orchestrated by Captain Shioin. I was merely caught in the crossfire. Byakuya paused slightly, his calm yet sharp gaze assessing the young man darting nimbly through the cascade of cherry blossoms under the night sky. The unfamiliar youth exuded an air of nobility that seemed to complement the Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze adorning him. Graceful, poised, and dignified. Meanwhile, Yoruichi, lurking nearby to enjoy the show, saw the conflict begin to ease and, true to her personality, poured fuel onto the fire with a loud remark. Makoto, are you planning to return the Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze to the heir of the Kuachiki family as a gift of charity? Instantly, Byakuya's face turned crimson red. Such provocation was unbearable for a prideful and, as yet, immature young Byakuya. Makoto, for his part, also found his face turning pale. Yoruichi's words had effectively ensured the conflict could only end through combat. The honor of the Kuachiki family could never be restored through charity. This was utterly unacceptable to Byakuya. The petals danced faster and more violently, relentlessly pursuing Makoto. Byakuya himself demonstrated exceptional flash steps, staying hot on his trail. You have defiled the honor of the Kuachiki family. Only blood can cleanse this shame. I will personally reclaim the Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze. Unlike the isolated underground space where Hirahara suppressed spiritual pressure, Byakuya's spiritual energy quickly attracted the attention of many Shinigamis. Although battles with Unserious AI were not strictly forbidden, to unleash such flamboyant and destructive power near the Kuachiki estate was bound to draw a crowd. Soon, numerous spectators gathered, including seated officers and even captains. Is that the heir of the Kuachiki family? The Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze, no doubt about it, those are the Kuachiki family's symbols. What a noble and commanding presence. Such refined features, blending elegance with strength. But when did the Kuachiki heir join Squad 4? And why is that scruffy brat daring to release his zanpakuto to hunt him down? Should we intervene and subdue that insolent fool? Perhaps the Kuachiki heir would be grateful. Among the crowd, a few who were familiar with the Kuachiki heir's appearance were left utterly baffled, their confidence wavering. Did I misremember? Why does that disheveled brat in the sword training uniform resemble the Kuachiki heir more than the other one? Byakuya overheard snippets of these murmurs, and his blood pressure surged even higher. Only one thought consumed his mind. Eliminate that bastard and reclaim my honor personally. Even Byakuya, typically composed and dignified, abandoned all restraint. Desperate to clear his name and retrieve the Kinsakan and silvery white windflower silk gauze, he shouted furiously after Makoto, calling him a thief who stole the honor of the Kuachiki family. Meanwhile, Yachiru, offcourse an opportunist, seized the moment to stoke the flames further. Whispering in Makoto's ear, he gleefully recounted the Shinigami's increasingly absurd speculations about him and Byakuya. How entertaining, Makoto. So, what's your plan? Will you wear the Kuachiki family's emblems, defeat Byakuya, and cement your reputation? Or kneel and beg for mercy? Makoto cast a sidelong glance at Yachiru, frustration evident on his face. Hearing Byakuya's indignant shouts behind him, Makoto grew even more exasperated. He resolved silently, I must stay far away from Yoruichi from now on, that woman thrives on chaos. As for Yachiru's suggestion of kneeling to beg for mercy, Makoto dismissed it without hesitation. He had already explained himself to Byakuya. But given Byakuya's personality and pride, understanding was unlikely. If fewer people were present, Makoto might have tried to offer a more heartfelt and sincere explanation. But with the growing crowd of onlookers, this was no longer a personal dispute. Byakuya represented the dignity and honor of the Kuachiki family, while Makoto, as Captain Unohana's disciple, could not afford to be humiliated publicly. To back down now would disgrace Unohana herself, something Makoto could not allow. At first, Makoto's intention had merely been to pacify Unohana. But now, Unohana's kind and gentle face appeared in his mind, the warmth of her gaze, her occasional mischievousness, and her calculated kindness. She had even called in favors with the Shioin family to have Yoruichi teach him flash steps, giving him a better chance at survival. Truly. Once a man lets a woman's shadow into his heart, reason and logic inevitably weaken. Finally, at a wide-open square, Makoto stopped retreating. Byakuya skidded to a halt 50 meters away, the swirling cherry blossoms around him sharpening their edge. His voice was cold and unyielding. "What's this? No longer running, thief? It doesn't matter. Even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I would still personally reclaim the Gensen and silvery white twin flower silk gauze. I can't run any further. Otherwise, my master will never forgive me." Despite the intense situation, Makoto couldn't help but smile at the thought of Unohana's probable schemes. To Byakuya, however, that smile reeked of arrogance and disdain. Though furious, Byakuya maintained his principles. He wouldn't resort to ambushes or attack an unarmed opponent. Glaring at Makoto, he shouted, "Such insolence! Draw your blade, and let us settle this, upon the honor of the Kuachiki family." "Very well." Chapter 84, Is this truly a healing type Zanpakuto? Makoto slowly drew the Zanpakuto from his waist, his voice low as he chanted the spirit incantation. Endless vitality. All-encompassing creation. Instantly, lush grass began to spread from Makoto's feet, covering the entire plaza in a thick green carpet. "A Zanpakuto that can alter terrain?" Byakuya muttered instinctively. This scene didn't escape the eyes of the Shinigami gathered around the plaza, drawing gasps of astonishment. In the Siri Itai, there existed an unofficial but widely accepted belief among Shinigami: the more extravagant the form a Zanpakuto takes after Shikai or Bankai release, the more fearsome and powerful its abilities tend to be. A simple, unassuming blade could not bear the weight of overwhelming power. Thus, as the onlookers watched Makoto reshape the entire plaza with his Shikai, their expressions shifted subtly. "No," Makoto explained in a gentlemanly tone, raising his voice slightly. "My Zanpakuto is a healing type ability. It absorbs spirit particles from the air to mend spiritual injuries, symbolizing the healing of all things." He paused, then added with deliberate gravity, "It is inherently weak in offense. However, after witnessing the death of a comrade, I understood that protecting others isn't just about healing, it's about standing in front of the weak." As his words settled, the grass around him bloomed with small, vibrant flowers. To his left, a humble blade of grass swelled and grew, transforming into a tree as tall as Makoto in mere moments. Under Byakuya's watchful gaze, Makoto hung the Gensen and silvery white twin flower silk gauze in the tree. The tree grew taller, its branches stretching skyward. "What are you doing?" Byakuya demanded. "I have explained this already," Makoto replied calmly, his gaze unwavering. "These two items were forced upon me by Shyu and Yoruichi. I have no intention of disrespecting the Kuachiki family. In fact, I hold the Kuachiki family, a paragon among nobles, in the highest regard." He paused, his grip tightening on his Zanpakuto. "Regardless of victory or defeat, I will return both items. However, I must ask for an apology for your accusation that I stole the Kuachiki clan's honor." Byakuya's expression hardened. For the first time, he realized he might have misjudged the young man standing before him. Perhaps Makoto had merely crossed paths with the Kuachiki family by chance, and it was that accursed cat's ploy to sully his reputation for her amusement. And yet, Byakuya had played right into her hands, treating an innocent person as an enemy, releasing his Zanpakuto unnecessarily, and escalating the conflict to this point. "I am Byakuya Kuachiki of the Kuachiki family," Byakuya declared with the formality befitting a noble. "4th Division, Senju Makoto," came the calm reply. Hearing that Makoto was merely a regular member of the 4th Division, Byakuya's brows furrowed deeply. Guilt began to take root in his heart. The 4th Division was known for healing, not combat. Yet here he was, forcing one of its members into a fight. Was this not a disgraceful act of bullying, unbecoming of the Kuachiki name? "Regardless of the outcome, I will apologize," Byakuya stated firmly. "Very well. Please, enlighten me." Makoto nodded, his Zanpakuto slicing through the air. Instantly, several blades of grass swelled into towering trees that hurled themselves towards Byakuya. Boom! The impact caused a deafening explosion, but Byakuya had already vanished, replaced by a swirling tide of cherry blossoms. The flowers surged forward, cutting deep fissures into the advancing trees. The message was clear: to be ensnared by these petals would mean a beautiful yet bloody end. Before the blossoms could overwhelm him, Makoto manipulated his trees, intertwining them into a massive wooden hand the size of a house. With a thunderous crash, it swatted the cherry blossoms out of the air, scattering them in all directions. The surrounding Shinigami watched in stunned silence, question marks practically floating above their heads. "This is a healing Zanpakuto? This is just an ordinary 4th Division member?" The sheer force of that attack was nothing short of terrifying. Byakuya, who had dodged the strike, now regarded Makoto with unprecedented seriousness. So strong. Not only was his spiritual pressure at a vice captain's level, possibly even slightly stronger, but his Zanpakuto's ability, apart from a weakness to fire, was proving exceptionally troublesome. Yet before Byakuya could analyze further, the enormous wooden hand extended toward him once again, its reach growing longer and faster. Byakuya's hand tightened on his Zanpakuto's hilt. With a flick of his wrist, the cherry blossoms coalesced into a tidal wave, crashing against the wooden hand. For a few breathless moments, wood and petals clashed in a cacophony of destruction, splinters and fragments flying everywhere. Ultimately, the wooden hand crumbled into a pile of shattered timber just 5 meters from Byakuya. Hado number 4, Byakuya. In the instant the cherry blossoms obscured Makoto's vision, a sharp streak of white lightning pierced through the chaos, striking his shoulder. PFFT. Though Byakuya was a low-level Hado, its speed and penetration were formidable. Despite Makoto's attempt to evade, his shoulder was pierced. Even so, his expression remained calm. A blade of grass wrapped itself around the wound, glowing softly as it began to heal. In response, he waved his Zanpakuto once more, summoning 2 more colossal wooden hands to attack Byakuya from both sides. Having tested the waters, Byakuya had no intention of clashing head-on again. With a flash of flash steps, he dodged, directing his cherry blossoms to surround Senju Makoto from all angles. Yet Makoto didn't move. Around him, trees erupted from the ground, forming an impenetrable forest that blocked the cherry blossoms' advance. The few petals that managed to slip through the gaps failed to reach him, leaving the spectators in awe of his defensive prowess. This duel between 2 opposing forces continued, each displaying skill and ingenuity. In their clash of ideals and abilities, the audience couldn't help but wonder, was this truly a healer's Zanpakuto? Chapter 85, Is Your Resolve greater than mine? For a moment, the falling, swirling cherry blossoms collided beautifully with the wildly growing greenery in the plaza, creating an inexplicable, aesthetic clash. The ground was blanketed in green, while the cherry hues spread across the sky, obscuring the moon. Both sides were continuously probing and attacking each other. Yet, in contrast to their respective approaches, Byakuya flitted across the plaza like a drifting cherry blossom, dodging attacks with agile movements. Meanwhile, Makoto remained firmly planted in place, steadily commanding towering trees to attack and defend. After a brief exchange, another head-on clash caused Byakuya to somersault backward, retreating over 100 meters. Makoto, I've roughly figured out the flaw in your ability, Byakuya stated, his voice now calm and steady, devoid of the earlier anger and impatience. Since you began using this ability, you've remained rooted in place, keeping your feet firmly on the ground, he analyzed coolly. Often, there were attacks you could have easily dodged with just a single step. With your flash steps, such strikes wouldn't even be a threat. And yet, you chose the more cumbersome option of manipulating trees to block them instead. So, it's not that you're unwilling to move, you can't move, can you? I suspect this is also a key to maintaining your connection to this field of grass. As Byakuya spoke, Makoto neither confirmed nor denied his words but skillfully revealed just enough of a surprised and respectful expression to be caught by Byakuya. After all, any more than that would have been too much. If Byakuya grew too smug, or worse, felt humiliated after discovering the truth, things could get tricky. The real reason Makoto didn't move was a combination of laziness and strategy. This was his first time publicly displaying the offensive and defensive aspects of his wood-based ability, and he had intentionally created a seemingly exploitable weakness. In case anyone tried to use this information against him in the future, Makoto, the ever-cautious young man, would be ready. The apparent weaknesses Makoto demonstrated in this battle included his inability to move freely, standing like a tree while attacking, and limits on the range a number of giant trees he could control. These flaws were deliberate misdirections. How much of this Byakuya actually discerned was unclear to Makoto. His true aim was to mislead the observing Shinigami, especially Aizen Sosuke and his faction. If Makoto's abilities appeared too dangerous, they might attract excessive scrutiny or fear from Aizen. That was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Byakuya, however, was convinced he had uncovered the truth. With a confident demeanor, he declared, Makoto, you're strong. But I have a reason I cannot lose this fight. The pride and honor of the Kuachiki clan must be upheld through victory. The future heir of the Kuachiki name cannot bear the stain of defeat. Pausing, Byakuya looked directly at Makoto and added, after this battle, I will offer you my sincerest apologies with the utmost courtesy. Makoto shook his head, his tone firm yet gentle. I'm sorry, Byakuya. But I cannot afford to lose this fight either. As the disciple of Captain Unohana, I cannot let anyone tarnish her name, not even myself. My previous defeat at the hands of an Uchiha, where I failed to save over 20 comrades, is a wound I cannot forgive myself for. This time, I will not lose. Byakuya's eyes lit up with recognition and fighting spirit. I see. I can truly sense your resolve, Makoto. Then let us stake our beliefs in this battle. Bring it on, Byakuya. Makoto's voice rang out with passion as colossal trees surged skyward, forming what seemed like a wooden dragon that lunged toward Byakuya. Byakuya evaded deftly with his exceptional flash steps, simultaneously commanding Senbon to launch fierce attacks on Makoto, forcing him into high-energy defensive maneuvers. To the spectators, the battle had transitioned into a grueling war of attrition. The victor would be determined by whose resolve faltered first or whose will wavered even slightly. Byakuya was certain of his victory. Compared to Senbon agility, Makoto's Zanpakuto ability, though formidable in both offense and defense, seemed flawed. Byakuya believed Makoto would exhaust his spiritual pressure more quickly under relentless assault. What Byakuya didn't know was that Makoto's spiritual pressure only needed to sustain the expansive field of grass. The giant trees themselves were formed by absorbing spiritual particles from the surrounding air. In truth, when it came to endurance, no Shinigami in the Soul Society could rival Makoto. To create the illusion of draining spiritual pressure, Makoto deliberately consumed spiritual power to construct his limit spirit form. As the battle dragged on, the spiritual pressures of both fighters visibly dwindled, eventually reaching precarious levels, or so it seemed to the onlookers. The Kuachiki clan will not lose. Just as Byakuya appeared ready to collapse, his spiritual pressure surged, as if fueled by untapped potential. Even the number of cherry blossom petals increased significantly. Makoto, his spiritual pressure seemingly frozen at a critical low, remained resolute, his gaze unwavering, as if his very life was fueling his strength. Finally, in a desperate push for victory, Byakuya unleashed another burst of power. Yet, Makoto, is your resolve truly stronger than mine? As his vision blurred and his spiritual pressure reached its limit, Byakuya murmured these words before collapsing unconscious. Makoto, pale and unsteady, still stood tall in the plaza, his slender figure an unyielding monument. At that moment, the observing Shinigami, captains and officers alike, were filled with admiration and respect for the unbreakable resolve of both fighters. Fighting until the very end, battling until unconsciousness. As the wooden constructs faded away, Makoto caught the falling Gensen and the silvery white windflower silk gauze, placing them gently over Byakuya. Chapter 86, Everything at 10% off. It's not that my resolve surpasses yours, but rather, my strategy does, Byakuya. As Makoto silently retorted to Byakuya in his mind, a dignified figure gracefully descended beside Byakuya. The newcomer bore a striking resemblance to an adult Byakuya, same noble features, the hairpiece clipped delicately near his ear, but without the cold arrogance typical of a great noble. Instead, his eyes radiated the gentle warmth of a 6th Division Vice Captain, Kuachiki Sajun. Sajun first offered Makoto a polite nod before bending down to lift Byakuya from the ground. There was no hint of blame in Sajun's gaze for Byakuya's defeat, instead, it brimmed with pride and satisfaction. Turning to Makoto, he spoke with a calm tone. My son can be impulsive and rash. I hope you won't take offense, Makoto-kun. Hearing these words, even Makoto couldn't help but be impressed by Sajun's composure and grace. Most noble Shinigami, especially those of the Kuachiki's stature, held disdain for Shinigami born in Rukongai. Under ordinary circumstances, one might expect frustration or anger over a son's public defeat at the hands of a mere 4th Division member. Yet, to Makoto's surprise, Sajun not only refrained from reproach but even apologized. Caught off guard, Makoto stammered out a response, fumbling like an awkward youth, until Sajun finally took his leave with Byakuya in tow. In that moment, as Makoto watched them retreat, he felt a twinge of regret and reluctance. I didn't even get a chance to heal Byakuya. Byakuya-kun, if you don't mind, perhaps next time you'll let me try treating you with a meal or two? Hey, Makoto. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on Makoto's shoulder. Shioi Yoruichi slung an arm around him as if they were old buddies and grinned mischievously. This was supposed to be a flash steps training session. You barely moved at all, how boring. Don't tell me this is some kind of flaw in your Zanpakuto's ability? Makoto rolled his eyes at her, biting back the urge to retort. If not for knowing he couldn't win against Yoruichi, he might have let his sarcasm run wild. You think I'm stupid enough to rely solely on flash steps to dodge Byakuya's Senbon? What do you think this is, a bullet hell game? And let's not forget the sheer humiliation that would follow if his uniform was shredded in front of everyone by a flurry of cherry blossoms. Even if Byakuya didn't aim to kill, his Shiakusho would likely end up in tatters, leaving him practically naked in public. What then? Take a nighttime stroll through Siri AI for a refreshing experience? If that happened, Makoto suspected Captain Unohana might introduce him to the fine art of biological castration. Shivering at the thought, Makoto turned to Yoruichi, meeting her golden, cat-like eyes with a serious expression. Lady Yoruichi, please don't do this again. I dislike unnecessary battles, and this kind of behavior is bound to trouble Byakuya-kun. Hearing Makoto's peace-loving yet subtly reproachful words, Yoruichi scratched her cheek awkwardly. Alright. Don't make such a big deal out of it. Little Byakuya got some valuable growth out of it, didn't he? And I'm sure you learned something from him too. Makoto shook his head resolutely. He knew Yoruichi well enough to realize that any ambiguous response would only encourage her to think he secretly enjoyed the chaos. If that happened, she'd undoubtedly take it as an invitation to stir up more trouble in Siriate AI. As Yoruichi's eyes dimmed with a hint of disappointment, Makoto respectfully bowed and excused himself, heading toward the 4th Division barracks. Just as Makoto turned a corner beneath the moonlight, a shadow emerged from the darkness. A splendid performance, Makoto-kun. The voice belonged to none other than Aizen. Unlike his usual gentle and measured tone, there was now an alluring magnetism in his voice, tinged with unreserved praise. Makoto's eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained calm. Vice Captain Aizen? What brings you here? It seems you're still unfamiliar with Siriate's layout, Aizen replied with a smile. The 5th Division barracks are adjacent to the 6th. The square where you fought just now falls within 5th Division territory. I see. Makoto feigned a casual tone, but inwardly he was alarmed. He saw the whole fight. Thankfully, I held back. Hopefully, it's enough to keep this terrifying man from suspecting anything. After a moment's hesitation, Makoto scratched his head sheepishly and said, I apologize for the damage to the square. I'll make sure to cover the repair costs as soon as possible. At this, Aizen chuckled. Makoto-kun, do you think I came to demand repair fees from you? Makoto blinked innocently. Huh? Isn't that why you stopped me? Haha. You really are amusing, Makoto-kun. Aizen's laughter echoed warmly before he added, don't worry. We're friends, aren't we? Even if you destroyed the entire square, I'd find a way to handle it for you. Oh, I couldn't possibly impose. Makoto scratched his head awkwardly, then seemed to have a sudden idea. How about this, from now on, any female members of the 5th Division who visit the gynecology department will receive a 10% discount if they ask for me. And what about me? Aizen asked, his tone playful. Well. Makoto hesitated, feigning embarrassment. Vice Captain Aizen, the gynecology department isn't exactly suited to treating male Shinigami. So. After a brief pause, Makoto's expression brightened. But if you ever need help, I'd highly recommend my vice captain, Yamada Sanosuke. Makoto then proceeded to extol Yamada's medical expertise with unreserved enthusiasm, praising him as though he were second only to Captain Unohana herself. Chapter 87, Should I go back to that? To summarize, in Makoto's words, Yamada Sanosuke had practically become the leading figure in healing techniques and medical arts within the Siriate AI. His skill was almost on par with Unohana herself. Yet, Sanosuke's combat ability was rather average, making him easy to control. In other words, if Aizen ever needed a talent proficient in healing arts to aid in his research or conspiracies, well, I, Senju Makoto, can vouch with all my heart that my idol, Yamada Sanosuke, perfectly meets Aizen's criteria. Masterful in healing and Kido, soft-spoken, and easygoing. Yes, that's right. I'm just a newbie, so if there's any trouble, you can direct it all to my revered vice captain, Yamada Sanosuke. Finally, with admiration gleaming in his eyes, Makoto spoke with a heartfelt tone. Vice Captain Yamada is one of the people I admire the most. He is also the one who brought me into 4th Division. These days, Vice Captain Yamada rarely steps in to treat anyone personally. Even offering extra compensation might not persuade him. But if Vice Captain Aizen needs an introduction, I'd be happy to help. I think Vice Captain Yamada wouldn't refuse. Aizen smiled and shook his head gently. No need, Makoto. Vice Captain Yamada and I often cross paths. In fact, we recently had a pleasant conversation in the adjutant waiting room. There's no need to trouble you. Is that so? What a pity. Makoto's innocent smile hinted at disappointment, as if truly sorry he couldn't assist. He bowed respectfully to Aizen and said, in that case, I won't take up any more of your time, Vice Captain Aizen. With that, Makoto turned and briskly walked away. It wasn't until then, after Makoto's playful digression had thoroughly derailed the conversation, that Aizen remembered his original purpose. However, when Aizen lifted his gaze again, Makoto had already disappeared around the corner. Aizen adjusted his glasses, his eyes following the direction where Makoto had vanished. Silently, he thought to himself, chasing him now would be too obvious. But Makoto-kun, a Shinigami from Rukongai, noticed the threat I posed the very first time we met in Siriate AI? As expected, Makoto-kun, you and I are the same. Meanwhile, with a calm expression but hurried steps, Makoto made his way back toward 4th Division. Aizen showing up in person. Makoto was certain that man had an agenda. Yet Makoto understood one thing clearly: it was better to disrupt Aizen's rhythm entirely than to get drawn into it. Even if such behavior might arouse Aizen's suspicions, it was still far better than being manipulated by him. Suddenly, Makoto stopped in his tracks and spoke to the empty air around him. "Vice Captain Aizen, is he following me?" The next moment, the shadowy figure of Urozakuro materialized before him. With a curious tone, she answered, "No, he's not." Pausing, Urozakuro circled around Makoto with a puzzled expression. "Makoto-kun, you can actually sense how dangerous that man is?" Makoto didn't respond to her question. Instead, he asked one of his own, a question that surprised Urozakuro even more. "Aizen's Zanpakuto, Hyoka Suigetsu, its true countermeasure is to touch the blade before he activates complete hypnosis, right? You even know that?" Urozakuro's voice faltered with astonishment. From the moment Makoto had entered Sairi Itai, Urozakuro had observed his every move. This was only his second encounter with Aizen, and yet Makoto seemed to know so many of Aizen's secrets. Could it be? Makoto's Zanpakuto, which can manipulate spirit particles, also allows him to merge with Sairi Itai's spiritual fabric. Urozakuro pondered. No, that can't be right. If it did, Makoto wouldn't need to ask me. For the first time, Urozakuro found herself doubting her own understanding of Makoto's Zanpakuto. Her previous theories about its abilities suddenly seemed unclear. Nonetheless, under Makoto's persistent questioning, Urozakuro confirmed his suspicions. Aizen's Zanpakuto, Hyoka Suigetsu, indeed had the power of complete hypnosis. Once someone witnessed its release, they would forever remain under its influence. The only way to break free was to touch the blade before complete hypnosis took effect. In essence, within the illusionary world crafted by Hyoka Suigetsu, touching the blade, the one true reality, would return everything to reality. For Urozakuro, who was bonded to Sairi Itai's Reshi through her wielder, she was essentially always in contact with Hyoka Suigetsu. Thus, she remained immune to its illusions. Eventually, under Makoto's questioning, Urozakuro also revealed that on the day of the Ajusha's invasion, Aizen and Tosen Kaname had secretly left Sairi Itai using Hyoka Suigetsu's powers. Hearing this, Makoto finally believed Urozakuro hadn't been affected by Hyoka Suigetsu, and that his memory of how to counter complete hypnosis was accurate. He also confirmed one of his own suspicions. Aizen had likely witnessed the moment Makoto fully unlocked the true power of his Zanpakuto, Shinro Bansho, and even seen when Makoto's spiritual pressure had vanished completely. Makoto's eyes flickered thoughtfully before he turned to Urozakuro with a bright, innocent smile. "Zaku's sister, could I ask you for a favor?" "Oh?" Urozakuro's ethereal figure leaned closer, her mouth near Makoto's ear as she whispered teasingly. "Makoto-kun, you've always treated me so harshly before, calling me annoying and bothersome at every turn." "How could I?" Makoto replied with a slightly aggrieved tone. "Zaku's sister voice is so sweet and soothing, like a melody from the heavens. If I've ever hesitated to listen, it's only because I was afraid I'd fall for it and never recover." Hearing this, Urozakuro hesitated, as if conflicted, before speaking. "Really? But I think I preferred the old you, the outwardly gentle and kind, yet inwardly aloof and prideful Makoto-kun. Whenever you showed disdain for me, it made me want to punch you, or maybe just hug you tightly." Makoto tilted his head innocently. "Should I go back to that?" Chapter 88, This foolish man. That's not necessary. This well-behaved Makoto-kun, I like him quite a lot too. Fortunately, Urozakuro was currently in her phantom state. Otherwise, Makoto would undoubtedly have felt the warm breath lightly exhaled from her mouth. Without question, in his previous interactions with Urozakuro, Makoto always held the upper hand. Toward this enigmatic individual, he mostly adopted an indifferent attitude. But now, upon realizing that Urozakuro could completely ignore Aizen's complete hypnosis ability and continuously monitor him within the Sairi Itai, Urozakuro's value had shifted significantly in Makoto's eyes. Who cares about Soya Ashiro's Zanpakuto, Urozakuro? This is my dear Zaku's sister. Zaku's sister, could you help me monitor Aizen? Especially if anything related to me occurs, let me know immediately, would you? Makoto asked gently. 3 hours, Urozakuro said, raising 3 fingers towards him with a playful smile. Hearing this, Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. 3 hours. If Captain Ashiro found out, he'd think I was undervaluing Zaku's sister. 4 hours. No, 5. Oh? Urozakuro smiled slyly. Makoto-kun, I was referring to 3 hours per day. What? In that instant, Makoto's face twisted. A day only had 24 hours. Deduct 8 hours for sleep, 8 for gynecology duty, and a bit more for training and maintaining interpersonal relationships, including Captain Unohana. His actual free time amounted to just 2 or 3 hours. This was squeezing him dry. Yet, the next moment, Makoto's face softened into reluctant acceptance. Zaku's sister, this frequency. I really can't handle it. I'm afraid I'll become addicted to your voice. How about 3 hours a month? Cheeky little brother, are you trying to insult me? At least 3 hours every 2 days. Zaku's sister, it's not that I can't spare the time, but if we interact too often, I'm afraid you might grow tired of me. Maintaining a sense of novelty is important too. Then how often do you think, cheeky brother? Every half month. 3 hours. Cheeky brother, you spend more than 3 hours in the restroom every half month. What am I to you? Makoto was stunned. How did she even know my bathroom habits with such terrifying accuracy? Finally, after much back and forth, Urosekuro begrudgingly agreed to a weekly 3-hour gossip session. But as Makoto looked as though he'd just signed a humiliating contract, Urosekuro smirked and teased, cheeky brother, don't worry. I guarantee it'll be worth your time. Despite his bitter expression, Makoto knew this was true. For the next 100 years, Aizen would undoubtedly remain the greatest threat. As long as Urosekuro could keep an eye on him, Makoto's situation would be far safer. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming one of Aizen's holification experiments. However, Urosekuro's next revelation left Makoto completely dumbfounded. In fact, ever since Cheeky Brother returned to the Sairi Itai, Aizen Sosuke has often written your name in his room. Occasionally, he'll even stare at it and smile for an hour or two. Makoto froze. That sounded so ambiguous. Almost like a love-struck maiden obsessing over a crush. Urosekuro, are you sure? You're not under Aizen's complete hypnosis? Makoto asked skeptically. Of course not. Wait, didn't you just call me Zaku's sister? Even Urosekuro's tone grew tinged with grievance. But Makoto was too preoccupied to care. He couldn't help but question the validity of her intel. Aizen, the man who manipulated both the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo with ease, how could he possibly engage in such bizarre behavior? It had to be an illusion caused by complete hypnosis. No, wait. In an instant, Makoto realized the glaring flaw in that logic. If this were an illusion created by Kyoka Suigetsu, it would mean Aizen had already detected Soya Ashiro and Urosekuro's presence. More importantly, he would have noticed Makoto's interactions with Urosekuro. And that was nearly impossible. Given that Urosekuro had previously detected Aizen's covert departure with Tosen Kename without being influenced by complete hypnosis, it was clear she was immune to its effects. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that what Urosekuro described was real. Following this line of thought, Makoto felt a chill run down his spine. Aizen secretly writing his name and smiling for hours. This was borderline obsessive. Could it be? Aizen had certain intentions towards him? Makoto's pupils contracted, and every pore on his body tightened as unsettling images filled his mind. He could almost imagine Aizen, a handsome man himself, softly saying, if it's for Makoto-kun, destroying not just a plaza but even the entire Soul Society wouldn't matter to me. Horrified, Makoto shook his head furiously, erasing the image entirely. No, this couldn't be true. Aizen wasn't the type of man. And he himself certainly wasn't. By rational deduction, Aizen likely viewed him as an ideal experimental subject. Still, the thought of what Urosekuro described made Makoto feel as though he were sitting on needles, his unease rising. Desperate to regain composure, he asked, Zaku's sister, aside from this, is there any other intel from Aizen regarding me? Humphrey. Urosekuro snorted in dissatisfaction before recounting Aizen's seemingly coincidental meeting with Makoto and a conversation involving Yamada Sanosuke. Yamada Sanosuke? Realizing he had been set up by Sanosuke, Makoto almost choked. But more pressing was the fact that he needed to understand Aizen's motives clearly. This was no longer a matter that could be ignored. Chapter 89, I'm about to be broken by you naturally. Even if Makoto had the intention of probing into Aizen's thoughts, he understood that acting recklessly would only result in a futile gesture. Moreover, under Urosekuro's constant surveillance, at least within the confines of the Sairi Itai, as long as Makoto remained under the protection of Unohana, his safety was guaranteed. Of course, this didn't mean Makoto genuinely trusted Urosekuro. After all, regardless of how useful or compatible he found the Zanpakuto, Urosekuro ultimately belonged to someone else. Their relationship was nothing more than mutual exploitation wrapped in a veneer of cooperation. That said, one couldn't deny that Urosekuro was truly impressive, if only it wasn't so annoyingly chatty. As Makoto pondered this while making his way back to the courtyard, he was surprised to find Unohana standing quietly by the front gate. "Teacher." Makoto quickened his pace toward her. Unohana's gentle eyes swept over him as she spoke softly. "You're back? Teacher, were you waiting for me here?" Makoto asked, incredulous. "Yes." There was no attempt at concealment in Unohana's response. Instead, she nodded slightly, her braided hair framing a face radiating warmth and tenderness as she asked, "Did you win?" "Yes, teacher." As they entered the courtyard together, Makoto began recounting the events of the night, but only what he deemed appropriate to share. Anything that could cause unnecessary worry was carefully omitted. This was, after all, his way of sparing his teacher from undue concerns, a mark of a thoughtful and considerate disciple. Unohana's gaze lingered on Makoto, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Your spiritual pressure." At this moment, Makoto's spiritual pressure had once again dropped to the level of an ordinary third-year student at Shino Academy, remarkably weak. But it wasn't the erratic fluctuation typical of spiritual pressure drained by battle. From such close proximity, Unohana could sense that his current spiritual pressure was stable, eerily so, resembling the state he had been in after the last attack by Anajushas. Makoto was prepared for this inquiry and lowered his head slightly as he explained, "Teacher, transforming the healing capabilities into wood-based techniques for combat places an immense burden on Shinro Bansho. Moreover, Shinro Bansho inherently resists killing." In the unseen space where Shinro Bansho resided, its ethereal form appeared, pouting as it protested, "That's not true. Master is slandering me again. Ugh, I'm innocent." Makoto ignored the Zanpakuto's spirit entirely and continued in a low voice, "Because of this, every time I utilize wood-based techniques in battle, my spiritual pressure temporarily diminishes and takes about a month to fully recover." Unohana paused, visibly surprised. This revelation was arguably the most significant drawback of Makoto's Zanpakuto, a secret he wouldn't normally share with anyone. This disciple. The apparent trust Makoto placed in her, leaving nothing concealed, softened Unohana's gentle eyes even further. "If that's the case, why did you insist on fighting Byakuya Kuachiki to the end?" "No, it was necessary." Makoto raised his head, his gaze resolute and sincere. "I could run, but as Unohana's disciple, I could never flee in disgrace or concede defeat." Unohana paused mid-motion, then broke into a radiant smile, retorting playfully, "What a peculiar sense of pride you have, Makoto. There's no helping it. Anything involving you, teacher, is non-negotiable," Makoto mumbled as if challenging her authority. Yet, instead of annoyance, his defiant words brought Unohana a sense of comfort. If Makoto had some sort of game-like notification system, it might have displayed a series of messages at this moment. Unohana Retsu's affection +1, Unohana Retsu's affection +2, Unohana Retsu's affection +3. No one could remain unmoved when hearing words of unwavering loyalty directed toward them. Especially when they came from someone like Makoto, who, outwardly refined and gentle, seemed disinterested in competition and despised violence. "So, Makoto fought the Kuachiki heir for my sake." "For my sake." To Unohana, these words were perhaps the most gratifying she had heard in her millennia within the 4th Division. Suddenly, Makoto found his vision blurring as Unohana, ever composed and graceful, reached out and pinched both his cheeks, kneading them with surprising force. Unable to resist, Makoto stammered, Teacher. Stop. You're going to break me." Releasing him, Unohana returned to her usual poised demeanor and asked, "Makoto, have you set your sights on any particular seat, officer?" Makoto froze. This question made his heart race uncontrollably. Even as a reward, wasn't this a bit excessive? The 4th Division was full of beauties, such as Aoki Chaoko, the mother of Aoki Risa, whose elegance evoked an aura of heroic grace. "Teacher, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if they don't agree? And I'm not that kind of person," Makoto stammered, clearly flustered. "Are you worried you're not qualified? Or that other officers will reject you?" Unohana pondered for a moment before continuing, "Makoto, you have nothing to fear. While your tenure in the 4th Division is still brief, your abilities are more than sufficient for any seated position." Hearing this, Makoto's hesitation vanished instantly. Shaking his head, he declared, "Teacher, I don't want to be a seat officer. I only want to remain by your side as your disciple." Unohana paused, seemingly deep in thought, but said no more. After offering some parting advice, she sent Makoto back to his quarters to rest. The following day, before Makoto could rise, 6th Division Vice Captain, Kuachiki Sa-jun, arrived with Byakuya in tow, bearing generous gifts as an apology. Makoto. Dressed impeccably in noble attire and adorned with the kinsekn, Byakuya was a far cry from his disheveled state the previous night. Bowing slightly, he addressed Makoto with a measured tone, "Regarding last night, I acted impulsively and offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 90, The Special Communication Association for Capturing Dr. Senju. Seeing this, Makoto naturally didn't feel the need to put on airs in front of Byakuya, and gently said, "It's fine, this isn't your fault at all. It's entirely the fault of the captain of the 2nd Division." Upon hearing Makoto shift the blame to Yoruichi, Byakuya instinctively felt a greater sense of camaraderie with him. As expected. Great minds think alike. It's all that devilish cat's fault. Had it not been for the presence of Soifun and Urahara Kisuke, Byakuya might have been unable to stop himself from joining Makoto in denouncing Yoruichi right then and there. That cursed cat. It deserves to be stripped of its fur by a hollow and die in utter humiliation. Then, Byakuya handed over an exquisite long box to Makoto. "What's this?" Makoto asked, confused. "Since this is an apology to you, Makoto, if the gift doesn't match your worth, it would surely be an insult." As he spoke, Byakuya opened the box, revealing a delicate piece of translucent, almost gossamer-like white fabric. Upon closer inspection, one could see intricate, exquisite patterns woven throughout it. Silvery white windflower silk gauze. Byakuya spoke with solemn respect. "Makoto, this silvery white windflower silk gauze is a rare work by the 3rd-generation master weaver, Tsujishiro Kuromanai. It represents the reputation and honor of the Kuachiki family." This gift was completely unexpected for Makoto. He knew that, in terms of commercial value alone, this piece of silvery white windflower silk gauze was worth more than 10 courtyards like the one Urahara lived in. Its rarity was clear. "This. Byakuya, this is too precious. It's just a small matter, there's no need for something like this," Makoto said, reluctant to accept. "No, Makoto." Byakuya insisted. "This gift is the result of careful thought. I believe your resolve and talents are more than worthy of it. It symbolizes the friendship between the Kuachiki family and yourself. Please, do not refuse it." At this point, Makoto realized that further rejection would likely lead to misunderstandings, so he allowed Byakuya to personally drape the valuable silvery white windflower silk gauze around his shoulders. In that moment, Makoto privately rejoiced that he had resolved the conflict with Byakuya the night before. Had the silk been damaged due to a misunderstanding, given his salary, he would have had to work for Urahara for 100 years to repay it. Of course, even though he accepted the silvery white windflower silk gauze, Makoto wasn't the type to flaunt it. He wouldn't wear such an extravagant piece casually, as that would make him look like a nouveau riche showing off. The true significance of receiving the silk was in recognizing the Kuachiki family's acknowledgement and friendship. In a way, Makoto, now possessing the silvery white windflower silk gauze, bore the Kuachiki family's emblem in the eyes of many noble families within the Soul Society. They began to see him as a close friend of the Kuachiki family's heir, Byakuya. However, this moment was just a small ripple in Makoto's life. Beyond the increased closeness between him and Byakuya, becoming one of the rare individuals acknowledged by him within the Soul Society, Makoto's life quickly returned to its usual calm, shuttling between the courtyard and the medical office. It wasn't clear whether the sudden rise of the gynecology noble nickname for Makoto was a result of the battle with Byakuya or due to the increased attention brought by the Kuachiki family's recognition. Of course, it might also be due to his growing reputation within the 4th Division, with many more patients seeking his medical expertise. He quickly became one of the most popular physicians in the department. If it weren't for Makoto being male, some of the shyer young female Shinigami might not have hesitated, but his increasing patient load was clear. Even so, with the growing number of patients, Aoki Risa had to move to an adjacent office, leaving Makoto with a private space to work. Upon hearing this news, Soifun nearly cheered with excitement. "Hooray!" Risa, on the other hand, seemed to retreat into herself for several days before recovering. What frustrated Makoto, however, was that most of his patients were experienced female Shinigami. These women, despite their mature looks and seasoned experience, would often tease Makoto, who appeared innocent and gentle, with playful remarks. Their lack of respect for his professionalism as a doctor was often blatant. Without Risa's restraint, these older women seemed to let loose entirely, even requesting unnecessary treatments just to get a rise out of him. Makoto, always upholding his high ethical standards as a doctor, firmly rejected any inappropriate requests. "Depraved women, you will not break my will." Yet, the more pure and innocent Makoto appeared, the more excited the women became. Some seemed to enjoy seeing him blush at their teasing. There were even rumors circulating within the Soul Society about a newly formed organization named the Special Communication Association for Capturing Dr. Senju. When Makoto confirmed the matter, he discovered the president of the association was Aoki Risa. Furthermore, Risa was apparently collecting photos of Makoto to hold strange meetings for the association. Upon hearing this, Makoto couldn't help but retreat, questioning Risa's true intentions. Could it be that Risa had seen his potential and had been ingratiating herself with him all along to set up this bizarre association? And perhaps she had been trying to gather more experienced female Shinigami to further her own hidden goals? Such deep scheming. This explained why Risa had been so determined to keep Fun away from him, fearing that Fun might disrupt her plans. As for whether Risa had feelings for him, Makoto instantly dismissed the idea. After all, Risa was a true lily, and it was as unlikely for her to develop feelings for a man as it was for something absurd like a relationship between him and Aizen to happen. Was that even possible? No, it wasn't. Chapter 91, Enrollment at the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Under a blooming cherry blossom tree, Makoto and Byakuya sat across a stone table. The surface of the table bore a go board, filled with an intricate array of black and white stones. Go. Among the nobles of the Soul Society, shogi was a more popular pastime. However, Makoto was less skilled at shogi, finding himself more drawn to the subtleties of Go. After all, who could resist the thrill of reversing a seemingly hopeless situation with a divine move? I lost, Byakuya sighed, placing his black stone back on the table. As per our agreement, I'll arrange for a Nikabana teacher for you tomorrow. You can start your lessons here directly. Thanks, Byakuya, Makoto replied with a slight smile. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. But I'm curious, Captain Unohana is renowned as a master of Ikebana in the Siriite AI? Why would you ask me for help instead? Makoto's response came with a faint grin, quoting softly, arranging flowers, crafting melodies, tea and art. He then explained, precisely because Captain Unohana is passionate about Ikebana, I wanted to prepare a present for her. I see. Byakuya nodded thoughtfully, rearranging the Go pieces on the board. Another round? Makoto adjusted his glasses and glanced up at the brilliant midday sun. Not today. It's the day for Shino Academy to recruit new students. There's a particular brat I'm curious about, and I plan to check on him. Care to join me, Byakuya? Byakuya deliberated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, it was a rare day off for the famed gynecological noble of the Siriite AI. Byakuya felt it was only right, as a friend, to accompany Makoto on such an occasion. A rare, mischievous smile flickered across Byakuya's typically cold and aloof face. Makoto's expression darkened slightly. Byakuya, why are you smiling? Nothing. Just reminiscing about something amusing, Byakuya replied with his usual composure. You're thinking about that nickname again, aren't you? Makoto's tone was sharp. How could I? I'm not the type to ridicule a close friend, Byakuya said, feigning innocence. No, you absolutely are, Makoto retorted. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you orchestrated that nickname behind the scenes. That's slander. Byakuya, say that again, but without the smile. For all their outward differences, Byakuya's aristocratic arrogance and Makoto's gentle demeanor, the two were surprisingly close. Perhaps good looks naturally drew people together. At the entrance of Shino Academy, a sea of poorly dressed and gaunt Rukongai residents had gathered. Most were young, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and determination. This sight did not surprise Makoto. 6 or 7 years ago, he had been one of them. Life in Rukongai was harsh. While the areas closer to the Siriite AI were relatively stable, conditions grew increasingly dire in the outer districts. For those with spiritual power, survival was even harder. Hunger plagued them constantly, and their presence radiating like a flame, attracting hollow-like moths onto them. Thus, many spiritually gifted individuals from Rukongai were driven to Shino Academy, seeking to become Shinigami. To Makoto, this system seemed more like a subtle method for Central 46 to maintain control over the Soul Society, ensuring that the Siriite AI's dominance remained unchallenged. Still, none of these thoughts showed on Makoto's face. He maintained a warm smile as he walked alongside Byakuya, whose regal air created a stark contrast to his own approachable demeanor. Are they both Shinigami? They look so young. If I become a Shinigami, will I be respected like that someday? No matter what, I have to pass the entrance test this time. The murmurs of admiration and determination rippled through the crowd as Makoto and Byakuya passed. Upon entering the academy, the pair were greeted with utmost respect. Although Makoto was only a regular member of the 4th Division, and Byakuya had yet to officially join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, their statuses as Unohana Retsu's disciple and the heir of the Kuachiki family respectively commanded attention. The academy's director personally escorted them to an office, inquiring nervously if there was anything they needed. Makoto waved off the formalities with casual politeness, attributing their visit to curiosity. After the director left, Byakuya looked intrigued. I thought you might want to pull strings for someone to enroll in the academy. Not necessary. That kid's a true genius, Makoto replied. The entrance test won't be a problem. I'm just here because he's so young, it's worth keeping an eye on him. Oh? What kind of genius could earn such praise from you? Byakuya asked, his curiosity piqued. Makoto gestured a height with his hand. Just a kid, but he's already mastered Shikai before even entering the academy. Does that count? Even Byakuya, usually composed, couldn't hide his astonishment. A prodigy of such caliber hadn't been seen in centuries. As Makoto casually filled Byakuya in on Jinikamaru's remarkable abilities, his gaze drifted to the crowd outside. Through his connection with the seat of the forest, Makoto had already pinpointed Jin's exact location. Sensitive as ever, Jin seemed to sense the attention and looked up directly at Makoto. Chapter 92, Ekamaru Jin. The Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts wasn't an institution every Rukongai resident with spiritual power could attend. It had an extremely rigorous admission test. The most crucial part, without a doubt, was the test for spiritual aptitude. Although Makoto had taken the admission test in the past, sitting in the office now and looking at the sea of Rukongai residents below evoked a completely different feeling. It was as though he stood midway up a mountain, gazing down at those climbing from its base. Seeing the nervous yet excited faces, filled with both hope and fear for the future, Makoto could deeply empathize with their emotions. As for Byakuya, he maintained his usual haughty aristocratic expression, which seemed cold and aloof. Byakuya, you didn't attend the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, did you? Makoto asked. Attending the academy offers me no benefit. Byakuya spoke with calm indifference, as though stating the most ordinary of truths. Of course, his reasoning wasn't incorrect. For minor or mid-tier noble families, attending the academy might have been necessary. But for one of the four great noble clans like the Kuachiki family, the resources available within the family far surpassed anything the academy could offer. Sword art swordsmanship, flash steps Kido demon arts, hand-to-hand combat, even skills like ikebana, chess, calligraphy, and musical instruments, all could be learned under the tutelage of the best instructors at Byakuya's whim. Truly an enviable statement. Makoto adjusted his glasses, his eyes scanning the orderly queues of examinees undergoing the admission test. However, living confined within the bounds of nobility, experiencing only what's within those walls, is that not another kind of restraint? Byakuya's expression stiffened, and for a moment, he seemed lost in thought. Had this come from Yoruichi, Byakuya would have assumed she was teasing him again. But coming from Makoto. Over their recent interactions, Byakuya had discovered that Makoto's insights could sometimes pierce directly to the heart of the matter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd below. A powerful spiritual pressure burst forth, its intensity startling everyone present. In some respects, it was already approaching the level of a vice-captain. Byakuya turned his gaze toward the commotion center, where a boy, a figure matching Makoto's earlier descriptions, stood at its heart. Jinikamaru. A prodigy, without question. Feeling the oppressive spiritual pressure, even Byakuya's eyes took on a serious glint. In an instant, Jin became the center of attention, the undisputed star of the entrance exam. In every subsequent test, Jin secured first place in everything, except height. As the academy's director personally handled Jin's enrollment, Makoto and Byakuya approached to offer their congratulations. This scene did not go unnoticed by the director, who became even more amicable toward Jin, seeing him now as someone tied to the Kuachiki family and the 4th Division. This, after all, was one of Makoto's goals for the day. Although in the original course of events, Jin had graduated early in just one unprecedented year, Makoto knew the academy harbored its fair share of corruption. This connection would shield Jin from unnecessary trouble. More importantly, Makoto had already marked Jin as a key piece in his strategy against Aizen. Now that Aizen had fully taken notice of him, maintaining a deliberate distance from Jin no longer served any purpose. On the contrary, showing a friendly rapport with Jin might prompt Aizen to probe him further. Later, under the guise of a senior, Makoto personally showed Jin around the academy before leading him to an isolated rooftop. A breeze swept by as Jin, with his perpetually narrowed eyes and snake-like aura, stood silently behind Makoto, his expression unreadable. When Makoto turned and gazed at Jin with a playful yet gentle look, Jin's carefully crafted facade faltered. Slowly, he lifted his half-closed eyelids, revealing the striking eyes Makoto had praised many times before. It was a sensation as if someone had forcibly stripped him of his mask, deeply humiliating. That's better. If you want to avoid surgical intervention, you'll need to take better care of yourself, Makoto said warmly. Yes, Dr. Senju, Jin replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Makoto paid no mind to Jin's unwillingness. To him, earning the trust of such a cunning and guarded individual was already a victory. Adjusting his glasses, Makoto said, Jin, I've looked into the matter you asked about. Jin's demeanor shifted, his voice urgent. Who is it? Based on your description, it's likely the 5th Division's vice-captain, Aizen Sosuke, Jin's eyes burned with raw hatred, his spiritual pressure coiling like a venomous snake ready to strike. Feigning nervousness, Makoto asked, Jin, what grudge do you hold against Aizen? Surely you didn't enroll just to. Don't be reckless. He's a vice captain. If you've been wronged, take it to Central 46. Jin quickly regained his composure, his face once more cold, unreadable mask. Looking at Makoto, who was sincerely concerned for him, Jin felt a rare warmth but dismissed it casually. Dr. Senju, it's nothing. He just has something of mine, and I plan to get it back. Makoto nodded, as though relieved. Well, if you tell me what it is, I could try asking for it back. I don't know Aizen personally, but I can try. Jin was momentarily moved, but the memory of the slain Renjaku Matsumoto and Makoto's previous injuries stopped him. This wasn't something he could involve Makoto in. That man, Aizen Sosuke, was far too dangerous. Chapter 93, Taking back what I lost. The previous attack by Uchiha's was something Jin was absolutely certain had been orchestrated by none other than Aizen. Jin had witnessed it with his own eyes. Aizen had personally taken a portion of Renjaku Matsumoto's soul. This was far from what the subsequent investigations in the Siriite AI had concluded, which had pinned the blame solely on the Uchihas. However, Jin did not share his suspicions with any of the other Shinigami. In the vast expanse of the Siriite AI, the only person Jin truly trusted after narrowly escaping death in the Uchihas' attack was Makoto. When Jin declined his proposal, Makoto couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Shaking his head slightly, he said with a trace of helplessness, Fine, suit yourself. After all, you're a prodigy. Who knows? You might quickly rise to the rank of seated officer or even vice captain. That's better than someone like me, just an ordinary member of 4th Division. When that time comes, you can ask Vice Captain Aizen yourself. Jin replied with a twinge of guilt, though he kept his face impassive. Asking Makoto to investigate Aizen was already pushing the limits of what Jin was willing to request. Beyond that, Jin could not bear to drag Makoto into deeper danger. Oh, right. To celebrate your admission into the Shino Academy, I've got a gift for you. With that, Makoto took out a black woven bracelet and handed it to Jin. What's this? Jin asked. A simple bracelet I wove from my hair, Makoto explained with a cheerful smile. In my hometown, it symbolizes a wish for safety and health. I hope you'll like it. Makoto gently fastened the bracelet around Jin's wrist. Thank you. Jin stammered, lightly brushing the bracelet with his fingers. The simple item stirred a warmth in his heart, causing his face to flush slightly. He wasn't used to this kind of gesture. It's nothing valuable, so I hope you won't dislike it, Makoto said kindly, his smile soft. Of course not. I'll wear it always, Jin said earnestly. If you run into trouble at the Shino Academy, you can send me a message. I'm in 4th Division, Makoto added gently. He gave Jin's head a firm ruffle before vanishing with a swift flash steps. Jin stood rooted in place, staring in the direction Makoto had left. His fingers occasionally brushed the bracelet, a newfound sense of warmth and peace blooming within him. For Jin, this was the second precious gift he had ever received in his life. The first had been a batch of dried persimmons from Renjaku. In the past, Jin had instinctively resisted whenever Makoto ruffled his hair. But this time, Jin felt an inexplicable warmth, even a hint of disappointment and longing when Makoto's hand withdrew. Makoto. I'm sorry, but I must retrieve what was taken from Renjaku with my own hands. Jin murmured to himself, unaware that his words, through the bracelet, had been heard clearly by Makoto. Makoto, of course, hadn't lied to Jin about the bracelet. It was indeed woven from his own hair. But it was no ordinary hair. The hair Makoto used came from parts of his body that had undergone perfect spirit-body transformation, an intensive process that had taken him 3 months and all his spiritual pressure to complete. This transformation rendered his spirit body nearly impervious to attacks, even from beings as powerful as an Uchiha's. It was akin to a lower dimensional being unable to affect a higher dimensional one. Furthermore, body parts subjected to this transformation remained fully connected to Makoto's soul and will, even when separated from his body. This peculiar trait allowed him to monitor and protect Jin from a distance while simultaneously keeping tabs on Aizen. Before long, news of a once-in-a-lifetime genius passing the entrance exams for the Shino Academy spread throughout the Siriite AI. This prodigy, Jin Ikamaru, who was on possession of spiritual pressure nearing the level of a vice captain, had already unlocked the initial release of his Zanpakuto, and was, astonishingly, still of an age where he should have been visiting the pediatric wing for medical treatment. The astonishment and envy among the Shinigami were palpable, with many feeling as though their own achievements had been utterly overshadowed. Adding credibility to the buzzword accounts from Makoto and Byakuya, the latter being the heir of the prestigious Kuachiki family. Ah, what a remarkable genius, said Shinji Hirako, propping his chin on his hand in the 5th Division captain's quarters. With a mischievous grin, he turned to his vice captain, Aizen. Aizen, what do you think about recruiting this genius to our squad? Groom him a bit, and he is as good as a vice captain someday. Aizen's expression remained calm and polite as he replied, indeed, Captain. Such a talent could certainly be cultivated to fulfill many responsibilities. He gathered a stack of documents and began heading towards the door. Don't tell me you're upset by my teasing, Aizen, Shinji called after him. You wouldn't be that petty, would you? Of course not, Aizen replied without breaking stride. I'm genuinely pleased to see more geniuses emerging in the Siriite AI. As Shinji watched him leave, he missed the subtle, enigmatic smile that crossed Aizen's face. Quietly, Aizen mouthed a name to himself, Senju Makoto. Chapter 94, The Pursuit of Aizen So's Siriite AI, Soul Society. To Aizen, it was nothing but a dull spectacle. It was as if a lion had been caged within an anthill. The ants scurried about, mindlessly following orders handed down from above, executing task after task to maintain their mound. Their vision was confined to the dirt beneath their feet, incapable of looking beyond. For Aizen, who looked down upon it all, this was an existence of disconnection and solitude. Even as the vice-captain of the 5th Division, he was acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between himself and the so-called captain-level Shinigami. To slaughter an ordinary captain-level Shinigami would be a trivial matter, whether it took one swing or two was the only question. Of course, there were exceptions among the captains. Yet, to Aizen, they were equally dull. Yamamoto Genryu's Ishigakuni, a relic shackled by the very soul society he once led. Unohana Retsu, a Shinigami suppressing her true nature, bound by rules she no longer defied. Kenpachi Zaraki, a beast who self-sealed his strength for the thrill of combat, entirely unworthy of conversation. Ukitake Yachiru, initially quite interesting, revealed himself to be little more than a vessel for a fragment of the Soul King. A pitiful, arrogant man, devoid of his own will. Years ago, Aizen learned of the existence of the Royal Guard, the 0 Division, after the sudden disappearance of Garyo Hikaifune, former captain of the 12th Division. From the idle words of Captain Shun Sekiraku, he pieced together the truth of Hikaifune's ascension. It was then Aizen found something of interest. Above Soul Society, in the royal palace guarded by the 0 Division, might there exist someone who could match him? However, ascending to the royal palace through promotion would be nothing short of disgraceful, an act beneath him and utterly imbalanced. Thus, Aizen began his experiments, seeking a way to ascend not as a servant, but as a ruler. To break free from the dull limits of a Shinigami's existence. Sometimes, fleeting thoughts crossed his mind, what if I could bring the royal palace crashing down into Soul Society? If someone equal to me exists, surely they would appear then. Or perhaps, if no one equal to me exists, should I create one? If all souls were fused into the ultimate hollow, would such a being meet my standards? During this period, Aizen encountered Makoto. For a brief moment, he couldn't sense Makoto's spiritual pressure. The sensation was exhilarating. It was as if, after centuries of wandering a desolate wasteland, he had at last encountered another of his kind, a kindred spirit. Excitement. Ecstasy. Fulfillment. Driven by this newfound obsession, Aizen collected samples of Makoto's blood left behind in the Rukongai, studying every trace. Through meticulous research, he uncovered an astonishing truth. Makoto was neither a Shinigami born from the whole of the living world nor a hollow. Note, souls of deceased humans in the living world are called holes. They are guided to Soul Society and randomly distributed across the Rukongai districts. Those consumed by regret or emptiness may become hollows. Makoto was special. Singular. Alone. Aizen had searched for centuries for such a companion, one who, like himself, was unmatched and hidden, perhaps seeking to ease their own loneliness. He had even seen Makoto effortlessly crush the hardened shell of an Ajushas with a single finger. Makoto was not as weak as he appeared. He was merely concealing his power, biding his time, just as Aizen did. But Aizen knew the truth. In his current form, bound as a Shinigami, he was unworthy of standing beside Makoto. He would need to transcend both Shinigami and Hollow to reach the level required to face him. For the first time, Aizen felt a sense of pursuit, a desire to chase someone. It was intoxicating, almost addictive. While Siriite's eyes fixated on the young prodigy Jinikamaru, Aizen's attention was devoted solely to Makoto. To be observed by my companion, Makoto. Let us see what lies ahead. Aizen's calm gaze shifted towards the direction of the Shino Academy. Makoto, meanwhile, remained entirely unaware of Aizen's thoughts. Having left the Shino Academy, Makoto now accompanied Byakuya Kuachiki to his former dwelling in the Rukongai. Calling it his hometown was a stretch, as Makoto had only spent a few months there. Thanks to intelligence from Urozakuro, Makoto was certain Aizen remained in Siriite, leaving him unbothered by the possibility of an ambush in the Rukongai. For Byakuya, however, this marked his first venture into the higher-numbered districts of the Rukongai. The disordered and grim surroundings visibly disturbed him, his brows furrowing instinctively. To a noble raised within Siriai, the chaos of the Rukongai was a jarring contrast. The two, with their refined appearances, stood out starkly amidst the squalor of the streets. It was as though two worlds had collided, their incompatibility palpable. "Not what you imagined, is it?" Makoto asked. "It's very different," Byakuya replied, his brows still knit tightly. Makoto glanced at Byakuya but said nothing more. He led the young noble deeper into the Rukongai, intending to plant a seed in his heart during these formative years. Most nobles would respond to such scenes with disdain or disgust. But Byakuya Kuachiki, who would one day defy tradition to marry a woman from the Rukongai, was a rare exception, gentle and equitable, a paragon among nobles. Though he does love to maintain that rigid demeanor, as if afraid of tarnishing the Kuachiki name. Makoto cast a sly glance at Byakuya, suppressing an inward chuckle. Suddenly, the sound of scuffling and shouts erupted from a nearby alley. "Stop right there, you little brat. Run again, and I'll break your legs. Damn kid, you'll regret it if I catch you." In the next instant, a small figure darted out from the alley, colliding straight into Byakuya. Ordinary Rukongai residents stood no chance against the spiritual body of a noble. The collision sent the figure bouncing back, landing on the ground with a thud. Smack. Makoto and Byakuya turned their gazes toward the figure, taking in the messy, onion-like hairstyle of the small, disheveled child sitting before them. Chapter 95, Unexpected Encounter. A slightly tattered kimono and a pair of elegant, serene eyes, despite the dirt smeared across her face, they radiated a beauty that couldn't be concealed. She was like a lotus blooming unstained amidst the mud. What beautiful eyes! Makoto wasn't a poetic aristocrat or a literary scholar. He lacked the flair for elaborate descriptions, but from a physician's perspective, the sheer beauty of those eyes made them an unparalleled specimen of perfection. Byakuya stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the onion-headed girl sitting on the ground, wincing in pain. His previously furrowed brows relaxed unconsciously. I'm sorry." The girl looked up at Byakuya, panic flashing across her face as she noticed the noble attire that seemed to belong to an entirely different world than her own in Rukongai. She hurriedly bowed in apology. Before the brief exchange could proceed further, the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from the alley. 5 burly, menacing men emerged, surrounding the onion-headed girl. The scar-faced leader grabbed her wrist and yanked her up forcefully, barking, "Running off to another district won't save you from your debt. I promise I'll repay it. Please, just give me more time." The girl stammered, her voice trembling with fear. The scar-faced man sneered. "Hey, no need to trouble yourself. Just come work for us. A good 20 years should be enough to pay it off." The girl shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "No, please, I can't. My little sister is still so young. If I go with you, she'll die. I beg you, just give me a little more time, enough to find someone who can take her in." Impatience flared in the scar-faced man's eyes. "Give up. You know the boss's rules. You've already borrowed enough to feed that spiritual energy-filled sister of yours. His patience is running out." Pausing, the man's tone turned cold. "If you run again, we'll break your legs and drag you to work. With the kind of labor we're talking about, you won't last long." The girl's tears fell like rain as she pleaded, "But if I abandon my sister, she won't survive either. Please, I beg you." The scar-faced man's patience snapped. Tightening his grip, he prepared to drag her away. Makoto, who had been silently observing the scene, couldn't shake the feeling that the girl seemed familiar. As pity stirred within him, Byakuya unexpectedly broke the silence. "Wait." The scar-faced man paused, wary of Byakuya's unmistakably noble attire. His tone shifted to one of caution. "Is there something you need, my lord? I'll pay her debt." Byakuya's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. He didn't even bother asking how much the girl owed, exuding the dignity of a great noble. However, when Byakuya reached into his robes, his composed demeanor faltered. His expression stiffened, a faint flush creeping onto his cheeks. A moment later, Byakuya turned his head slowly, his movements almost mechanical, and stared at Makoto. He opened his mouth as if to speak but couldn't seem to find the words. Makoto quickly pieced the situation together and sighed. "Hey, Byakuya, don't tell me you didn't bring any money." Byakuya's face turned crimson, as vibrant as a chameleon's transformation. Turning abruptly, he faced away from the group, his voice trembling as he struggled to maintain his composure. "When I leave home, it is customary for my steward to carry funds Today, however, I was invited here by you on short notice. Makoto stared at him, incredulous. He felt a surge of exasperation. So you're expecting me to foot the bill for your heroic rescue? Though money wasn't an issue between them, something about the situation irked Makoto. It felt oddly reminiscent of paying for a friend's romantic escapade, covering the room costs, escorting them upstairs, and then waiting alone outside. TCH. How much is it? Makoto's tone darkened as he fixed a sharp gaze on the scar-faced man, his hand resting lightly on his zanpakuto. The scar-faced man hesitated under Makoto's scrutiny. 10,000, no, 4,000 can. Since you're a Shinigami, we'll waive the interest. Just the principal will do. Makoto counted out 5,000 can and handed it over. Here. The extra 1,000 covers the interest. The scar-faced man let out a relieved breath. Thank you, Shinigami. With the matter settled, the men departed. Freed from their grasp, the onion-headed girl bowed deeply to Byakuya and Makoto. Thank you so much. Please, may I know your names? I will dedicate my life to repaying your kindness. There's no need. Byakuya, still turned away, spoke indifferently and began to walk off. Wait. The girl called out, lowering her forehead to the ground in a gesture of utmost sincerity. Noble Lord, Shinigami, please. Would you take my sister, Rukia, into your care? She has spiritual power. She will grow to become a Shinigami and will surely repay your kindness someday. Rukia? Makoto froze, realization dawning upon him. So this is Kuachiki Rukia's elder sister, the one who passed away early. The same woman who, in the original timeline, became Byakuya's wife, his son. No. She doesn't bear the Kuachiki name yet. Byakuya's steps halted as he turned to look at the girl prostrating herself on the ground. For a fleeting moment, Makoto thought he glimpsed a trace of compassion in Byakuya's eyes. Yet as Makoto took in Byakuya's youthful appearance and the girl's similarly young age, a thought struck him, oh no. Have I inadvertently set Byakuya on the path to a childhood romance? If his grandfather finds out, the poor kid might get grounded for life. Chapter 96, It's Too Early Isn't It? It was apparent that, despite having countless beautiful maids in the household, Byakuya's peculiar sense of aesthetics seemed utterly unable to resist the plea of this spring onion-head-looking girl. Thus, after Byakuya inquired about Hisana's younger sister's whereabouts, and under Hisana's guidance, he and Makoto headed toward what Hisana called her home. If one could even call a place without a roof or walls a home. This was clearly an utterly abandoned house, far more dilapidated than the one Jinikumaru and Rangiku Matsumoto lived in. Next, the petite Hisana squeezed herself into a gap no more than 30 centimeters between the floor and the ground. Moments later, she emerged, carefully cradling a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. This scene delivered an unprecedented shock to Byakuya, who had grown up in a noble household. Stunned, he asked, You live in this gap? Yes, but rest assured, noble lord. Rukia is still healthy. I've filled the gap with plenty of old clothes and the like to keep it warm, Hisana replied nervously. At that moment, Byakuya gazed deeply into Hisana's eyes, remaining silent for a long time. Then, he turned and started walking toward the Sairi Itai, saying only, Follow me. His seemingly contradictory behavior left Hisana bewildered, unable to grasp his true intentions. Seeing this, Makoto gently reassured her, Don't worry. Byakuya's just a very stubborn guy. Just follow along. Yes, Shinigami, Hisana said, exhaling a breath of relief. She held Rukia tightly and followed Byakuya and Makoto. Walking alongside Byakuya, Makoto quietly asked, Byakuya, are you planning to take Hisana back to the Kuachiki household? Byakuya nodded silently, as if already resolute. I advise against it, Makoto said. Byakuya looked at his friend in surprise, frowning. I can persuade my father and grandfather. This is a decision I've made of my own will. Makoto shook his head and held up 5 fingers. If she lives in the Kuachiki household, she won't survive more than 5 years. Why? Will someone harm her? Byakuya demanded. Makoto glanced around at the desolate surroundings of the Rukongai district and sighed. Do you know why captain-level Shinigami are forbidden from using their Bunkai in the Soul Society without permission, and why both vice-captain and captain-level Shinigami must suppress their spiritual pressure when entering the human world? To prevent large-scale destruction? Byakuya replied. That's only part of the reason, Makoto said after a pause. The more critical reason is that excessively strong spiritual pressure, even when unconsciously released, can exert oppressive force and harm those with lower spiritual pressure. For someone like Hisana, who has no spiritual power at all, prolonged exposure to high-intensity spiritual pressure would cause her soul to disintegrate. This truth became apparent to Makoto not long after he began studying healing arts under Retsuo Unohana. While such notions weren't officially discussed in the Siri Itai, the relationship between spiritual bodies, spiritual energy, and spiritual pressure often correlated strongly. Residents of the Rukongai, who had no spiritual energy or pressure, inherently had fragile spiritual bodies. Prolonged exposure to intense spiritual pressure could lead to various issues with their souls. Thus, while Makoto deeply sympathized with the residents of the Rukongai, he also understood why the nobility and Shinigami were concentrated in the Siri Itai, with the Sekaizuki walls isolating the two areas. In some sense, it was to protect the Rukongai residents from further harm. Byakuya's pupils constricted at this revelation, and he froze in place. Makoto sighed in exasperation. For once, his warning wasn't meant to quash Byakuya's budding infatuation but was a genuine act of friendship. In the original timeline, Hisuna had married Byakuya and passed away early. This was very likely due to the same reason, as no illness would be incurable with the Kuachiki family's resources. What Makoto didn't expect was Byakuya's solemn response, "Makoto, is there any way to solve this problem?" Sensing the faint hint of romantic tension, Makoto raised an eyebrow. "Wait, are you serious, Byakuya? You've only just met her." "There are things you wouldn't understand," Byakuya replied earnestly, instantly breaking through Makoto's mental defenses. Makoto glanced back at the spring onion head looking Hisuna trailing behind them. "Ah, right, I really don't understand this weakness for spring onion heads. And one that's practically a walking flat-screen tablet, too." Suppressing a twitch in his mouth, Makoto relented. "Fine. Give me some time. I'll try to figure something out." "Thank you, Makoto," Byakuya said sincerely. "Don't think the problem's solved yet. I doubt Captain Jinrai Kuachiki and Vice Captain Sajun Kuachiki would approve of you, the future head of the Kuachiki family, marrying a powerless Rukongai resident," Makoto reminded him. "On the surface, it would damage the Kuachiki family's reputation as paragons of nobility. In the long run, Hisuna's lack of spiritual energy might affect the family's bloodline." Caught off guard, Byakuya stiffened and said, "Who said I am marrying her? I just pity her. Besides, I happen to need a maid. That's all. Marriage is clearly too early." "Indeed," Makoto agreed, nodding solemnly. "You still need to grow a bit, Byakuya." Byakuya Kuachiki. The next moment, Byakuya drew his sword without hesitation and slashed at Makoto. But Makoto, prepared, vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away with a grin. "Ah, did I hit a nerve, revealing something unspeakable in your heart? Nonsense. Slandering the Kuachiki heir with baseless accusations is a grave offense." Byakuya barked angrily. "How do you know it's baseless? What if I confirmed it?" Makoto countered. "Byakuya. When? When did you confirm it? And how?" Byakuya stammered, pointing with a trembling finger. "With my eyes, of course, your height and build." Byakuya froze, his expression stiff, while Makoto continued. "Why, what did you think I meant? Our esteemed Kuachiki noble, Byakuya-sama?